The seventh peak of the Taihua Sect, Tai Miao Peak, has taken on disciples. Zhou Qingchen, endowed with extraordinary talent, ascends to the role of the seventh peak master, establishing his sect and welcoming students, only to encounter the arrival of a mysterious system. To outsiders, the master of Tai Miao Peak is an enigmatic figure, as ethereal as the moon, hovering above the mundane world. Yet, to his disciples, Zhou Qingchen is a gentle, courteous, and richly endowed master. In the realm of cultivation, in the southern region, there exists a sect known as Taihua, located in the east, brimming with vitality and a continuous flow of celestial practitioners. The 7 peaks of Taihua Sect stand tall, each with its own unique characteristics, while Tai Miao Peak is remarkable for its treacherous heights, its summit piercing the clouds and reaching for the azure sky. On a tranquil night, as stars twinkled above, shimmering like colorful ribbons, they danced around a vague silhouette, which remained motionless amidst the sea of clouds, obscured in mystery. After a long while, as the moon concealed itself and the stars dimmed, a violet aura emerged from the east, revealing the true form of the indistinct figure. It was a man clad in a moon-white brocade robe, his face as pale as jade, with refined features and hair elegantly gathered with a wooden hairpin. A few stray strands of hair were lifted by a gentle breeze, revealing a faint star-patterned mark on his forehead, adding an air of cool aloofness to his demeanor, indicating he was no ordinary person. It has been over 3 years since my master passed away. From now on, I shall take charge of Tai Miao Peak, he mused, gazing far and wide, enveloping the entire Taihua Sect in his vision, his thoughts drifting. His name is Zhou Qingchen. Approximately a century ago, he perished in his homeland, only to be reborn in this unfamiliar world, where he was taken as a disciple by the master of Tai Miao Peak. Due to his exceptional talents, he gained fame throughout Southernly Prefecture. 3 years prior, he reached the nascent soul stage, an event that should have been a cause for celebration within the sect. However, his master's lifespan had come to an end, and he departed this world, bequeathing the leadership of Tai Miao Peak to him. In the past 3 years, Zhou Qingchen often felt despondent, inevitably reminiscing about his master, the one who nurtured him in this foreign realm, providing him with boundless opportunities and embodying a fatherly presence. Lost in thought, a sudden voice reverberated through the air. System detected. Host's nascent soul cultivation is stable, initial qualifications for celestial cultivation established, and a profound master-disciple bond confirmed. The transmission system is officially activated. Zhou Qingchen was startled by this unexpected voice, his expression shifting. A system? As a person who traversed realms, he was familiar with such concepts. Yet after nearly a century of cultivation and achieving the nascent soul stage, he had never sensed the presence of any system. He pondered for a while, but could not discern its purpose, his mind swirling with various conspiracy theories, all of which he ultimately dismissed. The system remained silent thereafter. What kind of transmission system is this? Could it be a system to help me take on disciples? Zhou Qingchen mused internally. Well, I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. After 3 years of seclusion, my cultivation is now solidified. I have earned my rightful place as the master of Tai Miao Peak. I shall first pay a visit to my elder brother. With that thought, Zhou Qingchen transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the main peak of Taihua Sect, Taishan Peak. His elder brother, Tuoba Yuan, is the sect leader, a figure of great renown, having achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In fact, among the 7 main peaks of Taihua Sect, the other 6 peak masters are Zhou Qingchen's elder brothers and sisters, all of whom are his peers. Zhou Qingchen's master belonged to the previous generation, having wandered the world for centuries. Due to the absence of a successor to preside over Tai Miao Peak, it had remained closed for many years. It was only a century ago that he returned to the sect and took Zhou Qingchen as his sole disciple, investing all his efforts in his training. Given the significant age difference, the other peak masters held Zhou Qingchen in great affection, treating him with more kindness than they would their peers and less severity than they would their disciples. Therefore, Zhou Qingchen shared a particularly close bond with the peak masters, relying on them frequently. Especially now, with his master's passing, the members of Taihua Sect made him cherish these relationships even more. In Southernly Prefecture, a nascent soul cultivator holds significant power, capable of establishing their own sect and commanding a territory. With astonishing speed, Zhou Qingchen arrived at Taishan Peak in mere moments. Taishan Peak serves as the central hub of Taihua Sect. While it lacks the perilous height of Tai Miao Peak, it possesses a grand and weighty presence, akin to a celestial palace, bustling with numerous disciples. As a brilliant streak of light swiftly entered the summit of Taishan Peak, a palpable aura emanated from it, sparking lively discussions among the onlookers. What a formidable presence! I wonder which peak master has graced us with their presence. Some disciples gazed in reverence, voicing their thoughts. I suspect they have come to confer with the sect leader about the upcoming celestial gathering. Within the grand main hall, a middle-aged man adorned with a purple cloud crown and clad in dark jade armor sat in a high seat, resting with his eyes closed. With each breath, spiritual energy surged, exuding an overwhelming presence. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man emerged from the shadows, bowing before the man on the high seat. Sect leader, the 5 peak masters have been summoned and will soon arrive to discuss the celestial gathering. The man on the high seat responded calmly, but the next moment, his eyes widened, sharp as lightning, as he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the hall. There, a silver streak of light descended, transforming gracefully into a man in brocade garments, immaculate and untainted, stepping into the sect leader's hall. "Elder brother, your younger brother has come to pay his respects," the brocade-clad man said with a slight bow. The initially stern expression of the man in the high seat transformed into one of surprise, and he hurriedly descended to greet him, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, little brother, you have finally decided to leave your secluded practice." The newcomer was, of course, Zhou Qingchen, whose handsome figure entered the hall with steady steps, and upon hearing this, a genuine smile illuminated his face. "Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I have been in seclusion for 3 years, without stepping foot outside Tai Miao Peak. Now that I have emerged, I am here at Taihua Peak." Tuoba Yuan felt reassured upon hearing this, his smile reaching his eyes, causing the elderly man beside him to gasp in astonishment before hastily bowing and retreating. It is said that the sect leader and the peak masters share a close bond with this younger brother, and indeed, even in the current stern atmosphere, the sect leader's joy was palpable. "Little brother, you truly possess exceptional talent. Your cultivation is now solidified, and your presence is even more remarkable," Tuoba Yuan remarked, feeling the restrained yet powerful aura emanating from Zhou Qingchen, who was truly a rare talent, not only in Southernly Prefecture but in the entire realm. Zhou Qingchen and Tuoba Yuan began to converse, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, the other 5 peak masters of Taihua Sect, having received the sect leader's summons, transformed into streaks of light and made their way to Taihua Peak. 5 streaks of light represented 5 formidable nascent soul cultivators, the core figures of Taihua Sect, who seldom gathered together, yet now they appeared simultaneously, causing a stir throughout the entire sect. The master of Taihua Peak, Su Xianjun, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, renowned for his extraordinary talent and combat prowess, stands as the foremost figure beneath the sect leader. Bai Tianling, master of Taihua Peak, also at late-stage nascent soul, possesses exceptional skills in alchemy and talismans, holding great renown in Southernly Prefecture. Xia Chun, master of Taihua Peak, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, is known for his mastery of music, embodying a refined and unassuming demeanor. Zui Qiuxing, master of Taihua Peak, also a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, wields a formidable blade technique, excelling in both offense and defense. Lastly, Jiang Mingyue, master of Taihua Peak, has recently broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, her lively and down-to-earth personality setting her apart from her elders. The 5 of them arrived together, entering the hall of the sect leader at Taihua Peak. Zhou Qingchen and Tuoba Yuan instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance, witnessing the 5 individuals suppressing their auras as they stepped into the hall. "Greetings, elder brothers," they all offered in unison, before their attention shifted to Zhou Qingchen, who was seated nearby. "Little brother, you have finally emerged from seclusion. If you hadn't come out soon, I would have gone to Tai Miao Peak to drag you out myself," exclaimed Jiang Mingyue, the 6th sister, visibly relieved at Zhou Qingchen's well-being as she began to inquire about his recent experiences. Several individuals tacitly refrained from mentioning the matter concerning Master Zhou Qingchen and instead engaged in amiable conversation for quite some time before finally delving into the main topic of this gathering, the grand event of seeking immortality that is to take place in a month. Chapter 2. The transmission system. The grand selection of aspirants is a vibrant event held every 3 years for the new disciples of the Taihua Sect, traditionally marked by great enthusiasm. As the discussion turned serious, Tuoba Yuan cast a solemn glance at Zhou Qingchen and remarked, "Junior brother, the Tai Miao Peak has remained closed for centuries, and the disciples have dwindled. Now that you have ascended to the position of Peak Master, it is your duty to shoulder this responsibility. It is time to reopen the mountain and gather new disciples, restoring the glory of Tai Miao Peak." The Taihua Sect, with its legacy stretching back 10 millennia, has maintained an orderly succession, with 7 peaks flourishing together. Over the years, there have been phases of decline for certain peaks, yet they eventually revived, allowing the 7 peaks to endure to this day. However, in recent centuries, the prolonged closure of Tai Miao Peak has weighed heavily on the hearts of the sect's members. The situation was unique. as the former peak master had merely embarked on a journey, scattering the disciples across the 6 other peaks, resulting in the mountain's closure. It was only upon the return of Zhou Qingchen's mentor, the former peak master of Tai Miao Peak, that a turning point was reached. Yet, with the old master nearing the end of his days, his focus remained solely on nurturing Zhou Qingchen, preventing the peak from accepting new disciples. Now, nearly a century later, the time has finally come for Tai Miao Peak to reopen. Upon hearing Tuoba Yuan's words, Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly. His intention in assuming control of Tai Miao Peak was indeed to gather new disciples, with the distinction lying in whether to accept true disciples or not. He then smiled at a few senior brothers and sisters before stating, "I have come precisely for this reason." Despite the peak's closure for centuries, the scriptures and sacred pools within remained intact under the protection of formations. However, the living quarters of many ordinary disciples had fallen into disrepair due to abandonment, prompting him to seek assistance from his senior siblings. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved and smiled understandingly. One senior brother remarked, "Junior brother, you need not bear the burden alone. There are no longer any rivals at Tai Miao Peak, so the multitude of trivial matters should not rest solely on your shoulders." The third senior sister, Bai Tianling, with her considerate nature, suggested with a smile, "Let us each send a group of elders from our respective peaks to support the facade of Tai Miao Peak. At the very least, we should ensure there are capable hands available. As for you, junior brother, simply elevate 1 or 2 individuals to oversee Tai Miao Peak, allowing you to remain untroubled by mundane concerns while important matters are communicated to you." This arrangement resonated deeply with Zhou Qingchen, who promptly agreed, filled with gratitude. At that moment, an ethereal electronic voice echoed in his mind. Host information has been fully recorded. Name, Zhou Qingchen. Talent, celestial star root. Cultivation, early stage of yuanying. Technique, Xian Guang Xing Chenju. Skills, Tai Miao Aurora Sword. Tai by Golden Light / Xian Guang Reunification, Jietian Technique. Artifact, Xian Ji Star Sword. Disciples, none. The transmission system has officially commenced. As the otherworldly voice faded, Zhou Qingchen felt a stirring within. This system is a disciple transmission system. Host can bind a master-disciple relationship through accepting disciples. All tasks and rewards from the system pertain solely to the disciples bound to the host. Hosts can obtain rewards and returns through accepting disciples, transmitting teachings, bestowing treasures, and raising disciples' realms, contingent on task specifics. It is also advised that hosts exercise caution in accepting disciples. Once bound, the relationship cannot be undone. With the final echoes of the electronic voice, Zhou Qingchen's suspicions were confirmed. Upon his emergence from seclusion, Zhou Qingchen's intention was to enrich the ranks of disciples within the mountain, yet this did not equate to the act of formally accepting students. The disciples of Taihua Sect were numerous, yet they consisted primarily of ordinary practitioners. The true core lay in the direct disciples of the various peak masters. Following the completion of accepting disciples, one would not only receive rewards in the form of treasures, but also additional task points, which could be exchanged for a plethora of rare and precious items in the system's marketplace. Zhou Qingchen found the system's succinct introduction difficult to believe. This system had not manifested for a century, and its high threshold was daunting, had his innate talent been insufficient to reach the yuanying realm. He feared he might never encounter such a system in his lifetime. Fortunately, Zhou Qingchen possessed exceptional talent, perhaps even extraordinary. Yet, no matter how prodigious one's gift, one could never have too many systems to ensure success. As he marveled in contemplation, the system's voice continued, announcing, "The first task is to bind a disciple of unparalleled talent, with a time limit of 100 years. Zhou Qingchen understood that the system's acceptance of disciples would not lack prerequisites, and thus inquired within his mind, "System, what specific qualifications are required for such unparalleled talent?" The system promptly clarified. The system categorizes qualifications into 5 tiers: ordinary, genius, extraordinary, unparalleled talent, and unprecedented. Various metrics measure cultivation qualifications, if solely based on spiritual roots. Those of unparalleled talent must possess celestial spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen's heart plummeted from the heights of hope into an abyss of despair. The requirement for celestial spiritual roots was exceedingly high, a rarity not easily encountered. Such spiritual roots would be considered scarce even among the great sects of the world, let alone in the southernly prefecture. That his master had stumbled upon him in such a remote corner of the realm was already a divine favor. How could he possibly find another such talent? Zhou Qingchen lamented internally, yet he was somewhat relieved that the system allowed a century for this endeavor. The most compelling reason not to abandon this pursuit was the enticing reward for accepting disciples. The first acceptance of a disciple comes with a special bonus, granting a volume of celestial scriptures. With this proclamation, Zhou Qingchen could hardly continue to bemoan the rarity of celestial spiritual roots, no matter how elusive. He could not afford to give up, for that was a tome of celestial scriptures. In the realm of cultivation, the pinnacle of techniques is the 9th tier. Each tier further subdivided into low, medium, and high grades, where the disparities in their profoundness can be exceedingly vast. Celestial scriptures are the ultimate treasures for attaining immortality and enlightenment. Zhou Qingchen vividly sensed the terrifying enhancement offered by the system. Even if this was merely an unfulfilled promise, it was sufficient to foresee that his path ahead would undoubtedly be much broader. Currently, the technique he was practicing was the 6th tier high-grade technique, Xian Guang Xing Chenju, imparted by his master. This technique surpassed the inherited methods of the Taihua Sect's various peaks by a full tier and served as a pathway to the refining void realm. It had been acquired by his master during travels and fortuitous encounters. Regrettably, this technique could only be cultivated by those possessing stellar spiritual roots like Zhou Qingchen, thus imposing significant limitations. The 9 major realms of cultivation in the world of immortality: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, Yuan Ing, spirit transformation, refining void, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, exhibit increasingly vast differences as one progresses. Higher-tier techniques are not typically accessible to ordinary sects. Within any sect, a single technique is an absolute secret not to be disseminated. The electronic voice of the system then kindly prompted, "It has been detected that the host still has an unopened system-binding gift pack. Would you like to open it now?" Zhou Qingchen nearly forgot about this matter. However, he remained unperturbed, as he was presently engaged in a significant discussion with his esteemed senior brothers and sisters. Having been somewhat distracted for a while, he decided to conclude the ceremonial proceedings before addressing other concerns. Chapter 3. The Tao Spirit Root within the Ancestral Hall. Discussions regarding the disciple recruitment ceremony were fervently underway. Traditionally, the 3 sects would stagger their recruitment ceremonies, occurring once every 3 years. Yet, this time, the other 2 sects intended to break with tradition, indicating a deeper scheme at play. Tuoba Yuan spoke with a grave expression, asserting that the Southernly Prefecture harbored numerous cultivation factions, with the 3 most powerful sects being Taihua Sect, Lingjian Sect, and Bailan Sect. As the foremost of the 3, Taihua Sect had flourished increasingly over the past millennium, capable of suppressing the other 2, naturally inciting envy. The realm of cultivation was rife with bloodshed over resources, rendering such occurrences all too common. The true strength of the 3 leading sects in Southernly Prefecture lay in their venerable ancestors, all of whom were formidable cultivators at the transformation stage. This foundational strength elevated them above the myriad of other factions. Taihua Sect's dominance over the other 2 stemmed from the presence of 3 transformation stage ancestors, while each of the other sects boasted only 1. How could this not instill fear in them? Su Xianjun nodded slightly, his demeanor cold as he remarked, "Having been suppressed for a millennium, it is no surprise that the 2 sects conspired today. This has long been their intention. They merely lack the courage to confront Taihua Sect head-on. Years ago, the Bailan Sect instigated a conflict and suffered an arrow from our ancestor, reputedly still nursing that wound, harboring resentment. Now, they dare only to provoke us through matters concerning disciples." Bai Tianling's eyes reflected a complex hue as she softly concurred. Bailan Sect ranks the lowest among the 3, possessing the least depth, with merely 2 generations of transformation stage ancestors. The current elder is aging and injured, thus unlikely to confront Taihua directly. However, the Lingjian Sect's ancestor wields considerably more influence. With their mutual assistance, they dare to act in concert. Bailan Sect excels in water-based alchemical practices, producing numerous spirit pills beneficial for lower-tier cultivators. They have pledged significant promises, offering every newly admitted disciple a vial of Tsanglu Yuan spirit pill, with monthly replenishments henceforth. In contrast, Lingjian Sect's approach is more straightforward, promising a sword classic and the selection of a disciple who will receive direct teachings from their transformation stage ancestor, entering the sword pool to refine their sword heart, ultimately becoming a direct disciple of the current Lingjian Sect leader. Such news spread widely across Southernly Prefecture, inciting fervor among various factions in response to the special directives from the 2 sections. Zhou Qingchen, who typically paid little attention to external affairs and had spent the last 3 years in solitary meditation atop Tai Miao Peak, was hearing this for the first time. He pondered for a moment before speaking. No wonder the previous recruitment ceremonies were managed solely by the elders of our sect, preventing all senior brothers and sisters from gathering to discuss. It appears that the 2 sects have taken action, their intentions clearly directed at Taihua. The 5th senior brother, Zhua Qiushang, took over the conversation and continued. In weighing interests, the alliance of the 2 sects against Taihua whichever side offers greater benefits. The people will inevitably gravitate towards that side. However, we possess profound heritage, with 3 significant secret locations within our sect that serve as exceptional environments for cultivating disciples, representing long-term advantages. It ultimately depends on the choices of the people. Yet, engaging in such disputes with them feels akin to children throwing mud at each other, utterly tedious. This senior brother squinted with a hint of disdain, his long brows furrowed, clearly displeased with such antics. Observing his demeanor, even the 4th senior brother, Xiachun, who had been quietly listening, shook his head and chuckled softly. The 5th junior brother may disdain such petty schemes, yet they cannot be ignored. New disciples are the cornerstone of a sect's future, and we all emerge from the ranks of ordinary disciples, once young aspirants like any other, coming to Taihua Sect in pursuit of enlightenment, thus testing our spiritual roots and inquiring about our hearts. However, the vast expanse of Nanli Prefecture, with its distant places, houses those of low cultivation, mere mortals incapable of traversing mountains and rivers to seek the Tao at Taihua Sect. Ultimately, it is the influence beneath that matters. These secondary forces of Yuan Ying and Jin Dan often send their own disciples to Taihua Sect to seek the Tao, although their backgrounds may be altered for life. Serving solely Taihua Sect, as long as these disciples remain within our sect, they are afforded a layer of invisible protection. These secondary forces are, in fact, reliable sources for our sect's exceptional disciples. Their status may not compare to that of the 3 sects, and they may not comprehend our strategies. Yet this does not hinder them from utilizing their own judgments to navigate their paths to survival. The most direct observation lies in which sect displays greater prestige. Though Taihua Sect is powerful, it has maintained peace with the other 2 sects to this day, seemingly a sign of our generosity, yet in truth, it obscures the view of those beneath, leading them to believe that Taihua Sect still stands on equal footing with the other 2. Prolonged inaction on our part could prove detrimental. While we possess the deepest foundations, we cannot cling to the notion that fine wine fears not the depth of its alley, mistakenly believing that the world's heroes will invariably be drawn to us forever. Such a mindset is not conducive to the survival of a sect. Even the prevailing doctrines in the world tirelessly send cultivators to travel far and wide, seeking talents to bring back. How much more should Taihua Sect do so? Even our youngest brother, with his exceptional spiritual root, was brought in from outside in search of disciples. One must be willing to set aside pride. Xiachun, known for his calm demeanor and few words, offered these rare insights, prompting reflection among the several peak masters. Observing his fellow brothers and sisters engaged in discussion, Zhou Qingchen boldly declared, "I wish to take on a true disciple. Tai Miao Peak has been devoid of succession for centuries, and now I am the only one left. Each of my brothers and sisters possesses true disciples. Tai Miao Peak cannot remain vacant for long, lest the generational gap becomes too vast, which would not bode well." If Zhou Qingchen's earlier proposal to establish the sect and recruit disciples had already brought relief, his current intention to take on a true disciple astonished the peak masters. "Is the junior brother serious?" Tuoba Yuan inquired, his tone infused with surprise. Zhou Qingchen smiled and nodded, not jesting. "It just so happens that the Bai Ling and Lingjian sects are eager to recruit disciples, are they not? As the newly appointed master of Tai Miao Peak, I found myself troubled by my lack of prestige. My senior brothers and sisters, upon overhearing my jest, felt their previous frustrations dissipate, and promptly retorted, 'Junior brother, your illustrious title resonates throughout Nanli. How dare you claim to lack prestige? Should you choose to take disciples, people from all corners will crawl to your mystic hall, begging for but a glance.'" Zhou Qingchen raised his brows slightly, yet replied, "I have high standards. I seek a disciple with a heavenly spirit root." The moment these words left his lips, a hush fell over the hall. Jiang Mingyue, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Junior brother, are you certain you haven't misspoken? You would wait for a earth spirit root, but do you truly believe a heavenly spirit root would simply present itself at your door?" The senior brothers and sisters shared her incredulity. However, recognizing the necessity of upholding the legacy of Tai Miao Peak, and with the prospect of undertaking systematic tasks, it would not hinder Zhou Qingchen from seeking disciples to elevate the peak's reputation. Thus, he smiled and said, "Then I shall settle for a disciple with an earth spirit root. I shall not impose further demands." After departing from the supreme peak, Zhou Qingchen bid farewell to each of his senior brothers and sisters, making his way back to Tai Miao Peak. At this moment, atop Tai Miao Peak, amidst the sea of clouds that adorned the myriad levels of pavilions, lay Zhou Qingchen's sanctuary. Here, he typically remained undisturbed, diligently cultivating and absorbing the celestial energies of the cosmos. System, activate the gift package. Zhou Qingchen had not forgotten the delightful surprise awaiting him. He silently chanted, harboring anticipation. Opening gift package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the source of the great path. Touch it to your forehead to merge with it, enhancing your innate abilities to that of a Tao spirit root. The term Tao spirit root is not a classification akin to the earthly spirit roots, but rather a title bestowed by the system for the host's understanding, signifying the essence contained within the great path. Listening to the system's voice, Zhou Qingchen felt his pupils constrict, his heart igniting with fervor, as if the sounds of the world had faded into silence. Is there truly such a classification? Does this imply that my talents must ascend to a level unseen for millennia? The system's voice jolted Zhou Qingchen from his reverie. The 5-tier talent classification is merely the system's way of categorizing cultivators. Should the host attain the Tao spirit root, it transcends these arbitrary divisions, rendering them insignificant for the host. Zhou Qingchen absorbed the system's rapid chatter, ultimately discerning only the essence of its grandeur. He dismissed his ponderings and retrieved the source of the great path, as described by the system. This source was as clear as water, emanating a silvery glow. Devoid of any peculiar aura, Zhou Qingchen gently pressed this droplet, resembling pure water, to his forehead. In an instant, the celestial mark upon his brow flickered, and an ancient, vast aura descended upon the world. Host has merged with the source of the great path. Innate talents have been enhanced. In a profound silence, Zhou Qingchen heard the ethereal voice of the system. Chapter 4. The Master seeks disciples. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Qingchen felt a warm current surge throughout his body, expanding his meridians and transforming his constitution in an instant. As the internal changes settled, Zhou Qingchen immediately sensed the formidable alterations brought forth by the Tao spirit root. At present, his ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth has accelerated dramatically, and his cultivation speed has become extraordinarily formidable. Most importantly, his affinity for and mastery over the power of the stars has reached new heights. If previously his celestial roots granted him an innate connection to the stellar forces, now his celestial path roots seem to position him as the sovereign of the stars, commanding countless celestial bodies that dare not disobey. The power of the stars not only resonates with him, but has also succumbed entirely to his dominion, becoming an instrument for his use. Is this what is meant by the path roots? Zhou Qingchen let out a long breath, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. He never anticipated that the system would bestow upon him such a tremendous opportunity right from the outset, and that his cultivation had unknowingly ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Just a few days have passed, yet he still finds it hard to believe. Such transcendent fortune has graced him overnight, rendering even the thought of death without regret. What Zhou Qingchen failed to notice was that, following this transformation, the starry patterns on his forehead had grown even more striking, seemingly imbued with unparalleled might. He simply sat cross-legged, cultivating, his breath exuding an aura of unfathomable power. After a considerable period of practice, he gradually opened his eyes, a fleeting silver starlight flashing deep within his pupils. Awakened from his meditation, he sensed something amiss and rose from the layers of clouds, vanishing from his original position in an instant. At this moment, a group of elders and stewards, summoned by the sect master's order, respectfully arrived at Tai Miao Peak. Tai Miao Peak is expansive, featuring 36 secondary peaks that encircle the main summit like dragon fangs, characterized by steep terrain yet rich in spiritual energy, making it a sacred place for cultivation. Although it had been closed for several centuries, the pavilions, towers, and cultivation caves within were remarkably well preserved. With only minor damages to various utilities and items, the assembly remained motionless, patiently waiting at the foot of Tai Miao Peak. Before long, they sensed an oppressive aura of the nascent soul realm descending from above. They adjusted their robes and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to the Peak Master. As the words fell, a young man clad in a moon-white robe gracefully descended, his gaze sweeping over the group of elders and stewards. There is no need for formalities. Zhou Qingchen replied with a slight nod. Only then did they straighten their postures. With a mere flicker of his consciousness, Zhou Qingchen discerned their backgrounds. 2 were at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Over a dozen were in the late Golden Core stage. And there were several dozen stewards who had attained the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. A wave of warmth surged in Zhou Qingchen's heart. He knew that even though Tai Miao Peak would soon begin accepting disciples, the numbers would remain modest, thus not necessitating such a multitude of elders and stewards. Yet, his fellow brothers and sisters offered him their unwavering support. In the future, you shall all be part of Tai Miao Peak. I hope you will contribute your strength and wisdom for the development of our sect, and I assure you will not be treated poorly. Zhou Qingchen said with a gentle smile. The assembly promptly responded, "It is our honor to serve under the auspices of Tai Miao and the Peak Master." This was no mere flattery. Although Tai Miao Peak currently remained inconspicuous, Everyone understood that as long as Zhou Qingchen was present, ascendancy was destined for all. The crowd heard the youth, resembling a celestial being under the bright moon, speak. Let us not linger on words. The Tai Miao Peak is still vacant. So please settle yourselves. He continued, within the scripture pavilion, alchemy hall, artifact hall, and talismans pavilion on Tai Miao Peak, each requires a steward. You will liaise with the other peaks and subsequently be responsible for the resource allocation for the disciples. The remaining elders may independently select from the 36 subordinate peaks, and henceforth will preside over the affairs of their chosen peak, including the admission of new disciples. The various stewards shall be evenly distributed among the elders to cooperate in their duties. As for the two of you, please remain. Zhou Qingchen gestured toward the two foremost elders among the crowd, both of whom had attained the consummate level of golden core. The remaining individuals bowed and withdrew. The two retained elders, demonstrating keen insight, stepped forward and introduced themselves. I am Li Qinglin, a fourth-generation disciple of the Xian lineage, here to pay my respects to the headmaster. I am Zhang Yi, also a fourth-generation disciple of the Xian lineage, here to pay my respects to the headmaster. Zhou Qingchen nodded approvingly. The term Xian lineage refers to the peak masters of his generation. Once cultivators reach a certain level, they often abandon their given names in favor of their Dao titles. Zhou Qingchen, for instance, possesses the Dao title of Xianchen, though he rarely employs it in casual interactions with his fellow disciples. Within the Taihua Sect, a generation is defined by a span of 60 years. The disciples of the Xian lineage are classified based on their order of admission, starting from the first disciple to Oba Yuan, with subsequent generations being designated accordingly. A tradition long upheld by the sect. Zhou Qingchen presented each of them with a token of identity, advising, from this day forth, you shall assist me in the affairs of Tai Miao Peak. As it is newly established, many matters require your coordination. Should any issues arise that cannot be resolved independently, use the token to inform me. You may reside in the Qinghe area of the main peak, where you will have access with the identity tokens. Please refrain from approaching other restricted areas. After arranging these matters, Zhou Qingchen returned to the Yunhai dojo, feeling quite content. Gradually, Tai Miao Peak shall become bustling with activity, which is wonderful, he mused to himself, eventually returning to his meditation. Through his diligent practice, he had recently advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and his fluctuating aura began to stabilize. During his cultivation, numerous changes transpired at Tai Miao Peak. Under the leadership of Zhang Yi and Li Qinglin, the peak was meticulously organized, with the original lofts and caves of the 36 subordinate peaks rejuvenated, and all disarray resolved. While Tai Miao Peak enjoyed tranquil times, the outside world grew increasingly tumultuous with the passage of time. The grand ceremony for the three sects disciples was about to commence. Many distant cultivators had already set forth, and those with elder relatives, even if the journey was arduous, would take the initiative to bring their juniors to seek enlightenment in the three sections. Meanwhile, the distinguished young cultivators, perhaps aboard flying vessels, glided effortlessly through the skies, observing the throngs of people below, a kaleidoscope of life, diverse and vibrant. To make this disciple recruitment ceremony more vibrant, two sects broke with tradition, leading to a contest among three sects, which sparked lively discussions among numerous young individuals. Which sect should we choose? They pondered, their interest piqued. Some youths, troubled by indecision, confided in their peers. It must be Taihua Sect, they asserted, for it is reputed to be the foremost among the three sects. And such a claim must have its foundation. Is that so? Questioned another. All three sects seem ethereal, existing beyond the clouds, without having witnessed them firsthand. How can one discern the truth? Moreover, given the recent changes, both Bailan Sect and Lingjian Sect have altered their recruitment timelines. Oh, the strengths and weaknesses will soon become apparent. My family has a lineage of ancestors who have joined Taihua for cultivation, including a core disciple who aspired to the Yuanying realm. Thus, Taihua is undoubtedly supreme. If the other two sects were comparable, how could Taihua have triumphed as the champion of the Tianjiao Grand Assembly for 3 consecutive years? Yet one must not forget that our innate talents are not exceptionally distinguished. Although we possess a family legacy, our potential is limited. The family's spiritual measuring device will reveal our true aptitude. We cannot afford the naivete to chase after immortals with boundless yearning like those ignorant mortals. We must pursue reality. For ordinary individuals like us, gaining entry is feasible, but ascending is a mere fantasy. It is wiser to compare and see which sect is more benevolent towards common disciples. Evidently, it is Bailan Sect, which at least ensures a steady supply of elixirs. But you are quite naive, another retorted. Why would Bailan Sect lure disciples with elixirs? They seek to entice those destitute souls, the ignorant mortals, betting on the chance to attract a rare gem from the mundane world, polishing it to become a true inheritor. Once their goal is achieved, why would they expend vast resources to support a group of ordinary disciples? Even if you protest, time flows on. And if you fail to stand out after a century, you become mere remnants, replaced by the next generation, who will employ the same methods to draw in talent from across the land. Such debates are not uncommon. Yet, despite all calculations, gains and losses reside in the hearts of men, and a parting of ways is hardly surprising. Amidst this backdrop, the ascension of the Tai Miao Peak master and the announcement of the renowned prodigy from Nanli to recruit disciples ignited further fervor in the already bustling Nanli prefecture. In Nanli prefecture, Yuanian cultivators are formidable figures, central to the three major sects, and rarely take on disciples. When they do, it is always to accept true inheritors who receive their meticulous guidance. Furthermore, the disciples of Yuanian cultivators command respect in Nanli prefecture, especially when it pertains to a Yuanian cultivator from a prestigious sect, a promising prodigy at that. Chapter 5. The Lin family in Nanli prefecture, within the city of Yaoyang. A place of moderate power, many esteemed cultivation families reside, earning their names and respect. Among them is the Lin family, once one of the 5 great families of Yaoyang City, strong and formidable in its day, boasting an esteemed ancestor who achieved the pinnacle of the Jindan realm. Revered by many. Yet, as the tides of fortune fluctuate, their rise and fall became evident, having started from humble beginnings. The old ancestor reached the limits of the Jindan realm, but lacked both martial arts and innate talent, ultimately succumbing to despair. With the collapse of their pillar, the Lin family soon found itself coveted by outsiders. Under the combined isolation and oppression from other families, within a century, the Lin family's status and strength plummeted, threatening to erase them from the ranks of esteemed families entirely. At present, the Lin family is left with only the patriarch in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm and another elder in the early stage, both struggling to maintain their lineage. Without a transformative change, it is only a matter of time before the Lin family is utterly consumed. Once a formidable force that inspired fear, it has now fallen into decline. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Families that once allied with them have begun to distance themselves, and merely refraining from kicking them while they are down is considered a kindness. In the Lin family hall, the core members have convened, the atmosphere thick with despondency and silence. Eventually, a burly man, unable to contain his indignation, stepped forward. His chest heaved with righteous anger as he proclaimed, "The Chun family is treacherous and has gone too far. Our ancestor provided them with ample support during his lifetime, even marrying off our esteemed daughter to them, forging a bond of kinship. Had it not been for this, they would not have attained their lofty status among the 5 prominent families of Yaoyang City. Are we to relinquish our mind resources and market establishments without a fight? I cannot abide by this." The man's fury was palpable, his words resonating with conviction. Yet no one dared to respond. After a prolonged silence, the patriarch, Lin Tianyang, let out a deep sigh. His visage was pale, and weariness etched upon his face, with bloodshot eyes that betrayed his profound distress. Yaoyang City was once dominated by 4 prominent families, but it was our ancestor, possessing exceptional talent, who rose against their oppression, forcefully carving a niche for our clan and nurturing countless cultivators. Yet, despite his formidable power, he refrained from engaging in outright malevolence against the 4 families, seeking instead to maintain a semblance of peace. At that time, our family's strength relied solely on him. Had we truly antagonized the 4 families, it would have been the younger generations of our clan who would suffer first. By the time our strength had grown to rival that of the 4 families, our ancestor was already waning, and shortly thereafter, he fell. The 4 major families had long since formed an alliance, feigning amicability while harboring daggers behind their smiles. Once our ancestor was vanquished, those daggers were plunged into the heart of the Lin family. Under the surreptitious siege of the 4 families, several of our clan's prodigies were assassinated, leading to a devastating generational gap that has plunged us into an abyss from which we have yet to emerge. My ascent to the Golden Core realm is solely reliant on the spiritual resources that our clan has desperately hoarded. Yet, I am but an ordinary individual, burdened by the weight of expectations. Now, the Lin family may fall under my stewardship, and I am consumed by dread. I am not afraid of losing my life. Had I been fearful, I would not have resolutely defended Yuhua Mountain, only to be saved in the end by my uncle. But I fear the Lin family's impending annihilation, dread the 4 families descending upon us, heedless of the millions in the city, bent on our slaughter. I constantly reassure myself that those possessions were never truly ours. In that moment, Lin Tianyang was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. "Patriarch," the assembly lamented, filled with deep sorrow. Such is the cycle of rise and fall, a transformation over the span of a century. As the clan meeting concluded, The atmosphere within the Lin family hall grew heavier, the impact of the four major families rendering it even more desolate. Soon, only two figures remained in the vast, empty hall: the patriarch, Lin Tianyang, and a young boy who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years of age. "Father, we still have a way out." At that moment, the boy's clear and composed voice broke the silence, instantly capturing Lin Tianyang's attention. "Cheer, what do you mean?" Lin Tianyang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting towards the youth seated at the end of the hall. This boy, though his features remained youthful, exuded a maturity and composure that belied his age. Having previously remained silent during the clan meeting, unnoticed even by Lin Tianyang. Yet at this moment, the words he spoke resounded like thunder in Lin Tianyang's ears. With unwavering conviction, the boy declared, "Father, Yaoyang City has long been besieged. Our family has no path of retreat left. If this continues, within 30 years, once our various resources are depleted, it will be our turn. They have herded us like livestock, watching as we gradually sever our own limbs, consuming the spiritual resources of our clan without taking decisive action, merely wary of any potential trump cards our ancestors might have left us. Yet you and I both know this is merely a facade, a deceptive tactic our family employs. Our ancestor, in his final moments, sought transcendence, only to be stripped bare by heavenly tribulations, leaving us without any means of survival. This lie cannot endure for much longer. With the four families encircling us, it will be nearly impossible for us to discreetly preserve our bloodline and escape. Thus, we are left with no choice but to ascend to the heavens. I must seek to join the upper sect and learn the way." His clear voice echoed throughout the hall. Lin Tianyang, with reddened eyes, fixed his gaze on his young son. After a moment of silence, he pressed his lips together and said, "Cheer, I understand your intentions for the family, but your thoughts are overly burdened, creating barriers in your heart. That is the upper sect. The legendary cultivators of the transformation stage possess true spiritual roots. And how do you expect to gain entry? Have you forgotten that you lack a spiritual root? Most children manifest their roots by a few years of age, certainly no later than 10. Yet you are already 12. Not long ago, I was unwilling to accept this reality and personally conducted a test. The measuring device showed no response whatsoever." He had risen to his feet, a look of sorrow etched upon his face as he gazed at the composed youth, helplessly continuing, "Moreover, our family has not been without attempts. Decades ago, we sent our most gifted descendant to the upper sect. Though he was not the worst among the initiates, he did not excel and ultimately faded into obscurity, his aspirations for the golden core resulting in failure. It is even more impossible now. It is too late. Your cousin Yishuan possesses 3 spiritual roots and is the foremost among our younger generation. He would have no trouble entering the upper sect, yet even if he does, it is too late. Years later, he may seek the golden core, but by then, the Lin family will have perished. It holds no meaning." After uttering these words, he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and after a moment, he added, "I will have Yishuan provide you with a spirit-cleansing talisman. Return home and rest well." The boy, however, remained silent. Lin Tianyang opened his eyes to see Lin Shi extending a hand, his gaze fixed intently upon him, resolutely stating, "Test me once more." Since the age of 10, he had measured his spiritual roots every 3 days, each time met with unyielding stillness. Gradually, he had come to accept that he indeed possessed no spiritual root. Yet deep down, a stubborn thread compelled him to repeatedly grasp the measuring device. Though his expression remained calm, his voice began to tremble, and by the end, his bright, youthful eyes brimmed with tears. "Father, I discovered a month ago that the measuring device lit up. I thought perhaps my incessant yearning had clouded my heart. However, ever since I utilized the spirit-cleansing talisman, I have been measuring daily, even twice a day. After each measurement, I would place the talisman upon my forehead, and then gaze upon the spirit-testing instrument, which indeed illuminated brightly, confirming I was not mistaken." The youth, usually composed, now found himself overwhelmed with tears, expressing his distress. Lin Tianyang, who had always been burdened with clan affairs, was witnessing his child in such a state for the first time, and a corner of his heart felt hollow, as if struck by an invisible blade. Without uttering a word, he retrieved the spirit-testing instrument from his storage ring. This particular instrument was the finest in the Lin family, possessing high precision that would not yield erroneous results. He observed Lin Shi furrow his brow and, without hesitation, placed his hand upon the instrument. A dazzling light, akin to fiery feathers, radiated forth, layering in hues that transitioned from pale gold to deep crimson. Upon witnessing the youth before him, Lin Tianyang couldn't help but smile. Chapter 6. Reactions from all sides. The colors were rich and the spiritual light clear and profound. The instrument's mechanism whirled, and its core emitted a resonant sound. This indicated the presence of a heavenly spiritual root, a fire spiritual root. Cheer, have you informed anyone else? Lin Tianyang's heart raced with disbelief. Yet the vivid evidence before him spoke volumes of its authenticity. A tremor that resonated with his very soul invigorated the head of the Lin family, leaving him momentarily unsteady, prompting him to take a seat. Lin Qi, on the other hand, regained his composure, as if the childlike tears were not his own. With a serious demeanor, he stated, I have not disclosed my location, as it is shielded by formations. I have always measured my spiritual route in secret. He paused before continuing, moreover, everyone in the clan knows I am merely a reluctant mortal, clinging to the spirit-testing instrument day in and day out. These words jolted Lin Tianyang back from a state of emotional turmoil. A wave of bittersweet sorrow washed over him as he realized that his youngest son had matured into a resilient and steadfast young man without his notice. For a fleeting moment, he felt like a poor father and an inadequate clan leader, yet he quickly recalled that this was his own flesh and blood, a bond that could not be falsified, leading him to feel a glimmer of pride in his usefulness. Heaven has not forsaken the Lin family. As reason gradually returned, Lin Tianyang found himself able to speak steadily, the earlier heaviness in his heart dissipating. He exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, It is fortunate that no one has discovered your awakening of the spiritual root. He was already aware of the Lin family's dire plight, riddled with vulnerabilities and tainted individuals among them. Now, upon learning of this monumental good fortune regarding Lin Qi, anxiety began to creep in. Who could he trust, if discovered? Not even 10 lives would suffice to protect Qi. He pondered silently, while outwardly asking, which sect do you wish to join? Yaoyang City was indeed closest to the Spirit Sword Sect, followed closely by the Taihua Sect. A previous member of the Lin family had once joined the Spirit Sword Sect. Lin Qi remained silent for a moment before responding, Taihua Sect. Father, you and the elders are preoccupied with dealing with the various families and may not have heard that Taihua Sect's 7th peak, Tai Miao Peak, has reopened. The new peak master is a prodigy with a heavenly spiritual root, already at the Yuanying stage, who has announced intentions to accept true disciples. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyang was left utterly astonished. After a considerable pause, he spoke softly, How terrifying it is. I have only heard that 3 years ago. The Taihua Sect was shrouded in an extraordinary omen, followed by a tempest of thunder. This omen was said to signify the ascension of a formidable being within the Taihua Sect. It was later rumored that a certain individual broke through to the nascent soul stage, thus invoking the heavenly thunder. However, the timing was too close, leading to widespread speculation across the realm, with no one from the Taihua Sect stepping forward to clarify. Now it seems clear that it was that prodigy who ascended to the nascent soul stage 3 years ago, yet, having fallen and risen again. The Taihua Sect chose to remain silent until today. As he recounted these events, his gaze turned to Lin Qi, and he sighed. It is said that this distinguished individual possesses a divine root, a peerless prodigy, destined to become a nascent soul in a century. While it is common to hear of golden cores reaching 100 years, tales of a century-old nascent soul are scarcely heard, existing only in legends. Perhaps this is the fated bond between master and disciple, and it is only right for you to join the Taihua Sect. However, the means of doing so remains to be discussed. Time is of the essence. With less than a month remaining, you must travel swiftly as a golden core. He urged the clan elder to proceed, yet the elder, being a golden core, faced substantial challenges and had to use a high-grade concealment talisman. You are small in stature. Remember not to act recklessly, and let the elder guide you to the Taihua Sect. Lin Qi, you are our only hope. A great distance away, in the depths of the Bailing Sect, within the majestic and layered halls, the Tai Miao Peak had chosen this moment to arrive. How fortuitous, yet vexing. The Bailing Sect master wore an expression of fury, the hall echoing with his wrath, as only one person stood by. He paid no heed to the chaos he unleashed, revealing his late-stage nascent soul prowess, leaving the hall in disarray. Beside him, a middle-aged figure in a blue robe remained indifferent, observing the enraged Bailing Sect master with a calm demeanor. I advised you long ago that it was premature. Even with the former peak master's demise, the current Taihua Sect is beyond the reach of our 2 sects' combined might. Now, in our desperate scramble for disciples, we risk losing our dignity. The Taihua Sect is not without its temper. If provoked, they will not hold back. The blue-robed man spoke quietly, cradling a sword and leaning against a dragon-carved jade pillar. After a lengthy outburst, the Bailing Sect master regained his composure and, with an expression devoid of emotion, inquired, Is there truly no alternative? The blue-robed man shrugged. In ordinary circumstances, our 2 sects would simply raise the stakes until the Taihua Sect capitulated. Yet now, this is no longer feasible. The fame of that prodigy has spread far and wide since the Golden Core stage, becoming the inspiration for many a dream among cultivators. You are always too eager for immediate results. The time has not yet come to tear faces. However, we must now endure the consequences. The Bailing sect master's gaze turned icy, and he refrained from responding. The blue-robed man continued, ultimately, we may find ourselves retreating with our tails between our legs. Yet, what is done cannot be undone. Your Bailing sect's promise of elixirs is merely to attract the unsuspecting. If you place your hopes on unearthing a hidden gem among mortals, be prepared for the futility of your efforts. Such endeavors are not so easily achieved. If you truly wish to seize disciples, it would be wiser for your esteemed ancestor to personally intervene, proclaiming that a transformation realm cultivator is accepting disciples. Even the prodigy of Tai Miao Peak would have to yield temporarily. The blue-robed man shook his head with a derisive snort. The leader of the Bailing sect gazed anxiously at the blue-clad cultivator, exclaiming, "You, wielding a sword, have become increasingly unrestrained in your words. Must you not cease? How could our esteemed ancestor be a subject of such reckless discussion? The might of the Taihua Sect is formidable, having seized more than half of our finest disciples. With less than 50% remaining to be divided between our two sects, my actions are but a means to ensure a more favorable existence for both our factions. Otherwise, in a few centuries, what will remain of the three sects in the southernly state? Do not forget, among the direct disciples of this generation, how many from your clan can truly uphold the legacy? As for my Bailing sect, we have little to boast. Yet is your Lingjian sect in a better position? How many among you can truly master your revered sword techniques? In a few generations, there may not even be anyone left to wield a sword. You might as well have your ancestor personally take on a disciple. For what allure is there in merely imparting knowledge? Ultimately, it is still destined to fall under your leadership as the Lingjian sect's master. Would it not be wiser to serve as a disciple under the illustrious talents of Tai Miao Peak? In any case, I shall not waver, if it comes to it. I shall meet my end at the foot of Taihua Mountain. As the sect leader, who would dare to criticize my commitment to our sect? His voice grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 7. The grand ceremony outside the Taihua Sect. The influence of the sect was immense, with numerous bustling towns surrounding its gates, now teeming with an overwhelming influx of people. Many who had never set foot in Taihua Sect were irresistibly drawn by the ethereal sight of the mountains, shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of immortals. The founding site of Taihua Sect is renowned as the most spiritually potent location in all of southernly state, said to have been established by its founder a millennium ago, featuring 7 main peaks and hundreds of smaller ones, with a multitude of disciples. Is this truly Taihua Sect? What a beautiful place. In one town, a handsome youth gazed upwards at the enchanting mountain enveloped in mist, his expression lost in wonder. Beside him stood an elderly man, seemingly on the brink of death, yet radiating an extraordinary aura. Indeed, a scene from a dream. The elder, visibly astonished, reflected on his life confined within the confines of Yaoyang City, entangled in the rivalries of noble families. He had once believed the 5 prominent families to be immensely powerful, yet now, in comparison to the colossal Taihua Sect, they seemed insignificant. Ah, in my youth, I too harbored such aspirations. The elder sighed contentedly, observing Lin Shi ahead, his heart swelling with boundless anticipation and envy. With such a prodigious descendant as Lin Shi in our Lin family, I am satisfied. I ask for nothing more. The clan elder mused. He was a relative of the Lin family head, one of the few golden core cultivators within the clan, and the sole person to inform Lin Shi of his possession of a heavenly spiritual root. To safeguard Lin Shi, Lin Tianyang had exercised utmost caution, and under the covert protection of this golden core elder, they had safely arrived at Taihua Sect without incident. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the atmosphere outside Taihua Sect remained vibrantly alive, with no one able to find peace in slumber. Even meditation and cultivation were difficult to maintain, as all awaited the momentous opening of Taihua Sect on the morrow. Since returning to Tai Miao Peak, Zhou Qingchen had tirelessly resumed his cultivation day and night. The terrifying enhancement brought forth by his starry spiritual root captivated him, and as he felt the burgeoning power of the nascent soul within, Zhou Qingchen was immensely gratified. The myriad stars cascaded down like a celestial river, and the profound essence of the cosmos was drawn into his being, enhancing the enigmatic and resplendent star mark upon his brow. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony. I hope it does not disappoint. A ripple stirred in Zhou Qingchen's heart, a fleeting thought passing by. On the morrow, as the sun ascended and vibrant clouds adorned the sky, the resonant and sonorous chime of bells echoed for miles, unleashing a multitude of spiritual lights from the 7 peaks. A magnificent golden portal emerged in the heavens, and the powerful characters of Taihua Sect gradually came into focus. In an instant, the crowd that had gathered outside the mountain gate erupted in excitement. From the golden entrance, figures stepped forth, powerful and poised in the air. The grand ceremony for accepting disciples had officially commenced. A solemn and commanding voice boomed like thunder, igniting the fervor of all present. "We are the esteemed elders of the 7 peaks of Taihua Sect." The 7 figures stood proudly aloft, speaking in unison. Among them was Zhang Yi from the temporary Tai Miao Peak, each one a master of the Golden Core stage. Behind them stood numerous Golden Core elders and Foundation establishment stewards. This spectacle left many who had never before visited Taihua Sect in awe. Those revered as celestial beings. The Golden Core cultivators were not a rarity within the sect. Amidst the throng, Lin Qi gazed at the 7 esteemed elders, pondering. Over a century ago, during the zenith of the Lin family, my great-grandfather was already at the peak of the Golden Core stage, commanding unparalleled respect in the entire Yaoyang city. Yet, merely a chief elder of a single peak in Taihua Sect could wield such power. This realization filled him with admiration and provided a more vivid understanding of Taihua Sect's might. Under the arrangement of the 7 chief elders, the disciple acceptance ceremony commenced. "All youths, step forward." An amiable elder chuckled warmly. In that moment, all the young boys and girls, filled with nervous anticipation, left their elders' sides and moved toward the plaza. "It's up to you now, Chier," the Lin family elder silently prayed as he watched Lin Qi blend into the crowd. A kind-eyed chief elder nodded slightly, saying, "I hope you all can pass this first trial." The rules for the assessment were then announced. The first step is the talent test. "The heavenly pillar is our sect's artifact for evaluating aptitude," the chief elder proclaimed with clarity. "This pillar will thoroughly awaken the spiritual roots within you, offering a small opportunity to discern your affinity for the immortal path. The outcome lies in this moment." With a wave of his sleeve, a stone pillar several feet tall materialized, adorned with mystical engravings and shimmering with spiritual light. This treasure categorizes talent into 5 grades, corresponding to the 5 types of spiritual roots, each level invoking a different phenomenon, the elder elaborated. The colors of the phenomena corresponded to the 5 elements: white, green, black, red, and yellow. The purer the color, the higher the aptitude. Now, the testing begins. All the talented youths formed a long queue, embarking on the journey to assess their spiritual roots. At the summit of Tai Miao Peak, amidst a sea of clouds, Zhou Qingchen sat in meditation, concluding his training, and slowly opened his eyes, a silver glimmer flashing within. His consciousness instantly enveloped the disciple selection ceremony outside the Taihua Sect. The gifted disciples must surely be the cream of the crop among the exceptional celestial roots. He wondered if any such individuals were among them. Zhou Qingchen mused silently, perceiving a myriad of bright spirits within the crowd, and one individual whose dantian shone like a resplendent sun, suggesting an extraordinary awakened root. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brows, spotting a composed youth standing amidst the throng. "Could it be you?" he whispered softly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Next, it was Lin Qi's turn. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, no matter how composed he tried to be, he remained but a child, his heart racing and hands trembling. "Do not be anxious. Place your hands upon it," an elder beside him gently encouraged. "I can do it." Lin Qi's gaze sharpened, resolute in his decision. He possessed a fire-type celestial root. There could be no mistake. The moment his palm made contact with the towering pillar, his dantian surged with spiritual energy. In an instant, the stone column radiated a brilliant crimson light, a golden sun soaring into the heavens, its dazzling glow enveloping the area for dozens of yards. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Lin Qi, extraordinary aptitude, fire-type celestial root. The chief elder's eyes widened in disbelief, mechanically reciting the words as astonishment filled his heart. This was simply unfathomable. A celestial root of the highest caliber. In the past few millennia in Nanli Prefecture, only one person had possessed such a trait, and it was the exceptional Zhou Qingchen, the current peak master. Amidst the collective astonishment, a formidable aura suddenly descended. From the direction of Tai Miao Peak, a figure strode through the air, garments billowing elegantly. The crowd turned to behold a silver, ethereal light converging, revealing a young man in white, standing aloft like a deity, celestial patterns shimmering upon his forehead, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. Chapter 8. The Selection of Disciples. Salutations to the Peak Master. The elders presiding over the disciple selection ceremony regained their composure and bowed respectfully. As their words fell, all eyes were drawn to the scene, filled with admiration and awe. The number 1 prodigy of Nanli Prefecture, the newly appointed master of Tai Miao Peak. Without needing further explanation, everyone understood the reason for Zhou Qingchen's presence. In the next moment, several more powerful auras soared from within the Taihua Sect, as the other 6 peak masters arrived. The serious and composed Tuoba Yuan descended slowly from the sky, flanked by the other peak masters. Clearly, Everyone had been drawn to the anomaly created by Lin Qi. Salutations to the sect master. Greetings to all esteemed peak masters. The crowd, greatly shaken, hurriedly bowed. Gazing at Lin Qi, the peak masters were profoundly astonished, falling into a momentary silence. Once they regained their wits, they began to congratulate Zhou Qingchen. Little junior brother, congratulations on acquiring such an excellent disciple ahead of time. I truly thought you were jesting. I never expected a second celestial root to emerge. The senior brothers and sisters expressed their astonishment, unable to mask the tumult of emotions surging within them. The elder of the Lin family was ecstatic, clearly observing the expressions of the 7 peak masters, especially the satisfied demeanor of the master of Tai Miao Peak. Was Zhou Qingchen pleased? Naturally, he was. A fire-type celestial root. The system's electronic voice resonated appropriately, detecting the host's intention for selecting disciples. Name: Lin Qi. Bone age: 12. Talent: exceptional fire spiritual root, fire vein, extraordinary aptitude. Cultivation: none. Technique: none. Spell: none. Character: 98. Zhou Qingchen felt a sense of calm as his gaze pierced through the throng, landing on the resolute and refined young boy at the center of the square. Indeed, I hope you excel in the second round. Zhou Qingchen spoke softly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Undoubtedly, he would be my first disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi's heart raced, and his face flushed with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully declared, I shall not disappoint your expectations, esteemed elder. The crowd in the square gazed at Lin Qi with envy. Let us proceed, Zhou Qingchen announced. Several peak masters remained, gathering their spiritual energy to form a platform, sitting upon it to observe this year's disciple selection ceremony. The testing continued, and this time, the candidates displayed remarkable talent, with many possessing true spiritual roots of 3 elements, while an abundance of ordinary 4-element roots were present, all able to pass the first test of the Taihua Sect. Conversely, those lacking spiritual roots or possessing pseudo-spiritual roots of the 5 elements were utterly eliminated. Unless they had extraordinary fortuity, their future achievements would likely be limited. Su Ruotian, Golden Earth Spiritual Root. Exceptional aptitude. One of the chief elders exclaimed with excitement, his voice ringing out. This individual is currently the most gifted, apart from Lin Qi. The true disciples of each peak possess dual attributes of Earth's spiritual roots, their cultivation seemingly blessed by the heavens. This was an unassuming young man, who now appeared stunned, seemingly unable to believe the announcement. You may stand aside for now. The second round is yet to come. The chief elder nodded slightly, visibly pleased. Du Yunner, dual water, and with spiritual roots. Immediately following, the chief elder's voice echoed again with astonishment, momentarily rendering him numb. 2 consecutive dual spiritual root prodigies. Coupled with the rarest of heavenly spiritual roots, Taihua Sect had indeed struck gold. This was a girl with striking features and an extraordinary aura, suggesting a distinguished lineage. The peak masters exchanged glances of surprise. With 2 dual spiritual roots, they too felt the desire to take on disciples. Junior brother, are you truly not considering this young girl as a true disciple? Asked the senior sister, Jiang Mingyue, from the side. Zhou Qingchen understood her intentions. He gently shook his head and smiled, saying, Sister, there is no need for formality. If you wish to take her as a true disciple, she is yours. Jiang Mingyue immediately beamed with joy. Previously, she was the only one among the peak masters without a true disciple. Now that she had finally found a suitable candidate, she did not wish to let the opportunity slip away. However, the subsequent selections yielded no exceptions, with all candidates possessing 3 spiritual roots or lesser. Finally, as the test concluded and the afternoon sun began to wane, the announcement echoed. A total of 13,200 individuals have passed. The last elder proclaimed loudly, and those who succeeded rejoiced, while the majority who did not pass were left in a gloomy mood. The chief elder remained unmoved, calmly stating, Do not rejoice too soon. Those who have passed the first trial. The second trial tests one's character. If your resolve is not steadfast, even if you succeed in the first trial, you shall be eliminated. The youthful participants, previously elated, gradually sobered, their expressions turning grave, for they were well aware of the peculiarities surrounding the second trial. Soon, you shall be drawn into an illusion, where you will endure various unforeseen tribulations and suffering. However, as long as you remain true to your essence, unwavering and resolute, and persist for a mere quarter of an hour, you shall surely prevail. Now, let the second trial commence. The chief elder of Tai Miao Peak nodded, and with a flourish of his sleeve, 8 delicate array flags swept through the air, descending into 8 distinct directions, enveloping those who had passed the first trial. He then formed intricate seals with his hands, and various mysterious patterns emerged, quietly activating an illusionary array designed to test one's character, seamlessly pulling everyone into a surreal realm. Where am I? Lin Shi opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar surroundings before him. This is my room? A sense of disorientation washed over Lin Shi, as if he had overlooked something crucial. Young master, something terrible has happened. A servant rushed in, his face a mask of terror. What is the matter that you are in such a panic? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. The servant collapsed to the ground, struggling to speak, the patriarch. He was besieged by the heads of the 4 great families while guarding the family's spiritual vein, gravely wounded and forced to flee. Not only have we lost the spiritual vein, but Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. The servant buried his head lower, trembling as he continued. Even the patriarch's golden core has shattered, and his cultivation has been completely destroyed. Lin Shi felt as though his mind had exploded, his eyes turning blood red. Ignoring the servant's pleas, he dashed toward the family hall. The faces of those he encountered were filled with alarm. Upon reaching the hall, he found it already crowded with numerous high-ranking members of the clan. His father, drenched in blood and exuding a feeble aura, sat at the helm. Father! Lin Shi exclaimed in horror, overwhelmed with grief. Cheer, the Lin family is doomed. My golden core has been ruined, and I am beyond saving. You must take the remaining elite and the younger generation and escape from Yaoyang City. Lin Tianyang spoke in a despondent tone. Lin Shi shook his head vehemently. Impossible. I cannot abandon you, father. Lin Tianyang began to cough violently, scolding, unfilial son. Do you wish for the Lin family to perish in our generation? You must leave, whether you want to or not. Lin Shi's expression was one of sorrow and defiance. His mind felt blank, and an overwhelming rage threatened to engulf him, rendering clear thought elusive. This turmoil continued for an indeterminate duration. No, something was amiss. At a certain moment, a flicker of doubt arose within Lin Shi. Father, did I not go with the ancestor to attend the Taihua Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony? Lin Shi gradually regained some composure and inquired. Cheer, what are you talking about? The recruitment ceremony of the 3 sects has long since passed. Lin Tianyang responded weakly. That cannot be. I distinctly awakened my heavenly spiritual root. Lin Shi shook his head, introspecting within himself, only to be horrified to discover that there was no heavenly spiritual root. His dantian was a void of chaos, with not a trace of spiritual energy cultivated. Was this a fleeting dream? Lin Shi stood there, lost in thought. Cheer, we can no longer delay. I shall summon several elders to escort you, Lin Tianyang said, trembling as he rose to his feet. Leave? Where do you intend to go? None of you shall depart today. A mocking voice echoed, causing the faces of the onlookers to change drastically as they exited the grand hall. Above the Lin residence, 4 imposing figures hovered in the air, emanating a terrifying aura. 4 late-stage golden elixirs. Lin Tianyang's expression turned despondent as he collapsed to the ground. And even Lin Shi felt a chill envelop his heart. The Lin family was doomed. This thought, like a malevolent spell, intensified within Lin Shi's mind, rendering his expression one of profound anguish and instilling within him an overwhelming fear. Who could save the Lin family? Lin Shi's heart screamed in frustration, resenting his own powerlessness, as he could only watch his enemies prepare for slaughter. If only he were stronger. Indeed, I hope you can excel in the second trial. In a fleeting moment, Lin Shi suddenly recalled the words of the master of Tai Miao Peak. No, this is false. In that instant, it was as if he had broken free from shackles. Clarity washed over his spirit unprecedentedly, rendering everything around him incapable of affecting him in the slightest. He felt a surge of understanding as the previously magnified despair, anger, and fear dissipated entirely, along with the surrounding scenery crumbling into oblivion. Outside, the head of the 7 peaks observed the countless struggling youths within the illusionary array. Their expressions contorted in pain. His countenance remained tranquil while his spiritual consciousness engaged in fervent discourse. Within just a quarter of an hour, 2,000 had already succumbed and fallen unconscious. Tuoba Yuan remarked quietly. Su Xianjun lowered his head, observing a few exceptional individuals among the crowd, nodding in approval. Those who can endure possess commendable will. Their resolve during cultivation will be sufficiently steadfast, making them promising candidates for the path of immortality. As the few exchanged insights, they did not neglect to discuss those who performed admirably. These prodigies were the ones they held in high regard. Most of Zhou Qingtian's attention remained fixated on Lin Shi, witnessing firsthand the pain and struggle etched across Lin Shi's face. Yet, as time progressed, Lin Shi's expression occasionally revealed a glimmer of clarity, ultimately settling into complete tranquility. In the next moment, Lin Shi opened his eyes. The previous haze vanished like the ebbing tide, replaced by lucidity. Zhou Qingtian smiled, waving his sleeve, and Lin Shi felt the world spin as he was instantaneously transported to Zhou Qingtian's altar. You have passed the heart's trial, he stated. Lin Shi's heart raced. The once seemingly unattainable existence, as lofty as the moon, now stood before him. Zhou Qingchen retracted his smile, his demeanor turning solemn and authoritative. He parted his lips, his voice resonating clearly in Lin Qi's ears. Lin Qi, do you wish to join Tai Miao Peak and become my foremost disciple? Without hesitation, Lin Qi knelt and performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Disciple pays respect to master. Chapter 9. The Supreme Immortal Sutra. Lin Qi gazed at Zhou Qingchen, the restlessness in his heart finally settling. The fate of the Lin family had been sealed, and Zhou Qingchen would be his lifelong master. The crowd erupted in joyous laughter, congratulating him. Congratulations, junior brother, on acquiring such an excellent disciple. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction and said to Lin Qi, now, pay your respects to your esteemed uncles. Lin Qi took a deep breath and respectfully bowed to Taihua Yuan and the others, saying, Disciple Lin Qi, greetings to all esteemed uncles. Taihua Yuan laughed heartily, his mood quite jovial. Nephew, there is no need for such formalities, he replied, as a flicker of light emanated from the spatial ring on his finger, conjuring a small porcelain vial from thin air. This is a 4th-tier low-grade Yuan Hengdan. Although you cannot consume it immediately, gradual refinement will significantly accelerate your cultivation progress. Taihua Yuan spoke gently. Lin Qi's expression turned to one of astonishment. This was a pill for the nascent soul realm. He instinctively glanced at his master. Zhou Qingchen nodded and said, quickly thank your uncle. Obediently, Lin Qi accepted the vial, while the others kindly presented their own gifts, each a treasure of considerable worth. All right, let us set these aside for now, Zhou Qingchen said with a smile, casually handing Lin Qi a spatial ring. Upon receiving it, Lin Qi discovered that the inner space of this ring was remarkably vast, even surpassing that of his father's storage spirit tool. For a moment, he felt as if he were in a daze. Those figures who once loomed above him were now within his reach, and possessions that had previously seemed unattainable were now firmly held in his grasp. The value of the gifts from the several uncles alone far exceeded the accumulated wealth of the Lin family over the centuries. The shift in status was indeed stark. Lin Qi contemplated. The second trial was nearing its conclusion, with a portion of the disciples awakening before the end, all exhibiting commendable performance. Among the remaining participants, those who managed to stay conscious were deemed successful, while those who succumbed to unconsciousness were eliminated. Ultimately, 8,700 disciples triumphed in both trials and successfully entered the Taihua Sect, a number nearly 3,000 higher than previous years. The heads of the sect expressed their astonishment. The newly accepted disciples felt a wave of relief wash over them, their spirits lifted, while those eliminated in the second trial were left in a state of frustration and dismay. From over 67,000 participants, only 8,700 remained. The crowd sighed in disbelief. As the disciple selection ceremony concluded, the previously agreed-upon peak masters began to choose their disciples. Du Yuner, would you be willing to become my first true disciple? Jiang Mingyue inquired softly, maintaining her authoritative demeanor in front of others. Du Yuner was more than eager. She had not anticipated that besides the master of Tai Miao Peak, the master of Taihua Peak would also be accepting a direct disciple. She quickly nodded, exclaiming, Disciple is willing. I pay my respects to my master. The unexpected outcome elicited envy among the young men and women in the square, many wishing they could take her place. However, they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Junior brother? The other senior brothers and sisters smiled and nodded at Zhou Qingchen. Understanding the unspoken cue, Zhou Qingchen first selected another dual spirit root disciple, Su Ruotian. You may join my Tai Miao Peak as my second true disciple. Do you accept? He inquired. Su Ruotian was instantly filled with joy. Coming from an ordinary background, he had recently discovered his exceptional talent. Yet he did not dare to hope for a position under the peak master, especially with a prodigy like Lin Qi ahead of him. To his surprise, the master was willing to accept him as the second true disciple. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Disciple is willing. Su Ruotian replied respectfully. Zhou Qingchen had his own thoughts in mind. Although Su Ruotian did not meet the criteria for apprenticeship in the system, he possessed a spiritual root, and his talent had reached the level of the true disciples of various peaks. Currently, Tai Miao Peak was in a phase of lacking disciples, and Zhou Qingchen did not mind accepting an additional true disciple to infuse fresh blood into Tai Miao Peak. With proper nurturing, it was possible that he could inherit the position of the next master of Tai Miao Peak. After all, Lin Qi's talent was exceedingly high, and he might not be distracted by the management of Tai Miao Peak in the future. Of course, this was merely Zhou Qingchen's whimsical thought. The specifics would have to be discussed in the future. The grand ceremony concluded successfully, and there were matters to address with the elders at home. They could return to the mountain gate tomorrow morning, where the elders of the sect would assist in their arrangements. Should there be no further instructions, they could follow them back to the sect. The chief elder reminded the disciples. Consequently, a small portion of the disciples returned to the sect with the elders, while the majority first reunited with their family elders. Zhou Qingchen, aware that Lin Qi and Su Ruotian had matters to address, offered them a few words of advice before allowing them to leave, discreetly dispatching someone to keep watch to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As everyone departed, the ceremony came to a splendid conclusion. Above the vast sea of clouds, Zhou Qingchen finally found a moment of respite to review the system's reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task. Reward: 1 supreme celestial scripture. Congratulations to the host for a stroke of luck. You have obtained an emperor-level technique for the first time. Zhou Qingchen was immediately taken aback. An emperor-level technique. The very name suggested its unparalleled nature, and it was undoubtedly among the finest in the celestial realm. The system is currently adapting and deducing the technique. Adaptation successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the emperor-level technique Di Chun Han Yuan Jing. In an instant, Zhou Qingchen felt an incessant resonance of the Tao's sound deep within his sea of consciousness, manifesting the shadow of an emperor across the firmament. Celestial light enveloped the space. A brilliant silver star remained steadfast at the center, surrounded by countless smaller stars, exuding an aura of majesty, nobility, and mystery, causing the entire realm of consciousness to tremble. There was no greater enlightenment than this. Zhou Qingchen, seated in contemplation, began to refine this technique. Under the system's direct guidance, he felt as if he were inherently destined to practice this technique, exhibiting remarkable proficiency. Surrounded by silver starlight, his aura soared steadily. Late-stage nascent soul. Nascent soul, great perfection. Finally, Zhou Qingchen opened his eyes. The silver starlight pulsated, and his aura had firmly stabilized at this realm, continuing to solidify. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving 200,000 task points. The current attribute panel of the host is as follows. Name: Zhou Qingchen. Talent: Star Dao Spiritual Root. Cultivation: Nascent Soul, Great Perfection. Technique: Di Chun Han Yuan Jing. Spells: Tai Miao Aurora Sword, Tai by Golden Light Slash. Xian Guang Unification, Jietian Technique. Weapon: Xian Ji Star Sword. Task points: 200,000. The system shop is now open. Would you like to view it? Zhou Qingchen immediately chose to view it and was instantly dazzled by the array of stunning items before him. 9th tier Supreme Spirit Treasure. Stacking Heaven Ruler. 150,000 task points. 9th tier Supreme Technique Tian Yuan Gong. 160,000 task points. Chapter 10. The Aura of Power at the Summit of the Cloud Sea. Zhou Qingchen sat in meditation, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The clouds roiled and the radiance of the stars shone brilliantly. The other 6 peaks were filled with uncertainty as their masters cast glances towards the pinnacle of Tai Miao Peak, concealed by the array. They could only vaguely sense an overwhelming aura. Could it be that the junior disciple has broken through? Outside the Taihua Sect, within an inn, the creaking of the door announced the entrance of a handsome youth, around 12 or 13 years of age, Lin Qi. "Qi'er," the elder exclaimed, rushing to greet him. "Elder." Lin Qi responded, his voice brimming with excitement. The crisis facing the Lin family has been completely overcome. In that moment, tears welled in the elder's eyes, feeling that all the years of oppression had been worth it. With Lin Qi's presence, the future of the Lin family would be tenfold, even 100-fold stronger than before. Once the elder regained his composure, he said, "I have already sent word to the family head about your recognition as a true disciple. Moreover, news travels swiftly. The fact that a true disciple is being accepted by the esteemed Taihua Sect will soon be known throughout the entire Southernly Prefecture. Our Lin family's prodigy is now a true disciple of Tai Miao Peak." Lin Qi smiled. "Elder, I believe the other 4 families that once sought to suppress us in Yaoyang City will no longer dare to bully the Lin family. If they attempt to provoke us again, you might consider presenting them with this," he said coldly, revealing an object from his hand. The elder felt the faint waves emanating from it and inquired, "What is this?" Lin Qi lifted his gaze slightly and replied, "This is a low-grade 4th-tier talisman gifted to me by Elder Bai of Taiching Peak, capable of unleashing a force equivalent to the full strength of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator." The elder was taken aback, quickly gesturing, "This is absolutely unacceptable. How can you bring the protective artifact bestowed upon you by the Peak Master back to the Lin family for use?" "It's all right," Lin Qi reassured him. "I will be secluding myself at Tai Miao Peak for the foreseeable future. Without establishing my foundation, my master will not permit me to descend the mountain. You must take this talisman back to the clan. Only then can I feel at ease." Lin Qi spoke with determination. "Without a means to deter the power of the other families, I would be helpless to trouble my master if the Lin family were threatened while I am far away at the Taihua Sect. My status will instill fear. But for the sake of profit, conflicts may still arise. Only with formidable power to safeguard myself can I engage with them on equal terms. He was acutely aware of the Lin family's position and spoke earnestly. Finally, the elders solemnly accepted the fourth-tier talisman. As the news of the grand ceremony of the Taihua Sect spread across the southernly prefecture, it reached every corner with the flow of people. The names of Lin Qi, Su Ruotian, and Du Yun'er resounded throughout the region, their status instantly elevated to an unattainable height, akin to that of the 7 esteemed disciples. Particularly, Lin Qi's reputation soared due to his exceptional celestial root, sparking speculation about whether he might become the next Zhou Qingchen, the next young nascent soul true monarch. A century hence, at the Bailan sect, Song Ke stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing outside with a countenance shrouded in uncertainty. Jian Wuming. Come forth for a discussion, he commanded at a moment's notice, producing a communication talisman. The talisman flickered before settling down. Tai Miao Peak, an exceptional celestial root. The sect leader of Bailan murmured, his gaze sharpening. In Yaoyang City, at the Lin residence, the atmosphere was charged with exuberance during the clan meeting. No one could suppress their joy. Good, 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 exclaimed Lin Tianyang, the clan patriarch, repeatedly, his fists clenched tightly. Patriarch, the heads of the Wei, Shun, and Lu families seek an audience. Came the news from outside the hall. The assembly within responded with sardonic laughter. Those 3 families, the treacherous wolves, had recently sought to position themselves behind the 4 great families, attempting to exploit the Lin family's resources. How dare they still show their faces to request an audience? Indeed, adversity reveals true character. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself, a clan elder remarked coldly. Upon hearing of Lin Qi's accomplishments, the clan members were astounded to learn that their patriarch and young master had secretly achieved such a significant milestone. Lin Qi had become a true disciple of the Taihua Sect. Instantly, their standing transformed dramatically. While these opportunists swiftly took action, the remaining 4 great families of Yaoyang City, Chun, Ling, He, and Gu, had already convened. The heads of these families wore expressions of fluctuating emotions. What shall we do? Inquired the patriarch of the Qin family, his brow furrowed. His own child had also joined Taihua Mountain, but as a mere ordinary disciple, far inferior to a true disciple of a peak. Little did he anticipate that the Lin family would experience a rebirth in their time of peril. Had he known of Lin Qi's remarkable abilities, he would have ensured the Lin family's demise. The patriarch of the He family, known for his simplistic and fiery temperament, exclaimed, "So what if he has just joined the Taihua Sect? Are we to let this opportunity slip away? I propose we take advantage of their current revelry and annihilate the Lin family. I refuse to believe that the nascent soul true monarch would eliminate all 4 of our families." The other 3 patriarchs regarded him with expressions of incredulity, retorting coldly, "We do not know if our families would perish, but should you dare to act upon such folly, you would surely be slain publicly by the nascent soul true monarch by dawn." The patriarch of the Ling family sighed. At this rate, the Lin family's rise is inevitable. It is not merely the backing of the Taihua Sect. Consider Lin Qi's extraordinary talent. The patriarch of the Gu family could not help but gasp in astonishment. With a celestial root, combined with guidance from a master of the nascent soul realm, it is truly unfathomable. He is destined to become a nascent soul. You are indeed short-sighted. Another remarked. The head of the Qin family cast a glance at him and remarked, how could such a terrifying prodigy possibly remain merely at the nascent soul stage? Ascending to the transformation stage should not pose a challenge, especially considering that the 3 major sects boast formidable transformation experts. With the talent possessed by this master and disciple duo, their future achievements will undoubtedly eclipse those of the transformation experts who have long secluded themselves within their sections. He posed a rhetorical question. Do you think they might surpass the transformation stage? The other 3 fell silent, pondering. What did it signify to transcend the transformation stage? They were uncertain, yet they knew that across the vast expanse of the southern wilderness and even the surrounding major states, no such individuals existed. The strongest among their 4 great families were merely at the late golden core stage, not even reaching the nascent soul. How could they possibly compete with the current Lin family? The Lin family, which had endured oppression from several clans for decades yet had not been extinguished. Instead, they had produced a prodigious child, elevating the entire family's status. Everyone understood the significance of a disciple with a heavenly root among prodigies. The esteem with which the peak master regarded Lin Qi was beyond their imagination. The head of the Ling family sighed. The heads of the major families were astute, able to discern the implications, and thus, the only avenue left was to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Lin family. At the very least, they hoped that should the Lin family grow powerful in the future, they would not seek total annihilation. Would they? The family heads were unsure, for they had previously exerted considerable pressure on the Lin family. Chapter 11. The soul lamp on the following day. All disciples who had passed the trials gathered early at the entrance of the Taihua Sect, having completed their formalities with their family elders, eagerly awaiting the elders of the sect to usher them inside. Lin Shi, Su Ruotian, and Du Yun'er, clearly the center of attention, were approached by numerous young talents seeking to befriend them, as their current status was indeed extraordinary. Through their conversations, they became more acquainted with one another. Du Yun'er hailed from a notable lineage, being the daughter of the Du family from the city of Lihua, a powerful entity ranked among the top 3 cities in the southernly state. Her father, the head of the Du family, was a consummate golden core expert. Furthermore, they had an esteemed ancestor within their clan, a formidable figure at the early nascent soul stage. Though not comparable to the 3 major sects, they were still a formidable presence among the second-tier powers. In contrast, Su Ruotian's background was relatively ordinary, with no golden core experts within his clan. After a lengthy exchange among the thousands of disciples, a dozen figures emerged from the Taihua Sect, consisting of the stewards and elders of the 7 peaks. Zhang Yi found Lin Shi and Su Ruotian, enveloping them in spiritual energy as they soared directly towards Tai Miao Peak. The remaining elders attended to the other disciples bound for Tai Miao Peak. After a brief flight of over a minute, Zhang Yi brought the 2 closer to Tai Miao Peak. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian gazed in awe at the towering peak, piercing the clouds like a sword cleaving the heavens. Zhang Yi smiled and introduced, "This is our Tai Miao Peak." Each of the 7 peaks of Taihua Sect has its own distinct characteristics, and Tai Miao Peak is renowned for its steepness, standing as the highest peak of the sect. It serves as the training ground for the peak master, true disciples, core disciples, and certain elders, while ordinary disciples are typically scattered among the neighboring peaks surrounding the main peak. The peak master has issued an order. I shall lead you directly to meet him. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Henceforth, they would cultivate within the realms of Tai Miao Peak. At last, the 3 arrived at the summit of Tai Miao Peak. It was a scene of ethereal beauty, shrouded in mist, adorned with intricately carved railings and jade-like structures, with pavilions and palaces interconnected. This was the abode of the peak master, although he spent most of his time in seclusion at his cultivation grounds. Zhang Yi smiled as he introduced the place, gesturing towards the sea of clouds above. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian gazed upwards, witnessing a figure clad in white amidst the swirling clouds, exuding an aura as profound and boundless as the ocean, radiating an overwhelming brilliance akin to another sun in the daytime. "Master," Lin Shi whispered in reverence, captivated by the unforgettable sight. Zhou Qingchen suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, he emanated an aura of tremendous power, having gained immense benefits from practicing the Emperor's celestial harmony scripture, far surpassing his previous self. In an instant, he appeared beside the 3. Zhang Yi then excused himself and departed from the peak. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian felt as though they could hardly breathe. Despite knowing that Zhou Qingchen was now their master, the terrifying sight of his yuan in cultivation left them feeling ensnared by a formidable presence. "Fear not. I shall not alarm you any longer." Zhou Qingchen retracted his overwhelming aura. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian felt a wave of relief wash over them. Taking a moment to assess his newly accepted disciples, Zhou Qingchen inquired, "Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Tai Miao Peak?" Lin Shi and Su Ruotian exchanged glances before solemnly stating, "We only know that Tai Miao Peak has been sealed for several centuries and has only recently reopened." Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly, leading them to a secluded hall at the mountain's summit, surrounded by dense bamboo groves, a place of refreshing tranquility. The hall, though not grand in scale, emanated an ancient, enduring aura, clearly a relic of the past. Upon entering, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian looked around in curiosity. "Master, what is this place?" they asked, observing their surroundings. The great hall featured a long staircase ascending to the front, flanked by tiered stone platforms that narrowed as they rose. Atop the highest platform, numerous memorial tablets were displayed, numbering around 20 to 30. Below these tablets, a radiant 18-petal lotus lamp burned brightly, its crimson flames flickering as if alive. Zhou Qingchen spoke earnestly. "This is the soul hall of Tai Miao Peak, a place for the soul lamps and the memorial tablets of the esteemed peak masters who have graced Tai Miao Peak over the millennia." Lin Shi and Su Ruotian, upon hearing this, straightened themselves and bowed thrice alongside Zhou Qingchen. He continued, "The soul lamp is a spiritual object intricately connected to the practitioner, possessing a high rank, and is not typically crafted by ordinary sections. In ancient times, a drop of the practitioner's blood and a trace of their soul consciousness were sealed within the lamp through a secret method. As long as the practitioner's life endures, the soul lamp will not extinguish. It serves as a treasured artifact for many sects to ascertain the life and death of their disciples." Zhou Qingchen spoke softly. However, later on, the demonic path flourished throughout the world, with fiends conjuring malevolent arts to kill from afar using the souls preserved in soul lamps. This instilled great fear among the cultivators, leading to the abandonment of soul recognition for soul lamps, leaving only a drop of essence blood. Consequently, the efficacy of the soul lamps was significantly diminished, until a remarkable immortal cultivator improved the secret technique, allowing the efficacy of the secret arts to replace the function of spiritual recognition, thus restoring the soul lamps to their purpose, albeit with their name unchanged. In mere moments, the ancient tales of the cultivation world had transported the hearts of the two disciples to the lofty skies, as if they were glimpsing the vastness of the ancient heavens. How marvelous! Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but exclaim softly. The two disciples subsequently ignited their own soul lamps. The 12-leaf lotus heart lamps, belonging to the true transmission disciples, were placed beneath Zhou Qingchen's soul lamp, and the radiant glow instantly brightened the somewhat dim hall. Zhou Qingchen mused silently. In the future, the soul lamps of the core disciples and elders in the peak will gradually light up, and when 1,000 soul lamps shine, it will herald the revival of Tai Miao Peak. Master, is there no need for anyone to guard this place? Zhou Qingchen inquired curiously, while Lin Qi displayed a look of confusion. Zhou Qingchen clarified, it is indeed necessary. The soul hall is a vital area of our sect, and the soul lamp halls of the other 6 peaks each have an elder at the nascent soul stage and 3 fully realized golden core elders overseeing them. An elder at the nascent soul stage? Lin Qi gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that, aside from the prominent peak masters, there were other nascent soul cultivators within the Taihua Sect. Is this the foundation of the upper sect? Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly. A true disciple often numbers more than one within a peak. Ultimately, if they all achieve success, one will become the peak master, while the others will serve as elders. Moreover, even in our 3 great secret places and the sect's treasury, there are nascent soul elders guarding them. They are your teachers by relation, though they seldom make appearances. Of course, among them, there are also 2 or 3 elders who do not hail from true transmission backgrounds, but are core disciples of the sect who have made significant contributions and have been granted the opportunity to practice nascent soul techniques. Currently, there is no one in Tai Miao Peak, so this soul lamp hall shall remain vacant for now. After placing the soul lamps, Zhou Qingchen departed with the 2 disciples. Chapter 12. Passing down the teachings, Zhou Qingchen led the 2 back outside, halting before a magnificent celestial palace. Now that we have settled, you 2 shall cultivate here atop Tai Miao Peak from this day forth. Lin Qi and Zhou Qingchen exchanged joyful glances before expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Master. Zhou Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the electronic voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Task assigned. Please impart a 9th-tier technique suitable for your disciples. The host may select from the system's marketplace, and as this is for teaching purposes, the price will be halved. Task completion reward. 1 quasi-immortal artifact. Do you accept the task? Zhou Qingchen's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the system marketplace, discovering that most 9th-tier techniques required 16,000 task points, with the discounted price being 8,000 task points. I accept the task, Zhou Qingchen silently affirmed. The task is underway, completion 01. In the marketplace, matching techniques yield the following results. Emperor Yan's Heart Sutra, a top-tier technique of the 9th rank, costing 160,000 task points. Sun God Fire Scripture, a top-tier technique of the 9th rank, also costing 160,000 task points. Heavenly Fire Codex, a top-tier technique of the 9th rank, requiring 160,000 contribution points. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the array of fire-related techniques, momentarily at a loss for choice. Never mind, I shall decide later. He turned to his 2 disciples. You both have yet to draw energy into your bodies. I will first teach you the foundational technique for energy drawing. Once you have succeeded in this and embarked on your journey of cultivation, I will impart the techniques to you. Both disciples nodded, their hearts stirred with anticipation. Zhou Qingchen then meticulously explained the nuances of the energy drawing technique and its essential points. For many who have just awakened their spiritual roots, drawing energy into the body is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. After years of being dormant, innate spiritual roots struggle to perceive the spiritual energy of the world, let alone draw it into themselves for personal use. This challenge is particularly pronounced for those with ordinary spiritual roots. The mixed attributes dilute their capacity to sense the world compared to those with superior roots, making it arduous to achieve this feat under such circumstances. They can only persist through cumulative efforts, often taking months or even years to succeed in drawing energy. However, Lin Qi and Zhou Qingchen appeared undaunted, especially Lin Qi, whose celestial spiritual root would enable him to succeed with just a few attempts once he mastered the technique. The 2 seated themselves on the ground, immersing in their understanding. Zhou Qingchen silently approved, creating a barrier of spiritual energy to isolate the two, ensuring they would not disturb one another. He then settled into a meditative state beside them. Even if his cultivation produced significant energy, it would not affect his disciples due to the barrier. The wait was not long. Within half a day, Lin Shi opened his eyes, a look of delight evident on his face, having successfully drawn energy into his body and entered the qi refinement realm. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, acknowledging the disciples' breakthrough, but Zhou Qingchen was too preoccupied to glance at it, instead beckoning Lin Shi over. Although this youth had matured considerably, the joy of successfully drawing energy was unmistakable. Zhou Qingchen smiled. Your fire spiritual root is exceptionally pure. Although all are celestial spiritual roots, there are distinctions among them, and yours ranks among the finest within fire spiritual roots. Lin Shi listened intently, aware of the significance of this statement. Moreover, you possess a unique constitution known as the fire spiritual vein. While this special trait may not seem formidable in an average individual, in someone like you with a fire celestial spiritual root, it can provide substantial support. The delay in your spiritual root manifestation was due to the presence of the fire spiritual vein. This constitution requires nurturing by the spiritual root to stabilize fully, which accounts for your later emergence. The silver lining is that the fire spiritual vein has now achieved complete stability, a tremendous boon indeed. This is also why the system categorizes Lin Shi's talent as extraordinary. It is unlikely that an ordinary celestial spiritual root could reach such a level of aptitude. Lin Shi had long been troubled by the absence of spiritual roots, but upon discovering the truth, he finally experienced a moment of enlightenment, and the lingering frustration within him dissipated. Master, what cultivation method can I practice? Lin Shi could not help but inquire. In the realm of cultivation, most techniques are attribute-less, allowing individuals with various spiritual roots to practice them, thus offering a higher margin for error. However, there are also many specialized techniques that align more closely with specific attributes. Unfortunately, such techniques vary greatly in quality, with few genuinely pointing towards the path of the five elements. The pinnacle technique of Tai Miao Peak. The fifth-tier masterpiece Tai Miao Gong is indeed a divine method of the transformation stage, yet it is not the most suitable for you. Zhou Qingchen shook his head and continued, setting aside the requirements of the system's tasks. Lin Shi's innate talent warranted a method that matched him more closely. Just as he himself had not practiced Tai Miao Gong, but rather the sixth-tier masterpiece, Xianguang Xing Chenju, a technique painstakingly sought by his master. This method, which corresponded with his attributes and facilitated his cultivation in the void refinement stage, had provided him with immense assistance, though regrettably, it could only be practiced by those with the star spiritual root. Lin Shi's expression turned to one of astonishment. In his recollection, the core techniques of Tai Miao Peak were renowned, said to be among the highest-level legacies of Taihua Sect. Master says that Tai Miao Gong is unsuitable for me. Could it be that Tai Miao Peak possesses even better techniques? Lin Shi asked with curiosity. Zhou Qingchen smiled lightly. Given your pure fire spiritual root, it is undoubtedly more appropriate for you to practice fire attribute techniques. I shall present you with 3 alternative methods. See which one resonates with you. In that moment, Lin Shi was filled with awe. He had never anticipated that the more suitable technique mentioned by his master would be a rare fire attribute method. The Heart Sutra of the Flame Emperor forges the body through fire, transforming oneself into the mightiest weapon, excelling in both offense and defense. The Sun God's Fire chapter accumulates a strand of solar fire as its essence, pure and radiant. The more one cultivates, the stronger the solar fire becomes, ultimately transcending limits to incinerate all in existence, with true flames enduring and life perpetuating. The great canon of flame destruction commands all flames of the world, merging them for one's own use. The more flames you conquer, the stronger you become, unleashing scorching gales that could annihilate the heavens and earth. Zhou Qingchen smiled, presenting this conundrum of choice to his disciple. Even the most composed individual would feel their heart race at such a moment, and Lin Shi was no exception. He had never fathomed that such terrifying techniques existed in the world. Just listening to the introductions stirred a surge of excitement within him. After contemplating for a long while, Lin Shi finally declared, I choose the Sun God's Fire chapter. The cultivation of the Heart Sutra of the Flame Emperor is too perilous, while the great canon of flame destruction harbors the greatest uncertainties. I have heard that the special flames of the world are exceedingly rare, and their places of origin are even harder to find. Should I fail to acquire more of these unique flames, the great canon of flame destruction could never be cultivated to its zenith. With unwavering determination, Lin Shi asserted, in that case, why not refine a supreme flame that belongs solely to me? As long as true flames endure and life persists, I shall harness the remnants of existence to rise anew. Upon hearing his insights, Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. Well, Possessing one's own thoughts is indeed commendable. These three methods of cultivation bear no distinction of strength. It is entirely up to your own volition to select. In light of this, let us embrace your inheritance. Zhou Qingchen spoke softly, placing a hand upon Lin Qi's forehead, and subsequently purchased the Sun God Fire technique directly from the system's store. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully completing the purchase. 80,000 task points were instantaneously expended. Zhou Qingchen transmitted the inheritance runes of the Sun God Fire technique to Lin Qi. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Qingchen had the system impose certain seals. After all, a 9th-tier technique is exceedingly extraordinary. If discovered, it could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Thus, the layers of the Sun God Fire technique that Lin Qi could currently cultivate were limited to the 5 levels from Qi refinement to spirit transformation, with the remaining layers only to be unlocked as he ascended through subsequent realms. Lin Qi felt a wave of intense heat radiating from his forehead, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, intricate and esoteric patterns began to manifest, as if someone were softly whispering. He promptly entered a state of cultivation. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction, and seeing both disciples engrossed in their training, he stepped aside. Ding! Host's task completed. Reward: 1 quasi-immortal artifact. Chapter 13. The 9 Celestial Stars. Ding! Task completed. The host has earned 200,000 task points. The system's electronic voice resonated repeatedly. System: select the quasi-immortal artifact. Zhou Qingchen eagerly exclaimed. In an instant, the panel before him flickered with an array of extraordinary treasures, all of which were quasi-immortal artifacts. Amidst the dazzling options, Zhou Qingchen chose a sword. Congratulations to the host on acquiring the quasi-immortal artifact, the 9 Celestial Stars. The system congratulated him. The next moment, a magnificent quasi-immortal artifact, radiant and majestic as the celestial bodies, materialized within the system's space. In the realm of cultivation, weapons are classified into 4 tiers. Levels 1 to 3 are categorized as spirit artifacts, levels 4 to 6 as profound artifacts, levels 7 to 8 as heavenly artifacts, and level 9 as spirit treasures. Each tier is further subdivided into inferior, middle, superior, and premium grades. A quasi-immortal artifact is undoubtedly superior to a premium spirit treasure, but is yet to reach the realm of true immortal artifacts. Zhou Qingchen promptly retrieved this quasi-immortal artifact, examining it with immense delight. The 9 Celestial Stars sword appeared almost translucent, adorned with intricate starry engravings, radiating a formidable aura. Perhaps due to the system's influence, this quasi-immortal artifact had recognized him as its master. Although he could not yet harness its full might, it may turn the tide in a moment of crisis. With a mere thought, Zhou Qingchen watched as the sword emitted a luminous glow, the blade revealing its engravings, ultimately disassembling into 9 exquisitely crafted flying swords. The most central flying sword measured 6 inches, while the remaining 8 were 3 inches each. The 9 flying swords danced around Zhou Qingchen, and even without fully unleashing their power, the sheer force they emanated threatened to shatter the very fabric of the world. Could it be a flying sword? Zhou Qingchen's face lit up with joy. The 9 flying swords each bear a name: Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kai Yang, Yao Guang, Dong Ming, and Yin Yuan. Known as the 9 stars of the Northern Dipper, they consist of 7 manifest and 2 hidden. Each of these flying swords transcends the pinnacle of the 9th rank, and when they converge into one, they become a genuine quasi-immortal artifact. Subsequently, a flash from the ring on his finger revealed another 3-foot-long sword, remarkably sharp, with a slender bloodline etched along its center, exuding a fierce aura and pulsating sword light. This sword is the Zhou Qingchen sword, a supreme-grade mysterious artifact bestowed upon him by his master. Sighing softly, Zhou Qingchen reflected on the fact that his master had left him several of his most treasured possessions, as if it were preordained. The joy in his heart gradually faded, and he sighed lightly. He then noticed a seemingly ordinary pouch in his hand, the most enigmatic item left to him by his master. Perhaps it pertains to matters from his master's years of wandering. He mused that once he ascends to the transformation stage, or even the void refinement stage, he would seek out clues. With this thought, Zhou Qingchen examined the newly acquired Fuxian Jiuchun before returning it to the system space. Next, Zhou Qingchen idly observed his 2 disciples as they practiced. At that moment, Lin Qi was surrounded by flickering flame runes, waves of heat rolling around him, as the Sun God Fire chapter greatly complemented his fire affinity. Meanwhile, Su Ruotian was attuning himself to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the aura around him vibrant. Although his dual spiritual roots did not allow him to progress as swiftly as Lin Qi, he too would soon draw energy into his body. After observing for a while longer, Zhou Qingchen rose and began to practice his sword techniques in an open area. Without the infusion of spiritual energy, pure swordsmanship still emanated tremendous power from Zhou Qingchen's hands, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Were it not for the barrier he had erected around his two disciples, they might have been startled awake from their meditative states. Everything Zhou Qingchen knew was imparted by his master. He wielded the sword like his master did, and he practiced diligently, earning frequent praise from his master, which fostered his affection for swordplay. He pondered what weapons Lin Qi and Su Ruotian favored. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the air began to stir rapidly, prompting Zhou Qingchen to cease his practice and look towards Su Ruotian. He observed a vortex of spiritual power slowly forming around him, drawing the energy of heaven and earth into his body. Shortly thereafter, Su Ruotian emanated the aura of the Qi refinement stage. He had successfully drawn in energy. With joy illuminating his eyes, Su Ruotian recalled how his older siblings, even after awakening their spiritual roots, took months to achieve this feat, while he had succeeded in merely 3 days. Was this the advantage of having dual spiritual roots? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Qingchen smiled and beckoned him over, saying, "All right, come here." Su Ruotian joyfully trotted to Zhou Qingchen's side. "You are now in the Qi refinement stage and can begin cultivating a technique," Zhou Qingchen announced. Su Ruotian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Could it be the inheritance technique of Tai Miao Peak? Zhou Qingchen raised an eyebrow, contemplating the matter. With a dual affinity for both earth and metal elements, it is fortuitous that the former nurtures the latter. Thus, one can cultivate techniques of both attributes, yet achieving a harmonious equilibrium between them is far more advantageous. The stronger the earth attribute, the more it can enhance the metal attribute, allowing for a perfect balance between defense and offense. System, match a 9th tier technique. Zhou Qingchen silently intoned. Ding. Matching in progress. The matching result is as follows. Xian Tu Jinju, a 9th tier supreme technique, costing 160,000 task points. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qingchen opted to purchase it. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. The original 320,000 task points immediately diminished to 160,000, leaving Zhou Qingchen acutely aware of the challenges in nurturing disciples. Since Su Ruotian was not a disciple bound to the system, Zhou Qingchen's independent acquisition of the technique did not qualify for a discount. However, he resolved never to accept disciples not recognized by the system again. Su Ruotian was indeed a unique case. This technique, suitable for the tribulation stage, could be considered a gift for Su Ruotian. In the future, he could also make a copy to leave at Taihua Sect. Gently, Zhou Qingchen tapped Su Ruotian's brow, and a fleeting light flickered past, leaving Su Ruotian astonished. "Master, is this the technique you impart to me?" Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly and replied, "From now on, you shall primarily cultivate this technique. It is profoundly intricate, and your progress may be slower than your senior brothers. I hope you will not be overly eager for rapid advancement." Similar to Lin Qi, the system had also imposed a seal on this technique, currently revealing only the first 5 layers. Su Ruotian quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 14. Secluded cultivation. Zhou Qingchen patted his shoulder and said, "Very well. For the time being, you and your senior brother shall focus on secluded cultivation here." With that, he did not wait for Su Ruotian to respond and returned to the depths of the sea of clouds. With a look of yearning, Su Ruotian remained in a daze for a while before settling down to meticulously study the technique in his mind. The two disciples, separated by some distance, devoted themselves entirely to their cultivation. During their days of training, as they had not yet reached the stage of qi condensation and still required sustenance for energy, the abundant spiritual energy of Tai Miao Peak provided ample opportunities. Many superior birds, beasts, insects, and fish flourished there, prompting Su Ruotian to urge Lin Qi to indulge in hearty feasts every few days after their training, alleviating much of the monotony of their secluded cultivation. As spring faded into autumn, 2 years swiftly elapsed. Throughout this period, Zhou Qingchen spent the majority of his time in profound seclusion within the depths of the Sea of Clouds. The Dichun Han Yuan Jing truly lives up to its reputation as an imperial technique, even without engaging in combat. I find it difficult to gauge the extent of my powers. I only sense an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within. Furthermore, Dichun Han Yuan Jing encompasses numerous derivative techniques, allowing for the mastery of one upon breaking through to each major realm. Thus far, Zhou Qingchen has successfully cultivated 4, by Ri Tianxing, Jin Ye Tianxing, Ji Xingyun, and Tianxin Luo. Each of these spells boasts unique strengths in offense, yet all wield tremendous power. Since entering the nascent soul stage, Zhou Qingchen has refrained from engaging in combat. Now, even with new spells mastered, there is no opportunity to employ them. After all, Nascent soul true monarchs are the linchpins of various factions, typically remaining in their dominions and refraining from intervention unless significant conflicts arise. Moreover, he has not left Taihua Sect for many years. Apart from Zhou Qingchen himself, the entire Tai Miao Peak has undergone tremendous transformations. After the grand disciple recruitment ceremony concluded, the number of disciples joining Tai Miao Peak surged to 3,000. Although this newly inducted cohort pales in comparison to the disciples of other peaks, it constitutes nearly half of the total new entrants. These fresh disciples have infused Tai Miao Peak with considerable vitality, steadily flourishing under the guidance of the elders and deacons. As for Zhou Qingchen's two new disciples, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian, they have been diligently cultivating at Tai Miao Peak for the past 2 years. Despite their considerable fame, they remain elusive, shrouded in an air of mystery. Atop Tai Miao Peak, after several days of intensive training, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian opened their eyes simultaneously and stepped out from their respective pavilions. "Senior brother," Su Ruotian exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Waving at Lin Shi from next door, Lin Shi smiled gently and inquired, "Have you made a breakthrough?" Su Ruotian nodded vigorously, his spirits soaring as he proclaimed, "Indeed. I have reached the 5th level of qi cultivation." However, as if recalling something, his demeanor suddenly deflated, and he waved dismissively, saying, "Never mind. It seems there's nothing to be joyous about since you have already attained the 9th level." Lin Shi patted Su Ruotian on the shoulder and humbly remarked, "It is not solely due to talent. I feel that the techniques imparted by our master are exceptionally powerful, although I have yet to condense the source of true fire. The fire spiritual energy I have cultivated thus far is already remarkably explosive." Su Ruotian readily agreed. "My techniques are similar. I sense that the earth element within me is becoming increasingly pure, even allowing me to cultivate formidable metal spiritual energy. However, senior brother, you are exceedingly strong. Last time, you almost burned me to ashes." With that, Su Ruotian displayed a somewhat disgruntled expression. Lin Shi chuckled, recalling how Su Ruotian had once challenged him to a spar, only to nearly get scorched by his fire's spiritual energy, resulting in a prolonged outcry that even drew a bemused glance from their master. Since that incident, Su Ruotian has refrained from challenging him again, especially as Lin Shi's cultivation continued to rise, culminating in his reaching the 9th level of qi cultivation. Su Ruotian could only click his tongue in admiration, reflecting on how Zhou Qingchen's first true disciple possesses an exceptionally fearsome innate talent. "Let us not dwell on that. Shall we fetch something to eat? I'm quite famished," Su Ruotian declared, patting his belly. Both he and Lin Shi were still in their growth phase. Although qi cultivators could sustain themselves for days without food or drink, they always felt an insatiable hunger upon concluding their training. Over the past 2 years, both had noticeably grown taller, truly resembling youthful adolescents. Lin Shi readily agreed, and together with Su Ruotian, they scoured the surroundings, gathering an ample assortment of airborne, terrestrial, and aquatic delicacies, before skillfully igniting a fire for cooking. Before long, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Chapter 15. Gift of Treasures atop Tai Miao Peak. After a considerable time, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian, having feasted to their heart's content, reclined comfortably on the grass, relishing their leisurely moments. Through the layers of mist, Zhou Qingchen observed the two below and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He had undoubtedly taken notice of their remarkable progress during this period. Lin Shi's progress did not come as a surprise to him. With an exceptional fire spiritual root coupled with the compatibility of the sun god fire scripture, he quickly reached the 9th level of qi refinement, and the day of his foundation establishment was drawing near. Su Ruotian was also making notable strides. Among disciples of similar talent, his advancement was relatively swift. With the aid of the profound earth-true formula, his cultivation was steadily improving. Moreover, every time Lin Shi achieved a new breakthrough, the system rewarded Su Ruotian with a bounty. Although his task points had not increased, he had acquired 9 additional treasures, each ranging from the 4th to the 6th rank. Ding. Task issued. The disciple must break through to the foundation establishment realm within a month. Task reward. 1 7th grade spiritual plant, the pure yuan fruit tree. Will you accept the task? Joy surged in Su Ruotian's heart. The task had finally been issued. Accept the task. Reminder to the host. Tasks issued by the system include but are not limited to accepting disciples, passing on teachings, instructing, bestowing treasures, and aiding disciple advancement. Rewards vary according to the task, with generous rewards for accepting disciples and passing on teachings, while others scale with level increases, leading to increasingly abundant rewards. Su Ruotian suddenly understood. Accepting disciples and passing on teachings were indeed unique, one being a rare opportunity, and the other requiring the impartation of advanced techniques, both demanding greater costs and yielding richer rewards. As Su Ruotian pondered, He waved a hand through the mist, contemplating that it was time to take a brief respite. When do you think our master will emerge? He asked, legs crossed, peering skyward with a hint of boredom. Are you eager for master to evaluate your progress? Lin Qi mused. Su Ruotian quickly shook his head. Not at all. Don't say such things. Lin Qi laughed heartily. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed, prompting both to sit up straight. What is this? So eager for your master to emerge? The figure of Zhou Qingchen materialized, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the two. Su Ruotian appeared somewhat awkward, while Lin Qi occasionally cast glances at the remnants of their recent meal. Striving to maintain decorum, Zhou Qingchen struggled to contain his laughter, stating, Indeed, I must assess your progress, though not just yet. Lin Qi, quick-witted, inquired. You mean the Seven Peaks Conference in a few days? Zhou Qingchen nodded. Precisely. The new disciples from Tai Miao Peak have already competed, finalizing the list of participants for the Seven Peaks Conference. Since you two are true inheritors as well as new disciples, you must partake. Su Ruotian felt a twinge of worry, while Lin Qi remained composed. Zhou Qingchen continued, Ruotian, as long as you secure your place among the new disciples, you should find yourself in contention for the title against that new true inheritor from Taihua Peak. Su Ruotian promptly named a contender. Do you know? Lin Qi, puzzled, asked. Master, what about me? Zhou Qingchen chuckled. You are in a different league. You cannot be compared to those new disciples. Instead, you will participate in the Qi Refinement Conference for past disciples. Even so, this will not hinder you. I expect you to exert only 20% of your strength to claim first place in that competition. Lin Qi solemnly replied, I shall not disappoint you, master. Zhou Qingchen gazed into his eyes, filled with determination, and nodded slightly, saying, Very well. Previously, when you became my disciples, I did not bestow upon you any gifts. Now, I shall allow you to select a weapon of your preference. What do you favor? I have a penchant for firearms, in my family. I have trained with guns since childhood, Lin Qi replied. Zhou Qingchen then turned his attention to Su Ruotian beside him. I shall choose a heavy sword, Su Ruotian declared, his spiritual energy leaning towards the robust, yet retaining a golden radiance. Zhou Qingchen summoned the system to redeem the 6th-tier rewards from previous treasures. 6th-tier exquisite mystical weapon, fire source gun. 6th-tier exquisite mystical weapon, heavy sword, Tianke. He exchanged both mystical rewards. Given the elevated tier of these artifacts, they were not suitable for mere Qi refining disciples, so he instructed the system to seal most of their powers. The system, unique in its capabilities, imposed seals that were imperceptible to the naked eye, and Zhou Qingchen merely presented the two artifacts. The fire source gun measured 7 feet in length, its spearhead glimmering with a chilling light, adorned with fluttering crimson tassels, and its fiery tip radiated a vivid scarlet, exuding an overwhelming force. The heavy sword Tianke was as weighty as 1,000 pounds, lacking a sharp edge, its wide blade connecting to a hilt crowned with a menacing gilded dragon head. Both Lin Qi and Su Ruotian's expressions shifted in astonishment. Such formidable artifacts. Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment and remarked, each of these artifacts possesses a unique origin, typically unleashing only the maximum strength you are capable of wielding. The two disciples each grasped their bestowed weapons. Thank you, master, for your generous gifts. Lin Qi felt a surge of gratitude, while Su Ruotian's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly, as your ancestral master once said. The path of cultivation is guided by fate. I encountered my own master, who imparted his wisdom upon me, resulting in the person I am today. Having accepted you as my disciples, I will certainly not treat you harshly. Both disciples treasured their new artifacts, exchanging glances filled with joy. Zhou Qingchen finally advised, now, once you have tidied up, take some time to familiarize yourselves with your weapons. They will accompany you for a considerable duration. As for the techniques of firearm usage and heavy swordsmanship, you may seek guidance in the scripture pavilion of Tai Miao Peak, where your status allows you to peruse freely. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian realized the remnants of fragrant delicacies nearby and hastily began to tidy up. Zhou Qingchen then transformed into a streak of light and departed from Tai Miao Peak, having just received a message from Tuoba Yuan, indicating there were pressing matters to discuss. Chapter 16. The Southly Treasure Ground. While en route to Taishang Peak, Zhou Qingchen encountered his second senior brother, Su Xianjun, and they engaged in conversation. Brother, what brings you here? Zhou Qingchen inquired. Su Xianjun nodded, his handsome features briefly clouded by a hint of contemplation, and responded, it pertains to the other two sections. The Tianjiao Assembly? Zhou Qingchen deduced. Indeed, the 15-year term had elapsed, and the grand event of the entire Southly state was imminent. Su Xianjun affirmed with a nod. The Tianjiao Assembly, deeply rooted in the traditions of Southly state, had been held countless times, representing a gathering of prodigies below the nascent soul realm. For those under 50 years of age in the Qi refining stage, a mystical ranking would be established. For those under 100 years of age in the foundation establishment stage, a terrestrial ranking would be created. Within the realm of the Golden Dan, those under 300 years of age are summoned to establish the heavenly rankings. This esteemed list nearly encompasses all the prodigies of Southernly Prefecture, serving as a grand exchange for practitioners still in their youth. The phrase "a gathering of heroes" aptly describes this event, where talents converge. Naturally, several peak masters from the Taihua Sect have participated, with a few having even claimed the top positions in the rankings. Taihua Yuan and Zhou Qingchen were once the foremost in the heavenly rankings, separated by merely 2 generations, yet both stood as the pinnacle of their respective cohorts. Junior brother. This heavenly talent conference differs from previous ones. It bears an inescapable connection to the other 2 sections. We shall discuss the particulars in the sect master's hall with the others, Zhou Qingchen remarked. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly, and in a short while, the 2 arrived at the supreme peak. Upon entering the sect master's hall, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. All the peak masters were present, their expressions tinged with displeasure. Taihua Yuan, noticing Zhou Qingchen's arrival, returned his thoughts to the present, and the mood among the crowd began to lighten. Senior brother, what makes this heavenly talent conference so special? Zhou Qingchen inquired first. Taihua Yuan shook his head lightly, his voice cold. The Biling sect and the Lingjian sect have revealed their fangs and begun a full alliance against our Taihua sect. They intend to unveil both the Heavenly Talent Conference and the Southernly Treasure Land. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. The Southernly Treasure Land is a most unique locale within Southernly Prefecture. It exists in the void but reappears every 100 years or so, drawn forth by 3 significant tokens. This secret realm is fraught with both peril and opportunity. It materialized in Southernly Prefecture a millennium ago and was ultimately seized and controlled by the combined efforts of the 3 sects' transformation stage ancestors. In other words, this Southernly Treasure Land is monopolized by the 3 major sects, with outsiders having no hope of partaking in its bounty. Only the true elite of the upper 3 sects are deemed worthy to enter. Even those at the nascent soul stage may enter. Yet each individual is permitted only 1 entry. Zhou Qingchen marveled at the implications. Thus, what scheme could the other 2 sects possibly be harboring? To risk sharing the opportunities exclusive to the 3 sects with the entirety of Southernly Prefecture? Su Xuanjuan's expression was one of perplexity, unsure of how to respond. Taihua Yuan offered a wry smile. They are certainly not so foolish, as you know. The Lingjian sect and the Biling sect would not join forces without a plan to bring us down. This matter will not conclude easily. Upon hearing this, Bai Tianling could only smile wryly. A tree that stands out will inevitably be toppled by the wind. Our Taihua sect has dominated Southernly Prefecture for tens of thousands of years, while the other 2 sects have gradually declined over the past few millennia. They will undoubtedly harbor a sense of crisis, seeking at the very least to drag us down and sit at the same level as them. Indeed, it is true. If the other 2 sects do not act now, who can predict whether the 3 major sects will still exist in 1,000 years? The usually indifferent 4th brother, Xiaochun, could not help but speak up. When circumstances deviate from the norm, we must respond cautiously. The other 2 sects, aiming for the Southernly Treasure Land, must possess absolute confidence in their ability to inflict losses upon us. I shall say no more. After all, initiating direct conflict at this moment is rather unrealistic. Our ancestors have been in seclusion for quite some time, and the other 2 tokens remain in the hands of the Biling sect. Taihua Yuan's expression was cold, yet his words exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. This time, the Southernly Treasure Land will still be under the control of the other 2 sects, but next time, that may not be the case. Prepare yourselves well. The day when the 3 sects go to war is not far off. His voice was steady, causing the hearts of several peak masters to tremble slightly. The 3 major sects had been embroiled in conflict for so long that the balance had long been disrupted. The opening of the Southernly Treasure Land could very well be the last opportunity for the other 2 sections. Well, it's time to let those fellows come out for some fresh air, Taihua Yuan remarked, seemingly displeased. The other peak masters couldn't help but chuckle at this, readily agreeing. Zhou Qingchen took a moment to comprehend the situation. Each peak master had their own true disciples, among whom 3 had entered the sect quite early, being several years older than Zhou Qingchen, whom he had scarcely encountered. However, their exceptional talents were undeniable, and only the peak masters knew that they had all already reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. Perhaps this time, the gathering of prodigies would grant them the opportunity for their nascent soul advancement, remarked his 5th senior brother, Zhou Xiaoshang. Taihua Yuan stroked his chin, as if struck by an idea, and turned to Zhou Qingchen with a smile. Junior brother, the Southernly Treasure Land is of considerable caliber. Those in the nascent soul realm may enter. We have all been inside and cannot enter again. So let this gathering of prodigies be led by you and Xianjun. Moreover, you can explore the southerly treasure land. Perhaps you will make unexpected gains. Zhou Qingchen readily accepted, as he had long wished to venture out, and felt a spark of interest in this gathering of prodigies. Then, taking my senior brother's advice, I shall visit the southerly treasure land, he declared with a smile. Laughter erupted among the group, as they were all aware of the extraordinary capabilities of their junior brother. With him present, no matter how formidable the other two sects were, they would struggle to make a significant impact. Master, since we are prepared for a direct confrontation, we should not be remiss in offering opportunities to our younger disciples, suggested the second senior sister, by Tianling. Tuoba Yuan laughed heartily. Then let us reward those who excel during this Seven Peaks conference with a cleansing in the Xianqing Lake. The others readily agreed, for the Xianqing Lake was one of the three most important secret locations of their Taihua Sect, beneficial for disciples not only in enhancing their cultivation, but also in purifying their roots and improving their physical constitution. For geniuses, even the slightest enhancement in this regard could have a monumental impact on their future. After a brief discussion on the sect's important matters, the gathering concluded before the sun set in the west. The 6 beams of light swiftly departed towards their respective peaks. Chapter 17. Preparation upon returning to Tai Miao Peak. Zhou Qingchen summoned Zhang Yi and Li Chunglin, Peak Master. The two said respectfully upon arriving at the summit of Tai Miao Peak. During their time at Tai Miao Peak, they had worked diligently, their admiration for Zhou Qingchen reaching unprecedented heights. After all, Zhou Qingchen's strength had become increasingly formidable, even in his quiet cultivation within the Cloud Sea. The aura he inadvertently exuded sent chills through them, instilling deep respect in their hearts. This is a 4th-tier spirit herb, a twin-sprouted young spirit fruit. It yields 2 fruits in its lifetime, and I present it to you both, he announced. The 4th-grade spirit plant is a celestial entity of the nascent soul realm, capable of enhancing one's foundation and proving beneficial for your future journey towards the nascent soul. As for the outcome, that shall depend on your own endeavors. Zhou Qingchen directly exchanged the 4 remaining treasures, selecting the least valuable 4th-grade spirit item, which he bestowed upon Zhang Yi and Li Chunglin. The 4th-grade spirit item held little significance for him at this moment, as his disciples were not yet in need of it. Thus, it was more fitting to give it to his 2 loyal subordinates. Zhang Yi and Li Chunglin received it with expressions of heartfelt gratitude, astonished and humbled, and they earnestly expressed, "Thank you for your generous gift, Peak Master." Zhou Qingchen smiled and advised the two, during the upcoming Talented Individuals Conference, "I shall be away from the sect for a while. I entrust the management of Tai Miao Peak to you. I hope you will treat this responsibility with the utmost seriousness." "We shall heed your command, Peak Master," Zhang Yi and Li Chunglin responded, determined not to slacken in their duties. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction and dismissed them. Subsequently, rather than returning to the celestial seas above, Zhou Qingchen chose the rare pleasure of sitting in his own pavilion, enjoying a solitary cup of tea. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian spent the entire day in the scripture pavilion, selecting their desired spear techniques and sword arts, and finally returned to the peak of Tai Miao before nightfall. As Zhou Qingchen's dojo resided amidst the celestial seas, where starlight perpetually coalesced, the summit of Tai Miao Peak remained bright as day, even as darkness enveloped the outside world. Thus, upon their return, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian were greeted by the sight of Zhou Qingchen in the pavilion. "Master," the two exclaimed joyfully, and Zhou Qingchen swiftly approached them. "Master, we have selected the techniques we desired," they reported, evident excitement lighting their faces. Particularly Lin Shi, who had practiced spear techniques since childhood, had explored every commendable technique within his clan. With his current cultivation, each thrust of his spear possessed a lethal force that could seize the soul. However, upon visiting the scripture pavilion at Tai Miao Peak, he was awestruck by the myriad of exquisite collections, spending the entire day in exhilaration. Had it not been for the concern of overindulgence, he would have wished to remain indefinitely. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose 3 spear techniques that would greatly benefit him at this juncture. Su Ruotian, too, did not fall short, selecting 3 sword arts, all focused on the might of the heavy sword, such as those capable of delivering immense power. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. It brought him great joy to witness the diligence of his disciples. "Lin Shi, I have a matter of significance to discuss with you. You may choose your path," Zhou Qingchen stated. Lin Shi straightened, attentively listening. "You have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Your foundation establishment will occur in the coming days. At that time, the sect will open the mysterious Xianqing Lake, a sacred place of our sect. If you enter, you shall surely establish your foundation. However, you will also participate in the Talented Individuals Conference afterward." Lin Shi was taken aback, quickly grasping the implications. Should he not ascend to the foundation establishment stage? His full mastery of the 9th level of Qi refinement would surely allow him to make a significant impact on the Xian ranking at the conference. Yet, should he advance to foundation establishment, the gap between him and those who had already perfected that stage would be considerable, even with his extraordinary talents. It was uncertain whether he could secure a top position on the Earth ranking. After all, within the entire Southernly Prefecture, numerous prodigies existed, nearly all of whom possessed skills approaching those of true disciples from distinguished peaks. In such a scenario, due to the disparity in cultivation levels, he would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, this gathering of prodigies is markedly distinct. Those who excel in this event shall gain entry to the Southly Treasure Land in pursuit of fortuitous opportunities. Southly Treasure Land. Lin Shi wore an expression of confusion. Zhou Qingchen then imparted the secrets of the 3 sects regarding the Southly Treasure Land, prompting Lin Shi to engage in profound contemplation. Master, I yearn to break through to the foundation establishment stage. In matters of cultivation, as the circumstances align, I shall seize the moment. Regardless of the intensity of the competition for the Earth rankings, I am determined to give it a try. Lin Shi's countenance was resolute. His eyes ignited with fervor as he declared with unwavering conviction, in the past, my master, at the early stage of Golden Core, was able to vanquish the prodigies on the heaven rankings without resistance. Though I fall far short of my master's prowess back then, I am willing to confront challenges with my humble cultivation and strive for a place among them. Zhou Qingchen observed the tenacious youth before him and could not help but smile. Lin Shi, you truly astonish me. Since you possess such determination, I shall naturally support you. Lin Shi beamed with joy, while Su Ruotian, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with admiration and envy. Zhou Qingchen then addressed him, Ruotian. There is no need for envy. Your turn will come in due course. For now, you ought to solidify your foundation and carve your own path, as you aim to secure the top position in the upcoming freshman competition. Su Ruotian chuckled, nodding vigorously in agreement. Very well, in the coming days, you shall practice your spear techniques and swordsmanship under my personal guidance. Zhou Qingchen's lips curled into a slight smile, reminiscent of how his own master had once taught him. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. In their eyes, Zhou Qingchen was a genuine powerhouse, and they eagerly anticipated his direct instruction. Zhou Qingchen, however, had no intention of hoarding his knowledge. Although he had not practiced spear techniques himself, his cultivation and insights were more than sufficient to teach Lin Shi at this stage. As for instructing Su Ruotian in swordsmanship, it posed no challenge whatsoever, allowing for meticulous attention to detail. Days passed, and the two immersed themselves in their training, their strength visibly increasing with each session. Every thrust of the spear and swing of the sword unleashed greater power. When fatigue set in, they would meditate to recuperate. And finally, the day before the 7 Peaks conference arrived. Atop Tai Miao Peak, the two young men stood at a considerable distance from one another, earnestly executing their most formidable techniques. Even without the application of spiritual energy, their movements were vigorous and imposing. Mastering the 9 spears. Flame-searing divine spear. Heaven-shocking spear technique. Earth-cleaving great sword. Giant spirit slash. Thousand gene cut. Zhou Qingchen sat cross-legged within the pavilion, eyes closed, yet his consciousness surveyed the surroundings with clarity. The two continued their practice for an extended period, their breaths growing heavy before finally concluding their training. I'm so exhausted and famished. Su Ruotian lay flat on the ground, exclaiming. Lin Shi was not surprised. The exertion of recent days had been immense, necessitating copious meals each day. Well, we still have one of the spirit pigs we caught the other day. Let us feast. Lin Shi replied with a smile. Before long, the anguished cries of the pig echoed, startling flocks of birds, until tranquility returned. Under their adept handling, delectable aromas soon wafted through the air, rich and enticing. As they employed various culinary methods, steaming, boiling, frying, roasting, and stir-frying, all in a delightful array, Su Ruotian skillfully extracted an array of spices and utensils from his storage bag, presenting a sumptuous feast crafted from a large spiritual pig. Master, dinner is served, he called out, prompting Zhou Qingchen to awaken, his eyes opening with a mix of restraint and anticipation as he approached the table. Well, he was not gluttonous. He merely wished to indulge in a taste of the exquisite. Zhou Qingchen mused to himself. In truth, though he relished food, he did not overindulge. He had long since practiced fasting, and the occasional consumption of mortal fare merely served to gratify his taste buds, which had traveled with him from his homeland. In the future, he pondered, he could capture some demon beasts, which would certainly surpass mere mortal sustenance. Over the past few days, the bond between master and disciples had deepened significantly. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian had diligently discerned their master's preferences. Zhou Qingchen sampled a bit, while the two disciples, in their growth phase and dedicated to their cultivation, devoured the food with unrestrained eagerness. Shortly after Zhou Qingchen set down his chopsticks, the two swiftly consumed every morsel, letting out satisfied burps. Zhou Qingchen had grown accustomed to this. After tidying up the remnants, he declared, "All right, no more practice. It's the final day for meditation and cultivation to maintain peak condition." Lin Shi and Su Ruotian nodded, their eyes ignited with the spirit of competition. The time had finally arrived. Chapter 18. The Seven Peaks Conference. The next day, as the sun rose, the entire Taihua Sect buzzed with excitement. The disciples of the Seven Peaks had prepared thoroughly, each one exhibiting their finest state amidst the tension. As the resonant chimes of the bells atop the Seven Peaks echoed simultaneously, the participating disciples were filled with exhilaration. At Tai Miao Peak, a vast square gathered around 200 individuals, the creme de la creme of the newly initiated disciples. Among them, a mere handful had reached the fourth layer of qi refinement, while the remainder were at the third layer. Several Golden Core elders were already present, engaged in quiet discussions. While the 200 disciples were abuzz with chatter, "Will the peak masters make an appearance?" One disciple inquired, a hint of eagerness in their tone. Another, evidently more informed, replied, "Typically, in such Seven Peaks conferences, the peak masters do not participate. It is generally overseen by Golden Core elders, and core disciples at the Golden Core stage usually do not compete." The crowd nodded in understanding. However, this occasion was different. Those who excelled in this Seven Peaks conference would not only gain access to the sect's Xianqing Lake, but also represent the sect at the Tianjiao conference. Thus, the peak masters would indeed be present, and even core disciples at the Golden Core stage, as well as true inheritors, would engage in the competition. As discussions intensified among the crowd, Zhou Qingchen descended from Tai Miao Peak with Lin Shi and Su Ruotian, instantly silencing the once boisterous square as disciples and elders alike bowed in respect. Zhou Qingchen nodded, stating, "I shall take you to Taishan Peak to participate in this Seven Peaks conference." With that, he waved his sleeve, and a surge of profound spiritual power enveloped the 200 disciples, propelling them swiftly towards Taishan Peak. Those enveloped in the force of the nascent soul felt no discomfort. The fierce winds generated by their rapid flight were entirely kept at bay. As the breathtaking scenery of Taihua Sect swiftly passed by, many felt a surge of excitement. In a mere moment, the ever-changing landscape revealed the majestic Taishan Peak before their eyes. Taishan Peak, as solid as a cauldron, presides over the heart of Taihua Sect, where a vast platform known as Pingshantai resides at its midsection, serving as a gathering place for the sect. This area has long been divided into 7 main regions, encircling the surroundings. With the arrival of the disciples from Tai Miao Peak, a wave of enthusiasm surged once more on Pingshantai, arranged by several Golden Core elders. Zhou Qingchen led Lin Shi and Su Ruotian to the elevated platform. This platform was naturally reserved for the 7 peak masters and their esteemed disciples. The other 6 peaks had already gathered. Zhou Qingchen greeted them with a smile, saying, "Good morning, esteemed senior brothers and sisters. I pay my respects to all the venerable uncles." Lin Shi and Su Ruotian behind him promptly bowed in reverence. "Haha, junior brother, you're not too late." We all arrived in succession, the peak masters responded in unison. Now, with the addition of the newly initiated Lin Shi, Su Ruotian, and Du Yuner, all the distinguished disciples had finally assembled. The true disciples, being the most talented individuals of Taihua Sect, exuded an extraordinary aura. Apart from the recently initiated Lin Shi and his companions, the rest of the true disciples were mostly at the Golden Core stage, with the youngest having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Among these Golden Core true disciples were 3 relatively unfamiliar faces. The 3 strongest true disciples who had been in seclusion for an extended period, each attaining the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. And even Zhou Qingchen had only seen them a few times. Leading among them was the youth in black, Tuoba Tian, the eldest disciple under the sect master and also the sect master's son, recognized as the foremost true disciple. The other was the burly youth, Chen Daoyu, a disciple of Shuangguan Peak's Su Xianjun. Lastly, there was a graceful woman veiled in white, Hua Qi, the disciple of Taiching Peaks by Tianling. "Greetings, esteemed uncles." All the true disciples respectfully addressed. Zhou Qingchen smiled and replied, "No need for excessive formalities. Lin Shi and Ruotian are both my disciples, so feel free to get acquainted." Just as Zhou Qingchen took his seat, Tuoba Yuan expressed his astonishment. "Junior brother, has your disciple Lin Shi already achieved the completion of qi refinement?" The other peak masters were equally surprised, but upon recalling Zhou Qingchen, they quickly understood. Zhou Qingchen felt a sense of pride and remarked, "His talent is inherently on par with my past self, and with my personal guidance. Achieving the completion of qi refinement is but a natural progression." Inwardly, Zhou Qingchen thought, I have also imparted the sun god fire technique. If he doesn't improve quickly, wouldn't that be a waste? What about your second disciple? Has he also reached the 5th level of qi refinement? Asked the 6th sister of Taihua Peak, Jiang Mingyue, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her disciple, Du Yun'er, had talent comparable to Su Ruotian, yet Du Yun'er hailed from a distinguished background and had consumed numerous spiritual herbs from a young age to strengthen her physique. Thus, she had only recently advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement. In contrast, Su Ruotian, of ordinary lineage and lacking the innate advantages of Du Yun'er, had surprisingly also reached the 5th level, his aura even more substantial than hers. As the group engaged in casual conversation, the Grand Assembly of the Seven Peaks finally commenced. The Seven Peaks Conference is divided into 4 competitions. The first competition features the new disciples who have recently joined the Taihua Sect. The second involves the disciples of the qi refinement stage from previous years. The third is for those at the foundation establishment stage. And the fourth is dedicated to the golden core stage. A senior elder appeared before the crowd, silencing their discussions, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "The time has come." And the Seven Peaks Conference officially commences. The first match is the Grand Tournament for New Disciples. This Grand Tournament for New Disciples sees a participation of 1,400 competitors, ultimately aiming to select the top 50. The new disciples have only been part of the sect for 2 years, with only a handful reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement, while most are at the 3rd or even 2nd layer. The first contest is a chaotic melee to determine the top 50, followed by an elimination round to establish the top 10. Go, Tian, Zhou Qingchen murmured, while Su Ruotian, rarely displaying a serious expression, nodded in agreement. Jiang Mingyue also gestured towards Du Yun'er. Su Ruotian and Du Yun'er exchanged a glance before stepping onto the fighting stage. Naturally, the Grand Tournament for New Disciples did not attract much attention from the Peak Masters, whose gazes were primarily fixed upon the more advanced disciples. It was only during the final showdown that the Peak Masters shifted their focus to the fighting stage. As expected, the final contenders for the championship were Su Ruotian and Du Yun'er. The two faced each other for a moment, and amidst the fervent cheers of the new disciples, the climactic battle erupted. Su Ruotian cultivated the profound earth true art, exuding an extraordinarily heavy aura, further augmented by his heavy sword, Tianke, which wielded immense power. Although Du Yun'er possessed formidable strength and practiced a water-based technique that emphasized softness overcoming hardness, she gradually found herself at a disadvantage. With a steely gaze, Su Ruotian declared, "Let this final strike determine the victor." Du Yun'er, equally grave, wielded her water fan, summoning 3 water dragons. Spirit water transforms into dragons. Su Ruotian raised his heavy sword, Tianke, as earthy spiritual energy converged, unleashing a formidable light slash of considerable length with his movement. Heavy sword cleaves the earth. The clash of spiritual energies resonated until, moments later, silence enveloped the arena. In the center of the stage, Su Ruotian stood steady, sword in hand, while Du Yun'er knelt on one knee, her complexion slightly pale. Su Ruotian emerged victorious, claiming the title of champion in the Grand Tournament for New Disciples. As the elder's voice echoed, a wave of cheers erupted among the new disciples, clearly indicating Su Ruotian's recognition as their champion. Su Ruotian and Du Yun'er exchanged respectful bows, both breaking into smiles. "Thank you for your grace," Su Ruotian remarked, as they returned to the elevated platform. Chapter 19. The formidable Lin Qi following the Grand Tournament for New Disciples. The atmosphere of the Seven Peaks Conference grew significantly more fervent. The chief elder maintained a calm demeanor as he announced, "The subsequent 3 major competitions of the Seven Peaks Conference will unfold simultaneously, segmented into 3 battlefields: qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. This will employ a chaotic elimination format to first determine the top 50, followed by a series of defending matches to ascertain the top 10. Next, you will be transported into the ancient battle realm to contend for supremacy. Engage in this competition with all your might, to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Should you encounter an insurmountable lethal attack, you will be automatically transported out and subsequently disqualified." The disciples engaged in fervent discussions, acknowledging that this Seven Peaks Conference was indeed extraordinary and held significant importance within their sect, an occurrence only rivaled by the prestigious Tianjiao Conference, which took place once every 15 years. Zhou Qingchen smiled subtly as he turned to Lin Qi beside him, remarking, "I have high hopes for you." Lin Qi nodded resolutely. The ancient battle realm is a uniquely established space, sealed within a treasured artifact by the founder of the Taihua Sect, serving as an exceptional arena for the disciples to contest. Naturally, such an artifact is not of low rank. Tua Ba Yuan's expression turned grave as he gestured with his hands, conjuring a dazzling spiritual light that ascended into the air, transforming into a colossal water mirror. The mirror shimmered brilliantly, emitting a white radiance, which promptly enveloped all disciples participating in the final 3 competitions. Entering the ancient battle realm, the disciples felt a wave of dizziness, only to realize they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. The ancient battle realm consists of 3 layers, characterized by desolation and dim light. Those outside could observe the scenes within the water mirror with clarity. At this moment, Zhou Qingchen perceived that his foremost disciple, Lin Qi, had successfully entered the first layer and had already engaged in combat. In the desolate expanse of the first layer, Lin Qi furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. The area was devoid of life, save for a towering beam of light emanating from the center in the distance. It seemed that the transported disciples had been randomly dispersed. Yet the first layer was relatively small, spanning only 10 miles. Thus, everyone would gravitate towards the center, making encounters with others inevitable. Lin Qi contemplated this. Before long, as Lin Qi traversed the terrain, a figure emerged not far ahead. It was a gaunt young man who, upon seeing Lin Qi, hesitated momentarily, appraising him before inquiring. "You must be the true disciple under Master Zhou, correct?" Lin Qi nodded affirmatively. The lean youth inclined his head slightly, smiling. "I didn't expect you to forego the new student competition to participate in the Qi refinement competition. It is known that all individuals in this layer are at the 9th level of Qi refinement. If you dare to enter, you must have reached that level yourself." Lin Qi narrowed his eyes and replied, "You may certainly test that." The gaunt youth murmured, "Truly worthy of being a true disciple. To progress so remarkably in merely 6 months. Very well, as you wish, let us exchange a few moves." The youth's smile faded, and with a swift motion, he charged at Lin Qi, hands clasped behind his back, a gust of wind swirling at his feet. Lin Qi, undeterred, summoned his spiritual energy, unleashing a ferocious flame that erupted around him. The gaunt youth, however, did not flinch or evade. Instead, he enveloped himself in white spiritual energy, engaging Lin Qi in fierce combat. The clash of fists and feet was infused with rampant spiritual power. Having attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, Lin Qi's strength had significantly escalated, causing spiritual energy to surge violently within a radius of several dozen yards. Though he had yet to exert his full power, the intensity of their confrontation was already palpable. To Lin Qi's surprise, this seemingly random opponent was also at the full mastery of Qi refinement. He pondered inwardly as he repelled his adversary with a forceful palm strike. In stark contrast, the lean youth was astonished. How could there be such a prodigious individual also at the pinnacle of Qi refinement? He silently exclaimed, feeling the pressure of being relentlessly suppressed by his opponent. Unable to make any headway, a resounding explosion of fierce flames erupted, engulfing the surrounding area for several yards. The emaciated youth raised his hands defensively, yet he was once again forced back. Despite the protective aura of spiritual energy, his garments were scorched, leaving several large holes, and even his hair became somewhat frizzy, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Let us cease hostilities for now. Both you and I have achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and we are destined to face each other in the final arena battle, at which time we shall settle our differences." The youth felt a surge of frustration within, but he could only relent. Lin Qi did not refuse. Their eyes met briefly before they each departed. Outside, on the observation platform, Zhou Qingchen watched as Lin Qi continuously repelled his opponent, ultimately leading to a mutual cessation of hostilities. He nodded approvingly. Beside him, Zhou Qingchen stroked his chin and remarked, "Junior disciple, the disciple you are facing holds a prominent position among the Qi refinement disciples of Taihua Peak. I did not expect him to gain any advantage." Bai Tianling chuckled and said, "Wasn't junior disciple once in a similar situation? It seems Lin Qi's victory is almost assured." Zhou Qingchen's lips curled into a self-satisfied smirk. "Ha ha ha, we shall see how things unfold in the arena battle." As Lin Qi drew closer to the central area, he encountered an increasing number of individuals. Along the way, he eliminated several practitioners, all of whom were at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, he crossed paths with a few who had perfected their 9th layer. Yet they evidently had no intention of contesting with him and hurried towards the central light pillar. After half an hour, Lin Qi finally approached the center. He beheld 10 dazzling arenas encircled by a radiant light pillar, arranged from the highest to the lowest, corresponding to the top 10 ranks. Around the arenas, a gathering of 200 to 300 individuals had amassed, clearly those who had not been eliminated from the outer circle, all of whom were at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, with half having achieved perfection in that layer. Lin Qi raised his gaze and noted that all 10 arenas were fully occupied. Those who dared to stand atop them were undoubtedly confident in their abilities, each a perfected disciple of the 9th layer. He too stood among them, fixating on the emaciated youth atop the 7th arena, the very one with whom he had previously sparred. At the forefront of the arena stood a tall young man clad in black, exuding an immensely profound aura. As the majority have gathered, it is time to determine the top 50, a voice proclaimed from the arena, instantly heightening the tension among those present. Only 40 of you may remain to contest the arena with us. Another voice declared with considerable arrogance. Jiangsu, have you forgotten about me? At that moment, a voice resonated, belonging to a muscular man who laughed derisively. The youth on the 10th arena's expression shifted dramatically, the previous pride vanishing entirely. Do you wish for me to bring you down, or will you descend voluntarily? The robust man asked, a smirk gracing his lips. The youth on the 10th arena clenched his teeth, yet did not waver. Very well, let us see how long you can remain up there. Once the remaining challengers are eliminated, I shall personally bring you down. As soon as the imposing man finished speaking, the expressions of the surrounding disciples changed dramatically. In the next moment, he emanated an overwhelmingly heavy force, causing the faces of the nearby disciples to turn pale. With a resounding strike, the final elimination battle commenced, igniting a fierce conflict among the disciples who had yet to ascend the platform. Brilliant flashes of light erupted as the defeated disciples were enveloped in radiant energy and transported away. Lin Shi effortlessly dispatched those who attempted to encircle him, leaving none brave enough to approach, thus allowing him to relax until the final 40 were determined. 2/4 of an hour later, including the 10 on the platform, the top 50 in the Qi refinement realm had been established, leading to the ultimate battle on the stage. Chapter 20. Clash of Blades and Spears on the platform. 10 disciples stood proudly, ready to defend their positions. The remaining 40 gazed intently at these 10, knowing that defeating even one would grant them a place among the top 10 of the competition. The first to act was a robust man who leapt onto the 10th platform with a powerful stride. Jiangsu, it's time for you to step down. He taunted with a mocking grin. The youth named Jiangsu, seemingly furious, retorted loudly, Li Gui, you shameless fool. After so many years, you rely solely on your deep-rooted foundation. What pride do you possess? The muscular man remained unfazed, evidently unwilling to squander more time on words. He surged forward with renewed vigor, and the two engaged in a fierce clash, neither yielding an inch. Eventually, both drew their weapons. The great hammer and the soft sword clashed violently, with the youth gradually falling to the disadvantage, while Li Gui pressed on with relentless force. As the great hammer swung, it struck the youth, causing a trickle of blood to escape from his lips. Jiangsu, it's time to fall. Li Gui sneered, raising his hammer high, a terrifying shadow of the colossal weapon descending with overwhelming force. The pale-faced youth, who had appeared weary and despondent, suddenly found calmness, as if accepting his fate, gazing at the hammer's descent. Just as Li Gui believed victory was within his grasp, a gentle breeze swept through. The youth, previously bound, broke free from his constraints, his aura becoming ethereal and unpredictable. You! Li Gui exclaimed in disbelief, as the hammer crashed down, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the area. Yet the youth evaded it with ease. The technique of movement. Many disciples gasped in astonishment. Such techniques were rare and difficult to master. Achieving a profound movement skill at the Qi refinement stage was indeed advantageous. Jiangsu chuckled softly. Li Gui, you are the only one stagnant in place. I told you, I would soon surpass you. With soft sword in hand, he raised it to his eyes, his gaze turning cold. In the next moment, a whirlwind erupted, and the soft sword sliced through the air with blinding speed, encircling the unprepared Li Gui. A wretched scream erupted as Li Gui swung his great hammer. Yet he was left battered and bruised. Ultimately, the seemingly fragile soft sword, akin to a serpent striking, grazed his throat delicately. Amidst the looming dread of death, a white light enveloped Li Gui, transporting him from the arena. Success and defense. The onlookers, witnessing the youth who had appeared to be at a disadvantage suddenly rising and swiftly overcoming Li Gui, were left in a profound silence. In truth, those who guard the arena are universally acknowledged as the foremost individuals from their respective peaks. The disciples behind them, unless they exhibit tremendous growth, stand little chance of overcoming these formidable opponents. As anticipated, numerous challengers soon emerged, seemingly intent on exhausting their adversary through a war of attrition, yet all were decisively vanquished. Amidst the crowd, Lin Shi raised his head slightly and, with measured steps, ascended the arena, drawing the subtle gazes of onlookers. The emaciated youth on the 7th platform tensed momentarily, only to observe Lin Shi bypass him entirely, ultimately halting before the black-clad youth on the 1st platform. What? He dares to challenge Wei Kong? The lean youth was taken aback. Not only he, but the countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically. The black-clad youth appeared equally surprised, arching an eyebrow as he regarded the 12 or 13-year-old boy before him. You wish to challenge me? Wei Kong inquired. Lin Shi nodded affirmatively. Lin Shi, issuing a challenge. Wei Kong paused, then chuckled. I consider my talent to be not particularly exceptional among the elite of Taihua Sect. Yet I hold the foremost position among the current Qi training disciples. You seem somewhat unfamiliar. Which peak do you hail from? Lin Qi replied coolly, Tai Miao Peak. Wei Kong furrowed his brow. How could a new disciple from Tai Miao Peak participate in the Qi training competition of previous disciples? Wait, Lin Qi. Realization dawned upon Wei Kong. You are the direct disciple of the Peak Master. Following the grand ceremony of founding the sect, Lin Qi's name had already spread throughout the entire sect. However, Wei Kong had always been indifferent to external matters, engrossed in his own cultivation. Merely having heard of the name, thus failing to recognize Lin Qi. With this understanding, Wei Kong observed the robust aura emanating from Lin Qi. Evidently having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi training, just like them, he promptly set aside any condescension, adopting a serious demeanor as he faced Lin Qi. Since you wish to challenge me, I shall exert my full strength to witness your capabilities. As the acknowledged foremost disciple of the Taihua Sect in Qi training, those with greater innate talent than him had either advanced to foundational establishment or had not yet surpassed his level of cultivation. Yet, despite possessing a modicum of pride, he was not blind to reality, comprehending that anyone chosen as a direct disciple by the Peak Master was far from ordinary. Furthermore, Wei Kong harbored a desire to witness the true disciple's skills. Even if the title of champion were to change hands, he would accept it wholeheartedly. Let us engage in this battle with our full cultivation. Wei Kong announced with authority, a long blade materializing in his grasp, its cold white surface exuding an unparalleled sharpness. Lin Qi, steeling his resolve, recognized that this was his inaugural battle. Having practiced countless times, he could not afford to falter here. While his master instructed him to exert merely 20% of his strength, Wei Kong's insistence on a full-scale battle rendered such a request impractical. With this thought in mind, Lin Qi hesitated not, a radiant light flashing at his fingertips as a 7-foot-long spear gradually manifested, gripped firmly in his hand, its fiery crimson tip igniting instantaneously. The fire source spear. In the next moment, the spear transformed into a blur, lunging towards Wei Kong. Naturally, Wei Kong would not retreat. With a deft twist of his long blade, he unleashed a sharp aura that clashed with the fire source spear. The blade's energy surged forth. While the spear pressed resolutely onward, the two forces colliding and sending shockwaves through the surrounding air, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. As the entire first platform seemed to coalesce into a tempest, the onlookers were taken aback, as it was a rare occasion to witness Wei Kong's prowess. Especially with Lin Qi, the new true disciple, momentarily overwhelmed by the imposing forces of the two. Is this what it means to be a true disciple of the Peak? On the 7th arena, a gaunt youth's eyes twitched, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame at having previously challenged Lin Qi without understanding his own limitations. On the first arena, Lin Qi and Wei Kong had already exchanged several blows, seemingly evenly matched, though both were aware that this was merely a test of each other's capabilities. The tranquility was first shattered by Wei Kong, who swung his long blade before him, unleashing a terrifying azure blade aura that cleaved through the air in a straight line, creating a chaotic disturbance around them. Lin Qi, with a deft flick of his spear, conjured an illusory figure as the fiery tip of his spear erupted in brilliance, boldly cutting through any obstacles in its path. As the spear swept through, the blade aura was severed, and the two forces collided violently, their energies clashing with a ferocity that had yet to fade when the blade aura and spear shadow surged forth once more. Lin Qi's gaze was icy, yet his heart burned with fervor. In the throes of genuine combat, the countless hours of practiced spear techniques seamlessly coalesced, and the fire source spear became increasingly adept in his grasp, its fiery tip dazzlingly bright. Wei Kong was equally formidable. This was the most exhilarating battle he had experienced since entering the Taihua Sect, where he could unleash his blade aura without restraint. With every confrontation, his blade grew sharper. Lin Qi's eyes blazed with intensity as the fire source spear flowed effortlessly in his hands, and with a sweep, multiple spear shadows coalesced, each infused with potent spiritual energy. Wei Kong's expression shifted, recognizing the sophistication of Lin Qi's spear technique, and he became even more serious, raising his long blade above his head. The brilliant azure-white light was blinding. After gathering power for merely a moment, Wei Kong struck down with a forceful chop, the sharp blade light colliding with the spear shadows, resulting in a spectacular explosion of energy. Yet, as the blade light faded, a residual spear shadow surged forth with thunderous momentum. Wei Kong's expression changed, hastily raising his blade to counter. The explosive flames erupted, forcing him to retreat several paces before he could stabilize himself, while Lin Qi seized the moment to advance. Chapter 21. The leader Wei Kong's gaze sharpened, his spiritual energy surging to its peak as his long blade clashed continuously with Lin Chi's fire source spear, forcing him to retreat step by step. Cornered, Wei Kong's forehead bulged with veins as he unleashed an even more potent blade aura, instantly engulfing the surroundings in radiant light and extinguishing Lin Chi's furious fire energy. With a tremendous strike, he managed to push Lin Chi back slightly. Breathing heavily, his countenance grave, Wei Kong realized that Lin Chi's strength far surpassed his expectations. Not only was his spear technique exceptional, but that wild fire energy seemed to cling to him like a parasite, rapidly diminishing the potency of his blade aura. As the battle progressed, he gradually felt himself losing ground, remaining on the arena solely due to Lin Chi's restraint. Wei Kong discerned clearly that Lin Chi countered each move with effortless grace, exuding an air of tranquility. By mere state of being, he had already been defeated. Lin Chi, unaware of his opponent's thoughts, had entered a state of exhilaration in battle. Having grasped his opponent's capabilities, it was time to unleash the full extent of his power to decisively conclude the skirmish. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, the fire source spear piercing forward from behind, a shadow of the weapon coalescing, exuding a formidable force far surpassing its previous manifestation. Wei Kong's pupils constricted as he unleashed his long sword, a peak aura erupting in its entirety. The blade cleaved through the air in layers, the dazzling blue-white light fervently slicing towards Lin Chi. This is my most powerful strike. With this blow, I shall determine the victor. Wei Kong remained remarkably composed, silently affirming within. Lin Chi, his expression tranquil, wielded the spear with an imposing demeanor, shattering the relentless onslaught of Wei Kong's sword energy. Yet, the blade's fury seemed inexhaustible, its might continuously escalating, as if vowing to reduce everything before it to ashes. Under this ceaseless barrage, Lin Chi appeared to be forced into retreat, relegated to a passive defense. Meanwhile, Wei Kong bit his lip, his gaze fixated on the retreating Lin Chi. What other tricks do you possess? Wei Kong pondered internally. Yet he wielded his long sword with even greater haste. The color of the sword energy deepened, each strike imbued with tremendous power, cumulatively forming a weighty vortex of darkness. This ends here. Lin Chi resolved inwardly, transforming his spear, its tip erupting with blinding crimson radiance. The fiery essence surged rapidly within him, continuously flowing into the fire source spear, igniting the spear's vibrant crimson light. A phantom of the Tinzhong long spear gradually materialized, the explosive fire energy wreaking havoc, rendering the previously relentless deadly sword energy incapable of advancing further. Wei Kong's pupils constricted, the fiery spear in the air locking onto him completely. A sense of crisis welling up from the depths of his heart, causing a cold sweat to break out along his back. Hundreds of deadly sword energies retreated, enveloping Wei Kong layer by layer, akin to a cocoon, offering him protection. In the next moment, the spear's shadow descended with overwhelming force, the air reverberating as flames erupted, colliding thunderously with the protective sword aura. In an instant, a figure was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. As a fiery dragon writhed at the epicenter of the explosion, the spear's shadow striking down with terrifying ferocity. After a full 10 breaths, the violent spiritual energy dissipated, and tranquility returned. Beneath the arena, Wei Kong, having momentarily shielded himself with the protective true aura, managed to escape the explosion's center, though wounded. He was not sent out of the competition. Lin Chi held the fire source spear, exhaling softly. Wei Kong, his expression complex, looked at Lin Chi on the arena and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother Lin." Wei Kong gazed at him, fully aware that it was in the final moment that Lin Chi had tempered his strength. Otherwise, he would have been directly eliminated, unable to even reach the top 10. A most frustrating fate. Senior brother? Lin Chi was taken aback. The true disciples are peers among their kind, regardless of when they entered. A slender youth on the 7th arena, familiar in appearance, explained. After a considerable time, the crowd gradually emerged from the shock of that battle, their expressions somewhat vacant. How formidable. This was not even his full strength. Not only the dozens of disciples who had yet to be eliminated beneath the arena, but even those recognized as the strongest alchemical disciples from various peaks bore expressions of complexity. Previously, they had only heard tales of these true disciples beneath the peak masters. Yet they had found it difficult to comprehend their prowess. Until this moment, the image of the true disciple gradually became clearer in their hearts. However, soon the individuals on the arena seemed to recall something, their expressions subtly shifting, particularly that of the young man on the 10th stage. Lin Chi had claimed victory on the first platform, unchallenged, rightfully earning the title of champion in the Qi refinement competition. Yet, the defeated Wei Kong was seated nearby, evidently in the process of recuperation. It was inevitable that the second platform would soon fall to Wei Kong, causing a shuffle in their ranks, and thus, one among them would undoubtedly be displaced from the top 10, sparking inevitable competition among several of them. In the outside world, on the observation platform, the scene of Lin Qi's triumph had already reached Zhou Qingchen, with just a fraction of his power. Such a display of combat was indeed commendable for one with a heavenly root. Several peak masters expressed their admiration. The junior sister, Jiang Mingwei, remarked with a smile, "Junior brother, were you not the same back in the day? You and your disciple truly resemble each other. He is indeed a worthy student of yours." A subtle smile graced Zhou Qingchen's face. "Since the position of champion is no longer in question, I shall bring this young man out now." Within the first layer of space, Lin Qi stood steadfast on the first platform, unshakable, while Wei Kong continued to recover nearby. His aura now stabilized. Amidst the successive challenges from other disciples, an unexpected dark horse emerged, seizing a platform for himself. After several rounds, the surroundings fell back into tranquility. Yet they all understood that once Wei Kong resumed his challenges, the dynamics of the 9 platforms would shift once more. However, Lin Qi paid little heed to these developments, patiently awaiting the final results. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the firmament of the first layer of space, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure. The crowd was bewildered, their expressions tense. An hour after the competition commenced, a voice resonated throughout the entire first layer of space, and at that moment, a colossal hand of spiritual power materialized, swiftly whisking Lin Qi away. Startled, Lin Qi recognized the familiar voice and understood it was the handiwork of his master, the peak master of Tai Miao. Wei Kong opened his eyes and chuckled softly. Although Lin Qi had departed from the first platform, everyone knew that the title of champion was beyond dispute. Thus, with Wei Kong's renewed challenge, the 9 platforms were set to erupt in competition once again. Enveloped by the hand of spiritual power, Lin Qi was transported to the outside world. As soon as he stabilized himself, he eagerly declared to Zhou Qingchen, "Master, I have claimed the championship." Zhou Qingchen smiled gently. "I saw it all quite clearly." With that, he subtly gestured towards the water mirror in the sky. Lin Qi lifted his gaze and was astonished to discover that through the water mirror, he could observe the entirety of the 3 layers of space within the ancient battlefield. It was truly remarkable how vast this space was. Lin Qi marveled internally. Having calmed from his excitement, he began conversing with Su Ruotian beside him. "You are simply incredible," Su Ruotian exclaimed, wide-eyed. Lin Qi chuckled. "It was merely a qi refinement competition. Next time, you will surely shine as well." Chapter 22. The final result. In contrast to the qi refinement realm, the other peak masters were evidently more concerned with the contests in the other 2 layers of space. The second layer of space serves as the arena for the foundation establishment competition, spanning several dozen miles in circumference. Upon entering the foundation establishment realm, one's spiritual awareness amplifies, and spiritual energy becomes rich and profound. Practitioners gain the ability to manipulate objects and soar through the air, employing an array of techniques. This grand competition features 400 disciples, and upon entry, fierce confrontations ensue. The third layer of space boasts a diameter of over 100 miles. Yet only 106 disciples have ventured within. These comprise 100 core disciples and 6 true inheritors, all of whom have attained the golden core stage. At this level, practitioners have condensed their golden cores, solidifying their cultivation, enabling them to traverse the void and soar through the skies, wielding swords against their foes with diverse spells. Consequently, the battles within the third layer are the most intense, epitomizing the clash of formidable cultivators. Flying swords, formations, talismans, and spiritual artifacts. Each serves as a weapon of offense, filling the third layer with dazzling spiritual light and the thunderous sounds of spells. As time progresses, only 50 remain in the third layer. Among them, 3 are true inheritors at the peak of the golden core stage, alongside 3 later stage true inheritors and 44 late stage core disciples. Those at the earlier stages of the golden core have already been eliminated. These 50 are the most formidable disciples of the Taihua Sect, possessing remarkable talents and terrifying combat prowess that even many golden core elders cannot rival. Notably, the 3 true inheritors at the pinnacle of the golden core firmly hold the top 3 positions, unshakable by any competitor. Meanwhile, the competitions in the second layer are approaching their final phase, with the remaining 50 disciples, all at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, engaged in a defensive battle to determine the final top 10. Such strength is astonishing. On the observation platform, Su Ruotian's expression is filled with excitement. Such contests among high-level disciples within the sect are rare, prompting many eliminated disciples to watch intently. The first match to conclude is that of the qi refinement stage. Once the top 10 are established, the participants are teleported back to the outside world. The gaze of several peak masters is fixated on the contests in the other two layers. It remains uncertain how many among them will ascend to the 3 prestigious rankings of the Talented Gathering Conference. Tuoba Yuan pinches the bridge of his nose in contemplation. Su Xuanquan shakes his head. The true outcomes will only be revealed at the Talented Gathering Conference. We remain unaware of the strengths of the other two sects and can only strive to enhance our disciples' foundations. The others nod in agreement. After a long pause, Tuoba Yuan finally speaks. Each time the Xiankong Lake opens, it requires a lengthy period to recover. If too many individuals enter, the effect will be severely diminished. It seems we must consult the ancestor and request a session of Taihua's Vitality Infusion. Taihua's Vitality Infusion. The peak masters exchange glances, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Only Zhou Qingchen appears puzzled, as he has yet to hear of such a phenomenon within the Taihua Sect. Tuoba Yuan explains, the Taihua Vitality Infusion is akin to a rite of enlightenment. An ancestor of our sect once forged a rare treasure using a unique celestial material, capable of absorbing the innate energy drifting through the cosmos, nurturing the treasure itself, and continuously elevating its grade. Zhou Qingchen is filled with astonishment, a treasure that can autonomously enhance its grade. Tuoba Yuan continued, stating that upon reaching the transformation stage, cultivators can refine their innate treasures, nurturing them to achieve a synchronous enhancement with their own abilities. However, this extraordinary celestial treasure possesses an unparalleled uniqueness. It does not require the cultivator's nurturing, as it can autonomously absorb innate energy to elevate itself. The Taihua Guanxi, which embodies the refined innate energy of this celestial treasure, bestows immense benefits upon the cultivators, enabling them to effortlessly break through their limitations. Moreover, the innate energy leaves behind a primordial imprint within the body, significantly enhancing future cultivation speed. Upon hearing Tuoba Yuan's words, Zhou Qingchen became increasingly curious about the nature of such a wondrous entity that could yield such effects. It is well known that innate energy is not easily acquired. Only those rare entities closest to the essence of heaven and earth possess the ability to gather such energy. It seems evident that the artifact obtained by the ancestor holds great significance, likely constituting a core secret of the Taihua Sect. The various peak masters communicated through their spiritual thoughts, considering the implications of this treasure for the foundation of the Taihua Sect. Consequently, it was decided that the disciples ranking in the top 10 of the competition would receive the opportunity to partake in the Taihua Guanxi, while those ranked from 11 to 50 would be permitted to cultivate in the Xianqing Lake for 7 days. Tuoba Yuan stroked his chin and concluded, after the competition, I shall seek guidance from the ancestor. As the sun began its descent, the bell tolled, signaling the conclusion of the grand competition of the Seven Peaks Law Assembly. The final rankings of the 4 major contests had already been established, with the square teeming with disciples. Tuoba Yuan's voice resonated throughout the air, declaring, this marks the end of the Seven Peaks Law Assembly. Disciples ranked from 11th to 50th may enter Xianqing Lake for 7 days of cultivation. His words elicited a wave of excitement from the crowd, particularly among those ranked between 11 and 50, who felt an overwhelming surge of joy. What an unexpectedly generous reward. I thought only the top 10 would receive such honors, many disciples exclaimed in exuberance. As one of the 3 great secret locations of the Taihua Sect, Xianqing Lake represents a coveted opportunity for many disciples. The broad accessibility of Xianqing Lake was sure to delight those who ranked favorably. Tuoba Yuan added, as for the top 10 disciples, they shall receive distinct rewards. I would also like to remind those who have reached perfection in their cultivation and wish to participate in the Tianjiao conference, that they may choose to accept their rewards after the conference to avoid missing the opportunity to compete for the 3 rankings due to a breakthrough into the next major realm. Tomorrow at noon, the victorious disciples shall await here. Now, the competition has concluded. Zhou Qingchen rose from his seat, bidding farewell to the peak masters, and returned to the territory of Tai Miao Peak with Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. This was the first cohort of disciples since the establishment of Tai Miao Peak, and apart from Lin Qi, the others were participants in the new disciples competition. Nonetheless, the performance of Tai Miao Peak in the new disciples competition was commendable, with 3 disciples entering the top 10 and Su Ruotian achieving first place in the competition, alongside 7 others placing within the top 50. Not to mention, Lin Qi secured first in the Qi refinement stage, rendering this endeavor a resounding success. Thus, when Zhou Qingchen led Lin Qi and Su Ruotian back to the Tai Miao Peak's camp, the disciples erupted in jubilant cheers. Zhou Qingchen, in high spirits, generously praised, you have all performed admirably. Since our sect offers rewards, we at Tai Miao Peak shall not be stingy. Every participant in the grand competition will receive a first-tier premium Yuan Ling Dan. The top 50 will additionally receive a second-tier inferior Zhu Lingdan, while the top 10 shall be bestowed with a second-tier medium-grade spiritual artifact, the Yuan Lingdan, a remarkable elixir that significantly accelerates the cultivation speed in the qi refining stage. And there's also the Zhu Lingdan, a potion of immense assistance in foundational cultivation. The rewards for the top 10 are truly bountiful, comprising not only 2 elixirs, but also a medium-grade spiritual artifact. Instantly, the 200 disciples of Tai Miao Peak were filled with exhilaration, animatedly discussing among themselves. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly, refraining from further elaboration. With the power of his nascent soul enveloping the crowd, they ascended into the air and swiftly returned to Tai Miao Peak. Tomorrow, I shall accompany the victorious disciples to claim their rewards, which will be distributed by the respective elders. You may now disperse, Zhou Qingchen advised, as he led Lin Qi and Su Ruotian back to the summit of Tai Miao Peak amidst the respectful bows of the disciples. Master, what exactly are the rewards for the top 10? Su Ruotian, having held back his curiosity for quite some time, eagerly inquired upon their return. With Lin Qi also looking towards Zhou Qingchen in intrigue. You are indeed fortunate. The rewards for the top 10 are quite exceptional, akin to a transmission of enlightenment, tied to the very foundation of Taihua Sect. I cannot divulge too much, Zhou Qingchen replied, emphasizing the essential details. This will greatly impact your cultivation. With this reward, your training prior to the nascent soul stage will feel as if blessed by divine assistance, and even within the nascent soul stage, it will prove beneficial. As for the specifics, you shall discover them tomorrow. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian nodded, their curiosity piqued even further. I initially thought you might not be able to attend the talent conference, Ruotian, but with this reward, you will surely reach the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, making it not too difficult to secure a place on the Xian ranking at the conference. And Lin Qi, seize this opportunity. It will greatly aid you in the competition for the Earth ranking, Zhou Qingchen encouraged, patting the shoulders of his 2 disciples with a smile. We will certainly make the most of this opportunity. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian replied earnestly. Chapter 23. Summoned by the ancestor above the sea of clouds. Zhou Qingchen sat cross-legged, yet he did not engage in cultivation. The gentle mists caressed his surroundings, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. He felt an increasing intensity of a peculiar power within him as he continued his practice, becoming ever more elusive. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. As his cultivation progressed, he gradually discerned a mysterious force lying dormant within him, especially after forging his nascent soul. That power seemed to have been unleashed, continuously intensifying. However, Zhou Qingchen did not dwell on it too much, for this power appeared to share a common origin with him and held immense potential for his cultivation. After pondering for a moment, he dismissed his thoughts and returned to meditation, harnessing the rich stellar energy under the moonlight to cultivate. In the depths of the black night, as the stars twinkled and the galaxy flowed, his figure clad in white seemed to transform into a celestial being, radiating a presence that stirred the surroundings. The exquisite star patterns upon his forehead shimmered vibrantly. Taihua Sect, within a small realm of the void. This is a vast and independent space, imbued with an extraordinary aura, connected to the outside world by a portal. Within it resides the profound essence of the Taihua Sect, the 3 venerable ancestors of transformation. Tuoba Yuan, with hands positioned in a ritual gesture, conjured a portal of the void. Ancestor, I seek an audience, he respectfully addressed the portal. Enter, came a voice, ancient and commanding, resonating from the void. Tuoba Yuan straightened his composure and stepped inside. Inside the ethereal realm, daylight reigned supreme, with 3 floating islands suspended in midair, each representing a significant meaning that Tuoba Yuan understood well as he approached one of them with reverence. The following day, before noon, Zhou Qingchen accompanied Lin Qi and other award-winning disciples to the summit of Taishan. On the Ping Tian platform, the other peak masters arrived in succession, and over 100 awardees were poised and ready. In the grand competition of qi refinement, the final 50 were all practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. However, to avoid missing the heroic assembly, they chose not to claim their rewards just yet, with the exception of Lin Qi. After all, upon advancing to the foundation establishment stage, they would lose the opportunity to etch their names upon the profound rankings. And the Earth rankings were not something one could contend for just upon entering the early stages of foundation establishment. At noon, Tuoba Yuan appeared punctually, accompanied by a middle-aged man sporting a stubbled visage. The disciples entering the Suqing Lake will be led by the esteemed elder presiding over it, Tuoba Yuan announced. This elder, of course, was the stubbled man. Many were astonished, as numerous disciples, especially those who had recently joined, were unfamiliar with the name of the Taihua Sect's elder. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian exchanged glances, realizing that this was the elder of the nascent soul stage whom their master had spoken of, typically guarding the secret places of the Taihua Sect. As the elder departed with a group of disciples, the top 10 from the 4 major competitions remained behind, awaiting Taihua Yuan's instructions. Follow me, Taihua Yuan instructed the remaining disciples. Junior brother, the ancestor summons you. You should join us. He conveyed to Zhou Qingchen just as he was about to leave. The ancestor summons? Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, but proceeded to follow. While the other peak masters departed ahead of them, Zhou Qingchen and Taihua Yuan walked at the forefront as the other disciples trailed behind towards the summit of Taishan. As they passed through the main hall of the sect leader, the surroundings became increasingly surreal, rendering it difficult for the disciples to discern where they were headed. Shortly after, the path twisted, leading them into an extraordinary space. Follow me to pay respects to the ancestor, Taihua Yuan stated solemnly. The disciples were initially puzzled, but soon their hearts surged with astonishment. The ancestor of transformation. Indeed, the next moment revealed a figure shrouded in layers of mist, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace. The newcomer, with hair and beard as white as snow, donned a simple robe, radiating an unfathomable and terrifying presence. Salutations to the ancestor. The disciples bowed in unison, with Taihua Yuan and Zhou Qingchen following suit. No need for formalities. I shall bestow upon you the Taihua Qi infusion through the technique of initiation. Strive to absorb it. For this is an immense opportunity for you. The ancestor's voice resonated, sending a tremor of excitement through the hearts of the disciples. Only the true disciples and a few core students were simultaneously astonished and filled with joy. Clearly, they were all aware of the unique opportunity presented by the Taihua Guanshi, a singular inheritance of the Taihua Sect. As per the ancestor's command, the crowd responded hastily. Taihua Yuan and Zhou Qingchen then stepped aside. The disciples settled into a meditative posture, entering a state of deep concentration. A flash of white light emerged from the ancestor's wide sleeves, revealing an ancient-looking white jade cauldron that flew into his hands, emanating a profoundly mysterious aura. Could this be the enigmatic treasure? Zhou Qingchen mused, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, the white jade cauldron soared into the air, radiating dazzling yellow and white light, while pure white mist dispersed, coalescing into spirals that enveloped the 40 disciples of varying cultivation levels. The aura of these spirals was purer than that of the natural spiritual energy, imbued with a breath that approached the essence of the heavens, intoxicating all who were present. Follow me, the ancestor's voice resonated. Zhou Qingchen exchanged a glance with Taihua Yuan, and upon mutual agreement, he stepped forward to follow. With a subtle movement, the ancestor bent the space before him, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at a floating island. You must be Jiang Yu's disciple, the ancestor observed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back and a gentle smile gracing his face. Indeed, Zhou Qingchen affirmed. Jiang Yu was the name of his revered master, and only those of the same generation as his master could address him in such a manner. The ancestor sighed, saying, when you first returned to the sect, a few of us had the opportunity to observe you from the shadows. It is remarkable that in just a century, you have reached this point. Truly, you possess a heavenly spirit root. When your master departed from the Taihua Sect, he was gone for hundreds of years, causing the closure of Tai Miao Peak and the dispersal of disciples across various peaks. Now that you have reopened it, you have fulfilled a longing he held. Zhou Qingchen remained silent. You must harbor many questions regarding your master, the ancestor observed, his eyes glimmering. Are you aware of the circumstances? Zhou Qingchen inquired, his heart stirring with curiosity. The ancestor stroked his long beard and replied, even if I do not speak, you should have your suspicions. Your master ranks second among the true disciples of my generation. Yet, despite this, he was merely 1400 years old. How could he exhaust his lifespan without being an advanced practitioner? Zhou Qingchen's gaze shot up, trembling with emotion. With a voice tinged with difficulty, he admitted, I am aware of this matter. However, my master did not share it with me, and thus, I refrained from asking. He was the previous master of Tai Miao Peak, a true disciple of the last generation, and in terms of age, he was only a few hundred years older than his fellow brothers and sisters. Far from reaching the limit of transformation, I surmised that his lifespan must have been compromised, his essence damaged. The ancestor nodded slightly, stating, he has been away for hundreds of years, and we have long since lost familiarity with a brother who practiced alongside us for centuries. He bears many secrets, and it is unclear what burdens he carries. He only informed us that his return is not due to any misfortune he encountered, urging us not to worry. You are aware of the subsequent events. Your master imparted all his teachings to you in his final moments before departing this world. The knowledge he bestowed upon you does not belong to the Taihua Sect. The Xianguang Xing Chun Juyu practice is a superior technique of the 6th tier, perfectly aligned with your celestial spiritual root. The starry arts are infinitely rarer than the elemental methods. Throughout history, there have been few who possess such a spiritual root. How fortuitous it is that he possessed this technique and encountered you, a bearer of a celestial spiritual root. The ancestor remarked, gazing at the astonished Zhou Qingchen. Perhaps your master has been waiting for you all along. In chapter 24, The Pure Yuan Fruit Tree, Zhou Qingchen experienced a fleeting moment of emptiness in his mind. Until now, he had believed his master was merely eager to find a disciple capable of receiving his legacy. Although he recognized that certain events must have transpired during his master's travels, he never imagined they would ultimately connect to him. He still lacked understanding of this world and underestimated the rarity of the celestial aberrant spiritual root, as well as the value of the starry arts. If his master were truly an ordinary figure of the transformation realm, how could he have acquired the starry techniques of the void refinement realm? Even now, as he had shifted his focus to Di Chun Han Yuan Jing, the worth of the Xian Guang Xing Chenju remained immeasurable. The matters at hand are shrouded in mystery, and only you can unravel them. I summoned you merely to convey one piece of information. The ancestor restrained the complexity of his expression and stated, when you decide to leave the Taihua Sect in pursuit of your master's past, I will reveal everything your master confided in me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The ancestor shook his head and added, the prerequisite is that you must possess the strength to contend with the void refinement realm. This is your master's condition. The void refinement realm exists above the transformation realm, a presence unparalleled in the entire southern wilderness. In the ancestor's view, Zhou Qingchen still had a long way to go to reach such heights. For now, he was merely offering a reminder, urging him to prepare in advance. If you wish to comprehend your master's intentions, you must seek them out yourself in the future, the ancestor sighed, hands clasped behind his back. However, do not feel burdened. I am aware of your master's character. He would never harm his own disciple. Zhou Qingchen naturally had faith in his master, having spent a century in close companionship, receiving his teachings with profound gratitude. Perhaps it was your talent that ignited a glimmer of hope in his heart, the ancestor mused with a soft sigh. His master had always been enigmatic, and it seemed much had transpired after leaving the Taihua Sect. Zhou Qingchen understood this, yet his master had never spoken of his past. Before departing, he had only urged him to cultivate diligently, leaving behind the Xianji Star sword and a remarkably ordinary pouch. Zhou Qingchen sensed there was profound significance hidden within, yet at present, he was unable to grasp its mysteries. As for your cultivation, the ancestor's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, his eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. He could hardly fathom the innate talent required to attain the consummate state of the nascent soul within such a brief span. Traversing a path that had taken other centuries of arduous exploration, Zhou Qingchen could only muster the courage to respond, perhaps it is due to my spiritual root. The ancestor pondered momentarily, harboring a fleeting doubt, yet ultimately convinced himself. After all, he had only encountered a practitioner with a heavenly spiritual root once before. Ancient texts proclaimed that such roots were a manifestation of divine favor, defying conventional understanding in certain respects. Otherwise, his senior brother would not have paved such a path for Zhou Qingchen. Given this, you should prepare early, the ancestor advised. In the future, when ascending to the divination realm, one must endure the heavenly tribulation, the most formidable of which is the final infant transformation tribulation. Surmounting it will initiate the transformation of the nascent soul into the primordial spirit, granting command over the forces of heaven and earth. With spells and divine abilities capable of reaching 1,000 miles. Do not act hastily if you lack confidence. The tribulation is of utmost significance and must be succeeded in one attempt. Otherwise, one may suffer backlash. The consequences can be mild, resulting in a loss of cultivation, or severe, leading to demise and the extinguishing of one's path. The ancestor spoke with solemnity. Zhou Qingchen nodded in understanding. Very well, you may take your leave. I have heard that the other two sects have been quite active. You must exercise caution. The ancestor cautioned one last time before his figure gradually faded from sight. Zhou Qingchen exhaled deeply as he departed from the realm of nothingness. The talisman left to him by his master must conceal something extraordinary. He pondered what conditions must be met to unlock it. At Tai Miao Peak, Zhou Qingchen had returned for several days. The disciples who had gone to Xianying Lake had gradually returned, leaving only Lin Qi, Su Ruotian, and two others named Dou Jian and Lu Xian still undergoing the infusion of innate energy. One day, within a certain pavilion, Zhou Qingchen, unusually relaxed, brewed tea for himself. Accompanied by Zhang Yi and Li Chenglen. After refining the twin spirit fruit, their cultivation had become increasingly refined, and an enigmatic aura began to emanate from them, suggesting that they might indeed reach the nascent soul realm in the future. Of course, they still had a considerable journey ahead. As both Zhang Yi and Li Chunglin had risen from core disciples and were among the most gifted within Taihua Sect, well aware that cultivation could not be rushed. Have you heard that an extraordinary being in the divination realm has appeared within the spirit beast forest? Zhou Qingchen inquired, his eyes brightening with curiosity. Li Chunglin nodded. The spirit beast forest is vast, spanning across Nanli Prefecture, and has long been occupied by over a dozen nascent soul-level great demons. However, several days ago, a divination realm demon emerged, compelling the other great demons to submit. It remains unclear whether it was a nascent soul great demon that encountered a fortuitous opportunity to ascend or an external demon that has taken control of the forest. This has led to increased activity among the demons, and many cultivators who ventured within have met their demise. Zhang Yi added, further fueling Zhou Qingchen's intrigue. Suddenly, a jubilant electronic voice resonated in Zhou Qingchen's mind. Congratulations, host. Task completed. His heart leaped with joy. Lin Qi has successfully established his foundation. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 7th-tier spiritual plant, the pure yuan fruit tree. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 task points. The current attributes of the host are as follows. Name, Zhou Qingchen. Talent, Stellar Dao Spiritual Root. Cultivation, Perfected Yuanying. Technique, Emperor's Mixed Yuan Scripture. Spells, Supreme Void Aurora Sword, Tai Bai Golden Light Slash, Xingwei Unification, Celestial Interception Technique, Daylight Celestial Star, Extinguishing Celestial Star, Polestar Meteor, Heavenly Starfall. Weapons, Xuanji Stellar Sword, 9 Celestial Fates of the Immortal. Task points, 260,000. Zhou Qingchen was overwhelmed with joy. He had not only acquired a 7th-tier spiritual plant, but also amassed 100,000 task points. Combined with his previous 160,000 task points, he now possessed a considerable fortune. You two may depart for now, Zhou Qingchen said to the two individuals beside him. Zhang Yi and Li Chunglin respectfully took their leave. Moments later, a flash of spiritual light appeared before Zhou Qingchen, revealing a towering spiritual plant several dozen feet high. Upon its emergence, an immensely rich aura emanated, enveloping the summit of Tai Miao Peak and rapidly expanding outward. Chapter 25. Ascension. This pure yuan fruit tree bore 16 vividly glistening, plump spiritual fruits, clearly having reached maturity and awaiting harvest. Just a whiff of its fragrance invigorated Zhou Qingchen's internal spiritual energy immensely. The pure yuan fruit tree, a rare spiritual plant of the heavens and earth, absorbs the essence of the sun and moon for growth, flowering after a century, fruiting after another century, and finally maturing after a further century. Its fruits are extraordinarily rich, containing unparalleled spiritual essence. Consuming one could equate to 100 years of arduous cultivation for a consolidation realm master. Regrettably, Zhou Qingchen realized that his current cultivation level was insufficient to partake in such a high-tier spiritual plant. Perhaps once he reached the refining void realm, he could gradually withstand the pure spiritual essence contained within. Zhou Qingchen lamented silently, not daring to allow this spiritual plant to linger in the open, lest it attract unwanted attention. After all, he could not concoct a plausible explanation for this sudden appearance of a treasure of the consolidation realm. Zhou Qingchen promptly retracted it into the system space. Ding. Congratulations, host. The disciple has broken through a minor realm, gaining a 6th-tier superior spiritual vein. The electronic voice echoed once more, and Zhou Qingchen realized that Lin Qi had surged forward, achieving the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. Excellent. It seems the infusion of innate energy is indeed potent. With this safeguard, my disciple will undoubtedly secure a place in the competition for the Earth ranking. A 6th-tier superior spiritual vein. Such a treasure capable of enhancing a locale could only be found among the true celestial sects. Perhaps in the future, an opportunity might arise to implant it within the underground of Taihua Sect. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. It is worth noting that throughout the entirety of Nanli Prefecture and the surrounding major states, the highest grade spiritual veins barely reach the 5th tier. And even Taihua Sect is no exception. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing the novice phase. The master system is upgrading. Please await patiently. After the electronic voice finished speaking, it fell completely silent, causing Zhou Qingchen to momentarily ponder. It can upgrade? I wonder what changes it will bring. A surge of anticipation welled up within him. At this moment, within the Taihua breathing ground, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian had been cultivating there for 10 days. The innate energy refined from the innate treasure cauldron was being absorbed by all, resulting in tremendous transformations. The first to break through were 10 newly initiated disciples. Apart from Su Ruotian and Du Yuner, the remaining few were all at the 4th level of qi refinement, yet they were diligently striving for breakthroughs each day. In just a few days, All 10 reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. The refined innate energy not only accelerated their cultivation, but also formed a primal seal within their bodies. This primal seal significantly enhanced their ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during their training, much to their delight. Lin Qi, with his eyes tightly shut, delved deep into his consciousness. Having broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, his aura gradually stabilized. The primal seal augmented his already formidable cultivation speed even further. Yet, this was not what thrilled him the most. Lin Qi's focus descended into his dantian, where a faint red glow began to flicker, as delicate as a flame that could be extinguished with a breath. However, as time passed, that red glow grew increasingly vibrant, eventually erupting into a brilliant crimson flame. Blooming like a flower's core, exuding a ferocious aura capable of incinerating all under heaven. It is done. Lin Qi rejoiced within. He had finally forged the first realm of the Sun God Fire chapter, condensing his own true fire essence. Though this essence was still weak, it would inevitably evolve into the world-consuming flame, rivaling the divine flames of the cosmos. Spiritual fire, profound fire, heavenly fire, divine fire. These constitute the 4 great realms of the Sun God Fire chapter. With the first realm, the spiritual fire attained, I shall surely make my mark in the contest for the Earth ranking. In this moment, an infinite thirst for ambition surged within Lin Qi. Although he had only reached the realm of spiritual fire, this spiritual fire could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with some of the rarest flames in the world. For instance, the master of Baitianling Peak, on Taiching Peak, had achieved unparalleled accolades in alchemy through a strand of Imu's spiritual fire. Following closely behind Lin Qi, the foundation establishment disciples also reaped considerable rewards, all having attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, over the course of several days, these disciples did not break through to the next level. On one hand, forging a golden core requires not only abundant spiritual energy, but also years of diligent refinement. It is not easily attained. On the other hand, due to the impending Earth ranking contest, a breakthrough to the golden core stage might jeopardize their chances in the competition. Nonetheless, they did not consider the enlightening experience to be in vain. Although they had not advanced to the golden core realm, this enlightening session significantly shortened the process and left behind a primal seal in their bodies. This was their greatest harvest. Furthermore, they had also stored a portion of the innate energy that they had yet to refine within their dantian, which would enable them to advance to the golden core once the contest concluded. The disciples at the golden core stage bore no such worries. As the formation of the nascent soul remained elusive, they could only strive to absorb as much innate energy as possible to strengthen their foundational strength. The 3 most powerful true disciples, already at the peak of the golden core stage, emerged even stronger from this experience, their golden cores reaching their limits. At last, another day passed. The Taihua enlightenment concluded. A commanding voice resonated, awakening everyone from their cultivation, their faces unmistakably alight with excitement, clearly indicating that they had all gained tremendously. Simultaneously, the jade-white small cauldron transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the mist, as Tuoba Yuan appeared, leading everyone away from this place. The grand hall of the sect master. Tuoba Yuan, seated at the foremost position, spoke with a profound demeanor. Through this opportunity, you have all made significant progress. I hope you will uphold your dedication to cultivation. Furthermore, during this upcoming hero conference, many of you will participate in battles. Should you encounter members from the other 2 sects, present your best selves and compel them to yield. Tuoba Yuan's voice resonated powerfully, igniting a fervor within the disciples. Lingjian Sect and Bailan Sect, what trump cards do you possess? For this occasion, our sect has bestowed upon you the most precious opportunities. So how do you intend to achieve victory? Not only is the ranking on the 3 lists at stake, but also the coveted Southernly treasure. Do not expect us to retreat. Tuoba Yuan declared resolutely. Senior brothers, should we await the steward to escort us back? Dou Jian and Lu Xian inquired with a hint of timidity, glancing at Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. Though they were both among the top 10 disciples in the new student competition at Tai Miao Peak, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian seldom trained alongside them, resulting in a lack of familiarity. The major peaks of Taihua Sect are separated by hundreds of miles and are fraught with peril, given their cultivation levels. It might take them several days to return to Tai Miao Peak. Senior brother, haven't you reached the foundation establishment stage? You can ride the winds. Could you not bring us back? Su Ruotian's eyes sparkled with hope as he turned to Lin Qi. Lin Qi hesitated. I have not learned such a technique. And should I inadvertently let you fall? At that moment, Dou Jian and Lu Xian instinctively recoiled, just as they pondered their predicament. A silver light streaked across the sky, swiftly descending before them. Master! Lin Qi and Su Ruotian exclaimed joyfully. Zhou Qingchen, wearing a smile, surveyed them with evident satisfaction. It seems you have not squandered this opportunity. Excellent. You shall also participate in this hero conference. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian were already aware, while Dou Jian and Lu Xian were filled with excitement. With a firm step, Zhou Qingchen summoned his formidable nascent soul energy, lifting the four of them into the air. And within mere moments, they arrived at Tai Miao Peak. The four of them simultaneously thought, truly, our master flies with unparalleled speed. Shortly thereafter, atop Tai Miao Peak, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian returned after several days, a wave of homely warmth enveloping them, prompting a celebratory feast. After indulging in the meal, Zhou Qingchen sipped tea and turned his gaze toward them. The hero conference will take place next month. In the meantime, do you wish to explore beyond the sect? He inquired. At his words, their eyes gleamed with excitement, and even the typically composed Lin Shi became animated. Master, where may we go? Zhou Qingchen smiled mysteriously, his lips curling slightly. To the spirit beast forest. Chapter 26. The trial as the sun rose, radiating violet energy from the east. Zhou Qingchen opened his eyes after a night of cultivation, feeling invigorated. At the summit of Tai Miao Peak, several figures stood. Among them were Lin Shi and Su Ruotian, along with Lu Xian and Dou Jian, who ranked in the top 10 of the new student competition, and 7 additional disciples who placed within the top 50. Zhang Yi and Li Chonglin stood nearby. Upon hearing Zhou Qingchen's words yesterday, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian were momentarily stunned, only to grasp their master's intentions through further explanation. It is evident that all disciples present are to participate in the upcoming Tianjiao conference in a month's time. Aside from Lin Shi, who, at the mid-foundation stage, will contend in the Earth ranking competition, the other 10 disciples, including Su Ruotian, have all attained the 9th level of Qi refinement and are thus required to engage in the Xian ranking contest. Although the 7 remaining disciples have not received the innate Qi's enlightenment or the enhancement of the source mark, the rewards from Xianqing Lake have enabled them to successfully reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. Consequently, Zhou Qingchen has resolved to rigorously train these disciples. The new student competition, characterized by its straightforward clashes, is rather simplistic. At the Tianjiao conference, they may easily fall victim to unexpected tactics. After all, these newly initiated disciples have improved their cultivation through fortuitous circumstances, yet they lack practical combat experience, making a genuine practice session far more beneficial. Fortunately, the spirit beast forest has been exceptionally active lately, providing an excellent opportunity for trial. However, Zhou Qingchen would not permit this group of naive youths to risk their lives recklessly. With a light chuckle, he descended from the clouds and approached the assembled disciples. I trust you are all aware of the purpose for which I have summoned you, Zhou Qingchen remarked, nodding slightly as he observed the mixture of curiosity and trepidation among the crowd. The disciples recognized that their journey was intended for training within the spirit beast forest, and they responded in unison. Zhou Qingchen gestured towards Li Chonglin, who cleared his throat and began to speak. The Peak Master has established the rules for this trial. Each participant must individually hunt a peak first-tier beast to earn 10 points. If 2 individuals collaborate to slay a beast, they will share 8 points. Note that solo kills yield greater rewards, and only pairs of 2 may team up. Points can be exchanged for rewards, with higher-tier rewards requiring more points. Upon hearing Li Chonglin's declaration, excitement surged among the disciples, each eager to prove themselves. Due to the heightened activity and danger within the spirit beast forest, this trial will be accompanied by several stewards. However, it is crucial that everyone remains vigilant. The stewards will only intervene when you are faced with a life-threatening crisis, and their involvement signifies the end of your trial, rendering you unable to earn further points through hunting. After outlining the rules, the disciples were clearly captivated by the upcoming trial. Lin Shi then turned to Zhou Qingchen and inquired, Master, what about me? Zhou Qingchen smiled gently and replied, You shall hunt second-tier late-stage or even peak second-tier beasts, for only such creatures can truly hone your skills. If you manage to slay 10 peak second-tier beasts, I shall reward you with something extraordinary. Zhou Qingchen's enigmatic smile piqued Lin Shi's interest. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, for the extraordinary item promised by his master was surely no ordinary treasure. This reward referred to the 6 remarkable items bestowed upon Lin Shi during his breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage. After redeeming 2 6th-tier Xian artifacts for himself and Su Ruotian, as well as the twin spirit fruits for his 2 subordinates, 3 5th-tier treasures remained available for exchange. Among these was the Sunfire Essence, a top-tier 5th-grade spiritual object formed from a ray of solar fire that fell to the world, having burned for a millennium. This essence would greatly enhance Lin Qi's cultivation of the Sun God Fire technique. Zhou Qingchen had long been prepared, initially intending to present it to Lin Shi after the Tianjiao conference. However, delivering it earlier seemed to yield better results. All right, we are ready to depart, Zhou Qingchen announced to the group. In just a brief moment, 10 esteemed elders, each of them at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, received their orders and ascended to the summit of Tai Miao Peak. Each elder was assigned to oversee a disciple's performance and ensure their safety. As for Lin Qi, he possessed the strength of the Foundation establishment realm himself, thus did not require an elder's company. However, Li Chenglin would accompany them, discreetly overseeing the disciples from behind to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Zhou Qingchen felt a surge of excitement. After all, this trial was merely a secondary endeavor. His true objective was to catch a glimpse of the formidable transformation realm demon that reigned supreme in the demon spirit forest. Let us set forth, Zhou Qingchen called out. And with a flash of white light, the Xuanji star sword hovered in midair, rapidly expanding to a size of several dozen zhang. Zhou Qingchen, accompanied by Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, stepped onto the sword's surface, standing at the forefront, while Li Chenglin followed closely beside them. The disciples, exhilarated, were taken aboard the flying sword by the elders, their excitement palpable as it was their first encounter with such a celestial artifact. Zhang Yi, you shall remain at the sect to manage Tai Miao Peak, Zhou Qingchen instructed, to which Zhang Yi responded respectfully. In the next moment, the Xuanji star sword erupted with brilliance, slicing through the air as it departed from Taihua Sect. Where has the junior brother gone? Several peak masters wondered, puzzled. At an altitude of 10,000 zhang, a colossal sword swept through the skies, and Zhou Qingchen and his group had already distanced themselves from Taihua Sect. Under the protection of the Yuan Ying's power, those aboard the sword felt exceedingly secure. Not only the disciples, but even the elders were captivated, gazing at the scenery that rushed by below, their minds expanding with inspiration. The southernly prefecture is vast, and the demon spirit forest lies hundreds of thousands of miles away. We will take several hours to reach our destination, Zhou Qingchen explained. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian looked down at the diminutive landscapes, their hearts swelling with excitement. The mountains and rivers lay beneath them, and upon reaching the Yuanying realm, one could traverse the world, truly a sight to behold. Master, there is a grand city below, Su Ruotian exclaimed in surprise. The city sprawled extensively, and even from 10,000 zhang high, its grandeur was palpable. This is Lihua City, the foremost city of the southernly prefecture. It ranks among the upper echelon of powers beneath the three sects, with four prominent clans and the city lord's mansion governing the 5 factions, each under the watch of Yuan Ying realm practitioners. Zhou Qingchen elaborated. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian nodded in understanding. Only Lihua City, and Zhenjiang City in the southernly prefecture could boast such prosperity. It seems that Du Yuner hails from the Du family of Lihua City, one of the 3 cities. Su Ruotian murmured. Zhou Qingchen's flying sword moved with astonishing speed, quickly leaving the expanse above Lihua City and continuing onward. However, many within Lihua City observed the brilliant light streaking across the sky. What is that? On the bustling streets, numerous people looked up squinting, filled with curiosity. In a nearby tea house, a group of young men and women gathered, sharing drinks and laughter. Young Master Pei, who do you think that is? A youth inquired, his gaze fixed on the fleeting glow in the sky. The young man referred to as Master Pei is adorned in opulent robes, clearly regarded as the leader among the gathering, his demeanor reflecting both charm and respect. A practitioner of the nascent soul stage, Pei Sun murmured softly. Perhaps he is one of the esteemed nascent soul true lords of the 3 sects, someone sighed. Master Pei, your talents are undoubtedly among the foremost in Lihua City. Even the prodigious offspring of the 3 great sects may find themselves overshadowed by you. A lady chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with affection. The noble youth did not respond much. Such flattery was of little consequence to him. While he was confident in his prowess, he was not foolish enough to underestimate his competitors. When it came to the true genius of Lihua City, the one from the Sea family was indeed a true contender against the disciples of the 3 sects, he mused. Chapter 27. The Forest of Demonic Spirits. The Forest of Demonic Spirits spans an immense area, a true realm of demons, yet it is also rich with opportunities. Not only could rare spiritual herbs flourish within, but even the higher-tier demonic beasts are treasures in their own right. Hence, the Forest of Demonic Spirits has always been a sought-after locale for many cultivators in search of fortune, with various sects treating it as a training ground for their disciples. Numerous independent cultivators, well aware of the myriad chances it holds, often risk their lives to seize opportunities from the demonic mouths. Recruiting cultivators of Qi refinement stages 7 to 9, all applicants welcomed. Profits split 60-40. Seeking foundational realm guardians, generous rewards offered. Interested parties may inquire further. Offering a high-grade spiritual sword of the first rank, superb quality, for merely 900 spirit stones. Selling first-rank spiritual herbs produced within the Forest of Demonic Spirits. Outside one of the entrances, a bustling small town had been established, with a continuous flow of people and incessant calls. Even with the recent unusual activity within the forest of demonic spirits, the number of daredevils entering only increased, along with the traders. Can we truly capture 3 late-stage golden core practitioners, for mid-stage and 5 early-stage? Within a tavern, several formidable cultivators gathered to discuss. The 3 strongest among them were indeed the late-stage golden core practitioners. Regardless, the spoils will be divided with my Jiang family receiving 40%. While both your families will each take 30%, a man with a fierce countenance declared, his aura clearly the most potent among them. Indeed, we shall honor our words. The other 2 replied with cheerful smiles, their eyes gleaming with shrewdness, exuding confidence. At last, we have arrived. On the flying sword. The crowd gazed in excitement at the seemingly endless ancient forest ahead. Look, there's a town, Zhou Qingchen pointed below, and Lin Qi followed his gaze. Indeed, spotting a cluster of buildings. Zhou Qingchen lowered his gaze slightly, his consciousness already having swept across the entire town. Interesting, 12 golden core practitioners have gathered here. Zhou Qingchen pondered, intrigued. The town was bustling with many cultivators, mostly at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. But the concentration of 12 golden core practitioners stood out like a blazing flame in the night. Let us descend, Zhou Qingchen suggested, as they landed on the flying sword. Retracting it just before touching the ground, safely bringing the group to a steady stop outside the town. Li Chonglin forged ahead, while Zhou Qingchen led the group into the bustling little town, which was teeming with life, with a steady stream of patrons flowing in and out of various shops. Was that fleeting light a manifestation of this group? On either side of the street, many furtively cast glances at Zhou Qingchen and his entourage. The aura emanating from the individual at the forefront was formidable. Could he be a golden core master? Some whispered among themselves, casting sidelong glances at Li Chonglin. They speculated that they were disciples from a prominent sect here for training. Zhou Qingchen paid no heed to their conjectures. At a signal, Li Chonglin guided them to the inn where he had sensed the presence of over a dozen golden core cultivators. I apologize, esteemed guests, but this establishment has been reserved and will not accommodate outsiders for the next few days, the innkeeper said, his expression troubled as he regarded Zhou Qingchen's group. With his discerning eye, he recognized the extraordinary nature of this party, but having been long bought off by the seniors upstairs, he had no intention of jeopardizing his own reputation. Li Chonglin furrowed his brow, about to speak, but Zhou Qingchen interjected. In that case, we shan't impose further. He replied with a slight nod. The group departed and settled into another inn next door without incident. As twilight approached, Zhou Qingchen instructed his companions, rest for the night. The trial commences tomorrow and will last for 15 days. I hope each of you finds something of value. After returning to his room, the others took their leave. Zhou Qingchen sat upon his bed, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious silver light, perceiving scenes from afar with unimpeded clarity. Such a rudimentary formation could never conceal itself from my spiritual sense, he mused, a smile playing upon his lips. What sort of individuals are they? A menacing figure inquired. What do you discern? An elder figure responded. From my observations, only the leader poses a threat. He may very well be a late-stage golden core cultivator like us. The final member of the trio, a refined middle-aged man, waved his fan and remarked, they likely come for training. I wonder which sect they belong to. Considering 1 late-stage golden core and 10 perfected foundation establishment practitioners accompany them. Let us remain vigilant, the elder concluded with a smile. The demise of that nascent soul beast has thrown its territory into chaos. This presents our finest opportunity. For the sake of that chance, our 3 factions have battled for years. I trust that you will not jeopardize our efforts at the critical moment. The menacing figure warned. And Zhou Qingchen withdrew his spiritual sense, intrigued. A nascent soul beast? How could such a formidable creature, reigning over its domain for a century, have suddenly perished? Could it be linked to that newly emerged transformation stage demon? He pondered, aware that the primary focus of his journey was indeed this transformation stage demon. Then I shall venture into the spirit beast forest tomorrow, Zhou Qingchen resolved. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he immersed himself once again in cultivation. The radiant light of his nascent soul was enigmatic, a silvery glow that stemmed from his formidable cultivation. After the hero gathering, I shall ascend to the transformation stage. Zhou Qingchen's thoughts were consumed, for his nascent soul had reached its limit through diligent effort. The next step was to transcend and transform into divinity. The next day dawned. Under the meticulous arrangement of Li Chonglin, 10 disciples at the Qi refinement stage have ventured into the forest of demonic spirits, actively exploring its periphery. Lin Qi and Zhou Qingchen stood at the entrance of the inn. Master, why am I not accompanying them? Lin Qi inquired, lifting his gaze. Zhou Qingchen, looking towards the direction of the forest, replied, The second-tier late-stage and peak-tier demonic beasts reside deeper within the forest. To venture alone would consume too much time. As I must also make a trip there, you shall accompany me. Lin Qi, perplexed, asked, Master is going too? Zhou Qingchen smiled gently. I am rather intrigued by what lies within. Without further ado, Zhou Qingchen led Lin Qi directly into the depths of the forest. The forest of demonic spirits was replete with towering ancient trees, an ideal habitat for the demonic beasts. Zhou Qingchen flew confidently through the skies. Yet none of the beasts dared to obstruct him. Under the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage, the creatures remained silent. Now, you may hunt within this area. This trial is essential for your growth, and there should be no threats to your life here, Zhou Qingchen advised Lin Qi. However, do not let your guard down, for we are nearing the depths. I will leave a trace of my aura on you, should you encounter a life-threatening crisis. This aura will unleash the full might of a perfected nascent soul, ensuring your protection. I will find you in the shortest time possible. Lin Qi listened intently, responding earnestly. Disciple will be cautious. Zhou Qingchen nodded, feeling reassured before departing, allowing Lin Qi to commence his trial. As Zhou Qingchen traversed the skies, he observed that the forest of demonic spirits indeed matched the rumors, teeming with beasts and saturated with demonic energy. Yet, as he approached the core of the forest, a shocking sight met his eyes. Carcasses of beasts littered the ground. The remains of various formidable demonic creatures were embedded in the earth, the stench overwhelming Zhou Qingchen's senses. Among them were predominantly golden core stage fiends. Why are there no remnants of a nascent soul beast? He pondered. Could these numerous corpses be the work of that unparalleled demonic entity? Chapter 28. The mysterious arrival. Zhou Qingchen halted his flight, descending to the ground. In this realm of towering trees, only a scant amount of sunlight managed to filter through the gaps, revealing no signs of living beasts. The blood scent surrounding the carcasses rendered the atmosphere chaotic. It was no wonder the surrounding beasts were so agitated. The turmoil within the forest of demonic spirits had instilled them with immense fear. Zhou Qingchen surveyed his surroundings, muttering to himself. Just days ago, news of the transformation of the demonic entity reached us, yet now there is not a single trace. Must I truly search every inch of this place? His heart brimmed with helplessness. Over the past few days, he had scoured the forest, yet found nothing new, only corpses and more corpses. The once mighty golden core fiends appeared to be nearly extinct, with the few survivors retreating to the periphery, too fearful to approach the core. As for the nascent soul beasts, they were completely absent. The transformation of the demonic entity remained elusive. After some time, Zhou Qingchen, lacking direction, continued his flight towards the center. Half an hour later, he finally discerned some unusual signs of activity. Before him, the once verdant and towering ancient trees lay in ruin, their splintered forms scattered across the land, while claw marks from demonic beasts had scarred the earth for miles. Dark red blood, congealed into small rivulets, flowed forth, exuding a foul stench. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, extending his consciousness outward. Just then, a glimmer sparked in his eyes. Through his probing, he finally discerned a large demon beast several miles away. No, it was more accurate to say it was the carcass of a large demon beast. A wolf-like behemoth, measuring over 40 zhang in length, lay dead before him. Its fur was a mottled gray-white, and its enormous blood-red eyes were wide open, devoid of life. A primordial infant demon. Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. Judging from the residual aura of the wolf's corpse, it was at least a mid-stage primordial infant demon. Yet it had been slain by some sharp weapon that pierced its skull, for deep blood holes marred the grotesque head of the beast, the cause of its demise. The air still carried a lingering essence of the primordial infant, suggesting that this formidable creature had attempted to escape in its final moments, yet fate had sealed its doom. This was the primordial infant demon that the group of golden core cultivators had spoken of, easily dispatched by a certain demon of exceptional prowess. A smile crept across Zhou Qingchen's face. With this information, he was confident he would eventually uncover the identity of that formidable demon. His gaze shifted to the wolf's corpse, and he mused, the value of this carcass is certainly considerable. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Best to secure it first. Satisfied with his thoughts, he resolved to act. Hold on. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the horizon, reaching Zhou Qingchen's ears. He turned to see two figures approaching, one male and one female, both radiating an aura of terrifying strength. Perfected primordial infants. Zhou Qingchen paused, perplexed. Aside from the sect leader and his senior brother, one had two perfected primordial infants emerged from Nali Prefecture, seemingly from the same faction. In an instant, the pair arrived near Zhou Qingchen. The man, clad in a black robe, bore a cold demeanor and an air of haughty superiority, while the woman was bright and striking, a smile gracing her lips. What brings you here? Zhou Qingchen inquired coolly, lifting his gaze. The man raised his chin and spoke in a commanding tone. Fellow cultivator, we shall take this wolf carcass. You may leave. The woman beside him smiled in apparent agreement with his assertion. Despite their differing temperaments, one brash and the other somewhat reserved, Zhou Qingchen quickly discerned their shared arrogance. With a frigid glance, Zhou Qingchen replied, I'm afraid I cannot comply. With a swift motion, he waved his sleeve, enveloping the massive wolf carcass in spiritual power and stowing it within his spatial ring. You. The man was evidently taken aback by Zhou Qingchen's refusal, his fury mounting. His expression turned icy, and even the woman's smile faded. She furrowed her brow and cautioned, I advise you not to be reckless, lest you offend those you cannot afford to cross. Zhou Qingchen chuckled in indignation. And you presume to be deities? Truly courting death. The man's eyes appeared to be imbued with a frigid poison, and without any forewarning, he raised his palm. The power of his nascent soul coalesced into an overwhelming palm print, which he aimed forcefully at Zhou Qingchen. The aura of that palm print was terrifying. Its magical power vast. Although it seemed to be a casual strike from the man, it was in fact equivalent to a formidable nascent soul spell. The might of a spell conjured by a fully realized nascent soul cultivator was indeed formidable. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed hue, and the space around them lamented. With a sneer, the man unleashed his palm, gazing mockingly at Zhou Qingchen. Yet, Zhou Qingchen remained silent, paying no heed to the man's provocation. He brought his fingers together, and a vast and terrifying power of the nascent soul gathered upon them. In a heartbeat, a fierce wind arose, its sharp aura causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Sky-cutting technique. Zhou Qingchen silently chanted in his heart, and the energy between his fingers erupted, releasing a pale, cold light that sliced through the air before him. With a tearing sound, as if something had been rent asunder, the spiritual power palm print was instantly obliterated, devoured entirely, as if an abyss were consuming it, relentlessly advancing. Boom! The void was ruptured. Though it restored itself in an instant, it plunged the surrounding space into utter chaos, stirring up violent currents. What? Both individuals' faces changed drastically, a chilling sensation surging up their spines. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed the brilliance of their nascent souls, fully activating their perfected nascent soul cultivation. Dark separation shield. Cold jade arrow. They executed a seamless coordination, one attacking while the other defended, in a united front against the pale sword light that had rapidly approached. However, almost in the next heartbeat, both of them spewed forth crimson blood, their bodies crashing to the ground like sacks of broken grain. Ah! The woman cried out in distress and fury, utterly disheveled. In merely a few breaths, they had lost the glamorous appearance they once possessed. Who are you? The man struggled to rise, his complexion ashen, his voice trembling with inquiry. Zhou Qingchen looked down upon them, just as they had done upon arrival, and coldly replied, I should be the one asking who you are, daring to intrude upon me without reason. The man and woman exchanged glances, and ultimately, they turned to flee. Two streaks of light sped away with terrifying swiftness, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Zhou Qingchen stood quietly in place, making no attempt to pursue them. However, a wisp of stardust lingered upon the departing duo, unnoticed by them. Perhaps it would prove useful later. Truly peculiar, Zhou Qingchen sighed, speculating about their origins. Were they from one of the other great states? Unable to deduce any clarity, Zhou Qingchen circled a few times in the heart of the spirit demon forest, yet found nothing of note before he departed. Chapter 29. The trail of the demonic absolution. At that moment, beneath an ancient tree, a man and a woman sat cross-legged on the ground, their previously tumultuous auras gradually calming. Yet, traces of pallor still lingered on their faces. After a long while, they opened their eyes. The woman, filled with vexation, exclaimed, What on earth is going on? How could there be such a person in the southern wilderness? We are both perfected nascent soul cultivators and the foremost of the Xianyin sect. Why could we not withstand his strike? The man wore a grim expression. We have been too complacent, thinking we could easily manipulate the southern wilderness's 5 states, only to encounter such unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Qingchen's formidable spell had severely injured them, forcing them to recuperate and wasting several days. The woman gritted her teeth and said, Perhaps he, like us, is not a native of southernly state? Reflecting on it now, she suddenly recalled that the young man was indeed extraordinary, almost celestial in nature, and appeared remarkably youthful. How could such a prodigy possibly emerge from the southern wilderness? Within the 13 states, exceptional talents abound, and many formidable figures prefer to remain in the shadows. It is entirely possible that the young man belongs to this category. As she spoke, her countenance darkened. If this young man also hailed from the 13 states, then they would have to bear the repercussions of their loss alone. It would be even more difficult to track down that beast. The man's eyes darkened as he gritted his teeth. We must swiftly capture it and return it to our sect. The ancestral master can no longer wait. The lingering scent of the wolf carcass is our only clue. After a moment of calm, the woman bitterly smiled and said, "What shall we do? We have offended him. How could we possibly reclaim the wolf carcass?" They exchanged a glance, remaining silent for an extended period. Meanwhile, upon returning to the inn, Zhou Qingchen pondered deeply. How could two consummate nascent soul cultivators engage in such a fierce battle over a mid-stage nascent soul wolf carcass? Although the carcass had considerable value, it did not warrant such extreme measures. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of perplexity. After entering the spirit beast forest, he had not concealed his full nascent soul aura. Yet these two, aware of his cultivation level, still acted without hesitation. This could only indicate two things. First, their confidence in their own strength was so unwavering that they believed they could easily overpower anyone of the same realm. However, that notion had been proven false. Second, the wolf demon held a value for them that far exceeded its intrinsic worth. As Zhou Qingchen observed the two, he noted they bore no marks indicating allegiance to the other two sects, strongly suggesting they were not from Southernly State. Why would such individuals travel a great distance to the spirit beast forest? Surely, they could not be merely attracted to the opportunities here. However, if opportunities were the draw, they were already complete in their nascent soul cultivation. What could possibly entice them would have to involve chances related to advancing to the god transformation realm. The spirit beast forest, evidently, did not provide such alluring prospects. Wait. At that moment, an epiphany struck Zhou Qingchen. I came to the spirit beast forest because of news regarding the demon. Could it be that these two are here for the same reason? While the spirit beast forest is renowned within Southernly State, with formidable demons residing within and treasures aplenty, it would only attract lower-tier cultivators. For Zhou Qingchen, had he not heard rumors of the demon, he would not have taken the trouble to visit the spirit beast forest. Thus, it could be inferred that something as significant as the information about the demon would be the only thing capable of drawing such remarkable nascent soul cultivators here. Zhou Qingchen rose from his seat and gazed out the window. The bustling street was alive with a throng of passers-by, and his eyes traversed the layers of mountains, settling upon the enchanted forest. The sudden emergence of the elusive creature was perplexing. It was highly probable that this entity did not originally belong to the enchanted forest, and these two individuals might hold some connection to it. Undoubtedly, the wolf demon had been slain by this mysterious being, and should they seek traces of the creature, the wolf's corpse could prove invaluable to them. A deeper contemplation clouded Zhou Qingchen's features. If this were the case, it all began to make sense. He pondered how they might track the creature's whereabouts, as he had nearly scoured the depths of the enchanted forest without uncovering a single clue. This wolf's carcass could very well be the sole breakthrough. It seemed he would need to pay them a visit. With a soft chuckle, Zhou Qingchen relinquished his usual practice of absorbing celestial energy under the night sky, his form melding with the shadows as he navigated the enchanted forest with an unearthly grace. After a considerable time, he finally spotted the pair. Not far from the core area, beside a blazing campfire, two figures sat cross-legged. Zhou Qingchen intentionally released his aura, and in an instant, their eyes snapped open. "It's you," exclaimed the man, astonished at the sight of Zhou Qingchen emerging from the darkness. The interplay of firelight and shadow rendered his expression enigmatic, even somewhat intimidating. "Shall we strike a bargain?" Zhou Qingchen proposed, breaking the tension with a light-hearted smile. The two exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. "What kind of bargain?" they inquired. Zhou Qingchen caressed the spatial ring in his hand and replied, "Naturally, it concerns the wolf's corpse. You have a keen interest in it, do you not?" The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zhou Qingchen as he coldly retorted, "It seems we have not expressed such a pressing need for the wolf's remains. Your assumption appears rather presumptuous." Zhou Qingchen did not counter his remark, but instead inquired with calm persistence, "Are you in search of the elusive creature?" The two were taken aback. Yet their expressions remained inscrutable as their minds communicated silently. "Only our master, and we are privy to this matter. There cannot be a fourth party aware." The man conveyed through thought, "It must be that he has surmised our connection to the creature," the woman responded, her regard for Zhou Qingchen now tinged with wariness. Observing their silence, Zhou Qingchen continued, "To be candid, I too harbor an interest in this enigmatic being, yet I have scoured the enchanted forest to no avail." The pair's brows furrowed deeper, sensing the complications that Zhou Qingchen's involvement could introduce to their mission. However, Zhou Qingchen swiftly shifted his tone. "Yet if you share an interest in this elusive creature, I could relinquish my pursuit. After all, I lack the means to unearth it myself. Your prior fascination with the wolf's remains suggests you possess some unique method to uncover the creature through its corpse." His tone was unwavering, laced with an air of certainty. At his words, the two exchanged glances, their expressions turning frosty as they replied coolly, "Apologies, while we do value the wolf's remains, we are not at a point where we deem it essential." Their words were in perfect agreement, as if there truly existed an alternative solution, rendering the wolf carcass superfluous. However, Zhou Qingchen remained skeptical. He raised an eyebrow, feigning great regret, and remarked, "It appears I have overthought this. In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to take flight. "Wait." The man gritted his teeth and called out. Zhou Qingchen smiled, inwardly affirming his suspicions. Chapter 30. The opportunity of the nascent soul. "Name your price," the woman said, arms crossed. "A fourth-tier exquisite treasure," Zhou Qingchen replied softly, clearly having made prior arrangements. "What an insatiable appetite," the woman retorted, somewhat vexed. Yet, they exchanged no further words and swiftly retrieved an item from their spatial rings. It was a porcelain white vial, and upon opening it, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Inside lay a fourth-tier exquisite breaking infant pill. The woman promptly resealed the vial, and the fragrant aroma dissipated quickly. The breaking infant pill, as its name implies, is a pivotal elixir for those at the nascent soul stage, capable of allowing a fully realized golden core practitioner to directly transcend into the nascent soul realm, or enabling a nascent soul cultivator to unconditionally advance a minor stage. With virtually no side effects, a treasure worth its weight in gold, especially in the South Wilderness, where no one possesses the ability to concoct such a pill. There had once been a single breaking infant pill that circulated in the market, ultimately fetching an astronomical price. After all, this pill signifies the potential of a true nascent soul sovereign, a prospect no force in Nanli Prefecture could afford to dismiss. Agreed. Zhou Qingchen nodded. He had anticipated that these two individuals must possess considerable value, and they would undoubtedly consent to exchange a fourth-tier exquisite treasure for a lead on a formidable beast. The enormous wolf carcass was laid upon the ground, and after a thorough examination, both individuals let out a relieved sigh. Zhou Qingchen did not linger, his form retreating into obscurity, yet his formidable consciousness remained vigilant over their movements, unbeknownst to them. "Is everything satisfactory?" the woman inquired. The man shook his head. "The wolf carcass poses no issues, but we must exercise caution. The beast's sovereign intentionally left this wolf's body, undoubtedly aiming to ensnare us. Yet we have little choice but to comply. And is that person truly so benevolent as to return the wolf's body to us?" The woman pondered thoughtfully. "The wolf's carcass is of no use in his possession. Rather than this, we might as well extract some benefits while it is in our hands. As for the beast's sovereign, I concede he is formidable, but to covet that fiendish creature is exceedingly naive. We only dare proceed thus due to the provisions bestowed by our ancestral master. Very well, its aura is fading quickly. Should we miss this opportunity, it will be exceedingly difficult to locate it again." The two no longer hesitated. The man flipped his palm, and a compass appeared seemingly from thin air. The woman, already prepared, formed a hand seal, and crimson threads shot forth from her palm, enveloping the entire wolf carcass and forming a large crimson cocoon. After an extended period, the blood cocoon gradually dissolved, and the massive wolf carcass transformed into a pool of putrid blood. From the head of the red threads, a single drop of deep crimson blood essence was refined. The woman beckoned with her delicate hand, and the blood essence floated slowly towards the compass, ultimately dropping into its center. In an instant, the compass erupted with a brilliant crimson glow, its directional needle trembling uncontrollably, ultimately drawn towards a specific point. "They have found it." The two exchanged glances of elation, and, guided by the compass, transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the horizon. Zhou Qingchen felt a stirring in his heart, trailing the two from afar. To his astonishment, the indicated direction led away from the core area, entirely unrelated to the locations he had previously scrutinized. Beneath the darkened night, several figures advanced at a deliberate pace, their formidable presence suggesting they all possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage. The garments of these individuals bore varying degrees of dark red blood, yet their auras exuded no hint of despondency. Clearly, the blood did not belong to them, merely some foundational beasts. When they go berserk, they can be quite bothersome, remarked a golden core master, shaking his head as he recited a cleansing incantation to rid himself of the blood. "Ah, this is far better than anticipated. We have scarcely encountered any ferocious golden core beasts," commented an elegant man, gently fanning himself. "Heaven has favored us. It seems that opportunity will surely belong to our three families." The leader, a man of fierce demeanor, could not help but laugh heartily. At this juncture, the expressions of the accompanying dozen or so individuals relaxed significantly. "You need not worry, young one. Once our three families have absorbed that opportunity, you shall be free to go. You can only blame your misfortune for crossing paths with us," said an elderly man with a smile, cloaked in crimson. A young boy was ensnared by the group. His features were strikingly handsome, and despite being surrounded by numerous golden core cultivators, he exhibited not a trace of panic. If Zhou Qingchen were present, he would surely recognize this boy as his eldest disciple, Lin Qi. Lin Qi sighed inwardly. His spiritual energy was sealed, preventing him from communicating with his master, leaving him to quietly follow the others. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly hunted numerous foundational beasts within the area designated by his master. Despite sustaining several wounds, he had successfully slain 10 second-tier pinnacle beasts ahead of schedule. Their remains stored securely within his spatial ring. However, this excursion had proven somewhat unfortunate. After a brief respite, just as he prepared to depart, he unexpectedly encountered this group, all of whom were golden core cultivators, with the leading trio being at the late golden core stage. Attempting to conceal himself, Lin Qi was instantaneously detected by the psychic senses of a dozen golden core practitioners. With no alternative, having inadvertently disrupted their plans and facing an insurmountable gap in cultivation, he refrained from resistance, allowing himself to be restrained to prevent worsening the situation. Nevertheless, Lin Qi harbored no excessive concern, with his master's aura lingering. Should these individuals dare to harm him, none would emerge unscathed. Their reluctance to injure Lin Qi was undoubtedly due to their association with Li Chunlin. They had long recognized Lin Qi as a disciple brought by Li Chunlin for training and acknowledged his formidable strength. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict, as once the opportunity was absorbed by them, others could do little against them. Just ahead, exclaimed the three leaders in excitement. Lin Qi's gaze fell upon a serene lake ahead, modest in size and seemingly unremarkable. When we first stumbled upon this place, we had already suffered significant losses. The ferocious golden core level wolf had instilled great terror, forcing us to depart in regret. Months later, upon our return, we found that the wolf had reached the pinnacle of the golden core realm, its demon core perfected and terrifyingly powerful, leaving our trio with no hope of reclaiming this territory. To our astonishment, the wolf has now perished. This presents an opportunity for us to seize the wolf's transformation into the nascent soul realm. It is destined to belong to our three families. I shall ascend to the position of nascent soul true monarch. The three leaders exhibited extraordinary excitement, as if they could already envision their glorious future as nascent soul true monarchs, commanding respect and authority. Master, how shall we proceed? One inquired. The heads of the three families, momentarily tempering their fervor, pondered before responding. This opportunity lies hidden beneath the lake's surface. Let each family send forth one representative to venture in together and uncover the truth. The members of the three families remained non-committal, gradually edging closer to the lake's edge. Chapter 31. Unexpected turn amidst the crowd. Lin Qi observed quietly, as everyone's attention was diverted away from him, providing him an opportunity to act. Although his spiritual energy was sealed within his dantian, the flicker of the primordial fire, birthed from the sun god fire scripture, still radiated brilliantly. Seizing the moment, Lin Qi directed the source of fire towards the binding force within him. Fortunately, the one who had sealed his spiritual energy was merely an ordinary golden core practitioner. Moreover, the practitioner was overly confident, underestimating Lin Qi's ability to escape, resulting in a binding that was not overly potent. Lin Qi expended little effort in nearly dispelling the binding force. He refrained from unleashing his spiritual energy, as the communication talisman remained within his spatial ring, and retrieving it could easily lead to discovery. However, the positioning talisman still hung from his waist. Cautiously, he infused a sliver of spiritual energy into it, causing the talisman to emit a faint glow. Li Chunlin, observing the movements of all disciples from behind, would undoubtedly notice the change in the positioning talisman's information, raising suspicions that Lin Qi had strayed from the trial area designated by his master. This was the only course of action available to Lin Qi at present. In truth, Lin Qi had indeed guessed correctly. The instant the positioning talisman's information altered, Li Chunlin became aware of it. As the disciple of the Peak Master, Li Chunlin dared not to be careless, frequently directing his attention towards Lin Qi. Initially curious as to why Lin Qi had remained inactive for such an extended period, the updated positioning information indicating Lin Qi's absence from the designated area immediately heightened Li Chunlin's alertness. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened towards Lin Qi's direction. The lake's waters were remarkably clear, with gentle ripples caressing the surface. The three individuals standing at the lake's edge inhaled deeply. After conducting a thorough mental probe and detecting no immediate danger, they resolutely plunged into the depths. Witnessing their actions, the onlookers grew tense with anticipation, while the leading trio fixed their gazes intently upon the lake's surface. Meanwhile, Li Chunlin, having arrived at the location with great speed, chose not to act recklessly. Concealed at a distance, he discerned that Lin Qi was indeed in peril, encircled by several golden core cultivators. Fortunately, no harm was encountered, otherwise, even 10 lives would not suffice to atone for the transgressions. As Li Chonglin exhaled in relief, a flicker of anger welled within him. Why provoke anyone but the formidable Tai Miao Peak? Such a lack of discernment to not recognize the presence of the Peak Master and still dare to abduct Lin Qi was truly blind folly. Upon realizing that the strongest among the group by the shore was merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, Li Chonglin ceased his concealment, his speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, he reached Lin Qi's side before the others could react. Li Elder. Lin Qi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomer. The others, having regained their composure, were seething with anger, the atmosphere crackling with tension. Li Chonglin stood protectively over Lin Qi, exuding the unburdened aura of a perfected golden core cultivator, causing the expressions of the onlookers to shift dramatically. This is bad. The family heads miscalculated. Our adversary is more formidable than anticipated, one individual remarked grimly. This sudden turn of events successfully captured the attention of the 3 leading family heads. The perfected golden core, the fierce man, the cultured middle-aged gentleman, and the elder all wore expressions of grave concern. How infuriating, we underestimated him. This could spell disaster, they thought. Li Chonglin sought not to linger. Lin Qi's safety was paramount, and he resolved to escort him away first. As for settling accounts with this group, that could wait for another time. Zhou Qingchen had already halted his movements, concealing himself, while the leading man and woman hovered in the air, cautiously observing for a considerable duration. They found themselves in a valley, deep and expansive, with scant vegetation and numerous towering rocks and cliffs. There were no evident signs of demon remnants in sight. To their astonishment, they had ventured to the outskirts of the demon spirit forest. Zhou Qingchen, hidden in the shadows, contemplated the scene before him. This was a location he had overlooked. Should we venture down to investigate? The man inquired. What if it's a trap? It managed to escape from within the gates and traverse numerous states. One can only imagine its cunning and agility. The woman voiced her concerns. Let us first retrieve the artifact from our ancestors. With it, we can ensure our safety. Under Zhou Qingchen's watchful gaze, the two produced an item, a tower-shaped treasure etched with countless demonic runes, radiating a dazzling golden light. The aura emitted by this artifact far surpassed that of the 2 individuals. They proceeded side by side into the depths of the valley. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, choosing not to follow. If the demon sovereign truly resided here, despite their possession of the treasure, could their perfected nascent soul cultivation truly pose a threat to a being of the transformation stage? Thus, Zhou Qingchen refrained from acting impulsively. With the demon sovereign's true form yet to reveal itself, there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. Moments later, the valley was suddenly rocked by a terrifying tremor, and 10 monstrous shadows soared into the sky, accompanied by the enraged shouts of the 2 individuals. You vile beasts! How dare you ambush us? Their fury was palpable, yet what awaited them were the indiscriminate attacks from the 10 towering shadows. Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. Having not encountered a formidable demon in days, he was astonished to discover that 10 had lain in ambush here. These 10 great demons varied in appearance. Among them were 2 at the perfected nascent soul stage, 5 at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and 3 at the mid-stage. The 10 formidable demons launched a concerted assault, a truly terrifying spectacle that shook the land for hundreds of miles as demonic energies clashed and explosions erupted. Even those at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage would find themselves in dire straits. Just as Zhou Qingchen believed the 2 individuals were unlikely to survive, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, and a treasure tower soared into the sky, expanding to a height of several dozen zhang in an instant, emanating a power that far exceeded that of the nascent soul realm. It was, in fact, a 5th-tier mystical artifact. Zhou Qingchen's understanding deepened. No wonder these 2 dared to venture into the deep valley. They possessed such a treasure. Furthermore, this tower-shaped artifact appeared to exert a suppressive effect on the demons, as the imposing aura of the 10 great demons noticeably weakened beneath its presence. However, changes often follow swiftly upon one another. Before the 2 could stabilize their footing, a beam of white light shot up from the valley, manifesting in midair as a sharp heavenly sword. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to resemble a bird's feather, yet it took on the form of a deadly blade. The feathered sword radiated a blinding white light, accompanied by an extraordinarily pure aura of demonic essence, surpassing even the 5th-tier treasure tower that lacked the guidance of a transformation stage cultivator. This feathered sword was imbued with a drop of demonic essence blood, and under its influence, the sword was nearly equivalent to a full-force strike from the demon itself. From his concealed position, Zhou Qingchen narrowed his eyes, pondering the situation. Indeed, with the feathered sword's attack, Coupled with the combined might of the 10 great demons, the brilliance of the treasure tower dimmed almost instantly. Naturally, Zhou Qingchen would refrain from intervening, as he shared no ties with these two. He was, in essence, a potential adversary. More than their fate, he was concerned about the true hiding place of the demon, and how it had evaded the bloodline tracking techniques of these two mysterious individuals. It was evident that this valley was not the demon's actual refuge. A shift occurred with Lin Qi. Suddenly, Zhou Qingchen's heart jolted, leaving him with no mind to ponder the outcome of the battle in the valley. He swiftly took flight, pushing his nascent soul to its utmost limits as he hastened in another direction. Chapter 32. The terrifying nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, the individuals in confrontation remained oblivious to the fact that the previously crystal-clear waters of the lake had surreptitiously become murky, concealing a massive shadow lurking beneath its surface. "Take care of yourselves," Li Chonglin scoffed, preparing to depart with Lin Qi. However, a sudden commotion drew everyone's attention to the lake. A nascent soul demon was fleeing. A partially dismembered body suddenly surfaced on the water, belonging to one of the three who had previously submerged in the lake, while the other two who had descended with him had vanished without a trace. After desperately uttering these words, he fell silent, and the others, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale as a sheet. Li Chonglin reacted swiftly, hastily grasping Lin Qi to ascend into the air. Boom! The surface of the water suddenly convulsed violently, as something propelled the lake's waters toward the shore, and a colossal shadow burst forth from the depths. Hiss! The shadow raised its massive head under the sunlight, revealing an incredibly smooth, black-scaled surface, with a pair of azure serpentine eyes narrowing into slits. The obsidian serpent flicked its crimson tongue, roaring with fury as the aura of the monstrous beast pressed down ominously. "Elderly, be careful!" Lin Qi exclaimed in alarm. The colossal serpent gaped its gaping maw, releasing a jet of ice-blue, venomous mist. Li Qinglin, who had intended to flee with Lin Qi, was compelled to descend back to the ground, his heart chilling at the sight of the oncoming toxic mist. A buzzing sound reverberated through the air, and Lin Qi noticed that the lingering aura left by his master suddenly blazed with brilliance. The ethereal blue mist was held at bay, and concurrently, a spectral figure materialized. Clad in white, the apparition's gaze was cold, wielding a long sword with a formidable presence. With a single hand raised, the sword was swung, unleashing a cascade of exquisite auroral sword shadows, each imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. It is the essence of the Peak Master. Li Qinglin, having narrowly escaped death, widened his eyes in astonishment. In the instant the sword light was unleashed, a tempest arose. The serpent, infuriated, reared its head, its demonic energy surging forth like a tidal wave, its scales gleaming with an ominous black sheen. Yet, the auroral sword shadows effortlessly cleaved through its form. Crimson blood cascading like a stream, a vertical line flashing across the serpent-esque grotesque head, which was split in two, its massive body crashing down upon the shore. Along with it, the nascent soul was annihilated. Simultaneously, the white-clad specter dissipated entirely into the air. "Are we saved?" The survivors gazed at Lin Qi in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how the seemingly captured youth possessed such terrifying power. It is the might of a nascent soul, true monarch. It is utterly fearsome. Even a nascent soul beast was effortlessly vanquished. The three clan heads uttered in shock, previously paralyzed by the aura of the monstrous beast. Now, the suddenly appearing threat had been swiftly dispatched before it could unleash its fury, leaving everyone with hearts racing beyond measure. Lin Qi believed it had concluded. However, the lake began to churn once more, a wave of demonic energy erupting with a ferocity unfathomable. A piercing shriek resonated through the skies as a colossal white silhouette surged from the lake. Beneath the night sky, the cold moonlight illuminated the white figure, intertwining with the clouds and darkness, evoking an inexplicable shiver of the soul. "What is that?" Lin Qi's pupils constricted as he murmured in astonishment. No one could move beneath the overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from the creature. They felt as if they were bound in place, helplessly witnessing the horrifying spectacle before them. From within the mist, the creature unfurled a pair of wings vast enough to eclipse the moonlight, each feather glinting with a chilling sheen, akin to razor-sharp feathered blades. It was an immense white-feathered demon bird. It revealed its talons, sharp as divine weaponry, and suddenly dove towards Lin Qi, who was shielded by the power of the nascent soul. Lin Qi's eyes widened in terror, fixating on the demon bird's fierce, bloodthirsty gaze. A wave of helplessness washing over him. Beside him, Li Chonglin, rendered immobile, was filled with despair, mustering all his strength to shield Lin Qi with his own body. "Elderly." Lin Qi's eyes turned crimson with desperation. As the chilling giant claws were about to descend, a pale beam of sword light surged forth. swiftly cleaving towards the massive white bird. The avian beast let out a furious cry, its glistening wings folding before it, successfully blocking the sharp sword light. In an instant, sparks flew. A 3-foot-long sword hovered in midair, its blade adorned with a vivid crimson line, radiating an ominous white light that was both fearsome and breathtaking. It was the sword of my master. The Peak Master has arrived. Lin Shi and Li Chunlin watched as the descending sword light forced the colossal bird to retreat, finally allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Humph! Scouring the forest of spirits, I never imagined you would hide here, daring to reveal yourself. In the sky, a silver streak flashed by as Zhou Qingchen teleported 100 miles in a heartbeat. Once again wielding the Xianyuan star sword, its brilliance intensified, the bloodline on the blade becoming an even deeper crimson. Compared to the white-feathered beast that obscured the sun, Zhou Qingchen seemed diminutive, yet his aura resonated with celestial might, causing the monstrous bird to stagger back under the weight of his presence. Zhou Qingchen engaged in fierce combat with the beast, while the survivors, having narrowly escaped death, dared not look back and fled into the distance. Lin Zhenchuan, we must depart. The now composed Li Chunlin, with a serious expression, led Lin Shi away from the fray, only pausing once they had flown far beyond the battlefield's reach. The distant conflict erupted into a fierce clash, the cries of the beast piercing the air, while another figure clad in white seemed to transform into a celestial sword, its radiance cutting through the heavens with an awe-inspiring might. Elderly, what about that beast? Lin Shi asked, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Li Chunlin, with a countenance reflecting the aftermath of their escape, replied, it is a Yao Ju, equivalent to a cultivator at the transformation realm. At the heart of the battlefield, Zhou Qingchen's gaze turned icy. The beast's hiding place was indeed unexpected. How could Lin Shi have inadvertently stumbled upon it, stirring the power he had left within him? Shifting his gaze, he noticed the lake's surface stained crimson, with the lifeless body of a serpentine beast drifting upon it, and suddenly understood. It appears that the force I sensed was triggered by this serpent demon, awakening the Yao Ju to reveal itself. Zhou Qingchen withdrew his gaze, focusing intently on the avian creature, his sword growing ever sharper, exuding a fierce light. The Xianyuan Star Sword, a supreme 6th-tier artifact, was a weapon of slaughter forged for the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. Under Zhou Qingchen's full exertion, each strike of white sword light extended hundreds of feet, densely unleashed, as if he sought to rend the very fabric of the heavens. The white-feathered beast, despite being a Yao Ju, was forced to retreat step by step under the onslaught of this terrifying sword, countless razor-sharp feathers severed and plummeting to the ground. After a prolonged struggle, Zhou Qingchen had regained some semblance of calm, yet his expression remained frigid, his strikes intensifying. Since acquiring the Tao spiritual root and the Emperor's mixed origin scripture, Zhou Qingchen's growth had been nothing short of astonishing, coupled with his long period of restraint. Upon encountering the formidable Yao Ju, he unleashed nearly his utmost strength. The Xianyuan Star Sword was raised high above his head, its platinum light piercing the heavens, as the golden energy stirred the winds and clouds into turmoil. The inheritance sword technique of Tai Miao Peak, the Tai Bai Golden Light Slash, is of the same caliber as the Tai Miao Aurora sword that remains on Lin Shi. A towering platinum sword, 1,000 zhang in length, materialized, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day, before it was brought down with a sweeping motion. The white-feathered demon bird, unable to evade, cried out incessantly, its feathers bristling with a resplendent white luminescence, enveloped by a potent aura of demonic energy, its feathered wings transforming into a shield that stood protectively before it. With a thunderous roar, the colossal platinum sword descended, feathers scattered in the air, and crimson demonic blood flowed, creating a rain of blood. The piercing wails of the demon resonating through the battlefield, leaving those outside ringing in their ears. A surge of murderous intent surged within Zhou Qingchen, as the sword in his hand gathered boundless starlight, striking fiercely at the already wounded white-feathered demon bird. With no means of escape, the demon bird, despite its body rivaling that of divine weapons and its sharp claws capable of slicing through anything, found itself utterly powerless against the onslaught. Who are you? How could a being of your caliber exist in the nascent soul realm? The white-feathered demon spoke in human tongue, hastily dodging the incoming sword light, its speed exploding as it darted across the sky like a white meteor. Zhou Qingchen remained silent, having refrained from acting for quite some time. He now pressed on without pause, wielding his sword to strike. Tai Miao Aurora Sword. Chapter 33. The Sealing Tower. Unlike the aura left on Lin Shi, this sword technique unleashed by Zhou Qingchen was terrifying beyond measure. Beneath the night sky, the magnificent Aurora Sword shadows emitted a dazzling brilliance, each one embodying the purest essence of stellar power, imbued with the unique aura of the Xuanji stellar sword. The white-feathered demon cried out in anguish, its wings unfurling as it spun its massive demonic body, attempting to defend with the hardest of its feathers, yet it was still left battered by the Aurora sword shadows. In a moment, with a powerful flap of its wings, it narrowly evaded Zhou Qingchen's attack and fled into the distance. Zhou Qingchen let out a cold snort, preparing to pursue. Yet, a beam of golden light surged from the horizon. This magnificent beam of light descended rapidly upon the white giant bird. A towering golden pagoda radiating brilliance, enveloping the fleeing white-feathered demon within its grasp. In panic, it flapped its wings, shattering the golden light. Yet the pagoda showed no signs of relent, pressing down with an overwhelming force, leaving the white-feathered demon momentarily unable to escape. Zhou Qingchen felt an odd sensation. He recognized this pagoda at a glance, but he could not fathom how it suddenly unleashed such formidable suppressive power. It was far superior to the control exhibited by the earlier couple. As he pondered, a streak of light flashed by, coalescing into an ethereal figure. It was an elderly man clad in a golden robe, tall and imposing, with a distinctive, fearsome scar marring the left side of his face. An ethereal form? Zhou Qingchen ceased his pursuit of the white giant bird, quietly observing this suddenly manifested figure. The pagoda, originally controlled by the two mysterious individuals, was now animated by this ethereal being. Coupled with the conversation he had overheard earlier, Zhou Qingchen easily deduced that this spectral figure was likely the esteemed ancestor spoken of by the enigmatic pair. No wonder the two dared to pursue this monstrous creature. It turns out they had a backup plan. Zhou Qingchen realized this with a sudden clarity. The moment the ethereal old man appeared, the white-feathered demon bird became overwhelmingly furious. Its already massive form swelled even further, and it unleashed its sword-like wings, striking the treasure tower down to the ground. Despite having just engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Qingchen, during which it had been forced to retreat repeatedly, the giant white bird had never exhibited such rage. However, upon the emergence of this spectral figure, it seemed to have been provoked, its power surging beyond its previous limits, its demonic aura intensifying the night around them. To have escaped to such a remote location was truly remarkable, the ethereal old man remarked with an indifferent glint in his eyes. Zhou Qingchen's expression was nuanced as he pondered the implications. It appeared that this demon was not native to the southern wilderness's 5 states, according to the old man. It had fled here. Furthermore, the true form of this old man was undoubtedly extraordinary, as the phantom he projected possessed independent thought, suggesting a method of spirit division. To dare to separate a fragment of one's primordial consciousness from the body, one must at least be a fully realized master in the transformation realm, or perhaps even a Taoist of the void refinement. Zhou Qingchen's mind raced with conjecture, his focus unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon the demon and the spectral figure. The demon, upon hearing the old man's words, seemed to be consumed by rage, its cries echoing and unsettling Zhou Qingchen. Yet, amidst the tumult, he also sensed a faint undercurrent of fear emanating from it. Realizing escape was impossible in the short term, the white-feathered demon bird relinquished its attempt and boldly confronted the phantom. Its sword-like feathers emitted a resounding clang, cold light shimmering, while its razor-sharp claws exuded a chilling terror. In contrast to its demonic arts, the creature's physical prowess was its most formidable weapon. The spectral figure's eyes were icy as it gestured, causing the treasure tower that had just fallen to the ground to suddenly radiate with even greater brilliance and power. The tower hovered in midair, its first layer glowing with golden light, the demonic script inscribed upon it appearing almost animated. Come. The spectral figure formed seals with its hands, and the golden light enveloped the white-feathered demon bird, causing its fierce aura to falter and diminish significantly. I will not return with you, the demon defiantly declared in human speech, heedless of the situation, as its massive form collided with the tower, breaking free from the golden suppression. The ethereal old man did not utter further words. He altered his hand seals, and the second layer of the tower began to illuminate. Suppress. A much smaller image of the tower descended, exerting tremendous force, nearly scattering the demon bird's aura. Seal. The old man continued his incantation, and the third layer of the tower burst forth with light. Countless runes erupted from the tower's walls, flying toward the demon bird from all 6 directions: east, west, south, north, above, and below, forming a formation that ensnared it within. Zhou Qingchen observed from a distance, shaking his head in disbelief. This mystical treasure tower was clearly designed for the purpose of suppressing demons. Just the capabilities of its first 3 layers had significantly diminished the once terrifying aura of the demon, rendering it nearly immobile. If it could not escape, this demon would be utterly subdued by the tower. As predicted, The white feather demon bird dared not allow the ethereal elder to continue his actions. It gathered its feathers, enveloping itself within. The demonic power within surged like the tides of the sea, and the originally white sword feathers gradually became tinged with a vivid blood-red hue. The spiritual energy of the world was drawn into its body, causing the 3 layers of spells that had once firmly restrained it to show signs of collapse. The ethereal elder furrowed his brows as the treasure tower in the air began to operate anew, this time illuminating both the 4th and 5th layers simultaneously. Chains. 10 chains burst forth from the 4th layer of the tower, wrapping tightly around the body of the white feather demon bird and continuously constricting it. Imprisonment. A rune manifested, striking the giant bird, sealing an entire expanse of void. Yet, the aura of the giant bird continued to strengthen. Finally, at a certain moment, a resounding cry echoed through the heavens. The demon bird expanded its colossal form, its wings shaking off the chains that bound it, radiating a brilliant blood-red light. Its wings seemed to coalesce countless illusory feathered swords, causing the surrounding space to continuously manifest sword feathers. Under the overwhelming tide of demonic energy, the several sealing spells were effortlessly torn asunder, as if mere cloth being ripped apart. Innate divine power. The ethereal elder's expression changed, caught off guard as the massive bird flung its wings, unleashing a flurry of feathered sword attacks. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow and stepped back slightly, ultimately darting to the side of Lin Qi and Li Qinglin, taking the 2 further away. Within 1,000 miles, the golden essence surged chaotically, the feathered swords raining down like a celestial downpour, each imbued with terrifying demonic power. The ethereal elder could only passively endure. The treasure tower stood before him, blocking most of the assaults, but the omnipresent force of the demonic energy and golden essence created chaos around him. Despite managing to withstand the onslaught, the immense consumption caused the elder's form to grow more transparent, even dimming the glow of the treasure tower. This demon lineage was extraordinarily formidable. Its innate divine powers were impressively potent. If he could not withstand the relentless barrage of feathered swords, he would likely be reduced to a sieve. Outside the battlefield, Zhou Qingchen was inwardly alarmed. Master, the strength of this demon is truly terrifying. Lin Qi, still shaken, realized that had it not been for his master's timely arrival, he might not have survived even 9 lives. Zhou Qingchen had not anticipated such a turn of events. This demon had concealed its strength so deeply. In the distance, the horrific barrage of feathered swords finally dissipated, and the white feather demon bird freed itself from confinement, its massive form freely traversing the night. However, such an onslaught had taken a considerable toll on it. The ethereal elder, in even worse shape, appeared significantly more transparent, as if he were on the verge of vanishing into the cosmos. The white feather demon bird flapped its wings, exuding an air of arrogance. Old man, had you come in person, even 1,000 lives would not suffice for your torment. Unfortunately, you only sent 2 useless minions, along with your feeble ethereal form. It let out a shrill cry, shedding its previous appearance of fear. Once I return to the realm of 10,000 demons and cultivate for several millennia, I will personally claim your head. The pair of enchanting eyes belonging to the white-feathered demon bird radiated a blood-red light, exuding a wild ferocity. But alas, with your innate talent, it is impossible for you to ascend to the status of a revered one without the blessing of millennia of life. After several millennia, you might very well have withered away. Listening to the words of the white-feathered demon bird, the ethereal elder remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his lips as he replied. The stronger your bloodline, the more my delight grows. I now eagerly anticipate your capture. Upon hearing this, the demon bird's previously proud demeanor evaporated, replaced by a surge of fury. It was poised to dive down and obliterate the elder. However, the elder's ethereal form ignited into flames. Then let me seal you completely, and my 2 disciples shall bring you back to me. As the elder uttered these words, the flames surrounding his body blazed ever more fiercely before ultimately dissipating. The treasure tower, however, shone with resplendent golden light, expanding to a height of several hundred jong. The 7-layered tower radiated brilliantly, transforming into beams of light that soared into the heavens, unleashing a terrifying sealing power that shattered the clouds. Descending upon the white-feathered demon bird with the intent to suppress it, the elder had sacrificed a portion of his ethereal form, elevating the tower's might to an unprecedented level. Now, the treasure tower seemed to wield its true power in subduing demons, its infinite golden brilliance posing a lethal threat to the demon kind. No, exclaimed the demon bird, its voice tinged with human speech, filled with dread. Yet, the towering golden edifice, enveloped in overwhelming celestial might, rendered it immobile. Already weakened from its confrontation with Zhou Qingchen, It had exhausted considerable energy in its attempts to break free from the sealing spell. Now, facing the oppressive tower, it found itself powerless to resist. On the brink of being subdued. Human, help me. I promise to grant you immense benefits. The voice of the white-feathered demon bird echoed in Zhou Qingchen's ears. A proclamation that elicited a barely contained chuckle. You, a mere demon, dare to promise me vast rewards? How absurd. The demon bird's voice, laced with urgency, resonated once more. I have perfected my demonic prowess, equivalent to your human realm of transformation. You must understand the significance of the transformation realm in the southern wilderness, right? Save me, and I shall submit to you. Zhou Qingchen burst into laughter, dismissing its words as mere wind. I have no need for a transformation realm demon. Besides, you find yourself at the mercy of a being likely in the void refinement realm, and now you wish to bow before me? Ignoring the demon bird's furious cries, the towering golden structure pressed down upon it. Its demonic power was being sealed, the tower unleashing a terrifying force that sought to draw it into its confines. Brother, I keep my word. I absolutely will not flee. I will truly perish at the hands of this old man. The white-feathered demon bird roared. My bloodline is extraordinary. If I grow stronger, I could slay revered ones. This old man will be nothing before me. What are you still hesitating for? Witnessing Zhou Qingchen remain unmoved, the demon bird felt an overwhelming rage. Zhou Qingchen merely chuckled. Finally, after watching the spectacle for a while longer, as the demon bird lamented in despair and prepared for mutual destruction, he moved and appeared beside the white-feathered demon bird. The power of confinement was effortlessly dispersed by it, having no effect whatsoever on him. In this brief moment, the aura of this extraordinary beast had already been sealed to the nascent soul realm, and in just a few breaths, it would be thoroughly subdued. Zhou Qingchen formed a seal with his hands and spoke softly. Since you claim you wish to submit to me, I shall first implant a restriction within you. The white-feathered beast, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, You. However, Zhou Qingchen was disinclined to engage in further conversation, and soon embedded a master-servant restriction within its body. Feeling the bond of servitude established with this remarkable creature, a look of satisfaction finally graced Zhou Qingchen's face. You can assist me now, can't you? He inquired. The white-feathered beast, subdued, replied softly. Zhou Qingchen, with no objections, released his aura, causing the already deepening night to grow even darker. Unity of profound light. Beneath the night sky, the resplendent power of the stars was continuously absorbed by him, forming a silver vortex of starlight in the darkness. Zhou Qingchen was enveloped in a shimmering brilliance, his aura reaching unprecedented heights. Amidst this transformation, he suddenly thrust his palm forward. A crystalline imprint surged forth with a thunderous force, halting the previously relentless descent of the pagoda, causing the roaring power of confinement to falter. At last, the white-feathered beast managed to break free from its shackles, escaping the pagoda's oppressive grasp. Yet, it did not flee. Its majestic form soared through the air, exuding elegance and grace. Zhou Qingchen let out a commanding shout, as the starlight surged around him, the overwhelming power of the nascent soul shattering the pagoda completely, its 7 layers crashing to the ground, dimmed of their former glory. Thus, the old man's ethereal strength dissipated entirely. The pagoda flashed with light, shrinking infinitely until it vanished from sight. Observing this scene, a glimmer passed through Zhou Qingchen's eyes. He returned to Lin Qi and Li Chenglin, just as the white-feathered beast let out a cry and dove down. Lin Qi and Li Chenglin were startled. Had Zhou Qingchen not been present, they might have mistakenly thought this extraordinary creature intended to attack them. The white-feathered beast spread its wings and landed before them, its massive form causing the ground to tremble, its sword-like feathers glimmering with a chilling light. Yet, this formidable being lowered its head, showing profound respect. Chapter 35. Guardian of the Path. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the once proud white-feathered beast, now stripped of its arrogance, and his expression softened considerably. He addressed the creature. You sought to harm my disciple. Now I grant you an opportunity for atonement. The beast bowed its head, its azure eyes shimmering with a submissive glow, embodying a willingness to serve. Thank you, master. Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment before nodding and declaring, From now on, you shall be the protector of my eldest disciple. Should he encounter peril beyond his realm, it shall be your duty to ensure his safety. As you command. The white-feathered beast responded respectfully, nodding eagerly. Zhou Qingchen spoke little more, forming intricate seals with his hands as a multitude of complex symbols erupted forth, coalescing into an extraordinarily intricate mark. This is the method of demon control and restriction imparted to him by his esteemed master. With this restriction in place, the controlled demon can no longer act against the will of its master. To prevent this cunning demon from reneging on its agreement, Zhou Qingchen had previously implanted a portion of the restriction, and coupled with the newly formed control mechanism, the white-feathered demon bird was now entirely under his dominion. Though the white-feathered demon bird was most reluctant, it dared not show any signs of rebellion, as it was desperate to preserve its life after narrowly escaping from that perilous location. The dialogue between Zhou Qingchen and the white-feathered demon bird left Lin Shi in a state of shock, his face a canvas of astonishment. It was truly unfathomable to him that a demon of such high cultivation, a true transformation deity, would become his protector. Within the ranks of the Taihua Sect, the transformation deities were revered as gods, figures to whom countless disciples and peak masters bowed in profound respect. Yet now, this very transformation deity would serve as his guardian. It was a notion both exhilarating and thrilling, with a transformation deity protecting him. Who in the entire southernly prefecture would dare to provoke him? Seeing the sparkle of excitement in Lin Shi's eyes, Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle lightly. After patting his shoulder, he remarked, "When faced with insurmountable crises, your master may not always be by your side to provide absolute security. Your current strength is not yet formidable. Should you encounter a situation like today's again without protection, you might find yourself in dire straits." Zhou Qingchen's gaze turned serious, tinged with a hint of regret. "This oversight was mine. In the future, it shall protect you. However, it will only act in true life-or-death situations." Lin Shi felt a surge of emotion, fully aware of Zhou Qingchen's good intentions, and nodded vigorously. "Master, I will strive to improve myself. One day, I will become a true powerhouse." He vowed silently. "Very well, now give me a drop of your blood." With the necessary admonitions concluded, Zhou Qingchen commenced the main task. Lin Shi complied, squeezing a droplet of blood from his pricked fingertip. Zhou Qingchen directed the blood droplet towards the demon control restriction, subsequently infusing it into the head of the white-feathered demon bird. In an instant, Lin Shi sensed a connection between himself and this formidable demon. "Greetings, Master," the white-feathered demon bird respectfully addressed Lin Shi. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Shi could not suppress his elation and exclaimed, "Thank you, Master." Zhou Qingchen smiled and nodded, then turned to the white-feathered demon bird. "Now, please explain why you suddenly attacked my disciple." The white-feathered demon bird trembled slightly and replied, "It's truly not my fault, Master. Just moments ago, a group of reckless individuals stumbled upon my hiding place, and I was compelled to drive them away. I had no idea they brought the young master along. In my haste, I nearly harmed him." With just a few sentences, it shifted all blame away, its avian face devoid of shame, its eyes brimming with a desperate will to survive. Zhou Qingchen let out a scoff. However, he soon realized that this location was not the trial zone he had designated for Lin Shi. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Chonglin promptly reported, "Master, it appears that Lin Zhen was indeed abducted by that group of individuals before arriving here." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, observing Lin Shi nodding in affirmation, and was instantly filled with indignation. It was no wonder his disciple had strayed from the carefully designated trial area he had arranged, wandering into a place fraught with peril. It had been that group all along, preoccupied with dealing with the beast and keeping an eye on the ghostly figure of the elder. Zhou Qingchen had not paid much attention to that group of people. Meanwhile, the golden core cultivators who had narrowly escaped did not dare to linger and had long since fled outside the spirit beast forest. At that moment, Zhou Qingchen was in a particularly foul mood, feeling overly protective, and his countenance was quite grim. Li Chonglin hurriedly lowered his head, striving to diminish his presence, for he too bore some responsibility in this affair. Had he known it would come to this, he would have accompanied Lin Shi at all times. "Go and bring them back," Zhou Qingchen commanded. The white-feathered beast, eager to alleviate its new master's ire, took to the skies with a mighty flap of its wings, creating a whirlwind as it sped off toward the direction of the fleeing individuals. After a moment of calm, Zhou Qingchen turned his gaze toward Lin Shi. He sighed and said, "My dear disciple, in the future, should you encounter such matters, do not hesitate to invoke my name to avoid unnecessary trouble." Pausing briefly, he continued, "This is Nanli Prefecture, where the Taihua Sect holds considerable sway. You need not cater to the whims of a few insignificant golden core cultivators. They ought to bend to your will instead." Lin Shi found himself momentarily taken aback. Zhou Qingchen persisted in his earnest counsel, "When you leave Nanli Prefecture, it is wise to be cautious. However, here, if you do not encounter any suspicious characters, your status will serve you better than mere prudence in dealing with such figures. Remember, you are the true disciple of Tai Miao Peak, not the former young master of a minor clan in Yaoyang City. You are now under my protection. Do you understand?" Zhou Qingchen's words resonated deeply within Lin Shi, stirring his emotions and causing his eyes to well with warmth. Observing his usually composed disciple display such vulnerability and sincerity, Zhou Qingchen finally broke into a smile, his earlier sentiments dissipating entirely. By the way, how has your trial progressed? Zhou Qingchen inquired casually, for he was unaware of how Lin Qi's trial had fared since he had been brought here midway through. Lin Qi replied with a grin, Master, I have already hunted down 10 second-tier peak beasts. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction and remarked, In that case, I shall keep my promise. This shall certainly please you. With that, he flipped his palm, revealing a fiery red crystalline object that materialized in his hand. As soon as the crystal appeared, an overwhelming heat enveloped the air, which Zhou Qingchen effortlessly subdued. Lin Qi, filled with astonishment, inquired, Master, what is this? Is it not a bit too high and great? Zhou Qingchen chuckled, Not at all. This is a 5th-tier spiritual item known as the Pure Yang Fire Essence. It will greatly benefit your cultivation methods. With this Pure Yang Fire Essence, your primordial fire will undergo a rapid transformation, rivaling the formidable divine flames found in the world. Lin Qi's heart ignited with fervor upon hearing this. He had long experienced the formidable power of the chapter of the Sun God Fire, particularly in the mastery of the primordial fire. After cultivating to the spiritual fire realm, his strength had significantly increased, becoming his most potent trump card. Zhou Qingchen handed the essence of Pure Yang Fire to Lin Qi, cautioning him, The essence of Pure Yang Fire is a top-tier 5th-grade spiritual object, imbued with immense fire spiritual power, sufficient for your cultivation to the nascent soul realm. However, beware of being overly eager, otherwise, you risk disrupting the balance within your body and squandering your innate talent. A top-tier 5th-grade spiritual object. Lin Qi was taken aback, realizing that his master consistently bestowed upon him items of such high caliber. Li Chenglin, standing nearby, marveled internally, exclaiming how the peak master truly indulged his disciples, casually granting them a 5th-grade treasure that even those in the god transformation realm would covet. Zhou Qingchen found himself in a predicament. Lower-tier treasures were scarce, and the system's offerings were invariably of a high grade, yet perfectly aligned with Lin Qi's cultivation. At times, the system's rewards were not limited to specific items but constrained only by their grade, allowing for personal selection. Moments later, a resounding cry echoed as the white-feathered demonic bird returned, bringing with it a dozen or so golden core realm cultivators who had fled in panic. These individuals were enveloped by the overwhelming demonic power, their expressions filled with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, fearing they would meet their demise at the hands of the monsters. Upon noticing Lin Qi beside Zhou Qingchen, they suddenly realized their folly, but the expressionless demeanor of Zhou Qingchen sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Qingchen's countenance remained cold as he regarded the disheveled individuals thrown to the ground, barely able to stand. Chapter 36, Origins. These individuals were indeed the same ones he had sensed within the inn. Zhou Qingchen had initially thought they were merely seeking ordinary opportunities in the nascent soul realm, not realizing they had inadvertently stumbled upon the lair of the demonic entity. Had it not been for the aura he left on Lin Qi being activated, this group would have been silently devoured by the serpent long ago. These golden core cultivators recognized Zhou Qingchen as the one who had battled the demonic entity. Now, upon closer inspection, they discovered that he was the very disciple they had underestimated during their earlier encounter in the town. Their presumed leader, Li Chenglin, now stood respectfully to the side. Senior, please forgive us. We were blind to your greatness and acted with disrespect. The group promptly knelt, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Zhou Qingchen cast a glance at them and asked indifferently, Why did you abduct my disciple? The group was rendered speechless, wishing they could turn back time and slap themselves for having dared to capture the disciple of such a fearsome senior. We are from the 3 major clans of Kang City. Years ago, we inadvertently discovered the secret beneath this lake, but it has been occupied by a wolf demon for decades. Coveting the opportunities here, we have been closely monitoring this place. Upon hearing of the wolf demon's demise, we dared to return. However, we did not wish to complicate matters. If news of our discovery were to leak before we secured the opportunities, we would likely lose everything. Thus, we resorted to abducting this young gentleman we encountered on the road. We swear we meant no harm to him. They explained in a state of panic. We are willing to bear all penalties. Considering our ignorance, we beseech you, senior, to spare our lives. Zhou Qingchen gazed at Lin Qi, entrusting the decision to his disciple. Lin Qi pondered for a considerable time before a brilliant idea struck him. If your 3 clans provide me with 80% of your internal resources, I shall cease my pursuit, Lin Qi declared with a resonant voice. The expressions of the dozen or so individuals shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Ultimately, they gritted their teeth and acquiesced. After all, wealth can be regained, but if their lives were forfeit, their clans would be devoured by other families in Kang City. However, Losing 80% of their assets would leave their three major clans gravely injured. Deprived of these resources, they would have to tighten their belts for an extended period. You may depart from the demon spirit forest first, Zhou Qingchen instructed the three clans. They dared not linger, hastily making their way out of the forest with astonishing speed. Once the coast was clear, Zhou Qingchen turned to the white feather demon bird. Pray, share your origins. Who is pursuing you, and why? The white feather demon bird, naturally unwilling to conceal the truth, recounted everything Zhou Qingchen wished to know. It was a creature of remarkable lineage, a fierce demon known as a sword feather bird. Its bloodline tracing back to the ancient heavenly demon Sword Feather King. Originally dwelling in the domain of 10,000 demons, it had ventured to the outskirts, where a formidable being in the void refinement realm suppressed it, dragging it back to a dominant force known as the Taihua Sect. At that time, it was merely a Yuan-ing level demon, incapable of resistance. The elder who captured it was a distinguished figure within the Taihua Sect, possessing terrifying skills in demon taming. He had captured several demons of extraordinary lineage, confining them within the sect. It was only later that the bird learned this elder sought to gather 12 exceptional demons to concoct a demon yuan pill, aimed at breaking through a stagnation that had lasted a millennium. Seizing an opportunity during the elder's absence, it managed to escape the Taihua Sect, albeit not unnoticed. Had the elder not been away, it would have never had the chance to flee to the southern wilderness. However, being a void refinement practitioner, the elder sensed the disturbance in the sect's restrictions after the sword featherbird's escape, and subsequently dispatched 2 disciples with a mystical tower left in his cave to pursue it. Upon hearing the giant bird's account, Zhou Qingchen could not help but sigh. Indeed, it is a powerful being from another continent, a practitioner of the void refinement realm. In the southernly continent, and indeed throughout the southern wilderness, there is no one capable of contending with such an entity. Nevertheless, Zhou Qingchen did not feel overly concerned. In light of the sword featherbird's value, these matters seemed trivial. The sword featherbird, without a doubt, possessed a formidable bloodline among demons. If it were to mature, it could reach the integration realm, or even the great ascension. With the aid of his system, he could always exchange for treasures of slaughter within the marketplace to confront that elder of the Taihua Sect. After reflecting for a moment, Zhou Qingchen gestured for the white feather demon bird to continue. I fled until a little over half a month ago, when I arrived at the demon spirit forest. There, I unexpectedly encountered a Yuan-ing level wolf demon. Astonished that such a seemingly dull-witted creature could attain the mid-stage of Yuan-ing, suspecting it must possess some extraordinary fortune. Unbeknownst to me, its hiding place turned out to be a treasure trove. During its cultivation, the true essence manifested, and it achieved its innate form, which led me to catch a whiff of the method to break through realms. True essence? Innate? A stir of intrigue coursed through Zhou Qingchen's heart as he recalled the innate treasure cauldron of the esteemed ancestor of the Taihua Sect. Naturally, I would not let this opportunity slip away. To prevent a confrontation at its lair that might attract other formidable demons and expose this fortuitous location, I planned to strike while it was away, eliminating it swiftly. The white-feathered demon bird continued. Though this wolf demon has reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, its strength is not particularly formidable. Coupled with my exceptional bloodline, being a great demon at the consummate stage of the nascent soul realm, slaying it would be a trivial task. Zhou Qingchen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. This cunning bird was indeed shrewd, while the wolf demon was astoundingly foolish. Possessing great power yet devoid of any sense of crisis, ultimately bringing about its own doom. As the giant bird spoke, a flicker of astonishment passed through its demon eyes. It was unexpected that beneath the lake occupied by the wolf demon lay a hidden paradise. Periodically, a strand of innate true essence would condense there, and by absorbing that essence, I was able to achieve unparalleled demonic prowess in a short span of time. Zhou Qingchen's heart stirred, confirming his suspicions. The innate true essence must originate from the same source as the innate energy, a peculiar manifestation derived from the essence of heaven and earth, greatly beneficial to cultivation. Moreover, the innate true essence that enables great demons to achieve unparalleled status is undoubtedly more precious than the innate energy condensed by the treasure cauldron. One could only wonder if it stemmed from a treasure even more exalted than the innate treasure cauldron. The mere thought of this stirred Zhou Qingchen's heart. After achieving unparalleled demonic prowess, to completely evade the relentless pursuit, I subdued all the great demons of the demon spirit forest, slaughtering the golden core fiends within. Using their blood essence to obscure my trail, and personally laid traps, hoping to ensnare those 2 pursuers. At this point, a fierce glint flickered in the white-feathered demon bird's eyes, filled with deep-seated hatred. Although I was aware that they possessed a supreme treasure, I had not anticipated that they also carried a phantom embodiment of the god transformation realm, resulting in the failure of my ambush. However, I was unaware of this from my distant vantage point. I had been overly presumptuous, compounded by the previous swarm of insignificant beings attempting to lay claim to this fortuitous location. Thus, I exercised caution and refrained from making a personal appearance, intending for the great demon beside me to discreetly deal with them. I certainly did not expect to encounter the young master. Chapter 37. The systems returned. The white-feathered demon bird narrowed its demon eyes, speaking cautiously, "We must swiftly depart from the southern wilderness. Although that individual is currently preoccupied with affairs, once resolved and returned to the Taihua Sect, he will undoubtedly come in person to capture me. It is said that he has ascended to the void refinement realm for 2,000 years, possessing unfathomable strength and a character that seeks vengeance for even the slightest grievance. If he captures me again, my life would truly be forfeit." While it acknowledged Zhou Qingchen as its master, this was merely a means of prolonging its existence. To genuinely escape this peril, immediate departure from Southernly Prefecture was imperative. Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. "I am a native of Southernly Prefecture. Where else could I flee? Besides, I have no need to escape. At worst, I can expend a few more task points to exchange for a formidable weapon from the system, one capable of annihilating him without return." The white-feathered demon bird felt a twinge of sadness within. It remained uncertain whether following Zhou Qingchen would lead to any means of survival. However, given the perilous circumstances, refusing to acknowledge Zhou Qingchen as the leader would undoubtedly result in demise. "Rest assured, this matter is of no concern to you. I possess my own methods to resolve it and will not allow him to take you away," Zhou Qingchen stated, effectively silencing by you, the feathered demon. "By the way, since you are one of the rare sword feather birds in the world, I shall henceforth refer to you as Jianling," Zhou Qingchen declared, to which Bai Yu promptly acquiesced. He then proceeded toward the mysterious lake where Jianling was concealed. The lifeless body of a massive black serpent at the nascent soul stage lay sprawled across the ground. Its residual aura still terrifying, and the crimson blood had rendered the lake's waters murky. With a casual gesture, Zhou Qingchen extracted a large, inky black serpent gallbladder. "This gallbladder holds considerable value," he remarked, stowing it away and signaling Li Chenglin to retrieve the serpent's corpse. "The body of this nascent soul beast holds more than mere value for us golden core cultivators. It is yours," Zhou Qingchen continued, eliciting a delighted expression from Li Chenglin. "You mentioned that the opportunity of innate true intent is concealed beneath this lake," Zhou Qingchen inquired of Jianling. Jianling nodded vigorously, yet added, "However, the strand of innate true intent I had previously condensed has already been absorbed by me." Zhou Qingchen nodded in understanding, directing his consciousness to probe beneath the lake's surface. To his astonishment, he discovered that the seemingly modest lake was hundreds of feet deep, with an underground area far larger than the surface expanse, connected to an underground river that flowed into the lake. "Is there truly an entrance to a spatial realm?" Zhou Qingchen marveled. It became clear that this had been Jianling's hiding place, explaining why the pair of pursuers had been unable to track its true form. This extraordinary locale had concealed its aura. After observing for a moment, Zhou Qingchen instructed Jianling and the others, "Wait here for the time being." With that, he summoned a protective barrier around himself and swiftly descended into the lake, completely isolating it from his aura. Without delay, he plunged to the lake's bottom, locating the spatial entrance. Following Jianling's guidance, he stepped inside. In the next instant, he found himself firmly grounded within a grand hall. This appeared to be a refuge for a cultivator, yet it bore no traces of life, feeling eerily desolate. The singular peculiarity was the concentrated spiritual energy within the hall, which was a dozen times more potent than that of the outside world. Prolonged cultivation here would undoubtedly accelerate one's progress significantly. Moreover, Zhou Qingchen faintly sensed a remnant of a unique aura, somewhat reminiscent of the innate treasure cauldron. Could it be that a piece of innate spiritual artifact truly lay hidden here? With the Xianyuan star sword in hand, Zhou Qingchen struck the ground of the abode. The sound of clashing metal resonated, sparks flying, yet the residents remained unscathed. Even the sharpness of the 6th grade supreme Xianyuan sword left no trace. This is truly perplexing. It seems brute force cannot breach this barrier. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, feeling utterly confounded. After wandering through the estate once more, Zhou Qingchen meticulously examined every nook and cranny, yet to no avail. Ultimately, he decided to take an unconventional approach. Given that this was an artificial estate, remnants of its master's handiwork were surely present. The entire structure, a testament to its creator, remained immovable. Perhaps it would be prudent to attempt to take the estate with him. Without further ado, Zhou Qingchen stepped outside, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into an enormous hand of power, encircling the entirety of the estate. Under the explosive force of his nascent soul, Even the waters at the lake's bottom were compressed outward, creating a substantial vacuum. However, despite his utmost efforts, the estate remained steadfast. Instead, the surrounding earth and stone were shaken loose, revealing that this was not merely an isolated structure. The foundation of the estate was interconnected with other locations. Could there be more to this than meets the eye? Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow. Just as his thoughts became muddled, an electronic voice resonated. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade was successful. Zhou Qingchen's heart leaped with joy. He momentarily set aside the estate to immerse himself in the system. It had not been long since the last mention of an upgrade, and he was surprised at how swiftly it had been completed. With this upgrade, intelligent services have been unlocked, allowing the host to freely explore the myriad functions of the transmission system. The electronic voice echoed in Zhou Qingchen's consciousness. Furthermore, with the system's upgrade, task issuance will be more flexible. Aside from certain special tasks, basic tasks will now reside permanently in the taskbar, requiring no separate issuance. Upon completion of these tasks, rewards will be automatically credited by the system. Zhou Qingchen observed the panel in his mind, noting the addition of several tasks to the taskbar. Reward for disciple breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment, 1 5th-tier spiritual item. Reward for disciple achieving perfection in foundation establishment, 1 5th-tier mysterious artifact. Reward for disciple breaking through to the golden core stage, 1 set of 7th-tier formations. These were evidently the basic tasks, Zhou Qingchen pondered. Host has received a limited-time upgrade return gift, a lucky 10 consecutive draws, with the possibility of obtaining items of any level. Would you like to use it immediately? Chapter 38, Divine Flame, Sword Heart, Alchemical Classics, Talismans, Lindu City. Naturally, Zhou Qingchen would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. He chose to use it immediately. Within the system space, the panel shimmered brilliantly. A box inscribed with a question mark flickering before ultimately bursting open with a resounding explosion, releasing 10 beams of golden light. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Heart Divine Flame. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 9th-tier Alchemical Heritage. Congratulations, host. You have received the 8th-tier Mid-Grade Talisman, the Exterminating Thunder Curse. Congratulations, host. You have gained the innate Extreme Immortal Sword Heart. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2nd-tier treasure. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 1st-tier treasure. Zhou Qingchen stood in a daze for quite some time, overwhelmed by the rewards from the blind box. The Heavenly Divine Flame. The Extreme Immortal Sword Heart. Each of these items, if obtained individually, could forge a prodigy of unparalleled talent. The 9th-tier Alchemical Heritage. And an 8th-tier Mid-Grade Talisman. How could my luck be so extraordinary? Zhou Qingchen murmured to himself. No matter how composed Zhou Qingchen usually was, his heart was now a tempest of emotions. This time, the system's rewards from the regression could significantly deepen Zhou Qingchen's innate talent. The electronic voice of the system prompted, allowing the host to choose immediate fusion. Zhou Qingchen, filled with impatience, commanded, system, fuse the Heavenly Heart Catastrophic Fire. As his words fell, he instantly felt a surge of power within his body. This force was extraordinarily intense, scorching, and imbued with the ominous aura of a world-destroying catastrophe. This was the Heavenly Heart Catastrophic Fire, a divine flame of the Heavenly Tao, ranking among the most mysterious and powerful flames in existence, which no one had ever absorbed for their own use. The might of this divine flame was utterly cataclysmic. Zhou Qingchen's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he continued, system, fuse the Extreme Immortal Sword Heart. In an instant, a transformation swept over Zhou Qingchen's entire aura, exuding a chilling, piercing, and formidable presence that surged forth unyieldingly. A clear, melodious sound of sword resonance echoed, while the Xuanji Star sword danced joyfully around him. Even the quasi-immortal weapon, the Fuxian Jiuchen sword, sealed within the system's space, responded, seeming to express its affinity towards Zhou Qingchen. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent of Extreme Immortal Sword Heart. The path of the sword transcends the mortal realm, and all swords bow in reverence. Current host attribute panel is as follows. Name, Zhou Qingchen. Talent, Dao Spirit Root, Extreme Immortal Sword Heart, Heavenly Heart Catastrophic Fire. Cultivation, Great Perfection of the Nascent Soul Stage. Technique, Emperor's Chaotic Sutra. Skills, Tai Miao Extreme Light Sword, Tai Bai Golden Light Slash, Xian Light Unification, Celestial Interception Technique. Daylight Celestial Star, Annihilating Celestial Stars, Extreme Star Fall, Heavenly Star Descent. Weapons, Xuanji Star Sword, Fuxian Jiuchen. Task points, 260,000. Gradually, Zhou Qingchen's mind calmed. As he contemplated the rewards from this 10 consecutive draws, the Heavenly Heart Catastrophic Fire, the 9th tier alchemical inheritance, the extreme immortal sword heart, and the 8th tier middle grade talisman. Xianlei annihilation spell. These 4 items represented the pinnacle of rewards, particularly the heavenly heart catastrophic fire and the extreme immortal sword heart, which would influence his innate abilities and grow alongside him, possessing immense potential. The 9th tier alchemical inheritance, needless to say, was invaluable. The realms of pills, tools, formations, and talismans held tremendous status and prosperity. The worth of a high-tier alchemical inheritance was immeasurable, guaranteed to incite a frenzy of competition within the cultivation world upon its emergence. The most immediate reward was the 8th tier middle-grade talisman, Xianlei annihilation spell. Such talismans belonged to the highest echelon of offensive spells. Zhou Qingchen could hardly fathom the earth-shattering power this talisman could unleash. The 8th tier represented the great ascension realm, a level of existence revered as supreme in the cultivation world. His understanding of the great ascension realm was limited to imagination, leaving him unaware of its true implications. Thus, regarding this 8th tier middle grade talisman, Zhou Qingchen could only recognize its formidable strength, and only through usage would he discern its true extent. He hoped that this talisman would not be wasted against a grand elder of the Taihua Sect at the Void Refinement Realm. That would indeed be a great loss. Zhou Qingchen mused to himself. Yet, these exceptional items had exhausted his fortune, and all that remained were some 1st and 2nd tier rewards. Zhou Qingchen was abruptly bestowed with an abundance of treasures, rendering him momentarily overwhelmed and acutely aware of the system's extraordinary capabilities. Contemplating the system's mention of intelligent services, he could not help but devise a plan. System, do you possess the means to subjugate this estate? He inquired hesitantly, uncertain if the so-called intelligent service could provide an answer. Ding. 7-tiered supreme innate treasure, Lindu City, detected. Indeed, it was an innate treasure, and a 7-tier one at that. Zhou Qingchen, having barely calmed his tumultuous emotions, felt a surge of excitement once more. A 7-tier supreme innate treasure was undoubtedly far more formidable than the innate treasure cauldron held by the ancestor of Taihua Sect. The host may expend 100,000 task points to subjugate. Will you proceed? Without hesitation, Zhou Qingchen chose to spend the points, leaving him with a mere 160,000. In the next moment, the estate beneath his feet trembled violently, gradually diminishing until it transformed into a singular object, soaring into his hand. As Zhou Qingchen scanned the item with his divine consciousness, he was instantly engulfed in a wave of dizziness. This innate treasure was, astonishingly, a bustling capital city. At that moment, Lindu City had been reduced to an unfathomable scale, rendering the estate he had previously occupied nearly imperceptible amidst the dense cluster of buildings. Zhou Qingchen found it hard to fathom who possessed such remarkable prowess to refine such a vast and magnificent city into an innate treasure. A 7-tier treasure. No wonder it was impervious. Even his Xuanji star sword could not contend with it. Lindu City. Zhou Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment. Innate entities within the cosmos are closest to the primal source of heaven and earth. They can autonomously absorb the innate energy that permeates the world, such as the true essence of innate energy, allowing them to naturally evolve, wielding immense power. The innate treasure cauldron of the Taihua Sect's ancestor was crafted from such an innate entity, and after millennia of growth, it ascended from the 5th to the 6th tier. It is undoubtedly the most significant foundation of the entire Taihua Sect, and the only 6th tier treasure of the refining void realm. One could only speculate how many innate entities were consumed to forge Lindu City into a 7-tier treasure. Perhaps it was initially weak when first refined and underwent countless epochs to reach its current form. Zhou Qingchen felt an indescribable sensation, incredulous that such a magnificent opportunity lay hidden beneath the spirit beast forest. The innate treasure cauldron refines innate energy, providing immense aid to the cultivation of spiritual power. Conversely, Lindu City refines the true essence of innate energy, serving as a tool for refining the spirit, which may have a profound effect on the soul and primordial spirit. Cultivating through the true essence of innate energy could significantly expedite the ascent of one's primordial spirit realm. This implies that the transition to the transformation of the spirit and the journey into the refining void would be greatly accelerated. If I could wield this innate treasure in combat, I could confine my enemies within it, subjecting them to the torment of primordial spirit extinction. Zhou Qingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the treasure with an enamored gaze for a long while. Eventually, he recalled that the others were still waiting for him outside, prompting him to reluctantly stow it away. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that he had been so engrossed that he had failed to notice that the waters of the lake had completely drained into the area that Lindu City once occupied. Were it not for the ancient trees of the spirit beast forest, deeply rooted and steadfast in their terrain, it is likely that the surrounding expanse would have sunk 1,000 fathoms, a consequence of the immense scale of the Lin capital before it diminished. However, as time progresses, the subsidence of this region seems inevitable, albeit at a gradual pace that renders the impact negligible. Zhou Qingchen cleared his throat softly and took flight away from the desiccated lake. Chapter 39. The trial concludes above the lake. Lin Shi and Li Chonglin gazed in disbelief as the entire body of water was absorbed by the earth, vanishing in an instant. Their hearts had grown somewhat numb to the extraordinary feats of Zhou Qingchen, accustomed as they were to his ability to create such upheaval. After all, it was not surprising that Zhou Qingchen, capable of vanquishing a demon of the transformation realm with his essence infant cultivation, could effortlessly drain a lake of its water. After a brief interlude, Zhou Qingchen returned to the ground. "Let us depart from this place," he said, disregarding their inquisitive stares. "You may reduce your size." The immense Jianling complied obediently. In a flash of radiant white light, the once colossal Jianling transformed into a petite white sparrow, its glimmering sword-like feathers disappearing entirely. "By the way, are you not a demon of exceptional prowess? You should be able to take on a human form now," Zhou Qingchen inquired with newfound curiosity. Upon cultivating an inner core, demon beings can gradually take on a human physique. Typically, bloodline demons can achieve this transformation at the essence infant stage. However, given Jianling's extraordinary lineage, complete transformation may necessitate a higher realm. The stronger the bloodline, the more challenging the metamorphosis. Many legendary divine beasts retain their animal forms, capable of speech yet unable to assume human shapes. Jianling hesitated before nodding affirmatively. With a flash of white light, a graceful youth clad in feathered garments emerged. His features strikingly ethereal, with eyes resembling shimmering turquoise crystals, exuding an aura imbued with a hint of his demonic heritage. Yet, he bore wings upon his back, radiating the cold light of Jianling feathers. "Is this what it means to take on a demonic form?" Zhou Qingchen mused in astonishment, noting that Jianling appeared youthful even among his kind, resembling a lad of 17 or 18. Lin Shi and Li Chonglin were equally struck with incredulity. Witnessing the grand transformation of the massive Jianling into a semi-human figure, their eyes opened wide in wonder. "Very well, if you prefer not to maintain this semi-human form, revert to your previous state," Zhou Qingchen remarked, observing Jianling's awkward demeanor. Jianling nodded eagerly, and with another flash of white light, he transformed back into a diminutive white sparrow. The little bird flapped its tiny wings, hesitating momentarily before remembering Zhou Qingchen's command. It then flew to Lin Shi, ultimately perching upon the shoulder of its young master. Lin Shi felt an overwhelming sense of enchantment, as if caught in a dream. Zhou Qingchen, satisfied, regarded the now smaller Jianling with newfound fondness. With this matter concluded, he had no intention of lingering any longer. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the quaint little town. In the town of Kang, the three individuals dared not leave, remaining obediently in the inn, their minds still lingering on the life-saving money Lin Chikai had bestowed upon them. With only a few days remaining until the trial's conclusion, and after resolving the matters within the demon spirit forest, Zhou Qingchen found himself at leisure, turning his attention to the circumstances surrounding Su Ruotian and the others. These 10 disciples had been active in the peripheral regions. Although the battles within the demon spirit forest raged with unparalleled ferocity, they remained unaffected. The vast expanse of the forest rendered the disturbances in its depths nearly imperceptible to those in the outer areas, allowing the disciples to progress through their trials with remarkable ease. The 10 stewards dutifully reported daily updates to Li Chenglin, of which Zhou Qingchen was well aware. After several days of life-and-death combat, these sheltered disciples exhibited a newfound ferocity, their combat instincts greatly enhanced, and they had mastered various chi-refining spells with remarkable proficiency. It was anticipated that during the upcoming gathering of prodigies, they would surely astound all. Before long, the final day arrived, marking the end of the trials. Under the guidance of the stewards, the 10 disciples returned to the inn, their expressions brimming with excitement, as if the fatigue from their bodies had been entirely swept away. They had all completed the trials, and it was now time to assess their achievements. Su Ruotian has slain 78 first-stage pinnacle demon beasts, earning 780 points. Upon hearing Li Chenglin's announcement, the other disciples erupted in agitation, their faces filled with astonishment. Dou Jian has slain 45 first-stage pinnacle demon beasts, earning 450 points. Lu Xian has slain 41 first-stage pinnacle demon beasts, earning 410 points. Mo Jun has slain 33. Su Ruotian surged ahead, acquiring points that elicited envy from his peers, while Dou Jian and Lu Xian trailed behind in the second tier, followed by the remaining disciples. According to the previous regulations, Zhou Qingchen promptly allocated a substantial array of first and second-tier treasures to Li Qinglin, including spiritual weapons, elixirs, talismans, and more, allowing the disciples to exchange them freely. These items would prove invaluable not only for their current needs, but also for their future ascension to the foundation establishment stage. The atmosphere in the inn became electrifying. Lin Qi has received the pure yang fire essence. I cannot be partial, Zhou Qingchen mused, observing the fervent expressions of the disciples. Therefore, he decided to utilize a fifth-tier treasure exchange opportunity, redeeming a fifth-tier spiritual item, the Earth Elemental Suppression Stone, and presented it to Su Ruotian. Cultivate diligently, Zhou Qingchen advised. Thus, the trials within the demon spirit forest came to a gratifying conclusion. Meanwhile, in the depths of the demon spirit forest, in a secluded valley, a man and a woman sat cross-legged, their injuries grievous and difficult to recover from in the short term, forcing them to stabilize their conditions temporarily. Days prior, they had fallen prey to an ambush orchestrated by the sword Feather Bird, which involved 10 formidable demons, and combined with the attacks from the sword of Feathered Plumes. They nearly perished within the demon spirit forest. Ultimately, it was the manifestation of the Grand Elder of the Xianyin Sect, left in the demon suppression tower, that appeared to block the onslaught, saving their lives. Several of the 10 formidable demons were slain by the Elder's projection, while the remaining demons seized the opportunity to flee. In haste to capture the sword Featherbird, the Elder also departed swiftly into the distance. Indeed, had it not been for the lingering aura left by Zhou Qingchen on Lin Qi, which inadvertently compelled the sword Feather to reveal itself, and had the sword Feather not been so unexpectedly exposed by the ethereal manifestation of the Grand Elder of the Xianyin Sect, it would have remained undetected by the old man. It can only be said that everything was a matter of exquisite coincidence. The two chief disciples of the Xianyin Sect, unable to pursue, could only recuperate their injuries on the spot. This wretched creature, how cunning it is! As they stabilized their wounds, a torrent of resentment surged within them. With their revered ancestor intervening, this vile beast was no longer capable of defiance. Contemplating this, a sense of satisfaction welled up within them. Before long, a faint glimmer of golden light appeared on the horizon. Their ancestor. The two disciples exchanged glances of delight as they caught the returning Fuyo Tower. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions turned pale. The Fuyo Tower exuded a weak aura, clearly indicating that it had lost the ethereal support of their ancestor. Where, then, was that wretched creature? As their consciousness probed into the Fuyo Tower, they found no trace of the sword Feather. At this realization, their understanding dawned upon them. Their ancestor had failed. Their expressions shattered, their hearts constricting with dread. The ethereal form had departed with the treasure tower, but upon its return, only the tower remained, while the ethereal manifestation dissipated, leaving them utterly bewildered. Only their ancestor understood the gravity of the situation. Their mission had failed, and it was best to return to the sect and face the consequences. Ultimately, the two had no choice but to depart in resignation. Chapter 40, Grand Elder of the Xianyin Sect. A myriad of miles away, in a realm of celestial sects, lies the headquarters of the Xianyin Sect, a dominant force in Lingzhou. As far as the eye can see, the celestial pavilions stretch endlessly, light cascading like feathers, and spirit birds soaring gracefully, a breathtaking scene befitting a grand sect. In the southern regions, encompassing hundreds of vast states, the expanse is boundless, and low-tier cultivators may never reach its limits in their lifetimes. Among these hundreds of states, the strongest are 13, known as the sacred grounds of cultivation in the southern realm, where numerous celestial sects flourish and dominant powers reign supreme. Lingzhou ranks among these 13, with the Xianyin Sect being one of its undeniable overlords, even harboring revered beings at the harmonization realm within its ranks. The 5 states of the southern wasteland are merely a corner of the southern realm, while their strength lies in the middle tier. They pale in comparison to the splendor of the strongest 13 states. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended upon the Xianyin Sect. An elderly man clad in golden robes emerged from the void, his countenance dark and foreboding. And the innate power he unconsciously radiated caused the atmosphere of the entire Xianyin Sect to stagnate. Soon, the figure of the golden-robed elder vanished above the sect. The Grand Elder has returned. Whispers of concern rippled through the crowd. It seems something has transpired. The Grand Elder appears quite enraged. Hush, it's none of our business. Refrain from speaking too much, lest we attract trouble. Within a spatial cave, the golden-robed elder gazed at several fearsome, great demons trapped in his small world, a cold glimmer flickering in his eyes. I am truly surprised they managed to escape. The remaining great demons trembled in fear under his unabashed aura, causing the entire spatial realm to tremble. Southernly State? It seems I shall need to make a journey there in the days to come. The elder clad in golden robes appeared to be lost in thought, muttering to himself with an expression devoid of emotion. Almost thwarted my grand scheme. I sincerely hope you do not flee. He found it utterly perplexing that anyone would dare to touch his belongings in such a remote area. Forming a mystical seal with his hands, the elder reinforced the array, sealing the entire space before departing, soaring towards another location. Before long, he composed himself and entered a grand hall with serene poise. I pay my respects to the sect master. The elder in golden robes bowed to the man seated at the head of the table. How goes the matter? Inquired the man in a calm tone. In response to the sect master, the Heavenly Shade Sect, the Fire Sun Sect, and Dongli Mountain have all consented to our proposal. They will send representatives to accompany us to the Ghost Cave ruins in 3 days, reported the elder. The seated man pondered for a moment, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair, the sound alternating between quick and slow. Finally, he spoke. Elder, you shall lead our expedition to the Ghost Cave in 3 days. The peculiar nature of the Ghost Cave makes it perilous. Without a nascent soul cultivator to stabilize the area, one could easily be swayed by its unique forces. Our esteemed elders are currently in secluded meditation, and I must remain here to oversee the sect. You are the only one capable of taking action. His tone was soft, yet left no room for dissent. The elder's countenance darkened, but he acquiesced. Very well. Now, you may withdraw and prepare, the man concluded, waving his hand wearily. The elder turned and exited the grand hall. As he stepped out, his expression turned grim, with veins bulging on his forehead. What a pitiful lack of competence. Do you truly believe that everyone aspires to your so-called position of sect master? Utterly foolish. If it weren't for your incessant suppression over the past millennium, why would I still be at the early stages of the void refinement realm? The irony was not lost on him as he scoffed at the title of Great Elder. How absurd that a position burdened with mundane affairs has been assigned to one such as me in the void refinement realm. Frustrated, the elder made his way back to his spatial cave, gradually regaining his composure. The fact that a formidable demon at the nascent soul stage could escape the confines of the Xianyin sect without any hindrance is a testament to your incompetence as sect master. He cast a cold smile at the 9 remaining great demons. Within the Xianyin sect, countless transformation stage experts existed. Yet none dared to intervene in the escape of a nascent soul demon. After a moment, the elder exhaled deeply, producing a treasure tower from his possession. Unlike the demon-subduing tower bestowed upon the 2 chief disciples, this one had 9 levels, exuding profound mysteries. It was a true 6th-grade artifact of the void refinement realm and his life as treasure. A golden spiritual light flickered, and the 9 great demons, previously bound within the blessed land, screamed in terror as they were swiftly drawn into the 9-tiered treasure tower. Since you are so unruly and unwilling to remain in the outer world, you shall spend some time within my demon-subduing tower, the elder remarked with a chilling laugh. As the scar on his face writhed grotesquely, perhaps that old schemer remains oblivious to the fact that during this excursion, I have made significant gains, having successfully gathered 12 extraordinary bloodline beasts. The thought brings a surge of elation to my heart. What if I were to chase after the most powerful sword featherbird? Once the matter of the ghost abyss is settled, I shall commence the refinement of the demon essence pill. The void realm shall ultimately be traversed to its zenith by me. The elder in golden robes gazed coldly at the 12 formidable beasts within the demon suppression tower. Under the relentless pressure of the tower's unique demon-subduing force, the 12 great demons writhed in agony, yet the elder's expression remained unchanged. Master, your disciple seeks an audience. Came 2 voices suddenly from the dimension beyond. The elder retracted the treasure tower, and with a flick of his sleeve, a spatial portal emerged, through which a man and a woman entered. The pair appeared pallid and dispirited. They were, in fact, the chief disciples of the Xianyin sect who had pursued the sword featherbird. Bowing their heads with a hint of trepidation, they reported, "We have disappointed you, master. We could not capture it and return to the Xianyin sect. This is not your fault. I did not provide you with sufficient assistance in time. And the demon suppression tower I bestowed upon you is merely an ordinary 5th-grade treasure. That illusory form was merely a remnant I left from my earlier years." Lacking in true power, the elder replied calmly. A flicker of joy surged within them. They had not anticipated their master's leniency. However, master, is that demon truly as formidable as rumored? The man inquired, convinced that the sword featherbird had overwhelmed the elder's illusory form. The elder shook his head. It is not solely due to it. There was also a young man involved. The information from the illusory form was incomplete. Yet I discerned the general appearance of this youth. He then gestured forward, and strands of spiritual energy coalesced into the figure of a man clad in white. It is him. The man and woman exchanged a glance, their faces stricken with shock, their hearts roiling with tumult. How is it possible that a perfected Yuan-Ing realm cultivator could shatter the illusory form of our ancestor? A weight settled heavy in their hearts, leaving them profoundly affected. Oh, you recognize him? The elder inquired, his brow furrowing. In unison, they recounted, Master, during our pursuit of that vile creature, we unexpectedly encountered him. He, too, is a perfected Yuan-Ing realm cultivator, yet his power is astonishingly formidable. We were severely injured by a single strike. Such a prodigious talent in the South Wilderness? How could such an individual exist? The elder felt a surge of astonishment. Through the illusory form, he had merely gleaned that this youth had aided the demon. Now it seemed evident that the youth possessed remarkable capabilities. The man nodded and continued, ultimately, it was he who provided us with a wolf carcass, leading us into the demon's trap and forcing us to reveal your illusory form. Could it be that this youth and the demon are in cahoots? The woman queried. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, yet it is not certain, the elder conceded. If we had known he was involved, we should have investigated his identity in Southly Prefecture beforehand. A talent of such extraordinary caliber could not possibly remain unknown in the South Wilderness, the man lamented. Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in the elder's eyes. There is no need for haste. He nearly thwarted my grand ambitions, and I shall not allow him to escape lightly. Once I advance further, I shall personally journey to Southly Prefecture. These are 2 fifth-grade recovery pills, capable of healing your injuries in the shortest time possible. In 2 days, you shall accompany Protector Qiu-ji to Nanli Prefecture and ascertain the identity of that young man, closely monitoring their movements. The elderly man in a golden robe handed the 2 radiant pills to the 2 chief disciples of Taihua Sect, instructing them in a calm voice. The 2 men exchanged glances of delight, with Protector Qiu-ji, who possesses mid-stage transformation realm prowess, leading the way. They felt confident in tracking the young man's whereabouts. Chapter 41. Kang City. Is this Kang City? On the bustling streets, a group of people curiously surveyed their surroundings. The wide thoroughfares were alive with the hustle and bustle of traffic, and the shops lining the streets were grand and imposing, teeming with customers. This was the return journey of Zhou Qingchen and his companions from the Demon Spirit Forest. Leading the way were the Golden Core cultivators from the 3 prominent families of Kang City. The 3 families had come to a consensus. Having dissipated a significant portion of their wealth, they deemed it a virtue to receive the forgiveness of this mysterious, powerful figure. Otherwise, if outsiders learned that they had offended a transformation realm expert, they would surely become pariahs, hunted by all. Indeed, they unanimously accepted Zhou Qingchen as a mysterious transformation realm powerhouse. In their eyes, anyone capable of subjugating transformation realm demons was undoubtedly a true master. Moreover, from another perspective, this enigmatic figure was also their savior. Without his intervention, the elite combatants of the 3 families would have been annihilated, leading to the swift destruction of their clans. Thus, they were acutely aware of their position and even harbored a hint of flattery towards Zhou Qingchen. Esteemed elder, we hope you will grant our families an opportunity for redemption. We shall swiftly consolidate our family assets. Our clan has prepared a place for us to settle. Perhaps you would like to rest for a while? Proposed the head of the Jiang family, the fearsome man. There is no need for that. We will not linger here. Let us simply find an inn, Zhou Qingchen replied, shaking his head. Naturally, everyone regarded him as their leader. It seemed this esteemed figure truly did not concern himself with their families, perhaps treating it merely as a means to vindicate his disciples. The 3 families exchanged wry smiles, pondering in their hearts. Consequently, they proceeded directly to the finest inn in Kang City, temporarily considering it their refuge. The members of the 3 families respectfully took their leave, returning to their clans to convene a family meeting. For a time, it felt as though a great earthquake had struck the 3 prominent families of Kang City. Of course, Zhou Qingchen was indifferent to these matters, while Lin Shi took the opportunity to explain a few things to him. The Lin family of Yaoyang City had been in decline for decades, burdened with poverty and difficulties. Although they had recently freed themselves from the oppression of the 4 major families, recovery remained a daunting task, which prompted Lin Shi to devise this plan. While Kang City's overall strength was somewhat inferior to that of Yaoyang City, the 3 families within Kang City were on par with the 4 major families of Yaoyang City, having amassed a significant portion of their wealth. This represented an enormous resource for the Lin family. Then, after leaving Kang City and before returning to the sect, you may visit the Lin family first. After all, it has been a while since you were home. Zhou Qingchen nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi could not help but feel a surge of joy within him. After joining the Taihua Sect, he had not contacted his parents for quite some time. The distance from Yaoyang City to the sect was considerable, and he was often preoccupied with his cultivation, leaving him little leisure. However, his mother had written him 2 letters, reminding him of various trivial matters and briefly mentioning the circumstances of the Lin family. That night, Zhou Qingchen did not engage in his usual cultivation. Instead, he pondered over the newly upgraded system. Until now, he had not explored the other intriguing functionalities of the master-disciple system. With this upgrade, it was indeed a perfect opportunity for exploration. System, can I view the attribute panels of others? Zhou Qingchen recalled an anime from his previous life that featured a similar system and could not help but inquire. Ding. The host may choose to enable permissions. Would you like to proceed? The electronic voice of the system resonated. Zhou Qingchen thought to himself that he had to activate it manually, much like some hidden features in mobile phones. Enable permissions. Ding. Permissions successfully activated. The attribute panels of all beings within the host's spiritual consciousness range can now be viewed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen's interest was piqued, for previously, he could only see his own and Lin Qi's attribute panels. In a sudden burst of inspiration, he extended his spiritual consciousness over the entirety of Kang City, perceiving every blade of grass and tree. Simultaneously, attribute panels appeared above the heads of various individuals. Zhou Qingchen gazed in astonishment at the myriad of attribute panels throughout the city. The system even distinguished between individuals based on their cultivation level or innate talent, with the panels of those who were more accomplished or gifted appearing in deeper hues. For instance, his disciple Lin Qi's attribute panel shone with a brilliant golden light, soaring high, impossible to overlook. With this new functionality, the likelihood of finding other potential direct disciples had significantly increased. Zhou Qingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. System, are there any other practical permissions I can activate? He continued to inquire, replying to the host. The basic permissions are all centered around the master-disciple system and have now been fully unlocked. Some additional permissions fall outside the jurisdiction of this system and cannot be activated by the host. However, they can be experienced through intelligent services, albeit with limited occurrences. For instance, during the last acquisition of the 7th grade innate treasure, Linduching, the host sought intelligent services at critical moments, which may yield unexpected rewards. Zhou Qingchen felt a wave of delight upon hearing this. The previous acquisition of Linduching had been mere serendipity, and he had not anticipated its connection to the intelligent service experience permissions. Of course, I must remind the host that intelligent service permissions are limited, and one should not become overly reliant, as it may lead to irreparable losses. This system primarily serves the master-disciple framework. The system provided a thorough explanation, and Zhou Qingchen nodded in understanding. The current services of the system were already immensely beneficial. The remainder would depend on his own efforts. Having grasped the changes of the newly upgraded system, Zhou Qingchen entered a fervent state of cultivation once more. This time, he sensed that the unique energy within him was beginning to undergo a transformation. That power, once scarce, was now growing in abundance, transitioning from weakness to strength. Having lain dormant for so long, as if it was finally ready to complete its final metamorphosis and re-emerge into the world. What could it possibly be? Zhou Qingchen pondered silently within his mind as he continued his cultivation. The following day, the individuals from the 3 families of Kang City arrived at the inn earlier than Lin Qi had anticipated. Young master, where is the esteemed elder? The representatives of the 3 families glanced warily at the small white bird perched on Lin Qi's shoulder, asking somewhat awkwardly. Lin Qi understood their desire to curry favor with his master, yet it was not feasible at the moment, as his master was engrossed in meditation and had instructed him to manage the affairs of Kang City. After all, the 3 families were here to offer their apologies. Your master is unavailable. Are you prepared? Lin Qi inquired, his tone measured as he surveyed the group. Young master, our 3 families have liquidated 80% of our assets, most of which have been converted into spirit stones, totaling approximately 12 million low-grade spirit stones. Some items that could not be liquidated in time include rare herbs, pills, and spiritual artifacts. The representatives of the 3 families explained, each presenting a spatial ring. This contains the vast wealth of 80% of our family fortunes. 12 million low-grade spirit stones could procure items of the 4th stage Yuan-Ing realm. The representatives felt a pang of sorrow. They had not realized their families could amass such a substantial fortune, only to relinquish it so readily to another. Alas, they consoled themselves. It was better to disperse wealth to avert disaster. Their greed for that opportunity ultimately led to their downfall. For what did not belong to them could not be forcibly claimed. In the end, they could only accept this reality as they watched Lin Qi take the 3 rings. Lin Qi, noticing their rigid expressions, unceremoniously accepted the spatial rings. As his consciousness delved within, he was instantly captivated by the dazzling array of spirit stones, piled high like mountains. In former times, such a wealth would have sent him into rapture, yet now, he felt merely a flicker of surprise. After all, a single treasure bestowed by his master far exceeded the value of this fortune by hundreds or thousands of times. Nevertheless, for the Lin family, This wealth was akin to rain after a prolonged drought. Chapter 42. Returning in splendor. Having resolved the matters of Kang City, Lin Shi observed the reluctant departure of the three families before informing Zhou Qingchen. In less than 15 minutes, all disciples and deacons had gathered. They were aware that before returning to the sect, Zhou Qingchen would accompany Lin Shi to Yaoyang City, which was also Lin Shi's ancestral home. With a resounding cry, the Xuanji star sword emitted a melodic chime as Zhou Qingchen led the group away from Kang City. A silver streak of light traversed the vast skies, leaving a long, ethereal trail amidst the clouds. The representatives of the three families gazed skyward, their expressions tinged with regret. "Senior brother, what is Yaoyang City like?" Su Ruotian inquired with curiosity, clearly fascinated by Lin Shi's homeland. Lin Shi replied, "Yaoyang City possesses greater strength than Kang City and was originally home to 5 prominent families. However, following the decline of my Lin family, it became the stronghold of the remaining 4 families." Su Ruotian chuckled, "With a prodigy like you emerging from the Lin family, surely they will soar to new heights." Lin Shi smiled, fully aware that all of this was due to his master's influence. Without the guidance of a master, no matter how exceptional his innate talents, he would struggle to contend with the 4 prominent families in a short span of time. The Lin family might face utter downfall before he could rise to power. In such a scenario, even if he were to eventually lead the Lin family to resurgence, certain regrets and sacrifices would remain irreparable. Lin Shi could not help but reminisce about the second test of the discipleship ceremony, the illusory fate of the Lin family. "You will one day become a true powerhouse. Your master will accompany you on this journey," said Zhou Qingchen, noticing Lin Shi's distracted expression as he gently patted his shoulder. Lin Shi smiled and nodded earnestly. On the flying sword, the trio of master and disciples seized a rare moment to converse about matters beyond their cultivation. They shared anecdotes from their pasts, eventually leading to trivial tales of Tai Miao Peak. Beneath the rising sun, they were enveloped in a golden radiance, the remnants of their past shimmering like scattered light in the depths of time. Ahead lay Yaoyang City. Zhou Qingchen stood at the forefront of the flying sword, gazing down upon the rivers and mountains, observing a grand river traversing a bustling city. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, his eyes sparkling. This was his first time viewing the place he had inhabited for over a decade from such a perspective. The paths he had once traversed seemed to vividly materialize before him. "Master, my home is in the North City," Lin Shi said with a smile, pointing to a particular location. Zhou Qingchen's formidable spiritual sense immediately pinpointed an expansive estate. As the flying sword descended, its speed gradually diminished until it landed gracefully before an imposing vermilion gate. On this grand gate, a resplendent golden plaque inscribed with the characters Lin Residence in a swirling dragon and phoenix design gleamed magnificently. "Who approaches?" 2 guards, both at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, stood vigilant before the gate. Startled by the magnificent flying sword, they nevertheless remembered their duties and inquired cautiously. "It is I," Lin Shi replied, stepping forth from behind Zhou Qingchen with a calm smile. The guards assessed him for a moment, then widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Why, you are the young master." At that moment, the grand door of the Lin residence swung open with a resounding crash, revealing several figures. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, resplendent in luxurious robes, with streaks of gray in his hair. "Cheer, what brings you back?" The newcomers were the head of the Lin family and several high-ranking members. Zhou Qingchen and the others had arrived with great momentum, and upon witnessing the bright streak of light land before their door, they had assumed an unfriendly visitor. To their surprise, they were greeted by Lin Shi, eliciting a wave of joy. Then, Lin Tianyang's gaze inadvertently shifted, captivated by a young man beside Lin Shi, dressed in moon-white robes, whose exquisite features resembled a painting. An ethereal aura surrounded him, setting him apart from the surroundings, as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lin Tianyang instinctively assumed that Zhou Qingchen was Lin Shi's senior brother, yet he was taken aback by the deep, formidable presence emanating from him. "Cheer, you come with your brothers without a word of warning." Lin Tianyang momentarily set aside his unease to address Lin Shi. "I simply did not have the chance," Lin Shi replied. "My master brought me and my junior brothers out for trials, and we intended to stop by home on our way back to the sect." Lin Shi chuckled, a rare display of childlike innocence as he scratched his head, before promptly stating, "Father, this is my master." Lin Tianyang, momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's previous words, found himself frozen in place upon hearing the latter's complete declaration. "Why, you are," Lin Tianyang stammered, gazing at Zhou Qingchen in a daze. Zhou Qingchen smiled and replied, "I am the master of Tai Miao Peak, and also Lin Shi's mentor." Lin Tianyang struggled to process this revelation, and Lin Shi quickly interjected, "Master, allow me to arrange your accommodations first." "Father, Please assist me in settling my fellow disciples. Only then did Lin Tianyang manage to regain his composure, exclaiming, Yes, yes, Peak Master, let Qi arrange a residence for you. Lin Qi then guided Zhou Qingchen towards the estate. It took Lin Tianyang a considerable amount of time to gather his thoughts, after which he led Su Ruotian and the other disciples into the estate to settle in. Meanwhile, Lin Qi explained with a hint of exasperation. Master is indeed a rarity. For our Lin family, a figure like Master, a nascent soul true monarch, is akin to the moon in the sky, visible yet unattainable. That is why my father finds it so difficult to accept. Zhou Qingchen smiled slightly and said, Take this opportunity to resolve your family matters. The Genius Conference is still half a month away, and aside from the arrangements upon returning to the sect, you have a few days to allocate as you wish. Lin Qi nodded in gratitude and led Zhou Qingchen to a beautifully appointed courtyard. Master, this courtyard is right next to my residence and is seldom disturbed, Lin Qi remarked. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly as they entered the spacious interior, which was impeccably maintained. Master, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Lin Qi stated, departing upon receiving a nod from Zhou Qingchen. Moments later, Zhou Qingchen settled onto the bed, extending his palm to summon a flicker of azure flame. Merely a wisp of it caused the surrounding temperature to rise to a terrifying level. Had Zhou Qingchen not previously sealed the area with spiritual energy, everything within would have turned to ash in an instant. Heavenly Heart's catastrophic fire. Zhou Qingchen beamed, merging with this divine flame, significantly augmenting his power. He had another endeavor in mind, alchemy. In the realm of cultivation, while many practitioners delve into the art of alchemy, few truly master it. For many high-ranking cultivators, the ability to simultaneously practice alchemy, formations, weaponry, and talismans is not remarkable, as they can handle most of their training independently, requiring assistance only in specific areas. Having recently acquired a 9th-tier supreme alchemical inheritance, coupled with the enhancement of the Heavenly Heart's catastrophic fire, he hoped to achieve success in alchemy. System. Exchange for a 5th-tier supreme alchemical furnace. Zhou Qingchen silently commanded, utilizing a reward for a 5th-tier treasure. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 5th-tier 9-aperture heavenly alchemical furnace. An ancient alchemical furnace floated in the air, adorned with 9 apertures, enabling the alchemist to precisely control the temperature and airflow during the process, further aiding in the creation of elixirs. Zhou Qingchen naturally did not believe he could master the art of alchemy without guidance. He began by exploring the foundational concepts of the alchemical legacy, subsequently progressing to refine the most basic first-tier elixirs. During his stay at the Lin family, he was quite occupied. Chapter 43. The Rise of the Lin Family. In the Grand Hall of the Lin family, all the senior members had gathered, including Lin Qi, who had been allocated a seat, the first chair beneath the family head. This gathering was not merely a routine clan meeting. It held a distinct purpose. Qi, your master Lin Tianyang, the elder, hesitated before speaking. Lin Qi shook his head. Father, my master is preoccupied with his cultivation and has instructed that no one approach his residence during this time. Lin Tianyang and the other senior members nodded in agreement, understanding that they would comply with Lin Qi's words. Previously uncertain about how to accommodate Zhou Qingchen, the members now felt a sense of relief after Lin Qi's clarification. Qi, what is the purpose of convening this clan meeting? Lin Tianyang inquired. Lin Qi smiled and directly addressed the matter at hand. Father, this meeting is to discuss the development of the Lin family. The aim was to appropriately manage the resources offered as reparations by the 3 major families of Kang City to Lin Qi. As a disciple of the Taihua Sect, Lin Qi, since becoming a true disciple under Zhou Qingchen, was destined to contribute to the sect with little prospect of returning home. Hence, he seized this opportunity to arrange a promising future for the Lin family, which would largely depend on their own efforts moving forward. The Lin family was stirred into a frenzy, and the entire Yaoyang city felt as if it had experienced a seismic event. News of Lin Qi's return spread swiftly throughout the city, resulting in a flurry of visits from prominent figures to the Lin residence. However, this was merely the surface. Those with sharp insights and meticulous minds had begun to form more profound speculations, particularly among the 4 great families. The enormous flying sword that had descended upon the Lin residence was terrifyingly swift, emanating a discernible aura. The 4 great families boldly conjectured that Lin Qi's enigmatic master might be among them. Only a nascent soul true monarch could possess such formidable speed and presence. The 4 families were unwavering in their conviction, as they all had late-stage golden core cultivators among them, and they had witnessed the prowess of the Lin family's ancestor, a consummate golden core master, a century ago. Undoubtedly, none of these golden core beings could rival such might. In an instant, as these speculations took form, the 4 great families felt a chilling dread, nearly convinced that disaster was imminent, and they were almost compelled to flee Yaoyang City. Yet, their roots lay firmly within the city, and their clans were numerous. Escape was implausible. If that nascent soul true monarch were to keep a watchful eye on them, their attempts to flee would undoubtedly be sensed instantly. In a moment of panic, the members of the four great families were filled with trepidation, while their leaders were fraught with anxiety. Ultimately, the heads of the four families reached a unanimous decision to visit the Lin family. Since Lin Qi's enrollment in the Taihua Sect, any intentions they harbored to mend their relationship with the Lin family had been gradual and cautious, and they had not yet reached the point of humbling themselves to curry favor with the Lin family, because at that time, they believed that even if Lin Qi were to enter Tai Miao Peak, achieving the status of a nascent soul true monarch would require at least several decades, if not centuries, thus affording them ample opportunity to maneuver. However, the present speculation struck them like a bolt from the blue. The heads of the four great families, driven by urgency, arrived at the Lin residence with utmost sincerity, leaving its inhabitants in a state of disbelief. After years of tranquility, the five great families found themselves embroiled in renewed conflict, yet the dynamics had undergone a profound transformation. Unperturbed by the tumultuous winds of the outside world, Zhou Qingchen remained focused on his craft. Over the course of 3 days, his alchemical skills exhibited remarkable advancement. With a natural advantage in cultivation, his precision in controlling the alchemical process was exquisite, rarely faltering. Having mastered the foundational knowledge of alchemy, Zhou Qingchen engaged in numerous attempts. Transitioning from initial clumsiness to a burgeoning proficiency, he had become adept at refining ordinary elixirs from the first to the third tier. At this moment, the 9-aperture heavenly alchemy furnace floated steadily in mid-air, emanating an intimidating heat from the azure heavenly heart catastrophe fire. Yet under Zhou Qingchen's meticulous control, he executed the various alchemical steps with remarkable accuracy. The fragrant aroma of the elixirs intensified in the air, and at a certain moment, a resonant hum echoed from within the furnace. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was engulfed into the furnace, and subsequently, with a surge of spiritual power, Zhou Qingchen opened the lid of the 9-aperture heavenly alchemy furnace, allowing 3 elixirs to gently levitate before him. 4th tier inferior infant spirit elixir. Zhou Qingchen chuckled. The infant spirit elixir is a universally utilized potion among nascent soul cultivators, designed to assist in their training and expedite their cultivation progress. Although Zhou Qingchen had never consumed it, its status as a staple among many true monarchs of the nascent soul was undeniable. 2 of the elixirs bore 6 alchemical patterns, while one sported 7. Zhou Qingchen was filled with joy, for all 3 elixirs had reached the standard of exquisite quality. Generally, successfully refined elixirs are categorized by 9 alchemical patterns, which denote their quality. 6 to 8 patterns are considered exquisite, attainable only by many alchemical masters, while 9 patterns signify an exceptional grade, exceedingly rare. It is even said that certain legendary alchemical titans have produced elixirs that transcend the 9-pattern threshold, crossing the tribulation of alchemy, imbued with spirit, and are thus classified as heavenly elixirs. Heavenly elixirs possess sentience, capable of seizing the very essence of creation, and can lead one to transcendental realms, rendering them as extraordinary sentient beings. Given his prowess comparable to that of the transformation god realm and his remarkable control, being able to refine a 4th-tier inferior elixir after merely 3 days of practice is indeed a rapid advancement, Zhou Qingchen mused. He then stored the elixirs in the 9-aperture heavenly alchemy furnace, turning his gaze towards the door. Master, I have resolved the family matters. Lin Qi's voice resonated. Chapter 44. Return to the sect. Creaking open the door, Zhou Qingchen stepped outside. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian awaited him. In these past few days, Lin Qi not only addressed the internal affairs of the family, but also took Su Ruotian and other disciples on a tour of many locales within Yaoyang City. The two appeared invigorated, their demeanor infused with the exuberance of youth. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly. In that case, let us return to the sect at once. Both responded affirmatively. Clearly prepared, Li Qinglin, along with the disciples and the steward, awaited them at the Lin family's martial arena. Apart from them, many members of the Lin family had gathered at the training ground, evidently aware of Lin Qi's impending departure, here to bid farewell. Not only the high-ranking officials of the Lin family, but also numerous younger generations were present. When Lin Qi and Zhou Qingchen arrived, the senior members of the Lin family regarded Zhou Qingchen with a mix of tension and respect. In contrast, the younger generation wore expressions of curiosity. Everyone, we shall take our leave now. This is our farewell. Lin Qi addressed the assembly, feeling a sense of fulfillment that even the departure was devoid of sorrow. Amidst the well wishes from the crowd, Zhou Qingchen waved his sleeve, summoning everyone onto the flying sword. Then, under the impetus of yuaning power, the flying sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing from the Lin residence, its sword aura slicing through the sky. In mere moments, it had distanced itself from Yaoyang City, vanishing beyond the horizon. The members of the Lin family stood in a daze for quite some time. Not far from the Lin residence, the figures of the four clan leaders materialized, their eyes still reflecting a hint of astonishment. Even from a distance outside the Lin residence, it was impossible to overlook the extraordinary demeanor of the young man. The thought that Lin family as prodigy would eventually ascend to become a Yuan-ing true monarch like this left the four clan leaders devoid of resentment. Several hours later, as the sword aura cleaved through the heavens, the people upon the sword gazed excitedly at the ethereal sight of Taihua Sect in the distance. At last, we have returned to the sect, someone exclaimed. This trial, coupled with their travel time, had kept them away from the sect for 20 days. Though the duration was brief, they had undergone many experiences, and returning to Taihua Sect felt like stepping into another world. The 7 main peaks of Taihua Sect towered into the sky, soaring thousands of feet high, enveloped in mist and exuding a sense of grandeur. The flying sword ultimately landed on the peak resembling a celestial sword, Tai Miao Peak. As everyone disembarked, Zhou Qingchen spoke. In 10 days, the highly anticipated Tianjiao Conference of Nanli Prefecture will commence. The disciples' expressions turned serious, their eyes seemingly ignited with fervor. At that time, all the talented individuals of Nanli Prefecture would converge, vying for the prestigious Xian and D rankings. With heroes competing, who would stand unrivaled? You will represent Tai Miao Peak and, by extension, Taihua Sect in this grand contest. Zhou Qingchen rarely adopted such seriousness. This was his inaugural cohort of disciples since taking charge of Tai Miao Peak, and he aspired to leave an indelible mark. From now on, you must make the final preparations for the Tianjiao Conference. In 7 days, the entire sect will assemble. Zhou Qingchen's words ignited their fighting spirit. 10 among them were set to compete for the Xian ranking, and Lin Shi was determined to contend for the D ranking even at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Yet, they did not believe they would fade into the crowd at the Tianjiao Conference. For this conviction was not merely faith, but a testament to the results of their trials and confidence in their own strength. Thus, in the final days, all disciples preparing for the Tianjiao Conference practiced diligently, refining their various techniques and engaging in countless combat drills. Upon returning to the sect, Zhou Qingchen promptly paid a visit to Tuoba Yuan. Within the main hall, Tuoba Yuan's expression was grave. Zhou Qingchen had slightly embellished the events that transpired within the forest of demonic spirits, conveying the general circumstances to Tuoba Yuan. Junior apprentice brother, you claim that the ethereal figure's true form is the Grand Elder of Xianin Sect, a master of the refining void? Tuoba Yuan's countenance shifted. Zhou Qingchen nodded, offering a comforting remark. Senior brother, it is unlikely that the Grand Elder of the Xianin Sect will arrive in Nanli Prefecture anytime soon. With the assistance of the system, Zhou Qingchen indeed possessed the capability to confront the Grand Elder. However, he ultimately needed the support of his sect. Tuoba Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. What do you mean? Zhou Qingchen proceeded to elucidate. The Grand Elder is currently preoccupied and could only hastily dispatch 2 chief disciples at the nascent soul stage, without even bringing along more formidable trump cards. Zhou Qingchen glanced at Tuoba Yuan, adding with a hint of regret, it was also my miscalculation. I initially assumed that the ethereal figure possessed only the early stage strength of the transformation stage, leading me to believe its true form could at most be a perfected practitioner of the transformation stage. Little did I expect that the ethereal form might have originated from a past entity left within that treasure tower, hence its lack of power. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Yuan chuckled ruefully. Junior brother, you have truly presented me with a formidable dilemma. I shall consult the ancestor, hoping for a more favorable resolution. With that, he gestured with a spell, and a portal of void gradually materialized. Ancestor, I have urgent matters to discuss. Zhou Qingchen and Tuoba Yuan awaited by the portal. And shortly thereafter, a familiar voice resonated. Ah, it is you two again. What brings you here? Come in. The ancestor spoke with a tone of authority tinged with a hint of weariness. Zhou Qingchen followed Tuoba Yuan through the spatial portal. Within the small void realm, on a floating island, Zhou Qingchen was astonished to discover not only the ancestor present, but also another figure. A silver-haired matron with her hair elegantly styled in an intricate bun. Third ancestor. Tuoba Yuan gasped internally. This silver-haired matron was the third of the 3 transformation stage ancestors of the Taihua Sect, who had been in seclusion for an extended period. The ancestor who had appeared previously was the 5th, and with the 7th ancestor also long absent from public view. These constituted the last remaining transformation stage powers of the Taihua Sect. We pay our respects to both ancestors. Tuoba Yuan and Zhou Qingchen bowed in deference. The two ancestors, seated beneath a pavilion, paused their game of chess and turned their attention to the two disciples. Nascent soul stage perfection, the silver-haired matron exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes twitching slightly as she scrutinized Zhou Qingchen in disbelief. How did Jiang Yu come to find such an extraordinary disciple? The third ancestor's gaze shifted to the fifth ancestor. Ancestor, there is a matter that may be even harder to accept. Tuoba Yuan and Zhou Qingchen exchanged glances, steeling themselves to speak. Subsequently, under the incredulous gazes of the two ancestors, they recounted the events concerning the forest of demonic spirits once more. As the narrative unfolded, the expressions of both ancestors shifted significantly. You, at the peak of the nascent soul stage, subdued a demonic spirit? Surprisingly, the initial focus of the ancestors was not on the confrontation with the transformation realm being. Zhou Qingchen felt somewhat at a loss as the two ancestors gazed at him as if they wished to pierce through him with their stares. It wasn't entirely my doing. It was that ethereal figure that subdued the demonic spirit, allowing me to take advantage of the situation. Zhou Qingchen adjusted his explanation. After a considerable pause, the two ancestors finally begrudgingly accepted the situation and prepared to delve into the main topic. Chapter 45. The seventh ancestor in the realm of the void refinement. Should that esteemed being descend, even if they refrained from direct action against our esteemed Taihua Sect, it is unlikely they would spare this young man so easily. The fifth ancestor felt a heavy gloom settle within and exchanged thoughts with the third ancestor. The silver-haired matron cast a helpless glance at Zhou Qingchen, conveying through her thoughts, Senior Brother Jiang Yu has tasked us with overseeing his precious disciple, and it seems we have indeed arrived at a troublesome juncture. Ultimately, the third ancestor spoke with gravity, stating, this matter must be deliberated with the seventh ancestor, for that entity belongs to the realm of void refinement, a rarity in the southern wasteland for over 10,000 years. Fortunately, we have not yet reached an insurmountable crisis. Zhou Qingchen harbored little concern, for according to Jianling, though the esteemed elder was a formidable presence within the realm of void refinement, he had lingered at the first level for centuries, thus not entirely invincible. Alas, the southern wasteland is bereft of potent spiritual veins, and the heavens are weak, making the emergence of void refinement practitioners exceedingly rare. The third ancestor lamented, among us, only Senior Brother Jiang Yu and Junior Brother Hao Cheng possess exceptional talents. With Jiang Yu departed, it falls upon Junior Brother Hao Cheng to navigate this challenge. The fifth ancestor spoke solemnly. Zhou Qingchen surmised that the two elders were likely referring to the long-secluded seventh ancestor. At that moment, a voice resonated within the small void realm, and from another floating island emerged a figure, clad in a black robe, with strands of gray at his temples. The passage of time had not marked him as heavily as the other two elders, yet his aura was terrifyingly formidable. He had reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. This youngest ancestor of the Taihua Sect possessed astonishing talent and had achieved the consummation of the transformation stage at an early age. The seventh ancestor, exclaimed Tuoba Yuan. The third and fifth ancestors exhaled deeply, as if they had found a pillar of support, though a lingering worry still shadowed their expressions. There was no need for excessive contemplation. The path of void refinement is not easily traversed. For many years, I have been accumulating my foundation, the seventh ancestor remarked nonchalantly. Zhou Qingchen and Tuoba Yuan then understood that this seventh ancestor had been in seclusion for years, seeking the opportunity to break into the realm of void refinement. Void refinement is regarded as a true high-level realm within the cultivation world, where one can harness the grand forces of heaven and earth for their own use, achieving a powerful spiritual essence and a robust soul. However, this stage is also one of the most challenging to attain in the southern region. Among the hundreds of vast territories, those of the void refinement realm are the eminent figures of prestigious immortal sects, revered as Taoists. The seventh ancestor's gaze was profound as he spoke gravely. The Xianin sect is a dominant force in Lingzhou. Fortunately, you have only offended one of their esteemed elders, not the entire Xianin sect. Otherwise, in the southern region, across hundreds of vast territories, there would be little refuge for you. Zhou Qingchen fell silent for a moment. He knew he need not depart from Neili Prefecture, as he could manage on his own. Yet, this matter required an explanation, so he said, Ancestor, I share this with you not to seek the sect's protection. The power of void refinement is formidable, and the entire sect would struggle to contend with it. As for the elder from the Xianin sect, I have my own methods to deal with him. Otherwise, I would not dare to offend him. Upon hearing this, the elders nearly simultaneously grasped the implication. Is it the trump card your master left for you? Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. His method of coping is not due to any hidden cards left by his master, but rather the system itself. In addition, he possesses a mid-grade 8th tier talisman, the Xianlei Annihilation spell, capable of unleashing catastrophic power. Its might could easily obliterate the Grand Elder of the Xian sect countless times, leading to the utter destruction of the entire sect. However, since the ancestor harbors such intentions, he might as well go along with it, as he himself is troubled by how to explain the situation to the elders. Thus, he nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, the seventh ancestor appeared unperturbed, merely shaking his head and advising, "Even so, it is wise not to resort to this hidden card unless absolutely necessary. After all, he is the Grand Elder of the Xian sect. Though you have offended him, there are still avenues for resolution. However, should you take his life, you would incite the wrath of the entire sect. As long as you remain in the southern territory, evading the repercussions from the Xian sect will be nearly impossible." With a soft sigh, he continued, "Originally, your master did not intend for you to learn all of this so early. Yet, it seems that concealing it serves no purpose now." As his words fell, an immediate emptiness washed over Zhou Qingchen, while Taihua Yuan beside him looked up in astonishment. Why did it seem that the ancestor was not overly concerned? The third and fifth ancestors remained silent, leaving the seventh ancestor to speak. Brother Zhang Yu is not a transformation god cultivator. At this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere turning palpably cold. Zhou Qingchen stood in a daze, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. If he was neither a nascent soul nor a transformation god, what realm could he possibly occupy? After a brief pause, he heard the seventh ancestor continue. "He is a great cultivator of the void refinement stage, a true practitioner of the void refinement." In that moment, an absurd feeling surged within Zhou Qingchen, as he incredulously exclaimed, "How could a great cultivator of the void refinement, with a lifespan extending over 5,000 years, perish at the mere age of 1400? What sort of injury could lead to such an end?" His disbelief was palpable, yet after contemplating various possibilities, he began to find some semblance of reason. The Xianguang star technique of the void refinement stage, combined with the void refinement artifact, the Xianji star sword, such wealth could hardly belong to a transformation god cultivator. Moreover, the Xianji star sword he wielded was sealed, its full might confined, allowing even a nascent soul practitioner like him to utilize it. Previously, he had assumed it was an artifact acquired by his master, already sealed. Now it seemed highly likely that his master had sealed it himself. Taihua Yuan, on the other hand, was completely rooted to the spot. A great cultivator of the void refinement, such a being was undeniably legendary in Southernly Prefecture. To discover that his master's life had ended while being such a formidable presence was unfathomable. Upon reaching this point, the seventh ancestor exhaled deeply, his expression a blend of sorrow and regret. He was truly a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Southernly is not conducive to breakthroughs in the void refinement stage, yet, after hundreds of years away, he had surpassed most, only to be struck by some catastrophic injury that led to his untimely demise. The seventh ancestor's gaze locked onto Zhou Qingchen as he said, "Your master had informed us of these matters long ago upon returning to the sect 100 years past. Otherwise, with his cultivation, we would never have known until our own demise. He entrusted you to me a century ago. I have attained the consummation of the transformation stage, intending to venture forth in search of a breakthrough, just as our ancestors did in generations past. I prepared the sect, knowing that one might either depart never to return or ascend to the void refining realm and return on the clouds. However, my senior brother remarked that even in the outside world, the chances of breaking through to the void refining realm are exceedingly slim. Otherwise, the illustrious predecessors of the Taihua Sect would not have failed to achieve it. Thus, he bestowed upon me 3 mystical pills, each an unparalleled treasure of the void refining realm, serving as a significant opportunity to assist in my breakthrough. Hence, for the past century, I have remained in seclusion, cultivating my foundation to maximize the chances of advancement." The elder ancestor spoke with unwavering determination in his eyes. "Today, I shall be your protector. My senior brother has made arrangements, and now the time has come for me to enter seclusion in pursuit of the void refining realm. As for everything else, there is no need for concern." Chapter 46. The method of response. Zhou Qingchen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Only at this moment did he realize the extent to which his master had paved the way for him. Yet, it was still not enough. His gaze momentarily turned sharp. To enable the seventh ancestor to fully ascend to the void refining realm, the 3 precious pills are indeed an extraordinary aid, yet they do not guarantee success. The seventh ancestor possesses remarkable talent, but the spiritual veins of Nanli Prefecture are too feeble, lacking in vitality, and possibly impeding the seventh ancestor's ascension. Thus, perhaps he could harness the innate essence of the Lindu city. The innate essence cultivated by Lindu city, proficient in the path of spirit refinement, is more suitable for the cultivation of the void refining realm. Furthermore, Lindu city is of an exceptionally high grade, being a treasure of the 7th level of the combined body realm. Such innate essence would suffice to compensate for the deficiency of natural support. Zhou Qingchen pondered deeply. Although the existence of Lindu City cannot yet be revealed, given that it belongs to the 7th level of the combined body realm, the number of formidable traditions in this world is countless. If discovered, it would inevitably lead to considerable turmoil. In the future, when I grow stronger, I can safely allocate these resources for the sect's use. For now, I can only ensure that the 7th ancestor ascends to the void refining realm in peace. Having devised a plan, Zhou Qingchen inquired, 7th ancestor, if you manage to ascend to the void refining realm, will you be able to compel the Grand Elder of the Taihua Sect to retreat? The 7th ancestor nodded. Once I step into the void refining realm, aided by the innate treasure cauldron, I can channel the great momentum of heaven and earth to bolster my strength. Even in the mid-stage of the void refining realm, I can contend with 1 or 2 opponents. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen smiled. Then I shall endeavor to enhance the odds for the elder ancestor. Tuoba Yuan was unable to interject, and the 3 elders were equally perplexed by Zhou Qingchen's words. They could only hear him say, "The demon I subdued was originally a nascent soul great demon, yet it encountered immense fortune in the forest of demon spirits, achieving the transformation into a divine demon and swiftly mastering its innate abilities." As he spoke, Zhou Qingchen flipped his palm, and a unique white light orb gradually emerged in his hand. The aura emanating from the white orb seemed to possess a wondrous power that brought tranquility to the mind, adorned with many ancient golden patterns originating from the essence of heaven and earth. "What is this?" The 7th ancestor was taken aback, staring at the light orb in Zhou Qingchen's hand, his entire being trembling with the weight of his cultivation. Zhou Qingchen explained in a clear voice, "This is a primordial true intent of exceedingly high rank, obtained from the mouth of that demon. With this primordial true intent, I believe the 7 ancestors will no longer harbor any concerns. Such a high-level primordial true intent is undoubtedly a treasure that even great cultivators in the void refinement realm would covet. And even the combined entity venerables would be tempted to pursue the treasures associated with this true intent. The primordial true intent, as legend has it, is a form of mental power derived from the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, a supreme entity that enhances one's primordial spirit and comprehends the natural world." The expression on the 7 ancestors' face betrayed an unmistakable astonishment, mirrored by the shock evident on the faces of the other 2 elders. After a moment's pause, he mused, "With this primordial true intent, the time required for me to break through to the void refinement realm will be significantly shortened." The 7 ancestors gradually regained his composure, yet his gaze remained solemn and serious as he fixed it upon Zhou Qingchen. "This is the cultivation treasure left to you by your master. Retaining it for future use could greatly diminish the difficulty of achieving even higher realms. Such a rare and precious item is not to be trifled with. I have already received 3 mysterious pills from your master, which have allowed me a glimpse into the void refinement realm, even affording me a considerable chance of advancement. I feel quite unworthy of such a treasure." Zhou Qingchen, however, shook his head and replied, "There is no need for the 7 ancestors to elaborate. Simply absorb this primordial true intent, and my Taihua Sect will surely give rise to a cultivator of the void refinement realm. At that time, Taihua Sect will ascend above the 5 states of the southern wilderness, becoming the first force in the southern wilderness to have a void refinement realm cultivator presiding over it, elevating us to a prestigious celestial sect in the southern region." With this thought, Zhou Qingchen gently waved his hand, causing the primordial true intent to gently float before the 7 ancestors. The latter gazed at this true intent with a complex mix of emotions, cautiously accepting it. Instantly, the waves of energy emanating from the primordial true intent caused his half-step primordial spirit to tremble. Truly, it was an extraordinary power. A glimmer shone in the eyes of the 7 ancestors, and his mind seemed to calm instantaneously. A prestigious celestial sect. Only a sect presided over by a void refinement cultivator could be deemed prestigious, renowned across dozens of neighboring states. The elders had not anticipated that their mysterious senior brother had granted Taihua Sect the opportunity to nurture a great cultivator of the void refinement realm, and now, a century later, his disciple was presenting such a priceless item. The emergence of this master-disciple duo had thoroughly propelled the destiny of Taihua Sect to a higher echelon. Zhou Qingchen and Tuoba Yuan returned to the outside world. "Junior brother," Tuoba Yuan was momentarily speechless, casting several glances at Zhou Qingchen, yet ultimately refraining from asking anything, and instead began to relax and smile. "Never mind. You are just as enigmatic as your master, making it difficult to grasp." Tuoba Yuan shook his head helplessly, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Having heard that Zhou Qingchen had provoked a being of the void refinement realm, he had been nearly paralyzed with fear, compelled to seek counsel from the elder. Fortunately, the outcome was not dire, even exceeding everyone's expectations. Well then, in a few days, you must lead our Taihua Sect as talented individuals to the talent conference and decisively vanquish the other two sects. This time, the spotlight rests on you and Xianjun. Tuoba Yuan remarked cheerfully. Zhou Qingchen, rarely boasting, declared, "Is my reputation as a prodigy not loud enough?" Tuoba Yuan chuckled, waving his hand. All right, great prodigy. It's time for you to return to Tai Miao Peak." Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly before bidding farewell and soaring towards Tai Miao Peak. Yet, his heart was far from tranquil. Having unearthed the most profound secret of his master, he found himself engulfed in an abyss of emptiness. His thoughts were scattered, his mind a tumult of disarray, as if he had lost his very essence. Finally, the visage of his master, aged yet benevolent, surfaced in his heart. Zhou Qingchen could never forget the elderly figure who, during his youth, patiently corrected his swordsmanship with rough hands, never harsh, but infinitely patient. Although he had once struggled with the sword, he now possessed the exceptional talent of the celestial sword heart, becoming a prodigy revered in the realm of swordsmanship. Alas, that elderly mentor could no longer be seen. Chapter 47. Task announcement. In the upcoming talented gathering, disciples from the 7 peaks of Taihua Sect, ranked among the top 50, would embark on a quest to contend for the heavenly Xian rankings. Consequently, many disciples preparing for the event engaged in duels on the martial arts platform to hone their skills and experience. The air was filled with the resounding clash of spiritual energies, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Even Tai Miao Peak, with its scant 11 participants, was abuzz with activity. As numerous onlookers gathered to witness the duels and exchange insights, disciples from other peaks even approached for sparring sessions. With a thunderous strike, Su Ruotian wielded his heavy sword, unleashing a torrent of earthy sword energy that cleaved toward his adversary. A robust wave of azure blade energy met it head-on, resulting in a fierce collision that stirred the winds around them. On the opposing side of the platform stood Wei Kong, the champion from the recent Qi refinement competition against Lin Qi. A crowd had gathered to spectate, buzzing with speculation. Wei Kong's prowess had evidently escalated. He had mastered the 6th level of the celestial azure blade technique. A disciple remarked gravely, clearly well acquainted with Wei Kong's capabilities. Su Ruotian was surprisingly understated. Only now, facing Wei Kong, did I realize the depth of his strength, which was utterly unyielding, truly worthy of being the second true inheritor of Tai Miao Peak. Another disciple enthusiastically analyzed. The two combatants had exchanged over 100 blows, their blades dancing in a chaotic whirlwind, their figures a blur of speed. Wei Kong's long blade sliced through the air before him, a blue blade aura striking out in a linear arc, the air resonating with its force. Su Ruotian remained composed, his heavy sword, Tianke, thrusting forward, forming a formidable shield that repelled the incoming blade energy. Upon returning to Tai Miao Peak, Zhou Qingchen witnessed this captivating scene. Su Ruotian had previously exhibited exceptional performance in trials, mastering his heavy sword techniques with remarkable finesse, adept in both defense and offense, epitomizing the heavy warrior archetype. The other disciple, seemingly the one who had previously battled Lin Qi, also demonstrated exceptional talent and was evidently stronger than before. Zhou Qingchen instinctively assessed the situation. However, their duel concluded without a definitive outcome, merely skimming the surface, with their true capabilities yet to be revealed. Nonetheless, their confrontation served as an exemplary model for their peers, providing immense learning for many Qi refinement disciples. "I didn't expect you to be this formidable," Wei Kong remarked seriously, gazing at Su Ruotian. Su Ruotian smiled. "That is only natural. Yet, you are quite strong yourself. I am Wei Kong of Taishan Peak." At last, Wei Kong nodded slightly. Su Ruotian replied, "I recognize you. I witnessed your duel with my senior brother last time." Wei Kong's expression froze, becoming somewhat awkward, and a faint flush appeared on his pale skin. It was embarrassing to have his only defeat mentioned once more. Wei Kong sighed deeply within. Zhou Qingchen returned to the peak of Tai Miao and saw Lin Qi practicing with a spear. Lin Qi wielded the spear with grace, its movements as fluid as a swimming dragon. This exquisite spear technique was executed with remarkable ease, with the 3 layers and 9 forms seamlessly connecting. The cold gleam of the spear shimmering in layers. The fire source spear. The tip of the spear burst forth with a dazzling light, crimson flames soaring to the heavens. The shadow of the spear materializing. Zhou Qingchen nodded with satisfaction. Lin Qi's previously learned techniques had advanced significantly, exhibiting even greater might. Zhou Qingchen refrained from interrupting, observing quietly. Suddenly, Lin Qi transformed his spear technique, invoking a profound sense of solitude. The cold and fierce spear seemed to become the sole point of light. And as the spear's brilliance descended, everything fell silent in destruction. The technique of silent annihilation had finally been mastered. Lin Qi was overwhelmed with joy. This spear technique was the only high-tier technique he had discovered in the Tai Miao library, reaching the 4th level. However, mastering it was exceedingly difficult, and he had only barely scratched the surface. Master. At that moment, Lin Qi finally spotted Zhou Qingchen hidden in the shadows. This technique is quite impressive. Zhou Qingchen remarked with a smile. Your chances of securing the top position on the Earth ranking are significantly greater. Lin Qi scratched his head. Suddenly, a notification for a special task appeared. Disciple has attained the top position on the Earth ranking of the Tianjiao Conference. Task completion reward, a portion of bloodline essence. The electronic voice of the system resonated, and Zhou Qingchen thought to himself that a task had finally emerged. What is the use of bloodline essence? Zhou Qingchen inquired. To the host, bloodline essence holds immense value for demon beasts, capable of purifying bloodlines and enabling ancestral transformations. The system explained. The host may freely select one type of demon beast's bloodline essence. Isn't this tailor-made for Jinling? Zhou Qingchen mused. Ever since returning to Tai Miao, Jinling had been liberated. While not daring to revert to her true form, she was thoroughly content with this new abode, flitting about incessantly. I choose the bloodline essence of the Jianling Feather King, Zhou Qingchen declared inwardly. The progenitor of the Jianling bird was the ancient celestial demon, the Jianling Feather King. If Jianling were to absorb this portion of bloodline essence, she would undoubtedly revive the formidable reputation of the ancient celestial demon, achieving extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Task completion confirmed. One portion of Jianling Feather King bloodline essence. Zhou Qingchen's thoughts returned to focus. Considering that Lin Qi's spear training was progressing rapidly, yet his foundational element was still fire, he advised, your fire spirit root, in conjunction with the fire spirit vein and the sun god fire technique, can yield unimaginable effects, especially once you cultivate the essence of divine fire. If you practice fire-related spells, it will be truly formidable. Lin Qi understood this well. Even without practicing fire-related spells, his command over fire spirit energy would wield tremendous power. Under the cover of spiritual fire, he could incinerate all. I will impart to you a powerful fire-related spell. Henceforth, you should focus on this area of cultivation, as your fire spirit energy is your greatest innate gift. Zhou Qingchen declared that he had directly exchanged the reward for the last 5-tier treasure. Thus, the 6 instances of treasure exchanges that Lin Qi received upon breaking through the minor realms of Qi refinement were entirely expended. System, exchange for the 5-tier fire attribute spell. Zhou Qingchen silently contemplated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 5-tier supreme spell, Heavenly Flame Rain. Lin Qi, upon hearing this, became serious. Aware that the fire attribute spell presented by his master would undoubtedly be more challenging to cultivate, yet it was unquestioningly formidable. Zhou Qingchen imparted the newly acquired Heavenly Flame Rain to Lin Qi. With his disciple's innate advantages, although the spell was of a higher tier, it posed no insurmountable challenge. It would merely require some time to master. I possess divine fire, thus I should also be able to practice this spell. Perhaps it could become a formidable weapon. Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment. Having merged with the Heavenly Heart catastrophic fire, even without an innate fire root, he could still wield these spells through the calamity fire. However, it would not be as harmonious as Lin Qi, who possessed a natural affinity for fire. Nevertheless, the might of the Heavenly Heart catastrophic fire could compensate for these shortcomings. With this thought, Zhou Qingchen returned to the skies above the cloud sea. His advantages lay in his cultivation level and experience. He quickly grasped the essence of the 5-tier spell Heavenly Flame Rain. Chapter 48. The beginning of the storm above the cloud sea. Zhou Qingchen unreservedly summoned the Heavenly Heart catastrophic fire. The azure flames represented the most terrifying calamity fire of the heavenly path, swiftly enveloping the entire sky. A cataclysmic aura descended, the azure hue deepening ominously. Suddenly, the heavens appeared to split open, and boundless celestial calamity flames surged forth from the rift. Boom! The azure fire rain cascaded down, casting an oppressive gloom over the land. As the fire rain, infused with world-destroying celestial might, unleashed the wrath of the heavens. This technique had undergone a near transformation upon merging with the Heavenly Heart catastrophic fire. This was a spell uniquely my own. Zhou Qingchen was overjoyed. Then, as if struck by inspiration, the myriad falling flames began to condense intensely. A familiar sound of sword resonance reverberated through the skies, transforming the rain of fire into thousands of celestial swords. Each one refined to perfection from the Heavenly Heart catastrophic fire, collectively exuding a deep azure hue and overwhelming presence. This is a technique reconstructed through my own understanding. Henceforth, it shall be known as Calamity Fire Sword Rain. Zhou Qingchen was elated beyond measure. The countless sword rains fell, only to vanish in the next moment, as the heavenly heart catastrophic fire lay dormant once more. However, this awe-inspiring spectacle was witnessed by the onlookers of Tai Miao Peak. Lin Chi's eyes widened in astonishment, deeply feeling the power. This is the heavenly flame rain imparted by my master. Yet it seems different. Lin Chi was filled with wonder, his admiration for his master reaching unparalleled heights. Master is truly formidable. Lin Chi, come up. Zhou Qingchen's voice resonated from the cloud sea. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi nimbly soared upwards, adeptly stepping on the fire source spear. Master. Moments later, Lin Chi arrived beside Zhou Qingchen. Did you just see that? Zhou Qingchen inquired. Lin Chi nodded and remarked, this is the technique heavenly flames falling rain that you taught me, master, yet it feels somewhat different. Zhou Qingchen acknowledged with a nod. Magic is not fixed or immutable. I merely provided you with a foundational template. However, you possess the ability to infuse your own essence into it, thereby enhancing its potency. Lin Chi, enlightened, then inquired with wonder, Master, what kind of flame is this? It appears extraordinarily powerful and exudes a unique aura. Zhou Qingchen elaborated. This is a divine flame of heaven and earth, a boon I received through fate. It is through its fusion that I can cultivate this technique. In the future, when your solar divine fire chapter reaches the fourth realm of divine fire, you will attain the standard of this heavenly flame. And with the enhancement of the divine fire's essence, it will grow even stronger. Lin Chi nodded, his anticipation for the subsequent realms of solar divine fire chapter heightened. Subsequently, Zhou Qingchen patiently elucidated the intricacies of this technique, addressing Lin Chi's uncertainties. Upon returning to his tower, Lin Chi began to digest and comprehend his master's insights into the art. At last, in a moment of enlightenment, an overwhelming surge of fire spiritual energy erupted from Lin Chi, and a colossal sun ascended into the sky, casting a resplendent crimson glow. Spiritual fire poured forth from the sun, transforming into torrents of fiery rain, merging the essence of solar divine fire chapter with the power of his exceptional fire affinity. This technique underwent a metamorphosis uniquely belonging to Lin Chi. Overjoyed, Lin Chi declared, I shall name it Flame Sun Rain. Thus, he acquired another formidable technique. Although he was still in the foundational stage and could not yet unleash its full potential, he envisioned that with further cultivation, when this technique was invoked amidst the sun's brilliance, everything would be reduced to ashes in the flames. After Lin Chi departed, Zhou Qingchen promptly apprehended Su Ruotian, who had just returned from a duel. Master, Su Ruotian exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Qingchen smiled and directly addressed the matter at hand. I have long wished to impart a sword technique to you, and the moment is now ripe. Su Ruotian's excitement surged at the mention. Is it the sword technique from Tai Miao Peak? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhou Qingchen chuckled. Indeed, the perfect sword technique for you is the Tai Golden Light Slash, which is the core art of Tai Miao Peak, ranked as a high-grade 5th tier. Having mastered this sword technique to its zenith, Zhou Qingchen meticulously conveyed every essential detail to Su Ruotian. Finally, having taught his two disciples, Zhou Qingchen returned to his tower with a sense of contentment. With these two techniques, my disciples are destined to shine brightly at the upcoming talent conference. Zhou Qingchen's spirit soared. The talent conference was approaching. The winds of change were stirring, and conflicts were imminent. The prodigies of the world, akin to dragons emerging from the depths, were poised to make their presence felt. The four great families of Taihua City, Si, Pei, Shun, and Long, along with the city lord's mansion, and the three influential families of Zhenjiang City, Zhao, Su, and Fu, as well as the five prominent families of Lihua City, Liang, Du, Jiang, Qiu, and Bai, along with the Flower Spirit Valley, the Fiery Gate, and the Cold Blade Sect, were all set to emerge from the shadows. These are the secondary forces under the three major sects, each guarded by formidable Yuaning masters. Recently, the disciples of these factions have become quite active, with numerous prodigies engaging in remarkable duels. Among them, the most noteworthy are Si Xiaochen, the eldest son of the Si family in Lihua City, Zhao Jinling from the Zhao family of Zhenjiang City, Lu Xinyun of Hualing Valley, Dong Sheng from the Lihua Sect, and Chen Lai of the Cold Blade Sect. All of these individuals have attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm and are renowned throughout Nanli Prefecture, making them prominent contenders in the heavenly rankings. Beneath them, the Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining realms are also teeming with exceptional talents. However, when compared to these rising stars, it is the outstanding disciples of the three major sects that truly overshadow countless geniuses in Nanli Prefecture. The dominance of the three major sects in this region is indisputable, and their prodigious talents are unparalleled. Besides the grand event of the Prodigy Gathering, another significant occurrence has captivated the entire Nanli Prefecture, without exception. The mysterious sacred grounds firmly held by the three major sects have been revealed to the public. Any prodigy ranking among the top in the three categories of the prodigy gathering will be granted the opportunity to explore this sacred site. Rumor has it that this realm, adrift in the void, encompasses immense fortunes, including the chance to ascend as a true Yuaning master. It is said that several peak masters of the Taihua Sect, as well as the Yuaning masters of the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect, have previously entered the Nanli sacred grounds. Even Yuaning masters can seek opportunities within, underscoring its unparalleled significance in Nanli Prefecture. The forces with Yuaning guardians have been greatly shaken by the astonishing developments surrounding this prodigy gathering. A current of intrigue and tension flows throughout Nanli Prefecture, compounded by the presence of numerous minor factions, resulting in a tumultuous situation. While these factions covet the Nanli sacred grounds, they are acutely aware of the perilous depth of the waters involved. It is a battleground for the three major sects, where a single misstep could ignite calamity. Nonetheless, this does not imply that they will forego this opportunity. The allure of a Yuaning opportunity is far too tempting, and the prospect of becoming a dominant force in Nanli Prefecture is irresistible to anyone. Thus, for this prodigy gathering, all forces are exerting their utmost efforts, sparing no resources to bolster their prodigies, in hopes of securing a coveted entry into the Nanli sacred grounds. Chapter 49. Schemes the Lingjian Sect. One of the three major sects in Nanli Prefecture is established in a remarkable location known as Sword God Mountain. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, two unparalleled powerhouses descended upon Nanli Prefecture, engaging in a fierce battle that darkened the sky and shattered the earth, ultimately leading to their mutual demise. After one of the supreme beings perished, their divine artifact was destroyed during the battle and fell to the ground, transforming into an immense mountain range stretching thousands of miles, which later generations named Sword God Mountain. Furthermore, the last sword energy unleashed by that extraordinary weapon carved a chasm 1,000 fathoms deep and 10,000 miles long, lying adjacent to Sword God Mountain, thus becoming the infamous Valley of the Lost Sword. The Valley of the Lost Sword is perpetually infused with sword energy, rendering it a perilous place that no one dares to approach. Until later, a remarkably fortunate cultivator managed to grasp a fragment of the great being's legacy, thus founding the Spirit Sword Sect. After millennia, it evolved into its present form. At this moment, atop Divine Sword Mountain, the palatial complex stood densely populated, flourishing beyond measure. Within a grand hall located at the summit, several figures were present. Clad in a blue robe, the cold-faced middle-aged man was Jian Wuming, the sect master of the Spirit Sword Sect, possessing late-stage Yuan-ing cultivation. Beside him stood an extraordinarily handsome man, his demeanor frigid and intimidating, who was Song Ke, the sect master of the Bailing sect. In addition to them, several cultivators not affiliated with either faction occupied the hall. Among these individuals, the leaders were two true monarchs of the Yuaning realm, one an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, the other resembling a young man. Their profound auras were palpable, particularly that of the elder. Rest assured, the two sect masters, we have ensured that this endeavor is foolproof, with no possibility of failure. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard with an air of ease. As I passed through Nanli Prefecture, encountering you two fellow cultivators brought me joy. Assisting you is my own desire. Jian Wuming and Song Ke exchanged glances, smiles blooming on their faces. We naturally trust you, esteemed sir. We have prepared for this moment for quite some time, and with your assistance, our chances of success will undoubtedly increase significantly. Song Ke, wearing a proper smile, shifted the conversation, sighing, however, I must remind you all that Taihua Sect is no insignificant faction. As fellow inhabitants of the 5 states of the South Wilderness, you must be aware that Taihua Sect's strength ranks among the top in the region and should not be underestimated. Jian Wuming and Song Ke seamlessly took over the dialogue, speaking earnestly. The treasures of Nanli are a significant foundation for the 3 major sections. Our 2 sects have made considerable sacrifices, and we must ensure that Taihua Sect incurs substantial losses this time. Otherwise, once the talents emerge, Taihua Sect may very well see an increase in powerful Yuan-ing cultivators. At that time, both the Bailing sect and the Spirit Sword Sect will find themselves in utter despair. Their words were sincere and direct. Sacrificing the interests of Nanli to allow these outsiders to participate was a reluctant choice. If these individuals genuinely provided assistance, they would not complain. Yet, it was unexpected that these outsiders seemed solely focused on personal gain without exerting their full effort. Particularly the highest-ranking elder, who appeared sincere but was, in fact, a cunning old fox, shrewd and calculating. Despite their numerous subtle reminders, he skillfully deflected them with evasive rhetoric. Confronting such a character, they deemed it more effective to be forthright. Should he remain uncooperative, the two sects would not indulge him. With this thought, both men shared a silent, cold laugh. Therefore, if you do not wish to exert effort, we shall abandon this matter, Jian Wuming stated, his demeanor icy. The elder's expression shifted, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet, in an instant, he donned a smile once more. However, he understood that without full commitment this time, he would likely miss out on the benefits. Since that is the case, I shall no longer hold back. During the recent Tianjiao conference in Nanli Prefecture, several of my disciples, who have attained the golden core stage, will join forces to confront the disciples of Taihua Sect participating in the heavenly ranking competition, the elder remarked with a slight smile. Previously, he had refrained from excessive involvement, wishing to avoid provoking the formidable Taihua Sect, whose strength was not to be underestimated. As a mere loose cultivator who had roamed the 5 states of the southern wilderness for many years, he had gained considerable fame but had always preferred to navigate social interactions with diplomacy, eschewing conflicts. However, the immense opportunities presented by the Nanli treasure ground stirred his heart, compelling him to take action. Under the requests of Lingjian's sect and Bailan's sect, he resolved to make a bold move. In the southern wilderness, many have heard of his name, the enigmatic spirit lord. In his early years, he struggled to showcase his potential and faced numerous setbacks. Disheartened, he embarked on a wandering life, only to unexpectedly encounter fortuitous opportunities that propelled him to great heights. Decades ago, he reached the consummate stage of the nascent soul realm, a level renowned throughout the 5 states, where he could rival the leaders of substantial sects like Taihua. Moreover, over the centuries, the Spirit Lord has taken on several exceptionally gifted disciples. The first among them, standing beside him, has already ascended to the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing the Spirit Lord's promise, Song Ke and Jian Wuming decided to cease their deliberations. One of their primary objectives was to contend with a few of Taihua Sect's true successors, all of whom had already achieved the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and, if they entered the Nanli treasure ground, would undoubtedly reach the nascent soul realm in the near future. The two sects were compelled to devise strategies to impede Taihua Sect's continued rise. As fellow top sects in Nanli Prefecture, they found it difficult to comprehend how Taihua Sect had steadily strengthened over the millennia, especially in this generation. Boasting 3 formidable beings in the transformation stage and 17 nascent soul true lords, with 10 esteemed elders, 7 peak masters, and 3 ancients in the transformation stage. Such a formidable assembly was bound to incite their disquiet. Song Ke's mind was restless. The connection between the Tianjiao conference and the Nanli treasure ground was a calculated risk. They must tread with caution. Success would diminish Taihua Sect's momentum, granting respite to their 2 sects, whereas failure would leave them helplessly witnessing Taihua Sect's ascendance. In light of this, let us proceed as we previously discussed. For the time being, you shall assume the role of a guest elder within our 2 sects, accompanying us at the Tianjiao conference, Song Ke stated. Certainly, the Spirit Lord nodded in agreement. Song Ke exhaled with relief, his tone significantly softened as he continued. Furthermore, we hope the Spirit Lord can assist our 2 sects when the time comes. After a prolonged silence, Jian Wuming, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke up, noting that since the 2 had reached an agreement, the Spirit Lord should be wary of one individual. The Spirit Lord raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "Who?" Jian Wuming's gaze shifted slightly, his tone unperturbed. Peak Master, Zhou Qingchen of Tai Miao. Chapter 50. The journey begins. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the Tianjiao conference arrived in full splendor. As the melodious chimes resonated throughout Taihua Sect, as the sun rose, the atmosphere within the Taihua Sect reached a fever pitch. All disciples participating in the Tianjiao conference had donned their gear atop the 7 main peaks. At the summit of the Sea of Clouds, Zhou Qingchen suddenly opened his eyes, his dark hair billowing, exuding an aura of undeniable power. The disciples readied themselves. Zhou Qingchen's voice rang out, echoing across Tai Miao Peak. He leapt gracefully from the clouds, landing nimbly atop Tai Miao Peak. At this moment, 11 disciples stood ready, including Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. Their faces bore an uncontrollable excitement. After days of preparation, their energies had reached their zenith, and they had long awaited the commencement of the Tianjiao conference. Zhou Qingchen understood the fervent mindset of these 11 disciples whom he had guided. Thus he smiled effortlessly, skipping any unnecessary words, and led them away from Tai Miao Peak. Shortly thereafter, he reigned in his aura, guiding the group to the Pingtian platform on Taishan Peak. The square was already abuzz with activity, disciples from all 7 peaks arriving in quick succession. Zhou Qingchen greeted his senior brothers and sisters with a smile. "Second senior brother, are you prepared?" he inquired with a slight raise of his brow, casting a casual glance at Su Xianjun. Su Xianjun chuckled heartily. "Of course. But you, junior brother, mustn't be outshone by the other 2 sects once we enter the treasure grounds." Zhou Qingchen laughed lightly. Senior brother, you jest. There are but a few in the nascent soul realm across Nanli Prefecture. I do not believe anyone can pose a challenge to me. At this remark, the Peak Masters could not help but chuckle, yet they recognized that Zhou Qingchen's words were not mere bravado. In that case, you two should prepare to set off. Takuba Yuan commanded, waving his hand. A brilliant beam of spiritual light shot into the sky, transforming into an enormous spiritual vessel. This vessel, over 100 zhang in length, was truly magnificent, with ample space inside and a vibrant flag fluttering in the wind, inscribed with the striking characters of Taihua. This spiritual vessel, known as the Feiyun boat, was a fourth-tier top-grade treasure, an expensive flying artifact, capable of astonishing speed, comparable to a nascent soul true monarch at full tilt, making it ideal for travel. Zhou Qingchen and Su Xianjun exchanged glances. Then, enveloped by their spiritual power, they guided a total of 200 disciples aboard the Feiyun boat. We wish for your triumphant return. The Peak Masters waved farewell. Zhou Qingchen and Su Xianjun nodded solemnly. With a thunderous roar, the Feiyun boat ignited, its spiritual light surging forth as it departed Taihua Sect at an extraordinary pace. On board, the disciples gazed at the receding landscape of Taihua Sect, which eventually vanished from their sight, their hearts stirred with an inexplicable emotion. Su Xianjun turned his gaze towards them and spoke. You all understand the uniqueness of this Tianjiao conference, do you not? The disciples exchanged glances, finally nodding in unison. Peak Master. This Tianjiao conference is not merely a contest among young prodigies. It represents a significant struggle among our three sects. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xianjun spoke coldly. Since you are aware, I expect each of you to exert your utmost effort this time. The enemy stands before us, and we shall reciprocate in kind. Do you understand? We will undoubtedly elevate the prestige of Taihua Sect. In reply, the disciples roared in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, an aura that soared to the heavens. Su Xianjun nodded with satisfaction and remarked, in that case, you shall return to your respective meditation chambers to recuperate and present your best selves. Many disciples promptly took their leave. Senior uncle, the foremost direct disciple, Tuoba Tian, approached with a multitude of golden core disciples. Zhou Qingchen observed them closely and noted that all 50 disciples had attained the pinnacle of the golden core realm during the previous 7 Peaks conference. In the golden core competition, the top 50, aside from the 3 most formidable direct disciples at the peak of the golden core, had all been in the late phase of the golden core realm. However, after the rewards from Xianqing Lake and Taihua's nurturing, these late-stage disciples had all ascended to the perfection of the golden core realm. The few direct disciples were even more formidable, their auras nearly transcending the utmost limits of the golden core realm. Su Xianjun regarded them with a serious expression and proclaimed, in this upcoming talented individuals conference, the true focal point of our 3 sects lies in the contention for the golden ranking. Undoubtedly, the primary targets for the other 2 sects are you. Upon hearing this, the crowd's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. Su Xianjun continued, the quotas for the Southly Treasure Land are limited. Traditionally, our 3 sects would share the quotas evenly. But this time, the other 2 sects have seized the opportunity, resulting in the need to contend for these quotas through the Talented Individuals Conference. Only the top 10 on the heavenly ranking and the top 5 on the earth and Xian rankings will gain entry. Their actions are clearly aimed at seizing our quotas. It is safe to say that you have already been targeted. Su Xianjun sighed. You understand what must be done, do you not? Tuoba Tian nodded earnestly, stating, Senior Uncle, we have exerted our utmost strength this time, without a doubt. The quotas for the Southly Treasure Land must remain firmly in our grasp. No one shall take them from us. The golden core disciples behind him also nodded resolutely. Su Xianjun turned to gaze ahead, where the vast expanse of clouds concealed the magnificent mountains and rivers of Southly Prefecture, a sight as splendid as brocade. Let me remind you, harbor no illusions, Su Xianjun said, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Furthermore, the Southly Treasure Land is exceedingly unique. Each individual has but one opportunity to enter. Do not squander it. The disciples responded in unison, we shall obey. Ultimately, only Su Xianjun and Zhou Qingchen remained on the deck. The howling winds and thunderous sounds of rapid flight were kept at bay by the treasure light of the flying cloud vessel, enveloping the spirit ship in tranquility. Zhou Qingchen gazed into the distance and inquired, Senior brother, those few direct disciples must be quite extraordinary, no? Su Xianjun smiled, indeed. Do you know how much our Taihua sect has invested for these few direct disciples? Zhou Qingchen was not well acquainted with the details. The 6 direct disciples of the Golden Core realm had been taken under the wing of the various peak masters long before his entry, being several years his senior. Thus, he had seldom interacted with these direct disciples and was not familiar with them. The only one with whom he shared a deep bond, the 7th direct disciple, had entered the sect later, akin to him. However, as he progressed through the golden core and into the nascent soul, he had secluded himself on Tai Miao Peak for an extended period, and with recent events keeping him occupied, he had not engaged in much interaction. Su Xianjun chuckled softly and replied, "Among the 7 true disciples, more than half of the information has been derived from the insights of the 3 ancestors, subsequently gathered by us, the Peak Masters, from across the entirety of Southly Prefecture." Zhou Qingchen could not help but express his astonishment. Su Xianjun turned to him, saying, "The 3 ancestors excel in the art of divination, particularly in recent millennia, as Taihua Sect has consolidated half of the fortune of Southly Prefecture. When the sect's fortune is sufficiently robust, the precision of the 3 ancestors' divination increases correspondingly. They can discern the various sources of fortune rising throughout Southly Prefecture, which is precisely why Taihua Sect continues to thrive and its foundation grows ever more profound." Zhou Qingchen nodded in agreement. The current generation of true disciples possesses extraordinary talents, all at least endowed with earth-grade spiritual roots, especially Lin Qi, who possesses a heavenly spiritual root. These true disciples not only enjoy the most abundant resources of Taihua Sect, but also bear the weighty responsibilities of the next generation. Through this battle, some among them will take the final step and attain the Yuanying stage. Furthermore, for Tuoba Tian, Chen Daoyu, and Hua Qi, the strongest among them, they merely lack such an opportunity. Su Xianjun stated with conviction. Zhou Qingchen understood this well. No wonder the other 2 sects have allied to confront Taihua Sect. Their recent rise has been exceedingly evident. Speaking of which, junior brother, we all know that you are the true trump card within Taihua Sect. Su Xianjun laughed heartily in conclusion. We cannot fathom the limits of your future potential, but it is undeniable that it will far exceed our imagination. Zhou Qingchen, upon hearing this, could not help but smile as well. Chapter 51. Qianjiao Mountain above the heavens, a colossal spirit vessel soared through the skies, stirring the clouds into a lengthy trail. Zhou Qingchen stood at the forefront of the flying cloud vessel, accompanied by a youth of similar age. The young man, clad in flowing garments of cloud and water, with his hair meticulously styled, appeared remarkably serene. However, appearances can be deceiving. "Junior uncle, I have finally found an opportunity. Why have you been so busy lately? The last time I went to Tai Miao Peak to find you, you were not there?" the young man exclaimed, chattering away without restraint. Zhou Qingchen could not help but laugh. "I was out with my disciples, taking a stroll through the demon spirit forest." This youth was Guantong, the 7th true disciple of Taihua Sect, now at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and a disciple under the esteemed 4th senior brother, Xiachen of Taihua Peak. Who would have thought that at your young age, you have already become the head of a peak and taken on disciples? Guantong expressed incredulity. "Back in the day, we used to hang out together, causing quite a bit of trouble, and now you have become so serious." Guantong pouted in dissatisfaction. Zhou Qingchen's expression darkened, his tone filled with exasperation. "Enough. It was you who caused the mischief, and I was merely cleaning up the mess. If it weren't for me, my senior brother would have dealt with you long ago." Zhou Qingchen shook his head. "I cannot comprehend how you turned out this way. 4th senior brother is such a steady person, yet you learn nothing from him." Guantong could not help but beam with pride. "Isn't it because I am exceptionally gifted? My master dotes on me." Zhou Qingchen, weary of engaging in such shameless topics, scoffed. "The golden core is not easily attained, and the Yuanying stage is even more challenging. If you had devoted more energy to your cultivation, you would have already attained the golden core stage by now." Guantong shot a glance at Zhou Qingchen and shook his head, saying, all right, I understand. I can form my core when I return this time. There's no need to rush me. You're just as nagging as my master." Zhou Qingchen's mouth twitched slightly. "Do you believe I would inform your master?" Upon hearing this, Guantong hurriedly waved his hand, admitting, No, I was just joking." Zhou Qingchen sighed. "In the future, you will have plenty to practice. Your fellow disciples have spent decades honing their skills just to await an opportunity for the nascent soul stage." Guantong frowned at this. Although he appeared carefree, he held cultivation in high regard. He and Zhou Qingchen had joined the sect around the same time, being only a few years apart in age. Over the years, he had slowed his cultivation pace, focusing instead on refining his musical talent, which had delayed his progress. Yet, the tradition of their peak emphasized steady, gradual growth leading to explosive outcomes. Now that he had mastered his musical heart, a period of rapid advancement in the golden core stage awaited him. With Zhou Qingchen's reminder, he understood the importance of heeding advice and nodded in acknowledgement. Got it. Zhou Qingchen smiled slightly. "By the way, my eldest disciple will also participate in the competition for the Earth ranking. Perhaps you will find yourselves in contention." Guantong looked puzzled. "Little uncle, while your eldest disciple has indeed encountered the Taihua breathing technique, he is still only at the mid-foundation stage." Zhou Qingchen raised an eyebrow. Didn't I achieve the same before? Why can't my disciple do the same? Guantong took a deep breath, exhaling slowly before replying. All right then. You are indeed impressive, the top of the earth ranking at the early golden core stage. Zhou Qingchen wore an expression that was difficult to describe. You should be cautious. When you face my disciple, do not be caught off guard. Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from a distance. Master. Guantong looked over to see two young men approaching, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. Guantong raised his eyes and smiled. Speak of the devil. Greetings, junior brother. Lin Qi nodded, smiling. Greetings, senior brother. Guantong squinted playfully, his gaze falling on the small white bird perched on Lin Qi's shoulder, laughing heartily. I didn't expect you to be a bird enthusiast. Where did you find such a lovely little creature? Lin Qi's expression stiffened. Could he not say that this was no ordinary bird? Jian Ling, nestled on Lin Qi's shoulder, lazily opened one eye at the remark, seemingly uninterested, before shutting it again and shaking its feathers, settling back into a deep slumber. As a divine beast of transformation, Jian Ling felt no desire to engage with the seemingly insignificant human before him. Luckily, the diminutive human, Guantong, did not continue his frivolous chatter. Master, are we almost there? Su Ruotian inquired from the side. The Feiyun boat had been soaring through the skies for 2 days, and the scenery below was becoming increasingly dense, with cities clustered together and the flow of people intensifying. Zhou Qingchen nodded. The venue for the Talented Youth Conference is located at Qianjiao Mountain, the very heart of the 100 cities, a place that truly commands the attention of the masses. The surroundings are bustling with life, home to countless cities and numerous cultivation families. Among them lies Lihua City, the foremost city of Nanli, nestled within this vibrant expanse. Lin Qi, filled with curiosity, recalled his previous visit to Lihua City, unaware that it was part of this grand assembly of cities, adjacent to the majestic Qianjiao Mountain. At that moment, a thunderous sound pierced the air, resonating from the distance. Zhou Qingchen and his companions turned their gazes to witness a slightly smaller spiritual vessel soaring through the mist, crowded with figures. May I inquire if there are friends from Taihua Sect aboard? A rugged voice called out from the vessel. Zhou Qingchen observed the few figures standing at the forefront of the crowd, their clear voices echoing. I am Zhou Qingchen from Taihua Sect. Oh, it is the esteemed leader Zhou. Another voice responded, imbued with a sense of astonishment. We are representatives from Lihua City. Zhou Qingchen pondered thoughtfully, noting that there were 5 nascent soul cultivators leading the vessel. Though they were all in the early stages of their cultivation, their presence underscored the significance they placed on this gathering of prodigies. Each faction, including the City Lord's office, had dispatched their respective nascent soul true monarchs. In a grand city like Lihua, despite its shared governance, it functioned as a coalition, thus they acted in unison. In a fleeting moment, Su Xianjun appeared beside Zhou Qingchen, responding with a gentle smile. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Ha ha ha. A pleasure indeed, Leader Su. The others replied, maintaining a veneer of politeness and harmony, while privately engaging in intense mental exchanges. The display from Taihua Sect is unprecedented. Compared to previous gatherings of prodigies, this one feels monumental. A nascent soul true monarch conveyed his sentiments through a private transmission, such as the nature of our circumstances, in the contest among the 3 sects. They must exert their utmost effort, yet it places us at a disadvantage. We must strive for every opportunity in the Nanli treasure land, leaving no stone unturned. Approaching Qianjiao Mountain, disciples from Taihua Sect ascended the deck of the flying vessel, exchanging glances with the representatives from Lihua City, each scrutinizing the other. Among the talented youth from Lihua City stood a young man clad in a cloud-patterned robe, emanating an icy demeanor and an expressionless visage, exuding an extraordinary presence. His gaze fixated on the Taihua Sect, particularly assessing several golden core true disciples. His eyes ignited with a restless spark of ambition. Thus, the distance of 1,000 miles was traversed in an instant, revealing an unbroken chain of mountains before their eyes. Qianjiao Mountain. They had arrived. Chapter 52. A convergence of talents. Qianjiao Mountain, though not perilous, featured gently sloping ridges and evolved into the venue for the prestigious gathering of prodigies, undergoing a transformative overhaul. From the exterior to the interior, Qianjiao Mountain was divided into 3 sections: the Cloud Heaven Ladder, the Deer Hunting Grounds, and the Prodigy Platform. These 3 sections represented the 3 major trials of the gathering, culminating in the selection of the top 100 across 3 rankings. Those who made it to the list would be heralded as the most exceptional talents of their generation in Nanli Prefecture, garnering not only honor but also substantial rewards. At this moment, the vicinity of Qianjiao Mountain was teeming with people, with various factions and thousands of rogue cultivators converging in unison. Across the province, this gathering of prodigies attracted tens of millions of cultivators. Even those not participating in the event would not miss this grand assembly of heroes. It is Taihua Sect. Taihua Sect has arrived. The celestial vessel sliced through the clouds, descending gracefully from the heavens to hover in midair, igniting a fervent uproar among the throngs at Xinjiao Mountain. What an impressive spiritual vessel. Its aura is remarkably potent. Leading the charge is none other than the esteemed masters of Taihua Sect and Taiyao Sect. What? The master of Taiyao Sect, that foremost prodigy, is also present? And over there, it's Taihua City. Who could have anticipated that Taihua Sect would be the first among the three major sects to arrive? Excited discussions erupted, as the prodigy gathering stirred enthusiasm in all attendees. Not only the formidable Yuaning powers, but also numerous individuals from the Golden Core, Foundation Establishment, and even Qi refining realms flocked to this much-anticipated grand event. Taihua City, Zhenjiang City, Lihua City, Hualing Valley, Lihua Gate, and Lungdao Sect arrived one after another, exchanging greetings, with leaders invariably being true monarchs of the Yuaning realm. In a moment, the tides at Xinjiao Mountain surged one after another. For most cultivators, they had never before witnessed such a multitude of Yuaning beings in the past. Encountering even one was a rarity. What is happening? I have never seen such a spectacle. Someone inquired. You are unaware, aren't you? You all know that this Tianjiao conference at the Southly Treasure Site is an extraordinary opportunity. Yet you are oblivious to the fact that there are even Yuan-ing chances within. What? I must contend for this. Don't even think about it. Not only you. But have you not noticed those secondary powers with Yuaning guardians? Even they can only give their all. However, among them, only a few can barely qualify to contest with the three sections. Wait, how do you know so much? Others asked, perplexed. The speaker proudly lifted his chin and chuckled. Naturally, it is because I have a friend who is a Golden Core elder of the three major sects. Hence I have channels to glean some insights. He declared loudly. This Tianjiao conference is a strategic game of the three sects. I advise you, if you lack strength, do not wade into this murky water. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with varied opinions. Why have Lingjian Sect and Bailan Sect not yet arrived? Such arrogance, making so many wait. On the spiritual vessel of Taihua Sect. Guantong expressed her dissatisfaction and vented to Zhou Qingchen. Su Xianjun and several true disciples stood nearby. Upon hearing Guantong's words, the crowd frowned, clearly vexed by the actions of the other two sections. Zhou Qingchen shook his head and sighed. Lingjian Sect and Bailan Sect are making too many moves. It's supposed to be a splendid Tianjiao conference, yet they have drawn so many into their schemes. Su Xianjun turned to the Golden Core true disciples, speaking solemnly. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, the only ones who can trouble you are the true disciples of the other two sections. Tuoba Tian nodded in understanding. Rest assured. Uncle Master, we are well aware of these individuals and will not underestimate them. Zhou Qingchen continued, warning, this is merely the usual situation. These individuals alone cannot inflict significant harm upon you. What you truly need to be wary of are the imminent changes, or rather, the confidence that fuels the other two sections. During the second trial at the hunting grounds, do not disperse. In the chaos, you will undoubtedly become targets for the other two sects, and that will be when they reveal their true claws. Zhou Qingchen's thoughtful reminder was the result of careful contemplation. If there was anything that empowered the other two factions to confront them openly, it would undoubtedly reveal itself amidst the chaos of the hunting grounds. The others nodded in agreement. After a brief moment, a resonant clang echoed across the sky. A colossal sword descended from the heavens, its radiance so fierce that many present changed countenance. The disciples of the Lingjian sect had arrived. Zhou Qingchen focused his gaze and immediately recognized the figure standing atop the great sword. The leader, clad in tattered garments with sparse hair, had a few disheveled white strands flying wildly in the wind, presenting a comically absurd image. Yet, his icy demeanor forbade any mockery. Behind him trailed over 100 disciples adorned in Lingjian sect attire. Elder Tu Ju of the Lingjian sect, Su Xianjun remarked with narrowed eyes. This elder was a sword fanatic, a prodigy in his youth, now having reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, on par with the sect's master. Just as the crowd's thoughts swirled, another thunderous sound resonated from the sky. A colorful cloud drifted in, upon which stood several figures. Among the two leading individuals was a stunning woman, dressed in resplendent embroidered garments, adorned with a golden hairpiece, contrasting sharply with an unassuming elder beside her, whose white hair and youthful visage formed a striking juxtaposition. Kaling Nu by Ling. Su Xianjun furrowed his brow. This Kaling Nu held a unique position within the Bailan sect. Without any official title, traditionally uninvolved in sect affairs. Yet, her extraordinary talent had allowed her to reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm, as she was the granddaughter of the sect's divine ancestor, bestowing her with significant status. Junior brother, Bai Ling and Tu Ju have never entered the Nali treasure ground. You may well face them in battle this time. Su Xianjun expressed with slight concern. Zhou Qingchen, however, shook his head and turned his attention to the inconspicuous elder beside Bai Ling. Brother, these two pose no hindrance for me. However, I have discovered something intriguing. System. Display the attribute panel. Zhou Qingchen silently commanded, releasing his mental intent. The system's voice echoed softly. Name, Gu Zhuqing. Bone age, 741. Talent, mixed spirit root, average. Cultivation, great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Technique, 5th rank superior Gui Ling Ju. Weapon, blood crow umbrella. Character special trait, half-demon cultivator. Upon observing the contents of the attribute panel, Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but be taken aback. Half-demon cultivator? This elder appeared to be extraordinary. Achieving such cultivation with a mere mixed spirit root suggested immense fortune, perhaps related to his identity as a half-demon. The elder, possessing the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, must be formidable, rivaling his senior brother. I am curious as to when the Bailan sect produced such a figure. Zhou Qingchen mused quietly. Su Xianjun finally took notice of the elder beside him, uncertainty clouding his expression. Junior brother, I can affirm that the Bailan sect does not have such a person. It was evident that this individual at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm was indeed their reinforcements. Su Xuanjuan's gaze was fixed intently upon the united forces of the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect. Zhou Qingchen nodded, stating, I have conveyed all necessary reminders. Now, we shall see the true test of our abilities. Su Xianjun looked at him with a hint of concern. Junior brother, do exercise caution. Zhou Qingchen nodded in agreement, refraining from further elaboration. Subsequently, Su Xianjun soared into the air, his voice resonating throughout the entirety of Qianjiao Mountain. Since everyone has gathered, the Tianjiao assembly may commence. Chapter 53. The cloud ladder. The leaders of the three major sects exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. After a brief moment, Su Xianjun cast a cold stare at Bai Ling. Friend from the Bailan sect, might you introduce the elder beside you? Bai Ling glanced indifferently at the old man beside her. The elder chuckled amiably, his demeanor appearing exceedingly cordial. Master Su, your reputation precedes you. You are well known across the 5 states of the southern wilderness. I humbly acknowledge your presence. This elder was none other than the guiling true monarch. He continued with a grin. I am merely an insignificant figure, having recently joined the Bailan sect as a guest elder. Su Xianjun inwardly scoffed. The old man's words were mere drivel. With such cultivation, it was implausible for him to be an inconspicuous individual. This Gui Zhuqing was undoubtedly a practitioner from beyond Nanli Prefecture, and his reticence suggested he was not yet ready to reveal his true identity. Zhou Qingchen, observing from behind, pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle thread of divine consciousness emanating from the elder, brushing against him. It was silent, yet Zhou Qingchen easily detected it. Meanwhile, the guiling true monarch felt a twinge of confusion, as his previous probing had revealed nothing particularly remarkable about the youth. Regardless of his celebrated title, according to their claims, this Master Tai Miao was merely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. What was there to be cautious about? Shaking his head, the guiling true monarch dismissed the thought. Let us not linger in idle chatter. The current Tianjiao assembly shall now begin, he proclaimed. At that moment, the grand elder of the Lingjian sect, Tu Ju, also spoke up. In the next instant, Su Xianjun, Bai Ling, and Tu Ju channeled their cultivation into the core formation of Qianjiao Mountain. With a profound hum, the ground trembled incessantly, and the once modestly elevated Qianjiao Mountain began to rise significantly. The clouds were scattered by the force, and 3 grand and soaring cloud ladders descended, ultimately winding down to the foot of Qianjiao Mountain. These ladders reached into the blue void, shrouded in an ethereal mist that instilled a sense of trepidation in many onlookers. The cloud ladder has manifested. The current Tianjiao assembly commences. The voices of the nascent soul, true monarchs echoed simultaneously, reverberating through the heavens. As a tide of humanity surged toward the 3 cloud ladders in a frenzy, the ensuing chaos would inevitably lead to injuries, particularly with the need to guard against the ruthless tactics of the other 2 sections. Zhou Qingchen turned to the 200 disciples of the Taihua Sect. Speaking in a solemn tone, be vigilant. I urge you to protect yourselves against any potential threats from the Bailan sect. Pausing, he discreetly transmitted a message to several of the core disciples. Exercise caution around the disciples accompanying that elder from the Bailan sect. Remain ever vigilant. Zhou Qingchen's warning stirred a flicker of concern among the core disciples, who mentally noted his advice. These 3 cloud ladders represent the first trial of the Heavenly Mysteries 3 rankings and are the sole passage into the deer hunting grounds. You may now proceed. Zhou Qingchen concluded. Yes, the foremost among the illustrious, leading the way, embarked upon the spiritual vessel alongside their companions, with 2 other sects also springing into action. Lin Qi Ruotian. Press on. Zhou Qingchen encouraged his two disciples with a cheerful smile. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian nodded resolutely, activating their techniques to blend into the throng. Meanwhile, Jianling flapped its wings and returned to Zhou Qingchen's side. The formation of Qianjiao Mountain was peculiar, repelling all who did not meet its stringent criteria, rendering this demon incapable of mingling within the fray. The sea of humanity divided into three paths, densely populating the ground. Yet in comparison to the vast and lofty cloud sky ladder, this multitude seemed almost trivial. All aspired towards the depths of the celestial vault, ascending step by step. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the three cloud sky ladders, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Brother, this time the cloud sky ladder seems somewhat different? He inquired, astonished. Having participated in the heavenly rankings contest years prior, he was well acquainted with the cloud sky ladder and immediately sensed its unusual nature. Su Xianjun nodded thoughtfully and responded. This time, the number of participants in the talented contest has significantly increased. Regardless of their cultivation level, anyone under 50 years of age in the qi refining stage, under 100 in the foundation establishment stage, and under 300 in the golden core stage, have been encouraged to participate with a spirit of trial. Consequently, the intensity of the first stage of the cloud ladder has been heightened, aimed at maximizing the elimination of those merely dabbling. Zhou Qingchen understood. Particularly in the qi refining ladder, the density of individuals was astonishing. Every practitioner was striving to ascend. In contrast, the ladders for the foundation establishment and golden core realms appeared comparatively normal. Climbing the cloud sky ladder necessitated enduring an ever-increasing gravitational pressure and mental interference. While the initial ascent might not pose significant challenges, the higher one climbed, the more unbearable it became, and this ladder alone could eliminate 80% of the participants. Zhou Qingchen murmured to himself, of course, with such a large base of cultivators, even if over 80% are eliminated, a considerable number will still enter the hunting grounds. The stratification has begun, Zhou Qingchen remarked with a focused gaze towards Su Xianjun. After half an hour of climbing, the previously dense crowds on the three cloud sky ladders began to spread apart. Those who were merely there to take advantage remained at the bottom, struggling to make any progress. Higher up, the flow of individuals in the middle section, after an initial ease, began to falter, their pace slowing. Only the small group at the forefront maintained their momentum, evidently unaffected by the ladder's pressures. These individuals were the most likely to reach the summit. Without a doubt, disciples from the three sects and those from secondary powers occupied the leading ranks. Lin Qi and Ruotan were among the foremost. Zhou Qingchen kept a vigilant eye on his two disciples. Lin Qi was climbing alongside Guantong, surrounded by disciples of the Taihua Sect. To maintain their formation, they adopted a steady climbing strategy, yet even so, they firmly held their position at the front, each sect aligned in their respective areas. The qi refining ladder for Su Ruotian's group followed suit, progressing steadily with their fellow sect members. However, the situation changed dramatically on the golden core ladder. On the entire cloud ladder of the golden core realm, there were merely over 10,000 individuals. Yet the 50 disciples of the Taihua Sect surged ahead with an unmatched swiftness, their speed unyielding, as they transformed into streaks of light soaring into the sky, impervious to the gravitational and mental disturbances that would hinder lesser beings. Leading the charge were the formidable trio of Tuoba Tian, Chen Daoyu, and Hua Qi, who occasionally exchanged insights through their consciousness. Have you noticed the other two sects' factions? Tuoba Tian inquired solemnly. Chen Daoyu nodded in affirmation. Those unfamiliar faces possess complete golden core cultivation and exude profound auras. They must be the reinforcements they summoned. The junior uncle has cautioned us to remain vigilant against them and not to let our guard down. Hua Qi promptly added, during the deer hunting grounds. We must not disperse. This is a contest among the three sects, and no other forces are likely to interfere. We must rely solely on ourselves. We understand. The disciples responded in unison. As an hour passed, the cloud ladder neared its conclusion, with over 80% of the participants having been eliminated along the way. The foremost positions were firmly held by the three sects and those of secondary power, alongside a handful of minor factions and independent cultivators, collectively numbering scarce. Prepare to ascend to the summit. Beyond Qianjiao Mountain, in addition to those participating in the contest for the three rankings, numerous onlookers gathered, their voices rising in excitement. At the pinnacle of the cloud ladder, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing an extraordinarily vast platform. This platform was divided into three distinct zones, corresponding to the three cloud ladders. It featured three colossal spatial portals, which led into the second phase of the talented assembly, the deer hunting grounds. Chapter 54, Chaos Whoosh. Whoosh. Shadows continuously traversed the final steps of the cloud ladder, reaching the summit. In no time, Several thousand individuals stood upon the platform, divided into numerous factions, all scrutinizing one another. Within the Taihua Sect's faction, Tuoba Tian addressed the assembly. Let us take a moment to recuperate and maintain our optimal condition. The crowd nodded in agreement, settling into meditative postures. In the other zones, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian also reached the apex. Guantong leaned on Lin Qi's shoulder, chuckling lightly. Don't let me down. Your master has immense confidence in you. Lin Qi shot a serious glance at his senior brother and earnestly replied, I will exert my utmost effort. For every challenger, one shall be eliminated, and for every group, all shall be vanquished. Guantong raised an eyebrow and then laughed heartily. Good spirit, junior brother. Then let us unleash our full potential. In another region, at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, Su Ruotian and his companions gathered together. Su Ruotian, Du Yun and Wei Kong were undeniably the focal point, eagerly preparing for the impending confrontation, their gazes fierce as they surveyed those around them. Such individuals, Zhou Qingchen and Su Xianjun, exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads. When adversaries approach, we shall meet them head-on, just as we have prepared for this moment. Finally, after another hour had elapsed, the cloud ladder vanished entirely, and those who had not reached the summit were directly transported outside Qianjiao Mountain. While the last of the successful ascendants readied themselves, Bai Ling, Tu Ju, and the enigmatic Ling Jinjuan stood side by side from the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect. Do not forget your promise, true lord. Bai Ling raised her head and spoke. The enigmatic spirit true lord chuckled. Rest assured. My 4 disciples have achieved the pinnacle of the golden core realm and have accumulated profound experience over the years, coupled with the inheritance techniques I have bestowed upon them. Their combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Bai Ling nodded, while Tu Ju remained silent. However, it is rather disheartening that your spirit sword sect and the Bai Ling sect together possess merely 33 golden core experts, which is a stark contrast to the Taihua sect. The enigmatic spirit true lord remarked after a moment. This stark truth darkened the expressions of both Bai Ling and Tu Ju, as it was an unexpected revelation. Despite their extensive preparations and the allocation of resources towards cultivating golden core disciples, they had only managed to amass 33 of them. In stark contrast, the Taihua sect boasted a formidable 50. Fortunately, the combined numbers of their 2 sects in the late and mid stages of the golden core realm were sufficient, amounting to over 100 disciples, thus providing some compensation through sheer quantity. The enigmatic spirit true lord wore a confident smile, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, Tu Ju, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. This is only one aspect. Let us not forget our primary objective, to retrieve that particular item. The enigmatic spirit true lord paused in surprise before nodding. Since your sect leader harbors such trepidation towards that Master Zhou, we shall suppress him upon entry and then seek out the item you desire. However, we agree that all other opportunities aside from that item will belong to me, he stated, narrowing his eyes and speaking coolly. Moments later, the second round of the talented gathering, the deer hunting arena, was about to commence. You will have 3 hours to eliminate as many opponents as possible. After 3 hours, we will proceed to the third round, the talented platform, Tu Ju announced. Now, the spatial passageway opens. As soon as the words left his lips, 3 spatial portals at the top of the cloud ladder began to whirl into motion, converging together. The disciples of the Taihua sect hurriedly entered the portals, rushing in like a swarm of locusts. Outside the Qianjiao mountain, 3 massive water mirrors appeared in the sky, allowing everyone to see the conditions inside the deer hunting arena clearly. It bore similarities to the ancient battlegrounds of the Taihua sect. Yet the space within the deer hunting arena was far more expansive, resembling a small world. The terrain of the deer hunting battlefield was complex, with light and darkness intermingling like a shattered mirror. The atmosphere within the 3 spatial realms grew tense to the extreme. At a certain moment, someone took the lead, and a chaotic battle erupted, with spells clashing continuously throughout the 3 layers of space. The contest for the Xian ranking in the Qi refinement realm has attracted the largest number of participants, their presence scattered across various battlefields within this space. Here, the 3 sects have not yet engaged in direct conflict. Instead, they occupy distinct territories, systematically eliminating those of lesser strength. Many have been ousted from the competition, forced to exit through the spatial passage, while others, caught off guard, have even met their demise in this ruthless arena. The world of cultivation is known for its cruelty. Most disciples spend their days in a gentle environment, shielded from the specter of death. However, once they step into the outside world, the struggle for opportunity can swiftly lead to fatal consequences, with deceit and the pursuit of treasures being commonplace. By the heavens, if you stand in my way, I shall assist you, Du Yun'er declared with a commanding voice. Su Ruotian nodded vigorously, brandishing his heavy sword, Tian Ke, which loomed before him. The earth trembled as his formidable earth spirit energy erupted, sending forth massive earthen spikes that pierced the ground. Simultaneously, Du Yun'er waved her hand, summoning 9 water dragons that surged into the sky. "I shall join as well," Wei Kong exclaimed, his long blades sweeping through the air, releasing a torrent of azure blade energy. Together, the trio functioned like a relentless harvesting machine on the battlefield. Within the second layer of the hunting grounds, Guan Tong shed his previous nonchalance, his expression now one of icy determination. As soon as they entered the arena, they were immediately besieged by the other 2 sects. Over 100 fully realized Foundation establishment practitioners blocking their escape, surrounded on all sides by enemies. Eliminate that Tai Miao Peak's true inheritor of the heavenly root. The disciples from Bai Ling Sect and Ling Jian Sect bore cold expressions, launching their attacks without hesitation. Tian Qinin, Guan Tong wasted no time, cradling a 7-stringed ancient zither in his arms. The zither, named Ling Ji Qin, radiated vibrant colors and was a gift from his master, a 4th-tier mystical artifact. His slender fingers danced across the strings, producing a resonant sound that sent ripples through the air, infused with potent spiritual energy. Lin Chi held the fire source gun, its fiery tip blindingly bright. "Let us go all out." The 2 factions clashed in an instant. Outside, all forces at the nascent soul stage were intently observing the water mirror, closely monitoring the entrance of the 3 factions. The chaos of the Xian ranking contest obscured clarity. Yet the conflicts among the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms were starkly defined. The 3 major sects were in one scenario, while the other cultivators were embroiled in another. As anticipated, upon entering the hunting grounds, Ling Jian Sect and Bai Ling Sect launched an immediate assault on Taihua Sect. Meanwhile, smaller factions, bewildered by the tense dynamics of the 3 sects, erupted in confusion, unable to comprehend why they clashed so early in the elimination rounds. There was less concern for the Qi refinement and Foundation establishment realms, but the focus was primarily on the Golden Core stage. Su Xianjun and Zhou Qingchen observed as the fangs of the 2 sects were finally revealed. Within the hunting grounds, thousands of Golden Core practitioners were embroiled in a chaotic melee, the duels of high-level cultivators shaking the very heavens. The ferocity of their spells unleashed torrents of spiritual energy, creating devastating waves that most Golden Core practitioners struggled to withstand. Over 100 Golden Core practitioners from the 2 sects faced off against Taihua Sect. Chapter 55, Stalemate among the 3 sects. Tuoba Tian. It has been a long time. In the realm of the Lingjian sect, a scarred youth spoke coldly, his sword aimed menacingly at the disciples of the Taihua sect, his tone far from amiable. Tuoba Tian raised his gaze. "Yichun, when did you become so despicable?" The 50 Golden Core disciples of the Taihua sect remained steadfast, fully alert, standing resolutely against the 2 rival sections. "Such words are unwarranted," a mocking voice chimed in, drawing the attention of the crowd. A figure emerged from the Bai Ling sect, resplendently dressed, resembling a youthful lad. "This task has been entrusted to us by our sect. Given our opposing camps, let us not speak of fairness, for we have never been on equal footing." What a farcical notion of fairness. Su Ji sneered repeatedly. "This esteemed first disciple of the Taihua sect, do not delude yourself with any childish and immature notions." Tuoba Tian frowned upon hearing this, the faces of several true disciples reflecting their displeasure. "In that case, we have nothing further to discuss," Chen Daoyu remarked, shaking his head. 6 Golden Core true disciples ascended into the air, their auras surging ominously, a sight to behold. This was an aura belonging to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, especially from the 3 most formidable true disciples, whose years of accumulated strength were now unleashed, far surpassing that of their peers. "You have indeed grown stronger," Su Ji exclaimed, both astonished and furious. As the esteemed first disciple of the Bai Ling sect, his efforts paled in comparison to those of Tuoba Tian and his companions. "I hope you can maintain that bravado," Su Ji declared, as 3 figures emerged behind him, alongside the 4 led by Yichun, totaling 9 true disciples from the 2 sections. Yet, this was not the end. Soon after, 4 unfamiliar cultivators emerged from the Bai Ling sect, their formidable auras even eclipsing those of the average true disciples, faintly rivaling the strength of Tuoba Tian and his companions. 13 true disciples at the Golden Core level faced off against the 6 of the Taihua sect, presenting a clear numerical advantage for the true disciples. However, the Taihua sect boasted a full 50 Golden Core cultivators. Despite the numerical superiority of the other 2 sects, they could not overwhelm the Taihua sect in overall strength. Even those in the mid-Golden Core stage? Have you 2 sects truly become so bereft of talent? Tuoba Tian chuckled. His derisive laughter ignited the ire of the opposing faction. However, before they could respond, the Xianyuan's spiritual source formation, with a wave of her hand, Hua Qi summoned intricate array inscriptions that filled the sky. In an instant, a massive formation enveloped them, drawing in the spiritual energy from within 100 miles, bestowing immense enhancement upon the disciples of the Taihua Sect. The Xianming True Shield Formation. Hua Qi called out, her hands forming seals as her fingers danced like fleeting shadows. The array flags vanished into the void of the formation's core. And a different formation suddenly descended, a colossal barrier encasing everyone, with the shadow of a mystical turtle howling towards the heavens. Infuriating. Suji snarled through gritted teeth. The two spiritual formations had formed almost instantaneously, leaving them no time to react. Hua Qi coldly lifted her gaze. She had long been prepared. For passivity was not her style. Make haste. The two formations could only endure for a brief span of time before being forcefully shattered. Now was the moment to seize the advantage, Hua Qi proclaimed to the assembly. In that fleeting instant, the disciples of the two sects launched into a fierce confrontation, causing the spiritual formations to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fallen Abyss Hand. Yi Chun, you could not withstand this technique in the past, and you shall not be able to now. Tuoba Tian's eyes gleamed with intensity as an enormous hand formed of spiritual energy reached toward the Lingjin sect. Yi Chen's expression turned grave. Rather than face it alone, he joined forces with the other 4 true disciples. Together, 5 icy beams of sword light ascended to clash with the colossal hand of spiritual power, annihilating each other in their collision. Xianyuan Palm. Spiritual Light Technique. Kunshin Sword. The true disciples unleashed the core techniques of their respective peaks, boldly confronting the adversaries of the two sections. Tuoba Tian, Chen Daoyu, and Hua Qi were overwhelmingly powerful. No single individual could hope to impede them, and in the wake of the two great formations, the situation became a stalemate, as neither side could gain the upper hand. Forest of 10,000 Trees. Hua Qi once again conjured a formation, and at that moment, the previously laid Shuangguang Spiritual Source Formation and Xianming True Shield erupted into nothingness. Suddenly, the Golden Core disciples of the Lingjin sect and the Bailan sect, engaged in battle with the disciples of the Taihua sect, found themselves ensnared within this new formation. Unlike the previous two, this was a genuine killing array, infused with Hua Qi's wood-attribute spiritual energy. The ground split apart with a thunderous roar, ancient trees soaring skyward, their abundant branches and vines striking like divine weapons with blinding speed. The piercing screams echoed as disciples, unable to evade, were pierced through by the sharp wooden branches. Their golden core shattered, lifeless bodies crashing to the ground. How infuriating, to engage us while being distracted. Suji thundered, eliminate her first, otherwise, her formation will greatly hinder us. With no time to spare for the other golden core disciples, the 13 true disciples of the two sects surrounded the 6 from the Taihua sect. Let us show you the core techniques of our two sects. Bailan Needle. Suji formed a hand seal, summoning countless emerald needles that fell like a torrential downpour. Ziyuo Shadow. Another true disciple of the Bailan sect struck, a spectral image manifesting behind him, transforming into a phantom that assailed the crowd. Destructive Sword. From the Lingjin sect, several true disciples raised their weapons, unleashing a torrent of sword light that filled the air with a chaotic aura of annihilation. Excellent. Tuoba Tian's gaze burned fiercely as a pitch-black halberd appeared in his hand, wielded with such force that the air erupted in a cacophony. If you fear our Taihua sect, I shall ensure you fear us thoroughly. Daoyu, Hua Qi, my fellow disciples. Come with me. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Hunyuan break. The first to strike was Tuoba Tian, thrusting his halberd forward. The tip seemed to coalesce into a vast black hole, transforming into an abyss that devoured all, swallowing the potent sword light entirely. Subsequently, the black hole ruptured violently, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent several disciples of the Lingjin sect reeling, their spiritual energy thrown into disarray. This was the renowned technique of the Grandmaster of the Taihua sect. In the outside world, countless spectators were awestruck by this formidable display of power. The Grandmaster Tuoba Yuan had garnered fame for many years, and with his profound cultivation, only those of the Golden Core stage or other forces at the nascent soul stage had witnessed his prowess. In that moment, someone recognized this highly distinctive and powerful technique, exclaiming in excitement, truly worthy of his lineage, he is as formidable as the legendary figure of yore. The elders of the previous generation voiced their admiration. Within the shimmering reflections of the water mirror, the scene transformed rapidly. An hour had passed, and the Taihua sect found itself locked in a stalemate with the other two sections. Gui Lingjinjun, why are your disciples still hesitant to act? Observing the precarious situation, Bai Ling cast an irritated glance at the elder beside her. Yet, Gui Lingjinjun remained unperturbed, responding, do not rush, observe. They have indeed made their move. Chapter 56. The Ghostly Annihilation Yiming Array, Sealing Spirit Technique. just as the members of the Taihua Sect displayed their might. A figure from the Biling Sect suddenly conjured a spell. A colossal shadow of a red spider materialized above several core disciples, and nearly transparent strands of silk were instantaneously unleashed. I was prepared for you. Chen Daoyu's lips curled slightly as a precious mirror appeared in her hand, emitting a beam of cold white light that obliterated the shadow of the red spider. Damn it! Witnessing the destruction of the carefully prepared spell, a disciple from the Biling Sect cursed aloud. This spell possessed sealing properties. Sensing the residual energy of the dispelled spell, Chen Daoyu's expression grew solemn. Fortunately, her junior had forewarned her. Otherwise, they would have fallen into the trap by now. With this thought, the core disciples became increasingly vigilant. As one attack proved ineffective, the urgency of the counterattacks from the Biling and Lingjian sects intensified. Spells rained down repeatedly. Had it not been for the Taihua Sect's members being at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, they would likely have succumbed to the barrage. Ghost Crow Manifestation. From the Biling Sect, another unfamiliar face initiated an assault. A massive ghostly crow, shrouded in black mist, swooped down, only to split into thousands of smaller ghostly crow figures, causing great disruption to the Taihua Sect, who found it nearly impossible to defend themselves. Seeing this, the disciples of Taihua swiftly summoned various talismans, igniting them in an instant, their protective spiritual light enveloping them. Why do they seem so well prepared? Thought the attacker, feeling a sense of frustration. Black Spirit Swamp. Another bizarre spell was cast, and many disciples of the Taihua Sect found the surrounding space plunged into darkness, an inexplicable force greatly hindering their movements, as if they were mired in a quagmire. What sort of spell is this, so utterly repulsive? One disciple from the Taihua Sect cursed, his face ashen. Stay vigilant. Tuo Ba Tian urged. These spells are not from the other two sects. They are rather strange and troublesome, warranting utmost caution. However, scarcely had the words left his mouth, when, Black Shin Needle. Suddenly, 3 slender needles, as fine as a strand of hair, silently vanished into the air, unnoticed by anyone. In the next instant, a voice erupted in alarm from the direction of the Taihua Sect. 3 core disciples, each at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, were pierced through the brow by the unexpectedly appearing needles. The terrifying force inflicted grievous harm upon their souls, rendering them severely injured and unconscious, their breaths becoming faint. Protect the 3 disciples. They had been prepared, yet were unable to thwart this elusive and immensely powerful spell. Fortunately, thanks to prior rigorous training in a secluded place, they managed to withstand the blow, but upon returning to the sect, if they did not promptly utilize rare soul-nourishing treasures, their foundations might be irreparably damaged, leaving them devoid of the chance to attain the nascent soul stage. Form the formation. At this moment, a few disciples of the bewitching spirit True Monarch suddenly declared. Leading the charge were the 9 esteemed disciples of the Biling Sect and the Lingjian Sect, who, amidst their ongoing battle, seized the opportunity to extricate themselves, positioning themselves in various directions to weave their hand seals. Moments later, an astonishingly eerie formation materialized, enveloping all disciples of the Taihua Sect. Within this formation, swirling gray mist surged, accompanied by howling winds and wandering spirits. Once the formation was established, many disciples felt a sharp pain in their souls, their consciousnesses becoming hazy. No wonder they were termed semi-demonic cultivators. Such methods inclined toward the sinister, instilling great apprehension. Zhou Qingchen's gaze fixated on the scene within the water mirror, his expression growing stern. The sudden injury of the 3 core disciples at the Golden Core stage was inflicted by outsiders, which even Zhou Qingchen found difficult to remain calm about. Injuries to the soul are the most challenging to mend. Fortunately, the sect had accumulated soul-nourishing treasures. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Su Xuanquan frequently glanced toward the elder beside Bai Ling, his brow furrowed. I know who he is now, Su Xuanquan suddenly exclaimed, a flash of insight illuminating his mind. He is the infamous wandering cultivator, bewitching spirit True Monarch, from the South Wilderness's 5 states. His lineage is renowned for its enigmatic nature, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Were it not for his lack of demonic aura and relatively upright character, he could easily be mistaken for a demonic cultivator. Senior brother, this bewitching spirit True Monarch is indeed not a pure demonic cultivator, but he is certainly half of one. Those disciple spells must have originated from him, Zhou Qingchen remarked with narrowed eyes. As for your assertion of his upright character, I beg to differ. Coming from a wandering cultivator background, he must be adept at navigating the complexities of various powers to thrive amidst them. A semi-demonic cultivator. Su Xuanquan's expression shifted, well aware that Zhou Qingchen would not speak without reason. Demonic cultivators have long been regarded as a taboo in the southern regions, tied to a cataclysmic upheaval that occurred over 100,000 years ago. Back then, those demonic cultivators pursued the so-called supreme demonic path, nurturing sinister thoughts that harmed countless beings, resulting in a dark turmoil that persisted for a millennium. Subsequently, the legacy of the demonic path waned in the southern lands, becoming a mere shadow of its former self, with demonic cultivators rarely seen, now an unspeakable taboo. Junior disciple. Could it be that this bewitching spirit true monarch is an exceedingly dangerous figure? Su Xuanquan's expression darkened as he began to worry for Tuoba Tian and the others. Meanwhile, within the third layer of space, the Taihua Sect found itself at a disadvantage due to the sudden turn of events. The enigmatic formation proved unbearable for many disciples, leaving them defenseless against its influence. This formation was specifically designed to target the soul. The expressions of several core disciples darkened, for in the golden core stage, their spiritual awareness was not particularly robust, and their souls were far from formidable. Such a soul-targeting formation was exceedingly troublesome. Only upon reaching the nascent soul stage, when the soul begins its transformation, could one possess sufficient strength to safeguard it. They steeled their minds and endeavored to remain alert. The disciples followed suit, managing to resist the adverse effects wrought by the formation with great difficulty. In stark contrast to their plight, the other two sects reveled in their newfound advantage. Now is the time to concentrate our attacks, Su Ji declared, his spirits lifted as he gestured emphatically. Disciples from the two sects unleashed a barrage of spells upon the disciples of Taihua Sect ensnared within the formation. As time wore on, the decline of Taihua Sect became more pronounced. The impact of the formation on the soul was overwhelming. Even the core disciples began to feel its discomfort. Prepare to break through. Suddenly, Hua Qi interjected. This time, she had devised a more potent formation. It was a hastily conceived array, comprised of smaller pure heart formations. Typically, pure heart formations were employed to aid in cultivation, preventing practitioners from succumbing to madness due to impatience. Unexpectedly, in this dire situation, this formation proved remarkably effective. As the formation was established, the disciples of Taihua Sect instantaneously felt a significant alleviation of their burden, their souls experiencing a wave of relief. Seizing the moment, they unleashed their powers, focusing their assaults on the late golden core disciples of the other two sects who were maintaining the formation. In an instant, several disciples from the two sects fell, yet Taihua Sect was not without its losses. Numerous disciples suffered grievous injuries and were forced to shield themselves in the center, for otherwise, they would have perished long ago. I shall slay that woman. Su Ji seethed, his frustration mounting after being repeatedly thwarted by Hua Qi's formations. Suddenly, several disciples of the ghost spirit true monarch stepped forward. It has been said that this formation cannot unleash its true potential without a sacrifice. One disciple remarked with a sinister grin. Su Ji and Yichun fell silent. Moments later, the core disciples who commanded the formation began to channel their energy with full force. Meanwhile, the disciples from the two sects maintaining the formation suddenly appeared dazed. Bang! One disciple abruptly lost their life, their eyes wide open as their body plummeted to the ground. Following suit were the second, third, and an increasing number of disciples, all late-stage golden core practitioners. In an instant, the remaining disciples of Bailing Sect and Lingjian Sect looked on in horror at Su Ji and Yichun. The core disciples, you would sacrifice your fellow sect members? One disciple uttered in despair, his heart wrenching. Yet, in the next moment, he too became a soul offered to the formation. Ha ha ha. The complete ghostly annihilation formation is complete. The disciples of Ghost Spirit True Monarch erupted in laughter, utterly indifferent to the fate of the disciples from the two sections. After sacrificing a dozen lives, the entire ghostly annihilation formation began to tremble violently, emanating a terrifying and eerie aura that bore down upon the disciples of Taihua Sect. Chapter 57. Rebound within the formation, the chilling winds howled, and the restless souls of countless ghosts roamed. These elusive spirits darted among the disciples, and once they penetrated the bodies of the novices, they would instantaneously inflict grievous harm upon their souls. Eliminate these wretches. As the situation spiraled out of control, Tuoba Tian and his companions were nearly blinded by fury. Their anger surged, reaching a crescendo, with some even willing to expend their essence to conjure mightier spells. You have compelled us to this. Tuoba Tian's expression was as cold as ice. At this thought, the immense power of the three strongest disciples surged forth, their dantians radiating a luminous glow from their golden elixirs, as if undergoing a profound transformation. Supreme Emperor Heavenly Technique. Tuoba Tian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he ascended into the air, his peak aura unabashedly displayed. In the next moment, the heavens shattered, and a brilliant beam of golden light erupted forth, descending with an overwhelming celestial might that crushed any spirit of resistance. Almost simultaneously, Chen Daoyu unleashed an equally terrifying spell. Supreme Xian Kuan seal. A massive square seal materialized, seemingly embodying the four corners of the universe and the cosmos within. Taiching Cave Spirit Heavenly Technique. With a thrust of his palm, a white vortex abyss was born, resembling a lethal spiral of terror. These three spells had transcended the limits of the golden elixir realm, drawing perilously close to the coveted fourth realm of the nascent soul. Fake nascent. Not good. Retreat. Su Ji and Yichun bellowed in terror. They had not anticipated that these three would take such a significant step towards the nascent soul realm at this critical juncture. These were the highest grade techniques of the Taishan Peak, Taishan Peak, and Taiching Peak, classified as top-tier 5th grade spells. All present were struck with shock. Even those who had not joined the fray halted in their tracks, drawn to the spectacle. In the blink of an eye, they witnessed the spells of the true disciples from the Spirit Sword Sect and the Bai Ling Sect disintegrate, as the golden light, the massive seal, and the vortex descended, causing several figures to evaporate in an instant. These figures were primarily the disciples of the mysterious spirit monarch, leading to the demise of nearly all of them. Su Ji, positioned at the epicenter, was directly obliterated by that terrifying force, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the skies. Only Yichun and a few other true disciples, having maintained a greater distance, narrowly escaped the catastrophe. 3 of the 4 disciples of the spirit monarch had perished. The eldest disciple of the Bai Ling sect, Su Ji, was dead, with 2 of the remaining 3 true disciples injured. The Spirit Sword Sect suffered the loss of 2 out of 5 true disciples. This abrupt turn of events left everyone present momentarily speechless, their tongues faltering. The 3 major sects had entered the hunting ground prepared for confrontation, expecting the Taihua Sect to suffer significant losses. However, the outcome was strikingly contrary. Several of the true disciples controlling the core of the Ghost Extermination Yinming formation had perished, leaving this fearsome array, which had only recently formed, in a state of disarray. On the side of the Taihua Sect, although no one had fallen due to their perfected golden elixir cultivation, several had suffered severe foundational injuries, with some even sustaining damage to their physical forms, necessitating the intervention of their ancestors for recovery. In this chaotic aftermath, the remnants of their forces could only strive to eliminate as many enemies as possible. The atmosphere grew frigid as Hua Qi spoke, 10 banners soaring into the air, aligning themselves with the 10 directions of heaven and earth, ensnaring all of the surviving members from the 2 sects within. The disciples of the Taihua Sect, driven by bloodlust, transitioned from a joint assault to a unilateral massacre. Outside, Bai Ling, Tu Ju, and the enigmatic true monarch of Guiling could no longer maintain their composure. It was over. Bai Ling and Tu Ju's expressions darkened like the depths of water, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After such extensive preparation for the heroic assembly, they had believed that the combined strength of the 2 sects would suffice to contend with the Taihua Sect. In their desperation, they had even enlisted several disciples of the true monarch of Guiling. To their dismay, the casualties among the Jin Dan disciples were catastrophic, with 3 true heirs perishing, effectively dooming the new generation of the 2 sections. The true monarch of Guiling's face contorted with fury, a tempestuous aura emanating from him, casting the entire realm into an oppressive gloom. The lower-tier cultivators on the periphery of the heroic mountain were not the only ones to feel unease. Even many of the Yuaning cultivators present felt a surge of trepidation. How audacious, to dare slay my disciples. The true monarch, his white hair billowing in fury, roared, his robes rustling ominously, his gaze fierce enough to seem predatory. Utter another word, and you shall meet your demise. Zhou Qingchen's gaze was icy, his words laced with an unfathomable chill. With a mere thought, a blinding cold light vanished into the void. Before the true monarch could utter a word, his countenance shifted dramatically. In the emptiness, a piercing sword light shattered everything in its path, slicing directly toward the true monarch of Guiling. The Ghost Crow Umbrella. In the face of impending death, the true monarch hastily brandished a black umbrella to shield himself. In the next instant, the sword light tore through the umbrella's canopy, and the true monarch was struck by the unleashed force, blood erupting from his orifices, racked with agony. My artifact. The true monarch was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting deep confusion. This 5th-tier mystical artifact, crafted from the feathers of the ghost crow, known as the most malevolent bird in the world, was renowned for its offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet, it was effortlessly shredded by that sword light, its spirit extinguished. A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding area of the heroic mountain. It was evident that Zhou Qingchen's display had stunned all present. Without this umbrella, you would already be dead, Zhou Qingchen stated coldly. The icy sword light returned to his side, swirling around him like a fierce comet. This was the Tianshu sword, one of the 9 swords split from the quasi-immortal artifact, Fuxin Jiuchen. Zhou Qingchen had sealed away most of its power, allowing him to wield it. The Tianshu sword radiated a chilling aura, its energy constantly locking onto the true monarch of Guiling, causing a chill to run down his spine. Not far from the true monarch, Bai Ling and Tu Ju wore somber expressions, their hearts stirred by the immense power Zhou Qingchen had inadvertently revealed. That was unmistakably the might of a perfected Yuan-ing realm. The two, now acutely alert, converged with the injured true monarch. This is my fault. The true monarch bowed his head, accepting responsibility. In an instant, thoughts swirled among the many Yuan-ing true monarchs surrounding Heroic Mountain. They are indeed astute individuals, readily discerning that the enigmatic true monarch does not belong to either sect. The Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect initiated the provocation, enlisting the so-called external aid of the enigmatic true monarch, who brazenly intervened in the Tianjiao conference of Nanli Prefecture, resulting in the deaths of disciples from the Taihua Sect. How dare they express their wrath here, having brought such calamity upon themselves? Witnessing this scene, many Yuan-ing true monarchs exchanged knowing glances, their laughter laced with incredulity. Zhou Qingchen was equally taken aback. Such restraint? The enigmatic true monarch is indeed a shrewd and worldly figure, which is one of the reasons he has thrived as a great loose cultivator. Another has perished, disregarding the enigmatic true monarch and his companions. Zhou Qingchen's gaze returned to the water mirror as he murmured. The siege tactics of the two sects had utterly failed. They no longer dared to confront Tuoba Tian and his companions, fleeing like lost dogs within the hunting ground. Junior brother, your esteemed disciple is truly formidable. In the Golden Core realm, the outcome of the hunting ground was devoid of suspense, and Su Xianjun and Zhou Qingchen's attention shifted to the other two water mirrors. Fiery sun rain. Lin Qi stood aloft, a blazing sun rising behind him, its radiant light piercing the eyes. Bathed in resplendent crimson rays, in the next instant, a terrifying torrent of solar flames descended upon the world like a rain of fire. Since reaching the spirit fire realm, Lin Qi had never wielded his fiery spiritual power with such unrestrained vigor, utilizing the solar spirit fire to unleash the fire-related spells imparted by Zhou Qingchen. His explosive power was astonishing. Those caught unawares by the fiery rain were reduced to ashes within moments. From an initial assault of 100 Foundation establishment cultivators, nearly half had perished, with Lin Qi playing a pivotal role. The Inferno's reach was so vast that none dared to contest it. It was laughable that those disciples had originally planned to encircle Lin Qi, only to be transformed into ash by this very spell. Guantong, displaying his displeasure, exclaimed, "Isn't your spell a bit too overpowered? A mass attack like this, how can we even compete?" Lin Qi merely smiled in response, unperturbed. Soon, the 3 hours elapsed, and the hunting ground came to an end. The contest among the three sects concluded with the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect suffering a severe backlash, leaving little suspense in the Tianjiao conference. Chapter 58. The curtain falls within the hunting ground, the heavens thunderously opened, and all who had advanced basked in the resplendent light. Under the brilliance, their magical powers swiftly surged, though their injuries could not mend as quickly. Following the eliminations in the hunting ground, individuals continued to emerge from the spatial passage. Remarkably, the last remaining disciple of the enigmatic true monarch managed to survive, scrambling away from the hunting ground and returning to the outside world. As for the surviving Golden Core disciples of the two sects, they were utterly demoralized and hastily departed from the hunting platform. These individuals returned to their respective sects with expressions of anguish, bewildered by their ordeal. Their feelings were profoundly complex. Part of them harbored fear towards the Taihua Sect, while the remainder was consumed by anger and disillusionment towards their own sections. These late-stage Golden Core disciples had been treated as mere cannon fodder, devoid of any dignity, serving as sacrificial pawns. As for the disciples of the Taihua Sect who suffered severe losses, they have been teleported out. With a wave of his sleeve, Su Xianjun summoned them all to his side, promptly stabilizing their injuries. At this moment, within the arena where three factions contended, only a few hundred were at the Golden Core stage, several thousand at the Foundation establishment stage, and over 10,000 at the Qi refinement stage. These individuals were ultimately transported to the third level of the Talented Platform. The Talented Platform is an exceptionally unique multidimensional space, where everyone is isolated within their own realm. Within this space, adversaries embodying complete realms are continuously conjured, created through formations and the art of puppetry. Despite their artificial nature, their agility is undeniable, and as their numbers swell, they become increasingly formidable, ultimately reaching a limit. This limit signifies the final score. Lo and behold, the three grand lists of heaven, earth, and mysterious hung majestically in the firmament, their golden light dazzling. Although the names had yet to appear, they were perfectly arranged in 100 ranks from top to bottom. The appearance of the heaven, earth, and mysterious lists stirred excitement among all. The ultimate rankings would determine the quotas for the coveted Southernly treasure ground, which incited fervor in everyone. Within the talented platform, challengers began to emerge one after another, and the names on the 3 grand lists finally began to shift. Look, an hour has passed, and most of the names on the 3 lists have been solidified with little fluctuation. Some speculated that especially among the top ranks, changes were infrequent, with the top 10 remaining unchanged. Remarkably, 8 of the top 10 on the heaven list belonged to the Taihua Sect, with the top 3 firmly held by Tuoba Tian, Chen Daoyu, and Hua Qi. I believe the eldest son of the Xi family from Lihua City, Xi Shaoqing, and Lu Xinyan from the Flower Spirit Valley are truly impressive, having squeezed into the 9th and 10th positions on the heaven list. This is an achievement rarely attained by disciples outside the 3 sects. This success is undoubtedly owed to the support of the Bailan sect and the Lingjian sect. It is astonishing that within the prestigious heaven list of the 3 grand lists, which holds the highest merit, not a single disciple from the Lingjian sect or the Bailan sect has made an appearance, remarked an onlooker with a sigh. Zhao Jinling from the Zhao family of Zhenjiang City, Du Xiao from the Du family of Lihua City, Dong Sheng from the Fire Gate, and Chun Lai from the Cold Blade sect also performed admirably, all reaching the top 50 on the heaven list. The top ranks of the 3 lists were entirely dominated by the Taihua Sect, truly deserving of its title as the foremost sect. At this moment, it dawned on the crowd that the first positions on both the Earth and Mysterious lists had already been claimed by disciples of the Taihua Sect. Earth list, first, Lin Qi, Taihua Sect, 131 second, Guantong, Taihua Sect, 101 third, Chen Fei, Lingjian Sect, 89 fourth, Liang Yuan, Bailan Sect, 83 fifth, Jiang Qi, Lingjian Sect, 80 Mysterious list, first, Su Ruotian, Taihua Sect, 98 second, Wei Kong, Taihua Sect, 93rd, Du Yun'er, Taihua Sect, 86. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the lists, a hint of a smile finally gracing his face. The likelihood of significant changes to these lists appeared minimal. However, once the talented platform revealed itself, a fierce contest was inevitable, Su Xianjun remarked. The accomplishments reflected on the leaderboard signify the capacity to contend with and surpass numerous adversaries of the same caliber. Once the time concludes, those who have made their mark will directly occupy a pedestal of excellence. Should anyone initiate a challenge, success will grant them the position, while failure will leave the standings unchanged. My esteemed brother, the urgency exhibited by the Bailing sect and the Lingjian sect is quite palpable. Had they not pursued this competition for prodigies, the coveted positions in the Nali treasure land would have been evenly divided among the 3 sections. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhou Qingchen, lifting his spirits instantaneously. Presently, our sect boasts a cumulative total of 13 positions across 3 leaderboards, leaving only 7 remaining, of which merely 5 belong to the other 2 sects, while 2 positions have astonishingly been seized by the talents of the Xi family and the Hualing Valley. As Zhou Qingchen conversed with Su Xianjun, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction of the 2 sects, where he indeed observed the grim expressions of Bai Ling and Tu Ju. In stark contrast, the enigmatic true monarch of the eerie spirits displayed an unusually tranquil demeanor, as if the fury he had exhibited earlier belonged to someone else entirely. The sole surviving disciple stood anxiously by his side. Finally, the moment arrived when a voice resounded, declaring the end. In the 3rd challenge, all participants departed from their respective realms, converging once more, simultaneously, in 3 distinct areas. 100 pedestals of excellence hovered in the air, each occupied by a figure representing those who had made the leaderboard. Everyone had the opportunity to challenge these 100 individuals. As the final round approached, no one was willing to concede defeat, and many stepped forward to issue challenges. Those unfamiliar with the peculiarities of the pedestals clung to a sliver of hope, attempting to exhaust the competitors through a series of battles in hopes of usurping their positions. Yet, after each confrontation, the pedestals would release ethereal light, instantly restoring the competitors to their peak form, ready to face new challengers. Ultimately, only a handful succeeded in their challenges, with the most prominent prodigies remaining largely unchallenged. Of course, even those already on the leaderboard were not entirely satisfied with their rankings and sought to challenge those placed higher. Lin Shi turned to the adjacent pedestal where Guantong stood and inquired, "Do you not intend to seize my first place?" Guantong waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "Oh, let it be. This competition has been exhausting. I shall leave it as is. After all, you are quite formidable, and I may not even be able to best you. Perhaps we can spar again in the future." Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head in response. At last, the 3 major leaderboards ceased to fluctuate. In an instant, the celestial banners of the 3 rankings soared into the heavens, prominently displayed for all of Baiqing to behold. The top 100 of the three lists represented the pinnacle of honor for the younger generation of Nanli Prefecture, symbolizing a radiant future. After a considerable duration, the three leaderboards gradually contracted, ultimately resting upon the colossal stone atop Qianjiao Mountain, deeply etched into its surface. The names of all participants were immortalized there, safeguarded by the formation, destined to be remembered through the ages. Meanwhile, within Zhou Qingchen's mind, the system's voice echoed once more, ding. Special task, assist a disciple in achieving the top position in the competition, completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a portion of the Sword Feather King's blood essence. Task points, 50,000. Zhou Qingchen's heart swelled with joy. His task points had now reached 210,000, a testament to his vast wealth. Thus, the competition for prodigies drew to a close. The results of the Heavenly Mysteries Triad rankings swiftly permeated the entirety of Nanli Prefecture. This grand event, unlike any before, was rife with unexpected twists and turns, particularly the fierce competition among the three sects, which ignited prolonged discussions. The final outcome left many in awe. The Taihua Sect, already renowned as the foremost of the three, solidified its dominance in the eyes of the public. In stark contrast, both the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect suffered significant setbacks. Within the Grand Hall, Song Ke listened to the news emanating from the communication talisman, his expression darkening with each passing moment. With a clenched fist, he shattered the talisman into mere dust. How could this be? Song Ke found it difficult to fathom. He had prepared meticulously and even resorted to bribing the enigmatic Ling Jinjuan, only to face such a dismal fate. The losses incurred were staggering. Nearly half of Bailan sect's future was at stake. His plans lay in ruins, marking a profound humiliation for him, as the honor of the Bailan sect was irreparably tarnished, and the losses were devastating. To ensure absolute certainty, I must venture personally. At that moment, a frail yet commanding voice resonated from outside the hall. Song Ke's countenance shifted dramatically as he beheld a stooped figure approaching the entrance. An aged elder leaning on a cane, yet moving with remarkable steadiness. Ancestor! Song Ke exclaimed in astonishment. This elder was the revered transformation ancestor of the Bailan sect, who nodded, his gaze sharp and piercing like that of a hawk. The failure to thwart the gathering of prodigies does not spell the end of our prospects. As long as we retrieve the most vital artifact from the heart of the Southly treasure, we can turn the tide. The elder spoke in a low voice. Ancestor, did you just say you would go personally? Song Ke inquired cautiously. Indeed, I fear that Linger may struggle to contain that enigmatic Ling Jinjuan. The value of that artifact is immeasurable, and it is only natural that greed may arise in the hearts of others. This concerns the very survival of our sects. The culmination of generations of exploration, it must be secured swiftly, the Bailan ancestor asserted, leaning on his cane. However, regarding the Taihua Sect, Master Tai Miao will also enter the Southly treasure, potentially presenting some obstacles. Song Ke pondered aloud. The Bailan ancestor furrowed his brow, then commanded, you must immediately contact Linger and instruct her not to confront the Taihua Sect until we have secured that artifact to prevent any secrets from leaking. Song Ke promptly nodded, retrieving another communication talisman to relay the ancestor's orders. Ancestor, you are leaving now? Before Song Ke could finish, the figure of the Bailan ancestor vanished, reappearing in the direction of Qianjiao Mountain in an instant. After the gathering of prodigies concluded, those listed on the triad rankings received precious rewards, including spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and rare treasures. Yet, these were not the entirety of the spoils. All yearned to behold the true visage of the Southly treasure, regarded as the foundational legacy of the three sections. However, among the 20 available slots, aside from the three leading sects, only Si Shaoqian of the Si family from Lihua City and Lu Xinyun of Huailing Valley were fortunate enough to secure a position, or rather, to wrestle one away. The recent gathering of prodigies was fiercely competitive, with the three leading sects exerting their utmost efforts, making it a remarkable feat for Si Shaoqian and Lu Xinyun to claim their spots under such strenuous circumstances. In the direction of Lihua City, the four great families and the Lord's Mansion were extending their heartfelt congratulations to the ancestral figure of the Si family, who had attained the Yuanying realm. Who would have anticipated that young Master Si would prove to be so exceptional? After this venture into the southernly treasure land, the Si family is destined to gain another Yuanying master in the near future. An elder expressed his congratulations, his tone laced with an inexpressible bitterness and envy. On the side of Huailing Valley, the Yuanying realm valley master was beaming, unable to contain his delight, which drew disdainful snorts from the representatives of other factions. On the spirit vessel of Taihua Sect, the disciples who participated in the Tianjiao conference had returned. Su Xuanquan spoke up, stating, your performances at the Tianjiao conference were commendable. Upon returning to the sect, you shall be generously rewarded. The other disciples were instructed to return to the vessel to rest. But those ranked in the top 10 of the heaven list and the top 5 of the earth and Xian list were called forward. You will have the opportunity to enter the southernly treasure land for a duration of half a month. Zhou Qingchen inquired of Lin Qi and Su Ruotian beside him. Do you desire any rewards? After pondering for a moment, the two disciples realized they had an abundance of resources, particularly the supreme yang fire essence and earth origin suppression stone bestowed by Zhou Qingchen, which would suffice for quite some time. Consequently, they shook their heads and replied, Master, we seem to have no immediate needs. Zhou Qingchen nodded in understanding. In that case, I shall consider suitable rewards for you upon my return. Although Lin Qi and Su Ruotian lacked desires, the remaining 9 disciples of Tai Miao Peak were indeed worthy of rewards, given their commendable achievements this time. Prepare yourselves. The southernly treasure land is about to open, Su Xuanquan declared, his gaze shifting to the representatives of Lingjian Sect and Bailan Sect. The 3 factions each produced an object from their hands. It was a fragment of a stone talisman. In the next moment, the 3 pieces transformed into brilliant lights that soared into the sky. The 3 beams of light resonated harmoniously, serving as the key to unlock the southernly treasure land. The talisman's radiance erupted, emanating a wondrous aura that sent ripples through the space, extending for thousands of miles, creating an unimaginable spectacle of hidden opportunities. A mournful wail echoed through the space, and within tens of thousands of miles, the world fell into darkness, as though something colossal was descending upon the realm. The heavens were shrouded in ominous clouds, a suffocating pressure weighing down upon all. After a century, the southernly treasure land re-emerged from the void, summoned by the tokens of the 3 major sects. Is this truly the southernly treasure land? A Yuaning, true monarch murmured in astonishment. The 1,000 talents mountain was filled to the brim. Even those unable to enter harbored no desire to depart. The heavens erupted with thunderous roars, as a colossal spatial vortex formed, deep and unfathomable like the maw of an abyss. The entrance to the space has manifested. You may proceed, Su Xuanquan proclaimed loudly. The first to act were the Lingjian Sect and Bailan Sect, with Bai Ling, Tu Ju, and Gui Ling, true monarch, silently leading their 5 disciples as they soared into the vortex, vanishing in an instant. Zhou Qingchen also guided the members of Taihua Sect into the vortex, followed closely by the 2 disciples from the other 3 sects, Si Shaoqing and Li Xinyun, who swiftly entered the spatial whirlpool. Moments later, the spatial vortex abruptly shrank and ultimately vanished, the distorted space gradually returning to normal as the heavens cleared once more. Has it truly vanished? Someone asked, their voice tinged with reluctance. As time passed, individuals gradually began to depart. After all, the Celestial Talents Conference had concluded, and lingering here served little purpose. The flow of people from Qianzhou Mountain continuously ebbed away, leaving behind only the 3 sects. The ancestral elder of the Sea family from Lihua City, the Valley Master of Hualing Valley, and a few others with vested interests. Atop the Feiyun vessel, the White Sparrow, transformed from the sword feather, perched, occasionally fluttering its wings. Zhou Qingchen had not brought it inside but allowed it to guard the exterior. At one moment, the sword feather's azure eyes glimmered with a cold light, fixating intently on a certain direction. There lay an expanse of emptiness, seemingly devoid of any significance. Yet the sword feather sensed an unusual essence, the aura of the transformation realm. The sword feather, astutely perceptive, concealed its demonic essence, appearing as an ordinary bird. Chapter 60. The true purpose. Upon reaching the transformation realm, cultivators can initially grasp the subtleties of spatial manipulation. As they progress to later stages, establishing void abodes and traversing the fabric of space becomes trivial. The sword feather detected the presence of that aura the moment it manifested, evidently. This being of the transformation realm had only considered the Yuan in cultivators present, failing to adequately conceal itself, oblivious to the unique existence of the sword feather. In a certain dimension, a stooped elder observed his surroundings with a cold gaze, his figure blending seamlessly into the void. His attention was directed towards the spiritual vessel of the Taihua Sect. Su Xianjun was meditating on the deck, his Yuan in energy roiling vigorously. Merely by the extraordinary phenomena he exhibited, it was evident he had long since reached a profound state and was destined to take the final step towards consummate mastery. What a remarkable sect the Taihua Sect was. Nearly half the fortune of Nanli Prefecture seemed to coalesce around them. Had that old fellow Yuchio's luck-converging techniques truly become this formidable? This elder was, of course, the transformation realm ancestor who had journeyed from the Bailan Sect. And the Yuchio he mentioned was the 3rd ancestor of the Taihua Sect. A wave of frustration surged within the Bailan ancestor. Their sect leader was merely at the late Yuaning stage, and Su Xianjun appeared to be even more formidable than their own leader. Not to mention, during this Celestial Talents Conference, the new generation of Taihua disciples displayed exceptional talent, truly a multitude of prodigies. Suddenly, a thought of eliminating these Taihua individuals flickered in the Bailan elder's mind, but it was only a fleeting notion. Such an action was far too unrealistic. Should he dare to pursue it, the Taihua sect would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, a risk the Bailan sect could not afford. Until he achieved his objective, there was no need to take such a perilous gamble. After a considerable time, the Bailan elder regained his composure and awaited with quiet anticipation. His sole purpose for this journey was to ensure that both their sect and the Lingjian sect successfully acquired a core treasure within the non-li sacred land. The Bailan sect and the Lingjian sect had maintained a harmonious rapport over generations, exploring the non-li sacred land, which had led them to discover one of its most pivotal opportunities. After consulting countless ancient tomes, the Bailan elder identified the sealed treasure as the Hanyuanzu. In the realm of cultivation, there exists an expansive spiritual sea, teeming with life and shrouded in mystery, inhabited by various formidable sea-dwelling beasts. Among them resides the Clam Demon clan, a race born of the earth's spirit. The Banyang tribe devotes its entire existence to refining its demonic power, and upon achieving the formidable golden core realm, a fetal pearl forms within the body of the Banyang. With each breakthrough in realm, this fetal pearl becomes increasingly perfect. Upon reaching the void refinement demon monarch stage, the fetal pearl reaches its ultimate form, transforming into a precious artifact known as the Hanyuan pearl. The Banyang that successfully cultivates the Hanyuan pearl experiences a significant increase in their formidable presence, harnessing the immense demonic energy of the pearl to unleash terrifying demonic arts that can shake the very mountains and seas, thus establishing themselves as a powerful lineage within the boundless spirit sea. The Hanyuan pearl, revered as a rare treasure of life, possesses extraordinary benefits beyond mere cultivation. Those who can consume the Hanyuan pearl can effortlessly transcend to higher realms, as its pure demonic essence is not only harmless to cultivators, but serves as a tremendous boon. Additionally, the Hanyuan pearl is an invaluable resource in alchemy and artifact crafting. However, due to its rarity, only those of extraordinary might can hope to covet the treasures of the Banyang tribe, and within the Nali treasure land lies a perfectly formed Hanyuan pearl. This clearly indicates that the Nali treasure land is a legacy of an immensely powerful being, whose cultivation must have reached an unfathomable level. Only the two sects have discovered this priceless Hanyuan pearl. They have made meticulous preparations, and if successful, they will completely alter the course of events, paving the way for the emergence of new transformation realm cultivators, or even the true void refinement realm. The mere thought of this fills the venerable Bai Ling with overwhelming excitement. After some time, he returns to a state of calm, his mind once again tranquil as he quietly awaits developments. On the Feiyun boat, Jian Ling senses the silence that has enveloped the opponent, yet remains vigilant. Although this transformation realm being is not particularly strong, caution is still warranted, Jian Ling muses. Chapter 61. The eerie. This is an astonishingly authentic world. Such was Zhou Qingchen's first impression upon entering the spatial vortex. Before his eyes lay mountains, rivers, lakes, vast plains, and desolate deserts, alongside the sun, moon, and stars. Zhou Qingchen swiftly traverses the sky, gazing down in awe at the extraordinary Nali treasure land. He wonders what kind of great being could have created such a realm. Having spent several hours in this world, Zhou Qingchen finds his spiritual sense unable to grasp the boundaries of this domain. Each attempt at mental probing seems hindered by an unseen resistance, dramatically limiting his range. As he continues to fly, the scenery before Zhou Qingchen undergoes a dramatic transformation. A dark and terrifying black river stretches across the land, seemingly cleaving it in two. Above this river, a chilling malevolent aura rises to the heavens, disturbing the very cosmos with its eerie presence. What is this? Zhou Qingchen gazes in astonishment. His eyes shimmer with a silvery light as his spiritual sense morphs into a blade, directly probing the black river. Under the scrutiny of his spiritual awareness, the geography of the river valley is laid bare. Surrounding the black river are densely packed black crystals, shrouded in malevolent energy, while the dark, profound waters flow restlessly, infused with a peculiar and mysterious essence. Something is amiss. Zhou Qingchen lowers his gaze, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. According to my senior brother, every cultivator who enters the southernly treasure land is transported to the core inheritance site to seek opportunities. However, there are exceptional cases where some cultivators are guided to a desolate realm, said to be fraught with peril and ever-changing landscapes. In the past, several talented disciples from the three sects have been led to this barren land, meeting their demise within. A few fortunate ones have narrowly escaped death, only to emerge without any opportunities, their resolve shattered, making further progress nearly impossible. The surviving disciples remained tight-lipped about their experiences in the desolate realm, leaving no records for future generations. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, realizing he had been in the southernly treasure land for several hours. Although he encountered no immediate dangers, this place was a far cry from the opportunity-laden realm described by his senior brother. Am I to be guided to the desolate land? Zhou Qingchen's brow creased further as he halted, gazing warily at the strange environment ahead. Dark, malevolent energy pervaded the distant expanse, and the sky shimmered with a crimson glow, enveloping everything in an inexplicable aura of eeriness. The surroundings starkly contrasted with the spirit-rich caves and blessed lands of the outside world. In the following days, Zhou Qingchen explored various directions, only to find himself inevitably returning to the same spot. Suppressing his discomfort, he pondered his next steps. His thoughts raced as his consciousness tirelessly enveloped the surroundings. With a wave of his hand, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy swept away the malevolent aura before him. After a period of observation, Zhou Qingchen discerned that the dense malevolent energy emanated from a dark river that spanned the land. He wondered how such a peculiar location could exist within the southernly treasure land, as its aura was overwhelmingly oppressive. In his perception, the pervasive malevolence seemed to be in a constant state of rage, manifesting as grotesque phantoms that filled the expanse. Undoubtedly, this ferocious malevolent energy posed a significant threat to cultivators, not to mention the formidable power of the corporeal malevolence. The psychological and physical toll it exacted on cultivators was exceedingly daunting. Malevolent energy, energy, and ghostly aura are indeed formidable concerns for cultivators. Under their persistent influence, those with wavering will are likely to succumb to madness, their inner fire consuming them. Even those of great resolve cannot escape the torment of refining their hearts. Zhou Qingchen certainly did not underestimate this malevolent energy. Harnessing the concentrated essence of his primordial infant, he unleashed a surge of stellar spiritual power, forming a vast aura that isolated all malevolence. With this preparation, he ventured forth once more, swiftly approaching the dark river that spanned the land. The closer he got, the more alarmed he became. Initially, he believed the river's inky hue was merely a manifestation of the malevolent energy coalesced to its extreme. However, as he drew near, he realized that the flowing waters were not simply the source of malevolence. The murky waters of the river are composed of a peculiar substance, a chaotic amalgamation that seems to harbor countless unknown and sinister entities, evoking a sense of revulsion and oppression. Zhou Qingchen can even faintly hear the echoes of howling and wailing from within the river. A vague suspicion begins to take root in his mind, a notion that sends a chill down his spine. If one were to associate malevolent energy with anything, it would undoubtedly be the demonic path that incited a dark upheaval in the southern regions over 100,000 years ago. This malevolent energy, harmful to ordinary cultivators, serves as the most cherished sustenance for practitioners of the demonic path. Could this phenomenon be connected to the demonic path? Zhou Qingchen ponders, yet feels an unsettling dissonance. The southernly treasure land is unequivocally a true lineage of the celestial gate. How could it possibly be linked to the demonic path? Zhou Qingchen descends. Standing at the banks of the shadowy river, his gaze shifting, he observes as the malevolent energy appears to have found a target, shrieking as it surges toward him. The pervasive malevolent energy is overwhelmingly potent, shrouding the world in darkness, while various spectral forms collide against Zhou Qingchen's protective barrier of spiritual energy. In the next instant, a cacophony of anguished cries erupts, as all the malevolent energies that have crashed against his barrier are utterly obliterated by the pure essence of his nascent soul, reduced to mere fragments that dissipate into the ether. Zhou Qingchen's spiritual energy surges like a vast ocean, a colossal vortex dispersing the malevolent energy across hundreds of miles, annihilating the spectral forms in the cleansing tide. Finally, tranquility reigns. Zhou Qingchen sighs, shaking his head, just as he intends to release himself and reach toward the dark river. The entire realm suddenly convulses violently. With a thunderous roar, the earth fractures, and the once visible black river begins to recede into the distance. Simultaneously, the space around him begins to warp, and the entirety of the scene shifts in an instant. Zhou Qingchen reacts swiftly, retreating at lightning speed as the upheaval unfolds. Yet, this transformation proves to be far from simple. The very fabric of the universe trembles. The black river, astonishingly, detaches from the ground at the horizon, surging skyward with fervor. Zhou Qingchen senses impending doom. Such a magnitude of upheaval is certainly beyond the capabilities of the nascent soul realm. In mere moments, the world has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The earth splits open, an endless stream of malevolent energy erupting from the fissures. The heavens shatter, dark clouds pressing down. A crimson light ascends from the ground. And at the epicenter of this chaotic cosmos, a long, twisting black river occupies the sky. What is this? An illusion? Or another realm? Zhou Qingchen hovers in midair, his formidable spiritual consciousness extending like a sharp spear, absorbing all distant changes into his perception. However, the tumult is far from over. As time progresses, figures begin to materialize throughout the cosmos. There are diminutive chi refiners, slightly stronger foundation establishment cultivators soaring through the air, and golden core practitioners treading the void. Yet, compared to the hundreds of figures above the heavens, these beings appear as insignificant as ants. Amidst the tumultuous black clouds, hundreds of figures lurked within the malevolent aura, and in a breath's time, the oppressive force belonging to the Yuanying true monarchs descended with a thunderous roar. Chapter 62. Illusions and Realities. As he gazed upon the indistinct silhouettes, even Zhou Qingchen could not help but change his expression slightly. In the southern region, the presence of hundreds of Yuanying true monarchs was a rarity, even among many esteemed immortal sects. Only the hegemonic powers of the 13 states could boast such might. Furthermore, behind these numerous Yuanying true monarchs, several formidable transformation gods concealed themselves in the shadows, maintaining an imposing presence. Zhou Qingchen's thoughts raced. He even questioned whether he had been transported to an external realm, as everything felt too vivid to be mere illusion. Or was it an illusion? Although he had yet to break through to the transformation god stage, both his magical prowess and spiritual awareness had already reached that level, making it implausible for an ordinary illusion to ensnare him without his notice. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, and at that very moment, one of the hundreds of Yuanying cultivators locked eyes with him. The figure was a youth with delicate features, his narrow, elongated eyes seemingly imbued with an endless chill that pierced through him coldly. Then, the youth shifted slightly and approached him, while simultaneously, he brought his fingers together, conjuring a thread of exquisitely condensed, deep cold light at his fingertips. Zhou Qingchen's pupils constricted, instantly comprehending the youth's intent. His gaze turned frigid as he gripped the Xuanji star sword in his hand, effortlessly slicing forth a sword chi as fine as a hair. A mournful cry echoed through the air, akin to a shattered mirror fracturing, as the slender sword chi pierced through the youth's form. Silently, and without resistance, the youth's body disintegrated into ash, marking the demise of a Yuanying cultivator. Zhou Qingchen felt a stirring in his heart. He could distinctly perceive that his sword chi had indeed penetrated the tangible, not an illusion. At that very moment, the youth's fall caught the attention of others, and all eyes converged upon Zhou Qingchen, the atmosphere suddenly surging to a tumultuous crescendo. The Ghost King Cave demands your life. As the tension in the atmosphere thickened, Zhou Qingchen sensed an unfamiliar yet familiar presence approaching from behind, belonging to ordinary cultivators. He turned around to see a multitude of cultivators rushing in like a vibrant rainbow, their diverse spiritual powers dissipating the surrounding malevolence. Among the newly arrived cultivators, there were also hundreds of Yuanying figures stationed at the highest point. In an instant, a standoff was formed between the two factions, the transformation from a tranquil world to the current situation occurring in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Zhou Qingchen found himself trapped in the middle, feeling rather awkward. With such a formidable force of hundreds of Yuanying cultivators, they must belong to a hegemonic power. However, he had not heard of any such entity called the Ghost King Cave in the southern region. Upon hearing the furious shouts behind him, Zhou Qingchen's mind began to race. Since the cataclysm over 100,000 years ago, the southern region had enjoyed a long period of peace. Although minor skirmishes continued to arise, they typically remained within the bounds of ordinary cultivation disputes. A large-scale battle involving hundreds of Yuanying cultivators was indeed rare. If war were to break out, it would not occur without warning. At the very least, it would be an event that would echo throughout half of the southern region. Thus, what was once merely conjecture, that he might have been transported to the outside world, was instantly abandoned by Zhou Qingchen. It seemed evident that he was ensnared within a remarkably sophisticated illusion. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. Indeed, there existed another possibility. He might have been conveyed to a realm beyond the southern territories, where this so-called Ghost King Cave was a dominion not belonging to the southern powers. But how could that be? The cultivation world is vast and boundless. It is no trivial matter for even a low-tier cultivator, let alone one at the great ascension stage, to traverse such realms. Thus, inter-realm travel is typically accomplished through colossal teleportation arrays, which require the concerted effort of several great ascension masters to establish. In the southern territories, such grand teleportation arrays are exclusively found in the 4 states of Qiangzhou, Fengzhou, Ningzhou, and Pengzhou. No matter how mysterious the southerly treasure land may be, it could not possibly reach such a level, much less facilitate inter-realm transportation. Young one, do you wish to join us in the crusade against the demon path? At that moment, an ancient voice resonated, ethereal and pervasive, making it difficult to discern its exact source. Yet, Zhou Qingchen immediately recognized its true form and turned his gaze toward a concealed space where a phantom gradually materialized. The emaciated elder squinted, his gaze cold and piercing, exuding an aura of enigma and profundity. Though the elder's presence was faint, Zhou Qingchen could clearly perceive the true depth of his cultivation. This elder was indeed a manifestation of the divine transformation realm. However, in comparison to the other party, this elder was evidently inferior. A chill crept into Zhou Qingchen's heart. If this were an illusion, it was undoubtedly of the highest order. In such a realm, nothing was entirely void. The line between truth and deception was blurred, and peril lurked in every corner. Should one naively assume that an illusion is merely a simple psychological tactic, they would be gravely mistaken. Those talented individuals who were inadvertently drawn to desolate lands must have suffered greatly, often emerging from such trials with their lives hanging by a thread. Zhou Qingchen steeled himself. As he had yet to discover a means to unravel the illusion, it would be prudent to observe further. He resolved to uncover the true purpose behind this illusion established within the southernly treasure land. He fixed his gaze upon the elder and spoke softly. I, as a humble disciple, am willing to combat the demon path for the sake of the common people. Together, let us strive for the celestial mandate. Upon hearing this, the elder let out a hearty laugh. Ah, it is indeed a fortunate occurrence to have such a remarkable successor in this realm. The demon cultivators defy the heavenly principles and are destined to be vanquished here. Zhou Qingchen donned an expression of agreement and, with a slight movement, joined the ranks of the several hundred nascent soul cultivators, standing in opposition to the other side. May I inquire, fellow cultivator, to which faction do you belong? Before Zhou Qingchen could ponder for long, a nascent soul true monarch beside him inquired. It is merely a small faction from the southern wilderness 5 states. Zhou Qingchen replied somewhat evasively. I see, the other responded amicably. Nonetheless, the southern wilderness 5 states are immensely prosperous. Surely, your small faction cannot be insignificant. Zhou Qingchen's heart trembled, yet his expression remained as calm as a placid lake, seemingly indifferent as he asked, Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? In the man's gaze lingered a hint of reverence. The southern wilderness, comprised of 5 states, not only boasts vibrant spiritual veins, radiant as the midday sun, but is also home to the 2 dominant powers, the Xiantianfeng clan and the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Beneath their reign lie countless factions, with formidable warriors aplenty. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Qingchen felt a tempest brewing within. How could the southern wilderness, as the 7 ancestors suggested, be a land of weakness where even the void refinement realm struggles to produce a single practitioner, yet still harbor such dominant forces? Currently, the majority of the ruling powers in the southern territories are concentrated within the 13 states. Undoubtedly, each of these powers is immensely strong, truly representing the great sects of immortals, each housing at least one respected figure of the integration realm. The Taihua Sect, for instance, stands as one of the 2 great powers in Lingzhou, rumored to possess profound foundations, potentially housing more than one respected figure of integration realm. As Zhou Qingchen suppressed his inner doubts, preparing to inquire further, the situation began to shift. Below, a battlefield had formed. From the Qi refinement stage up to the Golden Dan realm, countless cultivators collided like 2 immense torrents. Spiritual light erupted, and malevolent energy surged, wreaking havoc in all directions. Chapter 63. A glimpse of clarity. The war had commenced. The surrounding Yuanying true monarchs focused their attention, and the individual beside Zhou Qingchen fell silent. He had no choice but to redirect his gaze into the distance. Demonic cultivators? Zhou Qingchen was astonished. He beheld hundreds of figures, previously concealed within the dense malevolence, now fully revealed. Being of the same Yuanying realm, these demonic cultivators exuded a ferocious aura, their might seemingly overpowering, subtly pressuring Zhou Qingchen's side. Why would this illusion conjure demonic practitioners? Could it be that the southernly treasure land is indeed intertwined with the demonic path? Zhou Qingchen found himself at a loss for how to respond. The Ghost King Cave should be a formidable demonic power. If one were to speak of the deep-seated animosity between the demonic path and the great sects of immortals, this illusion might be mirroring scenes from over 100,000 years ago. Upon a moment's reflection, Zhou Qingchen formed a new hypothesis. The demonic path had nearly vanished from the southern territories, while the southernly treasure land, with its ancient origins, likely traces back to traditions established over 100 millennia ago. An unsettling calm washed over him. Such an ancient era had birthed a secret realm that still blesses future generations, not yet lost to the depths of time. Zhou Qingchen gazed towards the distant Black River, spiraling in the heavens like a dark dragon's body, feeling a chill within his heart. This was a power he had never comprehended, representing the shadowy aspects of the world. Form the formation, commanded the elder of the transformation realm, his voice icy. At his command, hundreds of Yuanian cultivators transformed into streaks of spiritual light, leaping into formation from various directions. With immense magical power, the heavens and earth trembled, and a colossal combined attack formation swiftly took shape, enveloping thousands of miles. A human formation? Zhou Qingchen was now certain that the scenario depicted in the illusion indeed stemmed from over 100,000 years prior. During that time, the southern territories thrived in the cultivation of immortals, with a multitude of schools vying for supremacy and myriad paths resonating in harmony. The art of formations was likewise flourishing, with an array of ingenious and exquisite formations emerging, among which the human formation was a prominent example. Such formations unify the practitioners within, yet their collective power transcends mere summation. At its core, this array amplifies the strength of each individual manifold times over. A formation composed of several hundred nascent soul cultivators might even contend with late-stage ascension realms. The cosmos and the four corners of the universe resonate with profound energy. As the formation's essence crystallizes, a commanding voice reverberates through the heavens and earth, and at the heart of the formation, a colossal manifestation of the law materializes. The figure of the law sits cross-legged in the void, a vast taiji symbol floating behind its head, gently rotating. Can such a powerful formation vanquish demonic cultivators? Zhou Qingchen's eyes flickered. The battlefield, as anticipated, was distinctly divided, with each side engaged in its own conflict. Qi refiners against Qi refiners, foundation establishment against foundation establishment, golden elixirs against golden elixirs. The battlefield of the nascent soul realm remained untouched. Thus, what methods does the demonic path, often regarded as a calamity, truly possess? Zhou Qingchen's curiosity burgeoned, heavenly flames consuming the seas. The figure of the law exhaled golden words, its eyes ablaze with brilliance, and an endless sea of flames surged forth, incinerating the vast ocean, painting half the sky in crimson. This astonishing manifestation of the law bore tremendous might, descending fiercely upon the demonic cultivators. Soul water as a shield. In Zhou Qingchen's gaze, the river of darkness in the sky suddenly boiled. The black river, akin to a massive python, coiled around the group of demonic cultivators, while a grotesque visage howled into existence. The fearsome countenance, embodying malevolence, opened its gaping maw, releasing a piercing shriek that reverberated through the air. The two phenomena collided, causing the fabric of space to collapse. As the entire celestial battlefield shattered, the clouds torn apart, and thousands of miles rendered into a vacuum of magical energy. Observing from a distance, Zhou Qingchen felt a peculiar sensation. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the calm visage of an elder in the ascension realm, who regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion. Why does the young friend not join the battle against the demonic cultivators? The elder inquired, his tone inexplicably tinged with dissatisfaction. Zhou Qingchen chuckled lightly. Esteemed elder, please forgive me. As an outsider, I cannot compare to those who have refined such a perfect formation. To recklessly join would likely disrupt the balance, leading to dire consequences. The elder shook his head. Not so. The formation is entangled with the soul water. Young friend, you could exploit their distraction to infiltrate the demonic side and wreak havoc. Why do you have such faith in me, esteemed elder? As a mere nascent soul, to infiltrate the enemy would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den, Zhou Qingchen replied, bemused. I command you to go, and should you refuse again, I shall strike you down before the formation. Unexpectedly, the elder's countenance shifted dramatically, his voice rising in a fierce roar. Something is amiss. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, sensing the elder's demeanor was oddly discordant, as if he had been severed from his previous self. No trace of celestial grace remained. Forget it. I have come in pursuit of opportunity. Why waste time here? In this illusion, no critical moment should be overlooked. Zhou Qingchen felt a stirring in his heart. Clearly, this elder was deeply intertwined with the illusion. Having realized this, he decided to drop the pretense. The Xianyuan star sword manifested in his grasp, slicing through the air to unleash countless radiant auroral sword shadows, imbued with a fierce intention to kill, directed straight towards the elder. The elder's pupils constricted, his expression shifted, and with a flick of his robe, a torrent of formidable magical energy surged forth. From it emerged a swarm of ghostly crows, filling the sky as their piercing cries resonated with an arcane power, rendering the surroundings into oblivion. It is you, Zhou Qingchen exclaimed, taken aback. The innumerable ghostly crows clashed with the sword light, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. In Zhou Qingchen's gaze, the elder ceased his assault. Without any forewarning, his features and form began to morph, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into an unremarkable old man, with white hair yet youthful appearance, and a slight frame. Indeed, It is you, the true monarch of the eerie spirit, Zhou Qingchen articulated slowly. The ghostly crow spell he had just witnessed bore a striking resemblance to that employed by the disciple of the true monarch at the Celestial Talents Conference, allowing him to recognize the connection. Unexpectedly, this figure of the transformation god realm was truly the eerie spirit true monarch in disguise. The eerie spirit true monarch, now reverted to his original form, spoke with an impassive demeanor. Today, you shall perish here. The distant battlefield raged on, yet it no longer concerned them. None paid them any heed, for those cultivators were mere phantoms. Nevertheless, these illusions had convincingly deceived Zhou Qingchen. Here, only the eerie spirit true monarch was real. How could the eerie spirit true monarch, who was clearly at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, have ascended to the transformation god realm within the Southly Treasure Ground? If the eerie spirit true monarch were truly a transformation god cultivator, the Southly Treasure Ground would never have permitted his entry. Moreover, I had previously utilized the system to investigate, confirming that he was indeed a genuine nascent soul cultivator. As Zhou Qingchen's countenance shifted, he summoned the system once more. Name, Gu Zhuqing. Bone age, 741. Talent, mixed spiritual roots, average. Cultivation, early stage of transformation, god realm. Technique, 7th grade exceptional ghost spirit art. Weapon, 5th grade inferior ghost crow umbrella, now destroyed by the host. The system panel materialized, revealing results that greatly exceeded Zhou Qingchen's expectations. The eerie spirit true monarch's cultivation had indeed broken through to the transformation god realm. Chapter 64, A Cataclysmic Change. The system cannot be deceived. This must be a consequence of his entry into the Southly Treasure Ground. Zhou Qingchen's gaze darkened. He also noted that the technique the eerie spirit true monarch had originally practiced, the 5th grade intermediate eerie spirit art, had now transformed into the 7th grade exceptional ghost spirit art. A single word's difference, yet a chasm apart. The 7th grade represents the level of the integration realm. Zhou Qingchen had no time to ponder further. For the eerie spirit true monarch had already taken action. 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. The eerie spirit true monarch smirked coldly, his gaze towards Zhou Qingchen laced with mockery. A spell was unleashed, summoning thousands of malevolent spirits shrouded in dense fog, their gaping maws lunging forth. Zhou Qingchen ignited his entire cultivation to its zenith. For the first time invoking the derived techniques of the imperial chaos scripture, heavenly descent, the firmament abruptly darkened, revealing a magnificent and resplendent starry canvas. With innumerable stars radiating a fervent brilliance, countless stars transformed into a celestial rain, cascading down with immense magical power, colliding with the throngs of malevolent spirits. A resounding boom erupted. On one side were the ravenous demons, and on the other, the fallen stars, two opposing forces clashing violently. How could this be possible? As the seemingly endless tide of demons was effortlessly repelled by Zhou Qingchen, the ghostly spirit true monarch's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His gaze fixed on Zhou Qingchen filled with astonishment and ire. In a frenzied state, he unleashed a torrent of profound divine power. An infinite swarm of demons surged forth, their numbers multiplying and their strength intensifying, densely packed like a dark, writhing river seen from above, instilling a sense of dread. If the ghostly spirit true monarch had been merely a half-demon cultivator before, he had now fully transformed into a true demon cultivator. With an aura of chilling malevolence swirling around him, you of the Taihua Sect have slain my disciples and tarnished my name. Today, none shall save you. The ghostly spirit true monarch clasped his hands behind his back, seemingly reveling in the moment, the thrill of devouring souls sending waves of exhilaration through him. You shall not escape. With a flicker of thought, Zhou Qingchen's gaze shimmered with silver starlight, his entire being radiating with five-colored mystical light. As the countless stars in the heavens transformed into a vortex, drawn into him like a whale swallowing the sea. In an instant, his aura surged to extraordinary heights. Solar star, Zhou Qingchen murmured softly. Suddenly, an ancient star ascended majestically, outshining the sun in the clear blue sky. A terrifying gravitational force enveloped the ghostly spirit true monarch, relentlessly tearing at his flesh and blood, his nascent soul, subjecting him to unbearable agony, rendering him immobile. You. The ghostly spirit true monarch struggled with all his might, his eyes filled with horror. He could not fathom that Zhou Qingchen could unleash such terrifying power. A force far beyond the realm of the nascent soul. Zhou Qingchen would not afford him the luxury of words. He concentrated his strength at his fingertips, swiftly slicing through the air. In the next moment, a black line cleaved the ancient star in twain. In an instant, the shattered star erupted with a force capable of obliterating all, the extinguished star unleashing a torrent of starlight that swiftly consumed the ghostly spirit, true monarch's form. Celestial star annihilation. As all power dissipated, the earth bore a massive crater, within which lay the shattered form of the ghostly spirit, true monarch, his life force nearly extinguished. I am the inheritor of the venerable one's legacy. I am a being of divine transformation. I cannot die. The ghostly spirit, true monarch, struggled to maintain his body, trembling as he attempted to rise, yet he fell once more to the ground. A clear, resonant sound of a sword echoed. The ghostly spirit, true monarch's pupils constricted, helplessly watching as the sword light pierced through his brow. The light in his eyes swiftly dimmed. He emitted fragmented sounds. Why did the venerable one not save me? Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. The ghostly spirit, true monarch, was dead, yet Zhou Qingchen suddenly felt a strange pang in his heart. Looking around, he observed that after the death of the ghostly spirit, true monarch, the landscape of heaven and earth began to transform dramatically. The two factions of cultivators engaged in the illusionary battle dissipated into ash, vanishing without a trace. Only that dark river, as if animated, surged restlessly amidst the clouds, its dense malevolence permeating the atmosphere. Within the layers of clouds, a patch of obsidian light spread forth. In that moment, Zhou Qingchen beheld a pair of eyes, dull, frigid, and malevolent. The immense, ethereal gaze abruptly opened, its piercing light descending towards the earth, surveying Zhou Qingchen. In the next instant, he perceived the spectral light of those eyes transforming into the sharpest of blades, hurtling towards him with a fierce rush. A chill enveloped Zhou Qingchen's entire being. The lifeless warmth of those eyes harbored no emotion. Their master had yet to reveal his true form. Yet the aura of slaughter emanating from merely a shadowy gaze exceeded his imagination. What could this be? What kind of existence lay concealed within the southernly treasure land? Gritting his teeth, Zhou Qingchen found himself overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, and in his hand appeared a talisman. An 8th-tier, mid-grade Xian Thunder Annihilation spell. This was his most direct means of self-preservation at present. Clearly, the realm of that spectral gaze surpassed the divine transformation stage by far. As for the level it had attained, even he could not fathom. He could only resort to his most valuable means of survival. You have crossed the line. At the brink of life and death, before Zhou Qingchen could activate the Xian Thunder Annihilation spell, a voice, devoid of emotion, resonated. In an instant, the gaze hurtling towards Zhou Qingchen was shattered by another equally formidable force. A rift in space appeared, and a terrifying suction swiftly engulfed Zhou Qingchen within. Just before his vision faded, he saw that pair of eyes fixated intently upon him. His world plunged into darkness. During this interval, Zhou Qingchen felt the chaotic energies swirling around him. Fortunately, a warm magical force enveloped him, seemingly guiding him to some destination. Was this the very essence of the southernly treasure land? Zhou Qingchen did not dare to relax. He released his magical energy, remaining ever vigilant of his surroundings. He could only sense that the force that had abruptly extricated him from the illusion shared the same aura as the three tokens that had summoned the southernly treasure land. Before long, Zhou Qingchen's vision flickered back to life, revealing that he stood atop an extraordinary peak. This mountain boasted exquisite scenery, with clear springs flowing through the rocky crevices, serene and crystalline. After a while, Zhou Qingchen realized that amidst the melodious sound of the spring, a clear tune from a guqin had also woven itself in. The flowing notes of the guqin mirrored the gentle stream, soothing Zhou Qingchen's previously agitated state of mind. Following the melody, he ascended to the mountain's summit. Here, in the depths of tranquility, a pavilion gracefully perched at the edge of the cliff. The one playing the guqin was seated within the pavilion. Chapter 65. The Secrets of the Southern Wilderness 5 states the musician was a strikingly handsome young man. He was not a corporeal entity, yet an astonishing aura of Tao surrounded him. After a moment, the music ceased, and the young man turned to Zhou Qingchen, his gaze imbued with complexity. Thank you for your salvation, esteemed elder. Zhou Qingchen understood in his heart that this ethereal youth was indeed his savior. He exhaled a sigh of relief, discreetly stowing away the Xian Thunder Annihilation spell. As long as he had escaped the desolate land, it could be deemed a fortunate turn of events. The preceding circumstances had been perilously thrilling. He had not anticipated that a mere illusion could conceal such a colossal threat. The enigmatic lord of the gloomy spirit, whose transformations are as dramatic as the upheavals of the heavens and the earth, conjures illusions that blur the line between reality and deception. Initially, I believed this expedition into the secret realm to be a mere trivial pursuit. However, I soon found myself ensnared in the most harrowing life and death crisis to date. Numerous enigmas intertwined, becoming increasingly convoluted, leaving Zhou Qingchen in a state of bewilderment. Having experienced prior events, He was acutely aware that the southernly sacred land was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. Rising from his seat and gesturing dismissively, he proclaimed, "By saving you, I am also saving myself." His words, somewhat ambiguous, ignited a flurry of thoughts within Zhou Qingchen. As he pondered, he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, who you are and what connection you have to this southernly sacred land?" The youth cast a glance at him, a hint of sorrow flickering across his features, and spoke softly, "I am the master of this spatial treasure." Spatial treasure? You mean what is referred to as the southernly sacred land? The youth elaborated after a moment's contemplation. The master of the southernly sacred land. Zhou Qingchen thought in astonishment. Could this be a figure from over 100,000 years ago? Astonished, he thought, could he possibly be a great sage? As if reading his thoughts, the youth offered a wry smile. "I am no longer a living being, merely a wisp of lingering soul, incapable even of borrowing a corporeal form." He paused momentarily before continuing. "In the past, through a twist of fate, I became entwined with this spatial treasure, allowing me to persist for over 100,000 years. Yet, true death will inevitably come, and my time is running short." Listening to the youth's words, Zhou Qingchen felt a wave of melancholy. The master of the southernly sacred land must have been an extraordinary figure, at least as powerful as the owner of the eyes he had glimpsed in the illusion. It was unexpected that such a formidable being had been confined here for over 100,000 years. "Esteemed elder, you have saved my life. If there are any unfulfilled wishes, I am willing to assist in whatever capacity I can," Zhou Qingchen offered. "You overstate my significance," the youth replied, exhibiting an extraordinary humility that belied his status as a powerful figure. "I am not one who seeks gratitude. My rescue of you is motivated by a matter I wish to discuss with you. Whether you choose to accept it is entirely your decision. Should you agree, we can enter into an equitable exchange. Should you decline, you may depart in peace." This revelation surprised Zhou Qingchen. The youth's demeanor was commendable, though his trustworthiness remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the youth did not pursue the topic further. His gaze shifted, and he posed a question that piqued Zhou Qingchen's curiosity. "Would you like to learn more about the secrets related to your recent experiences in the illusion? I would be most grateful for your enlightenment, esteemed elder," Zhou Qingchen responded. Bowing respectfully, the youth nodded and began to recount. Over 100,000 years ago, the demonic forces of the southern region ran rampant, leading to the decline of humanity as calamity descended and sorrow blanketed the land. This catastrophe not only devastated the strength of the major sects in the southern region, but also nearly depleted the spiritual veins of the world. In those days, the southern wilderness was a flourishing land, home to several seventh-tier spiritual veins, and dominated by two formidable powers, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and the Xiantianfeng clan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen felt a growing sense of belief in the youth's words. Indeed, the words spoken by that nascent soul cultivator in the previous illusion echoed the truths of over 100,000 years past. These two formidable hegemonic forces were immensely powerful, housing not only several integration realm masters, but also the existence of ancestors on the brink of ascendance. A complex and nostalgic glint flickered in the youth's eyes. However, fate appeared to be merciful, for the rise of the demonic path was inexorable. Among them, the Ghost King Cave, one of the 5 sacred sites of the demonic path in the southern region, devoured the entirety of the southern wilderness's 5 states, leading to the successive annihilation of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and the Xiantianfeng clan. Due to the prolonged warfare and the excessive consumption by demonic cultivators, the spiritual veins of the southern wilderness deteriorated, and the heavens and earth rapidly weakened. As the youth spoke, he raised his hand to caress the 7-stringed ancient zither, his figure seemingly imbued with a sense of melancholy. "I am but one of the 5 integration realm venerables of the Xiantianfeng clan," he declared. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen's heart jolted. He remained silent, and the youth ceased his speech as well, leaving only the gentle mountain breeze and the sound of a flowing spring. Zhou Qingchen had contemplated the immense origins of the southernly treasure land, yet he had not anticipated them to be of such grand magnitude. Over 100,000 years ago, the southern wilderness's 5 states had indeed witnessed such a resplendent moment. The integration realm venerable represented the 7th realm of cultivation, serving as the strongest foundation for many hegemonic powers. The youth allowed Zhou Qingchen a moment to digest this information before continuing his narrative. Regrettably, the calamities of that era had become a taboo, and many were scarcely informed about these events. The youth, lost in thought, shook his head. Perhaps there were few who still remembered the Xiantianfeng clan's existence in the southern wilderness over 100,000 years ago. Observing the youth's sorrowful expression, Zhou Qingchen chose to remain silent for a brief while. It was not until the youth resumed his indifferent demeanor that Zhou Qingchen finally voiced his curiosity. How did the Ghost King Cave, being one of the 5 sacred sites of the demonic path, meet its demise? After all, the Ghost King Cave has long since vanished from the southern region. Zhou Qingchen, who immersed himself in cultivation and had spent years on Tai Miao Peak, possessed no knowledge of these hidden mysteries. In response, the youth revealed, the 5 sacred sites of the demonic path in the southern region were established by 5 supreme demonic masters at the pinnacle of ascendance. These 5 masters hailed from the western region, a realm where both Buddhism and demonic forces coexisted in strength. Their practices were so malevolent that even the demonic sects of the West shunned association with them. Eventually, these 5 masters made their way to the southern region, spreading the path of evil with terrifying speed, inciting turmoil across much of the southern region. The Ghost King Cave's Tiangui master was personally slain by a Buddhist lord of unparalleled cultivation from the western region. In those days, the Tiangui master had consumed countless vengeful souls of cultivators, forging a terrifying and boundless evil spirit banner, wreaking havoc across the land. The Buddhist sect was unwilling to allow the demonic forces to expand further into other realms. Thus, a certain Buddhist lord from the foremost temple in the west, the Tiandeng Temple, descended in a law body, utterly annihilating the Tiangui master. With the fall of the Tiangui master, many hegemonic forces in the southern region swiftly eradicated the Ghost King Cave. As for the demise of the other major sacred sites of the demonic path, as a lingering soul confined within an object, I truly have no knowledge. In the face of such calamity, even someone of my esteemed status can wield little influence. Otherwise, how could the Xiantian Feng clan have met its demise? As he spoke, the young man let out a self-deprecating sigh. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingchen found himself enveloped by the profound shock and imagination evoked by those few words. The youth before him, akin to the master of the eyes in that illusion, was indeed a revered figure at the integration stage. Having just weathered a crisis, Zhou Qingchen could deeply appreciate the formidable power possessed by such beings. Yet, the cataclysm of your rendered even the integration stage venerables powerless. The celestial demon S, Supreme Master, and the transcendental Buddha left Zhou Qingchen in awe of the vastness of this realm, for those lofty figures perched upon the clouds. Perhaps the vicissitudes of the world pale in comparison to a mere thought. Furthermore, beyond this realm, there lies an infinite expanse, only whispered of in legends, known as the Path of Immortality. Chapter 66, The Ghost Spirit Venerable. Senior, was that figure in the illusion also a significant person from the Ghost King's cave? After a moment, Zhou Qingchen's thoughts returned, and he inquired about the shadowy figure he had encountered. Upon hearing this, the young man's gaze turned frosty as he replied, indeed. He is one of the 24 integration stage venerables from the Ghost King's cave, known as the Ghost Spirit Venerable. He has mastered the techniques of the primordial soul to an extraordinary degree, having received the true teachings of the celestial demon S, Supreme Master. Years ago, I burned my cultivation and vitality, hoping to perish alongside him, yet I did not anticipate his immense prowess. He still retains a fragment of his soul, sharing this space treasure with me. Listening to the young man's words, Zhou Qingchen felt a chill seep into him and voiced his lingering doubts. Then why was I drawn into the illusion? The young man's eyes flickered with a glint as he sighed and asked, have you heard of the soul-seizing technique? Zhou Qingchen's heart jolted, and he nodded. The soul-seizing technique is not a secret within the cultivation world. Many high-level cultivators, in their relentless pursuit of the path to immortality, may stray from their course if they see no hope for breaking through, choosing instead to seize the bodies of prodigies to cultivate anew. The soul-seizing technique has been passed down since ancient times, yet it comes with many restrictions. The body seized is often difficult to align with the seizer's primordial soul. Rejection can lead to the demise of both parties. Furthermore, only high-level cultivators can seize the bodies of lower-level cultivators, and one can only seize a single body in their lifetime. Thus, while the soul-seizing technique may be widespread, few succeed. Not to mention, without achieving the void refinement and cultivating the primordial soul, the chances of failure are exceedingly high. Zhou Qingchen paused before continuing. My master had long imparted these insights to me. The soul-seizing technique is indeed defiant against the heavens, yet successful cases are scarce. After all, few are willing to relinquish their own bodies unless utterly desperate. The young man nodded. You speak wisely. I suspect that the Ghost Spirit Venerable, unwilling to meet his end alongside me, must seek to cultivate anew. In such circumstances, seizing a body becomes his only avenue. Zhou Qingchen found this hard to believe, but, Senior, did you not say that the Ghost Spirit Venerable exists as a remnant of a soul? Achieving a primordial soul is already a formidable task, and with only a fragment of a soul, how could he possess the capability to seize a body? Moreover, given the 2 millennia lifespan of an integration stage venerable, the Ghost Spirit Venerable's primordial soul should have long since passed into oblivion. Zhou Qingchen found himself at a loss for words and could only turn to the youth for guidance. The youth, with a hint of resignation, reminded him, "Do not forget. I mentioned that the ghost spirit sovereign's primordial soul technique has reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Logically speaking, with his physical form extinguished, 7 souls obliterated, and 3 spirits dispersed, only a wisp of lingering soul remains, making a resurgence exceedingly difficult. Yet, his divine crafting methods transcend conventional understanding. The ghost spirit sovereign has inherited the true teachings of the heavenly ghost sovereign from years past, and the number of cultivators he has slain is immeasurable. The countless corpses he has left behind are but trifles to him. The remnants of those departed cultivators' souls have been gathered and ultimately forged into an exceptionally malevolent artifact known as the Soul River, harnessing the boundless resentment of the living and the cultivation of ghostly thoughts. Even if the ghost spirit sovereign's prowess does not rank among the most formidable of the Ghost King Abyss's numerous sovereigns, he remains undoubtedly the most enigmatic and troublesome one. Furthermore, as long as the Soul River endures, he can reside within it, continuously nurturing his primordial spirit with the power of the deceased, thus allowing him to survive into the present era. The youth's words were profoundly shocking, leaving Zhou Qingchen momentarily unable to digest the information. The very thought of that interminable black river, crafted from vengeful souls, sent shivers down his spine. How many cultivators must have perished to give rise to such a malevolent entity? It is said that when the heavens fall, a tall figure will support them. Yet, the formidable presence of the heavenly ghost sovereign was directly transcended by the Buddha, while the somewhat inconspicuous ghost spirit sovereign managed to survive through sheer skill. This implied that the ghost spirit sovereign's primordial spirit had already been wholly restored. Zhou Qingchen immediately surmised a possibility, and indeed, the youth's subsequent words confirmed his speculation. "I suspect that the ghost spirit sovereign has set his sights on your vessel, attempting to inhabit your body for another chance at life," the youth stated gravely. In truth, the ghost spirit sovereign's initial target was not you, but rather the transformation god realm cultivator you had slain, the true monarch of ghostly spirits. Zhou Qingchen then understood why the true monarch of ghostly spirits had received the ghost spirit sovereign's inheritance. It was because he had been cultivated as a vessel for possession. It was indeed fate. For the cultivation method originally practiced by the true monarch of ghostly spirits was derived from the simplified version of the ghost spirit sovereign's ghostly spirit technique. This also explained why the system had previously categorized the true monarch as a half-demon cultivator. However, in this instance, your extraordinary talents had stirred the ghost spirit sovereign's greed, leading him to forsake the transformation god realm cultivator. At this point, the youth could not help but shake his head with a smirk, his tone laced with derision. He knows full well that your body does not align with his primordial spirit, yet he is unwilling to relinquish you. Ultimately, he is a greedy individual who foolishly abandoned a perfect vessel, only to be slain by you. Such a monstrous destiny is not something everyone can endure. The youth concluded with a sigh of lament. Listening to the youth's analysis, Zhou Qingchen felt a heaviness in his heart. His body was incompatible with the ghost spirit sovereign. If the latter attempted to seize it, success was nearly impossible. Yet, despite this, the ghost spirit sovereign chose to take the risk. Ultimately, he was thwarted by the youth, but it was evident that he had not given up hope. The look in the ghost spirit sovereign's eyes before the youth intervened spoke volumes. If the ghost spirit sovereign indeed harbors the intention to possess him, he must prepare well in advance. Even if his assumptions are incorrect, he cannot afford to entertain any sense of luck. A sovereign at the integration realm, even in the form of a lingering soul, wields power that far surpasses his current capabilities, especially one adept in the arts of the primordial spirit and soul. Should he be caught off guard, Zhou Qingchen might not even have time to react before falling into the trap. Having means of survival necessitates that one has the life to utilize them. "Senior, what should the ghost spirit sovereign do next?" Zhou Qingchen asked, his demeanor calm. The youth found himself somewhat troubled. "It is worth noting that I too have been ensnared by the ghost spirit sovereign. I am but a fading remnant of a soul. Although I can exert a fraction of the spatial treasure's power, my own strength has significantly waned. In saving you this time, I have rendered myself incapable of preventing the ghost spirit sovereign's escape. Yet, had I chosen not to save you, I would have been unable to do so. For my time is limited." Zhou Qingchen fell silent. Now that the ghost spirit sovereign has escaped, he must muster every ounce of his focus. In this era, with the decline of the demonic path in the southern region, it is improbable that the ghost spirit sovereign would brazenly reveal himself, especially since this is not tens of thousands of years ago, and he lacks the formidable backing of the Ghost King Cave. The youth offered Zhou Qingchen some words of comfort. Zhou Qingchen nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chapter 67. The transaction, senior. Now that I have gained clarity, let us discuss the transaction you mentioned. Zhou Qingchen's gaze was earnest. He assured the elder that he would not shirk from any matter within his capacity. Beyond the fact that the youth had saved him, sparing him the need to expend an 8th-tier talisman for self-preservation. Simply the knowledge of the ghost spirit sovereign as a potential formidable adversary warranted Zhou Qingchen's serious consideration. Moreover, the cultivation path also emphasizes the significance of fate and connections. Over the millennia, the Taihua Sect has ventured into this southernly treasure land numerous times, acquiring substantial resources along the way. Now that the youth has a request, it seems only fair to engage in a transaction. Noticing Zhou Qingchen's initiative, the youth's expression brightened, and he elaborated. Years ago, I fused with the spatial treasure and fell into a deep slumber, drifting to southernly prefecture. However, I remain as a mere remnant of a soul, confined within the spatial treasure, and it is exceedingly difficult to navigate my escape. Thus, I have been seeking opportunities all these years. A millennium ago, I exerted great effort to manifest the spatial treasure from the void, managing to separate 3 tokens, which ultimately fell into the possession of your 3 sections. Zhou Qingchen nodded in realization. It appears that the southernly treasure land harbors this hidden secret. Perhaps even the founders of the 3 sects were unaware that the tokens were intentionally disseminated. For many years, I have been discerning, hoping to find someone truly capable of undertaking this transaction. Unfortunately, the ghost spirit sovereign has persistently sabotaged my efforts. Each time I set my sights on a talented individual, he would deliberately lead them into an illusion. In the torment of the intertwining layers of spirit and reality, 9 out of 10 of those drawn into his web perish, while the few remaining completely lose their resolve to cultivate. This is his penchant, to watch someone be tormented to madness without a flicker of emotion. Upon mentioning this, the youth's voice was suffused with disdain, harboring an intense loathing for the demonic path of the southern realm from years past. Regrettably, in order to preserve my strength, I found myself powerless. Consequently, to avoid the untimely demise of the prodigies from your 3 sects, I had no choice but to temporarily abandon this course of action, thus ensuring a semblance of stability for a time. The youth shook his head in resignation, his gaze towards Zhou Qingchen tinged with a hint of delight. Yet, I did not anticipate that this turn of events would lead me to such an exceptional surprise as you. I can sense the profound depth of your essence. You possess an extraordinary gift, unparalleled in my experience. Therefore, I resolved to take a desperate gamble and pull you back from the illusion. However, this endeavor has depleted my residual soul power to a mere fraction. Now it becomes clear. Zhou Qingchen finally grasped the underlying reasons. The youth, wagering his dwindling soul strength, was determined to rescue him, a testament to the significance he placed upon this transaction. With a newfound seriousness in his gaze, the youth addressed Zhou Qingchen, stating, "This transaction holds immeasurable benefits for you, or rather for the sect you represent, with no detriment whatsoever. Should you accept, I shall divulge the particulars of the agreement." A moment later, he continued, "Find the descendants of the Xiantianfeng clan and provide them with certain protections. Facilitate the return of the Xiantianfeng clan's esteemed legacy to the Feng family." Zhou Qingchen's heart stirred with ripples. He had not anticipated that the transaction the youth referred to involved bestowing a portion of the Xiantianfeng clan's highest core inheritance upon its descendants. The youth spoke softly. In the past, the main lineage of the Xiantianfeng clan was utterly annihilated, and their legacy perished amidst the cataclysm, leaving only a few lowly bloodline descendants to survive. I can sense, in the depths of fate, that the descendants of the Xiantianfeng clan have persisted into the present day, and it appears that this generation has given birth to a fortuitous heir. Whether the Xiantianfeng clan can reclaim its former glory hinges upon this transaction. A note of excitement entered the youth's tone. This transaction is not particularly arduous. According to the youth, the descendants of the Xiantianfeng clan still reside within the southern wilderness's 5 states. As long as they remain within the southern wilderness, even if they are currently facing adversity, Zhou Qingchen's current capabilities would suffice to safeguard them. However, to truly pave a viable path for the Feng clan is no simple task. Otherwise, this esteemed individual would not have waited so long before deciding to take the plunge. In this matter, one must not only consider the feasibility of the transaction, but also evaluate the mindset of the parties involved. Entrusting such a monumental affair to the greedy and untrustworthy would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the descendants of the Feng clan. Contemplating the intricate relationships involved, Zhou Qingchen could not help but feel a stir of emotion. Choosing to engage in this transaction could stem from 2 possibilities. Either this youth harbors an inexplicable trust in him, or he is driven by necessity to take a desperate risk. Zhou Qingchen leaned towards the latter. "Elder, I am willing to enter into this transaction with you," Zhou Qingchen declared earnestly. His resoluteness surprised the youth, who regarded him with a serious expression and solemnly replied, "In that case, This method is the Xian Yuan transformation technique, a low-grade 7th-tier technique for the harmonization realm. Its advantage lies in its potent and inexhaustible magical energy, making it a rare high-level technique. And it is one of the few harmonization techniques cataloged within the Xiantian Feng clan. I shall engage in this transaction with you. The youth gazed at Zhou Qingchen and spoke thus. I am willing. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qingchen acquiesced. This method could indeed serve as the core technique of our Taihua Sect, significantly enriching its foundation. Coincidentally, the 7th ancestor was also preparing to ascend to the void refinement realm. Cultivating this method of the combined phase would undoubtedly enhance the 7th ancestor's strength. Furthermore, he had long sought an opportunity to transfer the previously acquired 6th-tier spiritual vein to the sect. And now he could leverage the prestige of the Nanli treasure land to present it to the elders. Zhou Qingchen pondered within. Excellent. Zhou Qingchen's response brought great delight to the youth, his spirits soaring. He extended his palm, where boundless golden light coalesced, and golden runes surged within, ultimately manifesting 2 tomes. One tome bore the title Xian Yuan Transformation Technique, its pages swirling with the essence of Tao. Strangely, the other tome appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any inscription. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 2 tomes floated before Zhou Qingchen. This Xian Yuan transformation technique may be disposed of at your discretion. As for this blank tome, it is the legacy of the Feng clan, pertaining to our lineage's heritage, which has been accessible only to those of Feng blood since ancient times. I hope you can entrust it to the descendants of the Feng clan. After the fall of the Feng clan, while descendants still existed, they had long since declined. And now only he, the elder, could pave the way. Should the Feng clan revive, he would have no regrets before his ancestors, departing in peace. Zhou Qingchen nodded, solemnly pledging an oath to the heavens, and earnestly accepted the 2 tomes. What you entrust to me, I shall not neglect. Good. Ha ha. With Zhou Qingchen's assurance, the youth erupted in laughter. This was the most exhilarating moment he had experienced in over 100,000 years. Since the annihilation of the Tianqian Feng clan, his once despairing heart seemed finally at peace. The obsession had concluded, and rebirth was near. Gradually, his soul began to grow faint, like wisps of blue smoke rising, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Elder, Zhou Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment. Yet the youth waved his hand dismissively. I have merely been surviving. A soul meant to return to the heavens. Now that my obsession has concluded, there is little left to cherish. Ha ha ha, there is no need for you to ponder excessively. In a few years, or perhaps several decades, my soul will naturally dissipate, and this spatial treasure will descend into the depths of the void. I hope that one day, a descendant of the Feng clan may retrieve it with their own hands. Zhou Qingchen's expression grew complex, his heart filled with deep reflection. Such a magnanimous spirit evoked profound respect within him. Chapter 68. The 9 heavens ringing, and the Han Yuan pearl born without regrets. What worries lie in death? The youth smiled with great openness, dissipating much of the somber aura that had enveloped him. His gaze held a note of nostalgia as he once more caressed the 7-string ancient zither he had placed upon the stone platform in the pavilion. This zither, named 9 heavens ringing, was crafted from cold spirit jade for its face and ancient parasol wood for its body, exuding a deep azure brilliance. Its sound was warm, powerful, crisp and clear. Ancient sages have said that music expresses the virtues of divinity and harmonizes the union of heaven and earth. Since I embarked on the path of cultivation, I have cherished the melodies of the zither, dedicating myself to this art and achieving a measure of success. In the youthful gaze, a clear and pure glimmer sparkled, as his fingers glided across the strings of the guqin, producing resonant notes that stirred the very soul of Zhou Qingchen. Can you play the guqin? The young man inquired softly. I possess a modicum of understanding, Zhou Qingchen replied. Among the disciples of Taihua Sect, the 4th senior brother, Xiachun, was a master of the guqin, well-versed in musical theory and possessing a disposition of serene detachment. In the past, Zhou Qingchen frequently visited the 4th senior brother's Taihua Peak, and through his friendship with Guantong, he learned quite a bit about the art of guqin from this pair of musicians. The 4th senior brother often marveled at Zhou Qingchen's intellect, lamenting that he had long been devoted to swordsmanship, thus paying little heed to the guqin, merely achieving a superficial proficiency. The young man, however, was filled with delight. Let us give it a try. Zhou Qingchen hesitated for a moment, then approached the stone table, seated himself, and began to play. Unlike the warm, jade-like tones produced by the young man, Zhou Qingchen's music was sharp and urgent, imbued with an aura of impending danger, a chilling intensity that permeated the air. After a brief performance, he withdrew his fingers. The resonant notes echoed through the mountains for a while before fading into silence. Yet, he did not rise, his fingers lingering upon the guqin, as if he had heard a calling emanating from it. After a moment, Zhou Qingchen snapped back to reality. What is this? He exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a surge of knowledge welling up within him. The young man chuckled. This is the 9 Heavens Guqin Cannon. The 9 Heavens Ringing Pearls is a top-tier celestial artifact of the 7th rank, and it was once my own life-bound instrument. The 9 Heavens Guqin Cannon represents the culmination of my life's work in the art of Guqin. His gaze towards Zhou Qingchen was now infused with a glimmer of hope. This instrument and its cannon I bequeath to you, with the hope that you will continue to evoke timeless melodies within your grasp. Zhou Qingchen's eyes fell upon the 9 Heavens Ringing Pearls Guqin, as if he could envision a master from over 100,000 years ago, a revered figure of unparalleled talent, wielding the Guqin as a weapon against foes. Rest assured, esteemed senior, this ancient artifact shall not gather dust in my hands, he vowed earnestly. The final vestige of doubt in the young man's heart dissipated. Esteemed senior, do you still possess any knowledge regarding the Feng clan? Zhou Qingchen inquired gravely, stowing away the 9 Heavens Ringing Pearls. The young man shook his head. My remnant soul is trapped here, and I cannot do much. As for the specifics of the Feng clan, I am unable to discern them in detail. Over the years, I have relied solely on the faint connection of bloodline to sense the fortunes of my clan. Since the fall of the Feng clan, the surviving descendants are fewer than 1 in 10, having endured numerous crises that nearly brought about their extinction. Zhou Qingchen fell silent. It seemed that the particulars would have to wait for another time. However, I can provide you with a general direction, the young man continued. Where might that be? To the north of the southern wilderness, in the central region of Nandizhou. Zhou Qingchen's heart stirred. The southern wilderness comprises 5 states: Nanhua, Nanli, Nanzhao, Nandu, and Nanyuan. Each state is governed by sects akin to the 3 major upper sects, with Nandizhou also home to 2 prominent sects, namely Yunyan Sect and Taihua Sect. Unlike the imbalance of power among the 3 sects within Southli Prefecture, both the Yunyan Sect and the Taihua School in South Du Prefecture flourish as prominent sects, boasting a multitude of disciples and a thriving legacy. Thus, it is imperative to find an opportune moment to visit South Du Prefecture, thought Zhou Qingchen to himself. However, the specific course of action must await the discovery of the descendants of the Feng family to ascertain a strategy. This journey has reached a satisfactory conclusion. It is time for you to depart. The moments are fleeting, and I can no longer sustain this spatial treasure. The young man stepped out of the stone pavilion and arrived at the edge of the precipice. Gazing at the miniature realm encapsulated within this spatial treasure, he sighed softly. Once you exit, exercise caution against the spectral venerable. I hope you can aid the Xiantian Feng family in once again achieving great prominence. With that, the young man extended his right hand, causing the entire spatial treasure to tremble, and a colossal vortex manifested in the heavens above. Take care, esteemed elder. Zhou Qingchen expressed deep respect, bowing profoundly to the young man. Almost forgetting, I also collected a living treasure in my earlier years. Consider it a small gift from me to you. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, the young man spoke. With a thought, a moment later, a luminous orb emerged from the void, following Zhou Qingchen as he vanished into the spatial exit. At this moment, in the blessed land of South Li, a place of profound heritage, a vast complex of buildings sprawled across the earth, with various palaces and towers arranged in a splendid array. Most striking was a towering pagoda that pierced the clouds at the center. Through the generations of exploration by the 3 major sects, the nature of the pagoda had been largely unveiled. Within a certain level of the pagoda, 2 figures, their faces alight with excitement, beheld a spiritual artifact suspended in the air. It was an orb, entirely ivory white, adorned with shimmering water patterns, exuding a pure aura that lingered in the air, radiating brilliance. The Hanyuan Pearl. At last, we have found it. Both individuals bore wounds, their auras disordered, clearly having endured considerable trials to reach this level. However, they were presently too preoccupied to heed their physical afflictions. Elder 2, let us hastily subdue the Hanyuan Pearl to prevent any unforeseen incidents, the beautiful woman urged anxiously. The bald elder beside her collected his thoughts, nodding solemnly and earnestly. The 2 were Bai Ling of the Bailan sect and Tu Ju, the grand elder of the Lingjian sect. Following the paths explored by their predecessors, they had carved their way through numerous challenges and finally discovered the legendary Hanyuan Pearl. Who would have thought that this struggle would take a turn, revealing a glimmer of hope amidst adversity? What does it matter if the Taihua Sect momentarily holds power? Once our 2 sects obtain the Hanyuan Pearl, who can stand against our rise? Tu Ju felt elated, his mindset suddenly expanded. In his hand, he summoned an exquisitely refined sword aura, emanating a chilling sharpness. This was a treasured strike bestowed upon them by their divine ancestor. A lethal sword energy nurtured through years of divine essence. Bai Ling also conjured an artifact, an ancient bronze bell hovering in the air, radiating an overwhelming force of suppression. With the emergence of these two treasures, they surged toward the Hanyuan Pearl, which pulsed with pure and ethereal energy. The resonant hum of the Hanyuanzu emanated a dazzling radiance. As a spectral figure of a clam demon materialized, an overwhelming deluge of seawater surged forth, akin to a tempest, relentlessly assaulting the two precious artifacts. Bai Ling and Tu Ju felt the faint emanation of the demon lord's aura, their faces drained of color, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Where had the enigmatic true monarch gone? He had been granted a spot, yet proved to be of no assistance. Witnessing the demon lord's spectral display of power, Bai Ling gnashed his teeth in fury. Upon entering the southernly treasure site, they realized that the enigmatic true monarch had not descended with them. And despite their exhaustive search, there was no sign of him, nor of the elusive master of Tai Miao Peak. With no choice left, they ventured into the tower alone, only to unexpectedly encounter the greatest challenge at this final juncture. The residual demonic intent encapsulated within the Hanyuanzu was overwhelmingly potent, even devoid of sentience. The demon lord's primal artifact instinctively sought to navigate peril and seize advantage. Tu Ju managed to cope with the onslaught, striving to control the sword aura that relentlessly clashed against the clam demon's manifestation. Acquiring such a treasure was no simple feat. It represented the culmination of the void refinement demon lord's lifelong cultivation. We must endure a little longer, Tu Ju urged. Yet, they underestimated the might of the manifestation. Gradually, both divine artifacts began to falter under the oppressive force of the Hanyuanzu. Damn it! The energy of the Hanyuanzu is far more intense than our ancestor had surmised, at least double. They gritted their teeth, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. In a sudden turn of events, the Hanyuanzu erupted with ferocity, its overwhelming demonic essence forcefully repelling the two artifacts, which transformed into streaks of light, heading toward the tower's exit. This is bad. The Hanyuanzu has escaped. Quickly pursue it. They dared not linger, hastening after it. Yet, as if guided by some unseen force, the Hanyuanzu abruptly vanished into the void. Before they could react, the earth trembled violently, a colossal spatial vortex tore open above them, and they were drawn into it without the slightest resistance. Chapter 69. Departure from the outside world. Since the southernly treasure site had opened, 10 days had elapsed, and the vicinity of Qianjiao Mountain had become increasingly populated. The Celestial Talents Conference was indeed a grand event for all of Southernly, and the names of the top 3 lists had spread widely across Southernly Prefecture. Additionally, the surrounding area was a hub of 100 cities, bustling with activity. As a result, many cultivators who had not attended the conference flocked to the 100 cities. Numerous renowned talents, who had achieved fame through a single battle yet lacked strong backing, became targets for the major powers vying to recruit them. During this period, the influx of people to the 100 cities surged dramatically, and many trading fairs flourished in the vibrant atmosphere. On the outskirts of Qianjiao Mountain, 3 figures stood amidst the rocky terrain, gazing into the distance at the mountain. In the center stood a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes, his aura subtly concealed. Yet the other 2 regarded him with a degree of respect. How goes the investigation? The man in the ornate robes inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze inscrutable. If Zhou Qingchen were present, he would be astounded to discover that the pair standing behind the man in the luxurious robes were none other than the 2 foremost disciples of the Taihua Sect he had encountered in the demon spirit forest. The man was named Shenhua, and the woman was Su Li. At the Taihua Sect, these 2 esteemed disciples are held in high regard by their fellow students, both possessing exceptional talents that place them among the elite of their generation, representing the youthful facade of the sect. When they once visited Nanli Prefecture, they were undeniably arrogant, yet at this moment, all traces of haughtiness have vanished. The identity of the protector, that young man, is hardly a secret in Nanli Prefecture. A casual inquiry would reveal everything. Shenhua and Su Li exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment that could not be erased from their eyes. The man in the embroidered robe observed their expressions with growing curiosity. Protector Qiao, that young man, is a well-known figure in Nanli Prefecture, belonging to a mid-tier immortal sect called Taihua Sect, where he serves as the master of the 7th peak. Shenhua took a deep breath and reported, while Protector Qiao gestured for him to continue. Such a status might instill fear in Nanli Prefecture, yet it evidently did not warrant the disarray of the chief disciples of their dominant power. According to rumors, that young man has only recently begun his path of cultivation, yet he has already reached the nascent soul realm. Shenhua's expression became grave, but that is not the most terrifying part. It is said that he possesses a rare celestial root, 1 in a billion, and it is of the stellar attribute. What did you say? A celestial root? Protector Qiao initially maintained his composure, but his eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the latter part. It is no wonder he lost his calm. The existence of such an extraordinary celestial root is truly staggering. Although the Xianyin sect reigns as a dominant force among the 13 states, there are no disciples within its ranks who possess a celestial root. Looking further up, only a particular respected figure within their sect at the integration stage has such a qualification. Disciples like Shun Kuo and Su Li, despite being chief disciples, have only reached the limits of earth roots. The fact that such a gifted individual could emerge from a small place like the southern wilderness is astonishing. Protector Qiu suppressed his shock, pondering impassively. No wonder he dared to offend the Grand Elder. It turns out he possesses such confidence. For a moment, Protector Qiu was uncertain whether to consider Zhou Qingchen as bold and talented or as foolishly unaware of the world's vastness. In his view, although Zhou Qingchen's talent is indeed extraordinary, he remains merely a junior. To recklessly offend a refinement stage cultivator, especially the Grand Elder of the Xianyin sect, is undeniably foolish. After a moment of contemplation, Su Li added, Protector, it is rumored that this young man recently emerged from seclusion, succeeding to the position of Peak Master. Yet he is still in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. However, when we last encountered him, we distinctly sensed the aura of someone at the peak of the nascent soul realm. This suggests that he may have recently encountered significant fortuitous opportunities, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. A sense of jealousy stirred within Su Li, an envy directed at his talent and fortune. She and Shun Kuo had spent over 500 years in cultivation to attain their current state, while Zhou Qingchen had traversed the path they walked in merely a decade, leaving them feeling profoundly unsettled despite their own reputations as geniuses. Protector Qiu shook his head and replied, before reaching the God transformation stage, those with celestial roots indeed progress more swiftly than those with other roots. However, you need not belittle yourselves. Comprehension is also a form of talent. If he lacks understanding, he too would be unable to penetrate to higher realms. Talent is never a true pathway devoid of obstacles. Throughout history, unparalleled prodigies have surged forth like torrents. Yet how many have truly ascended to great heights? Those who cannot mature into their potential will always pale in comparison to the mighty beings who have already mastered their craft, refining essence into energy, transforming energy into spirit, cultivating spirit back into void, merging with the Tao, and returning to the origin. If he can hold his own in the final steps, he may yet carve a place for himself in the Southern Territory. Alas, having offended the Grand Elder, his future remains uncertain. In the end, Protector Qiu sighed deeply. Protector, should we take action? They inquired. It appears they have entered some secret realm. Once they emerge, you should intervene directly and bring that youth back to the Xianyin sect for the Grandmaster to handle, Shin Kuo suggested. Protector Qiu shook his head. There is no need. The Grand Elder merely instructed us to monitor his movements. We need not interfere. With a penetrating gaze, he continued, moreover, their expedition into the secret realm is unlikely to proceed smoothly. I sense the presence of two beings at the transformation realm nearby. Shin Kuo and Su Li were taken aback, connecting this revelation to the recent turmoil in Southernly Prefecture. They understood immediately. Those concealed presences must belong to the other two major sects within Southernly. A sense of schadenfreude washed over them. What are prodigies in the face of true power? The trio fell silent, seemingly in agreement that the unfolding situation would be nothing short of a splendid spectacle, and they awaited it eagerly. Meanwhile, on the flying cloud vessel of Taihua Sect, Su Xianjun concluded his meditation, a heavy feeling settling in his heart as he rose to his feet. For reasons unknown, he had been experiencing an unsettling sense of foreboding in recent days. I hope it is merely an illusion, he mused, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze somber. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears. Immediately relay this message to the transformation ancestor within your sect. Great upheaval may be imminent in Southernly. Su Xuanjuan's pupils constricted, yet his expression remained calm. Who are you? He responded, feeling a tightening in his chest, the unsettling sensation returning. 3 transformation realm beings are concealed around Qinzhou Mountain. Should conflict arise, the disciples of Taihua Sect may suffer devastating losses. Do not doubt my words. I am the spirit beast of your Tai Miao Peak master. My master instructed me to remain hidden prior to entering. The voice belonged to Jianling previously. Only one transformation realm being lurked nearby, but now 2 more had appeared. This was no trivial matter. The newcomers were not here for benevolence. And Jianling felt compelled to inform Su Xianjun, the Peak master. Little junior brother? Su Xuanjuan's doubts began to dissipate, though he was still filled with questions. However, now was not the time for inquiries. No wonder he had been feeling unwell lately. 3 transformation realm beings. If conflict truly erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. He instantly recalled the other 2 sections. With no time to ponder further, Su Xianjun discreetly sent a message to Tuoba Tian. using the Peak Master's token crafted by the ancestors' powers rather than a regular communication talisman. Despite his anxiousness, he maintained his composure. Half an hour later, a resounding tremor reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as the sky ominously darkened without warning. It felt as though something momentous was descending upon the world, an oppressive force rendering breath difficult. How could the exit of the southernly treasure land open prematurely? The members of the three sects were left baffled. Just 10 days had passed. Logically, the treasure land should not have been accessible yet, as the stipulated half-month period had not been reached. Suddenly, Zhou Qingchen's expression shifted dramatically. The three tokens that had previously spanned the firmament transformed into streaks of light, instantly merging into the southernly treasure land. This was dire. The secret realm had indeed undergone a change. Zhou Qingchen's countenance grew grave. The tokens that activated the southernly treasure land had vanished unexpectedly, compounded by its premature opening. And the other two sects' concealed transformation elders were uncertain if they would arrive in time. The Taihua Sect was not far from Qianxiao Mountain, positioned quite closely within the expansive territory of Southern Li. However, the vastness of Southern Li was formidable. Even this short distance took them 2 days aboard their flying vessel. If the transformation elders exerted their utmost effort, it would still require over an hour to reach. Above the sky, a colossal spatial portal materialized, and figures were transmitted forth. Elder, the Hanyuan Pearl is in the hands of the master of Tai Miao Peak. A piercing roar echoed through the cosmos. In an instant, Zhou Qingchen's expression transformed wildly. Chapter 70, Demon Absolute versus Transformation Realm Junior Apprentice. Zhou Qingchen called out loudly. The spatial portal closed, the heavens returning to clarity. Yet a formidable and terrifying aura had already enveloped the land. Bai Ling's furious roar ignited the chaos. She and Tu Ju, both marred by wounds, beheld the Hanyuan Pearl they could not conquer as it inexplicably floated before Zhou Qingchen, who calmly stowed it within his spatial ring. Their eyes turned a furious crimson. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, sensing the hidden presence almost instantaneously. The system's voice sounded, and Zhou Qingchen's gaze grew icy. Name, Bai Fei Hong, Bone Age, 1. 896 years. Cultivation, Mid-Transformation Realm. Technique, 5th Grade Supreme Beihai Spirit Chapter. Weapon, 5th Grade Supreme Spirit Light Mirror. Name, Chong Jiankong, Bone Age, 1. 768 years. Cultivation, Late Transformation Realm. Technique, 5th Grade Ultimate Killing Sword Record. Weapon, 5th Grade Supreme Qingxian Sword. Name, Qiu Ji, Bone Age, 1. 023 years. Cultivation, Mid-Transformation Realm. Technique, 5th Grade Ultimate Xianmin Qi Method. Weapon, 5th Grade Supreme Spirit Gourd for Qi Nourishment. Character Special Feature, Guardian of the Xianin Sect. 3 formidable Transformation Realm practitioners. Zhou Qingchen summoned his magical power, bringing Lin Qi and the others back to the Taihua Sect. Simultaneously, the void began to distort continuously. As thunder and lightning roared throughout the cosmos, a stooped figure stepped out from the void, eyes ablaze with intensity, fixated intently upon Zhou Qingchen. The Taihua Sect has gone too far. The stooped elder spoke ominously, a massive hand of magical force reaching fiercely towards Zhou Qingchen. Junior Apprentice. Zhou Qingchen struggled against the terrifying pressure of the transformation realm. Even if a message had been sent back, the elder would not arrive swiftly enough, crossing the void. Zhou Qingchen embodies the aspirations of the Taihua Sect. How could calamity befall him here? Zhou Qingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. As half of the Taihua Sect's disciples succumbed to the overwhelming aura, the onlookers surrounding Qianxiao Mountain were utterly astonished. To those from lesser factions, the manifestation of the divine transformation realm was beyond comprehension. They were accustomed to never witnessing a Yuan Ying's intervention, yet they now beheld such power, realizing that the world indeed harbored such formidable forces. In an instant, the breath of the divine transformation enveloped thousands of miles. Jinling. Zhou Qingchen spoke calmly. Yes, master. A small white bird flapped its wings, soaring towards the oncoming strike of the divine transformation, as fierce winds threatened to tear it apart. Isn't that your bird? Guantong exclaimed incredulously, turning to Lin Qi. What madness has possessed your bird to seek its demise? Lin Qi's expression darkened, and he remained silent. The scene appeared almost comical, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief and absurdity. The factions of Lingjian Sect and Bailan Sect even began to chuckle derisively. Could this be the creature claiming to be Zhou Qingchen's spirit pet, as Su Xianjun had suggested? In the next moment, a resounding cry echoed through the heavens. As the diminutive white bird unleashed an unparalleled ferocity, a blood-red glow erupting toward the sky. It was an aura of demonic prowess, akin to a tidal wave. The enormous Jianling bird, several hundred feet in size, sliced through the firmament, its crystalline feathers transforming into razor-sharp blades, tearing the very fabric of space. The massive hand conjured by the divine transformation was shattered by the overwhelming demonic energy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent gales howling for thousands of miles. What on earth is this? Guantong gaped in astonishment, utterly unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Isn't that your spirit pet? Lin Qi sighed. I never claimed such a thing. A tempest of confusion surged within Guantong as he recalled having previously mocked the bird, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. This is a demon of exceptional caliber that my master has tamed, Lin Qi clarified. Guantong stared blankly at Zhou Qingchen. Is this truly a demon of such caliber? He was perplexed, unable to fathom how a creature of the divine transformation realm could serve Zhou Qingchen. Silence. There are others concealed in the shadows. The ancestor has yet to arrive. For now, we must rely on Jianling to hold the line, Zhou Qingchen stated solemnly. Su Xianjun suppressed his shock and unease. Junior brother, there are 2 more divine transformation entities lurking. Can your spirit pet withstand them? It cannot, Zhou Qingchen replied decisively. Although Jianling possessed extraordinary bloodline strength capable of withstanding a mid-divine transformation, facing 2 more of the same realm required Zhou Qingchen to buy time. Ink Seal Sect's protector. Zhou Qingchen contemplated, unable to discern whether this entity also intended to join the fray. Without further ado, it was clear this protector was dispatched by that esteemed elder. Amidst the crowd's concerns, high above in the heavens, Jianling and the hunched elder had already exchanged over 100 blows. The ancestor of the Taihua Sect, having consolidated his power over many years without breakthrough, was nonetheless a formidable opponent. Jianling, armed with an arsenal of divine weaponry like feathers, engaged him in a fierce back-and-forth battle. The expression on the face of the venerable Bai Ling had darkened entirely, thwarted by the sudden appearance of an otherworldly creature. Unable to break through its obstruction, causing his aged visage to flush crimson with fury, as if the wrath within him might erupt. The spirit light mirror, an ethereal artifact, materialized before him, emanating a cascade of luminous dreams, akin to delicate veils unfurling, embodying an extraordinary ambience. Unable to shatter the defenses of the sword feather through brute force, Bai Ling resorted to another arcane technique, one that was summoned by the spirit light realm. The feathers of the sword feather surged forth, releasing an unending stream of chilling sword light, yet it failed to stir even the slightest ripple in the gossamer mist. Conversely, the power of the technique expanded relentlessly, enveloping the sword feather in an instant. This illusory art proved most elusive. Once ensnared, escape was exceedingly difficult, and those caught within would become mere prey. Suspended in midair, the spirit light mirror maintained a dreamlike domain, allowing Bai Ling to extricate himself, advancing with a menacing aura. Master. Lin Qi glanced at Zhou Qingchen. It was evident that only Zhou Qingchen remained capable of confronting the venerable Bai Ling master of Tai Miao Peak. I hold your Taihua Sect in high regard and wish to avoid unnecessary enmity. I implore you to surrender the Hanyuan Pearl, a treasure belonging to my sect. Bai Ling's tone bore a semblance of negotiation, yet it was undeniably authoritative. As he spoke, his aura, imbued with the essence of the divine transformation realm, pressed toward Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen's presence surged, repelling the force. The individuals behind him felt an immediate lightness, as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated without a trace. You. Bai Ling's expression hardened, incredulity etched upon his face as he gazed at Zhou Qingchen. Such extraordinary talent. In the brief moments since Bai Ling's emergence, the vicinity of Qianjiao Mountain had drawn an increasing number of onlookers. The proximity of Baiqing made it a magnet for those curious about the aura of the divine transformation realm, including the returning elders of lesser factions from the nascent soul realm. Countless observers watched from afar, captivated by the unfolding drama among the 3 sections. The Hanyuan Pearl is rightfully mine, Zhou Qingchen asserted, his tone unwavering. Very well, very well. Bai Ling's anger flared, his hand poised to strike. Your adversary is not me. Zhou Qingchen replied with an air of indifference. Bai Ling's expression faltered as he turned his gaze backward. The illusion maintained by the spirit light mirror began to unravel. The sword feather breaking free, its razor-sharp claws lunging fiercely at Bai Ling. The Venerable One boldly confronted this assault, bellowing, Chong Jian Kong. Why do you not make your move? What are you waiting for? A resounding clash of swords echoed, though it did not emanate from the sword feather. Zhou Qingchen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stepped forward, unleashing his full aura. A 3-foot-long sword materialized, its blade shimmering with crimson light, brimming with lethal intent. With a chime, the sword tips met, producing a melodious sound akin to jade striking jade. Silently, the very fabric of space fractured, revealing countless rifts. Zhou Qingchen, wielding the star sword, donned a flowing moon-white garment, his demeanor icy and resolute. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, another swordsman, equally brandishing a 3-foot green blade, found his robes billowing in the wind, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Chapter 71. Confrontation with the late stage of divine transformation. Two distinctly different auras collided quietly. On one side stands a youth of ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being, wielding a sword that exudes a lethal intent. On the other, a swordsman of ominous presence, his visage radiating menace, yet his sword glimmers with a soothing azure light, seemingly harmless. The two formidable forces clash, neither able to dominate the other. The swordsman, with a gaze steeped in depth, shifts his stance and strikes at Zhou Qingchen from a remarkably cunning angle. Clang! Another crisp sound of impact resonates as the Xianyuan star sword once again deflects the swordsman's onslaught. Clang! Clang! Repeated assaults are thwarted, and at last, the swordsman fixes his gaze upon Zhou Qingchen, a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes. Possessing an extraordinary sword heart, Zhou Qingchen commands reverence from all sword techniques. No matter how profound the swordsman's skills, they unravel effortlessly before him. Chang Jiankong, what are you doing? If you do not reclaim the Hanyuan Pearl soon, once those ruffians from Taihua Sect arrive, we shall have no chance of resurgence. The voice of Bai Feihong echoes in his mind, dispelling Chang Jiankong's doubts. With a resonant clang, the Qingxian sword erupts in azure radiance, blooming like a magnificent blue lotus, layers of sword light cascading forth, unleashing a force surpassing even that of the venerable Bai Ling. Since you remain obstinate, I shall be compelled to eliminate you before reclaiming what is mine. A cold smile graces Chang Jiankong's lips as the azure lotus sword light transforms into a torrent, hurtling towards Zhou Qingchen. This is a decisive strike from the transformation realm, raising the anxiety of all present, particularly those from Taihua Sect. Su Xianjun persistently urges to obey Yuan, receiving the response that the ancestor is hastening towards Qianzhao Mountain with all his might. Rest assured, the Peak Master, my master possesses hidden cards, Lin Qi reassures. Yet Su Xianjun endures a crushing frustration. Though blessed with great talent, he remains far from the transformation realm, helplessly watching his junior brother fall into peril. Amidst the crowd's trepidation, Zhou Qingchen radiates with 5-colored spiritual light, his starry brilliance surging to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, a cerulean flame begins to ignite across the heavens. From the void above, a cataclysmic aura descends with devastating force, the azure hue intensifying, as if the firmament itself were rent asunder, unleashing the terrifying flames of celestial calamity. Calamity fire sword rain. Clang! A multitude of swords, distilled to perfection, descend from the shattered canopy of the heavens, creating a scene of immense visual impact. The ominous aura of the calamity fire instills a sense of impending doom among all. The azure lotus sword energy collides with the calamity fire swords, their powers entwined in a violent struggle, each seeking to obliterate the other. How can you, merely at the nascent soul stage, wield such overwhelming power? Chang Jiankong's demeanor shifts from cold indifference, centuries of tranquil composure shattered, his expression fracturing. Outside Qianzhao Mountain, Protector Qiu and his companions are rendered incredulous by the spectacle. The prior demon was fearsome enough, yet this youth exceeds all expectations. His prowess eclipses even that of the heirs from the 4 great sects. Stunned, Protector Qiu recalls the legendary prodigies under the supreme 4 sects of the southern lands. Should those dominant powers learn of this youth's talents, they would undoubtedly humble themselves to recruit him into their ranks. But why, oh why, does he harbor enmity towards our esteemed elder of the Xianyuan sect? Qiu Hufa found himself engulfed in confusion and regret. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Taihua sect gazed on with fervent admiration. Was the strength of Master Zhou truly so formidable? Not only had he achieved the consummation of the nascent soul stage, but he could also withstand the might of the transformation ancestor. The reverence in the eyes of some disciples intensified, while those from Tai Miao Peak brimmed with pride. In stark contrast, the expressions of the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect were somber. Zhou Qingchen remained silent, simultaneously fending off Chang Jiankong's onslaught, while remaining ever vigilant of Qiu Hufa. Prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, Jian Ling had been entangled with the Bailan ancestor for an extended period, neither party able to gain the upper hand. As things stood, as long as Qiu Ji refrained from intervening, they could await the ancestor's support. With this thought in mind, Zhou Qingchen's gaze turned icy, and the flames of the heavenly heart catastrophe blazed even more fiercely. Above the azure void, clouds churned, and all the calamity flames converged, continuously refining until they ultimately transformed into an immense celestial sword. Without uttering a word, the colossal sword descended with unerring precision. Chang Jiankong appeared slightly apprehensive. This strike posed a genuine threat. He executed a flourish with his sword, unleashing a delicate azure lotus imbued with an overwhelming killing intent. The azure lotus surged upwards, and at the moment it collided with the calamity's sword, it erupted with a brilliant azure light, gradually eroding the long sword within its luminescent embrace, albeit at a slow pace. However, with the azure lotus obstructing its descent, the long sword could advance no further. The gazes of the two combatants clashed like lightning, igniting a fervent battle spirit. This feeling was one Zhou Qingchen had not experienced in a long time. He had not unleashed his full power in such a manner for ages. As Zhou Qingchen's momentum surged, Zhou Qingchen, cloaked in black robes, exuded a palpable murderous aura. And at that moment, the Qingxian sword harmonized with him in perfect unity. The killing sword record was an ancient and mysterious legacy of the Taihua Sect, characterized by its profound killing intent aimed at annihilating vitality. In this moment, Zhou Qingchen had summoned forth his most potent techniques. Today, I shall cleanse the sword with your blood, he muttered to himself, as his once brilliant Qingxian sword became tainted with murderous intent, transforming into a peerless, vicious blade. The first stroke of the killing sword, slay the foe. The Qingxian sword sliced through the air, unleashing a stream of crimson sword energy that seemed poised to cleave the very fabric of the cosmos in twain. The sword energy was chilling, moving with unparalleled speed, compelling Zhou Qingchen to channel his full strength as the five-colored radiance coalesced before him, forming a defensive barrier with the Xuanji Stardust Sword. A cacophony reminiscent of countless souls, extinguished in their vitality, echoed forth as the slashing sword energy collided with the Stardust Sword, creating an irresistible pull. This strike was never intended to merely extinguish life. It aimed to seize it. A chilling dread enveloped Zhou Qingchen. The radiant sword light emanated an insatiable attraction, capable of draining the very essence of life until one was left lifeless and devoid of spirit. Zhou Qingchen found himself ensnared, feeling as though the vitality within him was being siphoned away. With each ounce of life energy consumed, the sword light grew increasingly potent. Such an extraordinary sword technique. He thought gravely. The second stroke, slay all things. Zhou Qingchen did not relent. His sword technique shifted, unleashing a vast ocean of sword energy that threatened to rend asunder all existence. The third stroke, slay heaven and earth. Once again, Zhou Qingchen raised his sword high, striking down with a single stroke, unleashing a blinding, pure white sword light that threatened to cleave the very heavens and earth in twain. The three forms of his sword technique were summoned in unison, granting Zhou Qingchen no opportunity to breathe, as all manifestations of lethal intent descended, enveloping the realm in an ominous shroud of death. For a millennium, no one had managed to withstand my three sword strikes. You shall witness my three formidable sword arts. To die in such a manner is still a form of glory. Zhou Qingchen's expression remained indifferent, as if he were witnessing the fall of a prodigy, which would undoubtedly incite tremendous wrath from the Taihua Sect. But what of it? With the Hanyuan Pearl in hand, even if the Taihua Sect were to rage against them or initiate a sect-wide war, it would all be worth it. Once both sects fully absorbed the astonishing opportunity presented by the Hanyuan Pearl, the Taihua Sect would find themselves powerless against them. Three lethal sword energies descended, yet they failed to produce the anticipated obliteration. The heavens and earth grew dark, as if they had succumbed to an impenetrable night. Chapter 72, The Fall of the Transformation God. In this shadowy ambience, Zhou Qingchen whispered softly. A resounding sword cry reverberated through the air. Tianxian. As the words fell, another clear chime echoed forth. Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaoguang, Dongming, Inyuan. After these 9 incantations, 9 ancient stars ignited, suspended above the galaxy, radiating a brilliant and blinding light. Zhou Qingchen's entire essence melded into these 9 flying swords, and in the next moment, an endless cascade of starlight descended, as the 9 swords harmonized with a resounding clang, transforming into a singular long sword that fell like an ancient celestial body. The brilliance of the stars was resplendent, distorting and enveloping the 3 deadly sword energies, which were ultimately shattered by a single strike of the Fuxian 9 stars sword. Zhou Qingchen's complexion paled. Having exhausted the majority of his spiritual power, yet a smile blossomed upon his face. Zhou Qingchen's expression was one of shock, completely caught off guard. However, in the next instant, both he and the elder Bai Ling's countenance changed drastically. On the outskirts of Qinjiao Mountain, Protector Qiu's gaze shifted slightly as he, along with Shen Kuo and Su Li, retreated quietly. From 3 directions, 3 powerful presences crossed the void, causing the very fabric of the atmosphere to shift, with clouds darkening and thunder rumbling, heralding a cataclysmic upheaval. What audacity! You 2 old geezers dare to depart from your sect? An enraged voice thundered, piercing the stillness. At the horizon, three figures stepped through the void, encircling the elders Chang Jian and Bai Feihong. How Cheng? Chang Jian murmured, his expression one of astonishment. Bai Feihong freed himself from the sword plume, hastening to Chang Jian's side, his expression more horrified than even Chang Jian's. From the shattered void emerged a middle-aged man with graying temples, clad in a black robe, his aura thickening to an almost transcendent degree, nearly surpassing the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. On the other side, an elder woman with a high bun appeared, alongside a wizened Taoist with snow-white hair, both standing in midair. Why have they arrived so swiftly? Even Hao Cheng is here. Bai Feihong communicated telepathically. Hao Cheng, the seventh ancestor of the Taihua Sect, was also the most gifted among the previous generation's 7 peak masters, aside from Zhou Qingchen's master, having attained the consummate stage of the transformation god realm over 200 years ago. Not only that, but his bone age is several hundred years younger than the 2 ancestors of the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect, placing him in the prime of youth. Yet his strength has already reached the pinnacle. The Hanyuanzu is likely beyond reach now. Chang Jiankong's gaze was filled with disappointment and an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Yet he dared not linger for another moment. Without uttering a word, the two of them summoned their comrades with their magical powers, vanishing into the void and fleeing in separate directions towards their respective sections. You think you can escape? The seventh ancestor snorted coldly, and suddenly, a longbow materialized in his hand. The bow had no strings, yet as the seventh ancestor deftly maneuvered it, an arrow imbued with an overwhelming aura and terrifying might was conjured. His eyes gleamed with sharpness, and the instant the arrow was loosed, it melded into the void, disappearing from sight. However, just as Chang Jiankong had begun his escape, he felt an icy chill surge toward the crown of his head. With a furious roar, he unleashed his magical energy, forming a protective shield around himself, bolstered by layers of sword-infused defenses. Yet, with a thud, the arrow pierced through his defenses, penetrating his abdomen. The tremendous force of the arrow pinned his body firmly against Qianjiao Mountain, causing a deluge of stones to rain down. You have advanced so quickly. Chang Jiankong's internal organs were shredded by the arrow, his flesh disintegrating, blood streaming from his orifices. He gazed despairingly at the seventh ancestor, his voice faltering as he spoke. Alongside the grievous injury to his body, his heart for cultivation was equally devastated. This was an insurmountable chasm. The seventh ancestor was merely a step away from entering the realm of transformation, and at such a level, each tier of difference was nearly impossible to bridge. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Chang Jiankong had still harbored hope, yet now, his heart felt like a lifeless ember. An entire azure-hued Yuan Ying erupted from his body, significantly matured, exhibiting the preliminary scale of a primordial spirit. Clearly, even at this juncture, Chang Jiankong had not relinquished his desire for survival. His Yuan Ying radiated myriad azure lights, retreating into the void. I have already declared, you shall not leave today. The seventh ancestor's expression remained unchanged, his figure vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he held in his grasp the terrified Yuan Ying of Chang Jiankong. Spare me. I will do anything. Chang Jiankong's azure Yuan Ying cried out in terror, devoid of any dignity befitting a deity of transformation. I never harbor enemies. The seventh ancestor spoke calmly, squeezing his hand, and before Chang Jiankong could utter his final words, he was utterly extinguished. With the demise of even a late-stage ancestor of transformation, the younger generation of the Lingjian sect, including the elder Tu Ju, had long since been reduced to ashes amidst the aftermath of the battle of transformation. The situation was no better for the Bailan ancestor. Under the combined might of the fifth and third ancestors, the weakest Bailan ancestor could hardly withstand for long, being obliterated by a mere staff thrust from the near-complete third ancestor. The 3 ancestors had long been prepared. Their opening strikes were earth-shattering. The entire Qianjiao Mountain lay in eerie silence. Those observing from afar, including the Yuan Ying true monarchs of lesser sects, were filled with astonishment, their bodies trembling. The southern region has undergone a transformation. Gazing upon the 3 formidable figures in the heavens, who had just slain 2 transformation masters, countless hearts were seized with terror while simultaneously grasping this notion. On this day, within the soul guarding palace of both the Bailing sect and the Lingjian sect, the soul lamps representing the revered ancestors of transformation, the elder Yuan Ying, and numerous elite disciples shattered, transforming into a blaze of fiery light that ultimately extinguished. Much like their fallen lives, Zhou Qingchen had returned to the Feiyun boat, where he immediately seated himself in meditation. At this moment, the power within him was on the verge of breaking through its peak, as the emperor's mixed origin scripture seamlessly ascended to the 5th layer. The arduous path of cultivation sometimes proved less effective than engaging in a fierce battle to enhance one's abilities. Zhou Qingchen's spirit settled into a profound stillness. Beneath the sunlit sky, the infinite radiance of countless stars converged, forming a colossal vortex-like nebula above the Feiyun boat. Under the myriad of starlight, Zhou Qingchen emanated a fearsome aura. His yuan-ing had long been perfected, radiating a gentle silver glow that concealed unparalleled strength. Spiritual energy coursed through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging into his dantian, cycling endlessly and invigorating him. Once again, Zhou Qingchen sensed an ancient power within him that had long lain dormant, yet was now beginning its transformative awakening. What manner of power was this? Zhou Qingchen remained oblivious, yet he could feel that once he achieved transformation, this force would fully awaken within him. However, he harbored no excessive concerns, for since he began his cultivation, this power had always existed without causing him any harm. Rather, it had provided immense assistance. It could be said that this force rivaled the strength of his spiritual roots, significantly contributing to his rapid progress in cultivation. Suddenly, Su Xianjun, the junior disciple observing the battle, sensed a surge in Zhou Qingchen's aura, his expression shifting with concern. Was he about to break through? How could he do so here? With the disciples still aboard the Feiyun boat? Su Xianjun lamented internally and hastily dispatched the remaining disciples of Taihua Sect from the Feiyun boat, leaving only Zhou Qingchen seated on the gangplank. Chapter 73. The Heavenly Tribulation. Gradually, Zhou Qingchen became entirely immersed in his cultivation. Surrounding him were 9 ancient, eternal stars radiating brilliance, with the 9 celestial stars safeguarding him, rendering his visage somewhat indistinct. In the distance, the 3 ancestors who had just concluded their battlefield harvest also sensed the transformation in Zhou Qingchen's aura. So soon, the 3 ancestors were taken aback. This young man certainly has a knack for surprising us. The 5th ancestor could hardly close his mouth. It had only been a little over 2 months since he first summoned Zhou Qingchen, during which he had cautioned him that to transcend the infant transformation tribulation in the realm of divine transformation, thorough preparation was essential. How little time had passed. The 7th ancestor, amidst his astonishment, solemnly remarked, "The tribulation is of great consequence. He must rely on himself to endure it." All 3 ancestors had experienced the divine transformation tribulation and possessed their own insights. Thus they could not interfere with Zhou Qingchen's process, opting instead to silently protect him. With the demise of the 2 old fellows from the Bailing sect and the Lingjian sect, it was indeed time for these sects to face their obliteration. While Zhou Qingchen focused intently on his breakthrough, the ancestors engaged in earnest discourse. With the death of the divine transformation practitioners from these 2 sects, they had irrevocably lost the means to oppose us. However, the distance between the 2 sects is far too great for the Taihua Sect. Even if the 3 of us hasten there, it would take at least 5 days, the 5th ancestor remarked, his hands clasped behind him, a frown etched upon his brow. It is impossible to completely eradicate the remnants of these 2 sects, yet we must ensure that from this moment forth, the Southly state no longer harbors a balance among the 3 major sections. The 7th ancestor stated calmly. In truth, even the 3 venerable ancestors had not anticipated the utter collapse of the other 2 sects, which left them unprepared for the harvest. Had the divine transformation ancestors of these 2 sects remained within their sanctuaries, they could have survived until the 7th ancestor's breakthrough in refining the void. The Taihua Sect has always sought stability, accumulating strength to achieve a decisive strike without inflicting harm upon themselves. Otherwise, they would have severed ties with the other 2 sects long ago. Yet, this time, the gathering of prodigies was indeed extraordinary. The event itself was merely a prelude. What truly incited the frenzy in the other 2 sects was the matter concerning the Southly treasure land. All these intricacies shall remain shrouded until Qingchen's breakthrough. The 3 venerable ancestors held their suspicions, remaining patient. The 2 major sects, like the Taihua Sect, have a long-standing heritage. In the face of such upheaval, it is impossible for the surviving Yuaning cultivators at the upper echelons to evacuate the entire sect and escape. The Southly state is vast. Even those at the divine transformation stage cannot traverse an entire state in a short period. What awaits the 2 sects is merely the cleansing by the Taihua Sect. Thus, the 3 venerable ancestors did not hasten to the other 2 sects, but rather silently guarded Zhou Qingchen. After all, Zhou Qingchen's safety is far more paramount than the annihilation of the other 2 sections. Nevertheless, the 3 venerable ancestors instructed Tuoba Yuan to take immediate action. The spies infiltrating the other 2 sects and the disciples throughout Southly state were to remain vigilant and report the movements of the other 2 sections. A vast net was cast, ensuring they could not escape their fate. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the ensuing days would see tremendous upheaval in Southly state. The fall of those at the divine transformation stage left countless cultivators in shock, sparking a wave of discourse. As a result, a multitude of cultivators flocked to the 100 cities. Many dared not approach Qianjiao Mountain, choosing instead to observe the events from a distance. The disciples of the Taihua Sect had already been summoned back to the sect by the seventh ancestor, and Jianling had returned alongside Lin Qi to the Taihua Sect. Now, only Zhou Qingchen and the three venerable ancestors of the Taihua Sect remained on Qinjiao Mountain. At long last, at a certain moment, a silver starry phantom appeared above Qinjiao Mountain. In an instant, the world was engulfed in absolute darkness. High above, the starry river flowed, celestial bodies in attendance. The imperial star settled firmly in the center, with the stars bowing in submission. Zhou Qingchen's eyes suddenly opened. They were deep, unfathomable orbs, filled with a cosmic tapestry and the remnants of fallen stars. Terrifying phenomena emerged one by one, ultimately coalescing into an eternal imperial star. Zhou Qingchen's hair billowed, and the starry mark upon his brow fully took shape, mysterious, cold, and elusive. In that very moment, the power within him surged back to life, and his cultivation stepped into the divine transformation realm. Celestial heavenly garb, Zhou Qingchen proclaimed. In an instant, boundless starlight coalesced around him, finally transforming into a dark-hued feathered garment, draped in a celestial robe resembling the vast azure sky, adorned with exquisite and mystical star patterns. There exists an indescribable texture and grandeur. This is the fifth arcane art of the Emperor's chaotic Genesis scripture. Clad in this starry celestial garment, one can encompass the cosmos within its sleeves, while the flowing fabric shields the wielder with unfathomable power, impervious to all forms of assault. This celestial attire, akin to the most exquisite magical vestments, is forged from the formidable essence of Zhou Qingchen, capable of regeneration even after destruction. With a resounding boom, Zhou Qingchen reached a pivotal breakthrough, manifesting the thunderous tribulation. At this moment, the endless calamity clouds gathered in the azure firmament. The heavy thunderclouds, layered beyond comprehension, appeared as if they could drip with ink, intermittently erupting with thunderous roars. The calamity clouds continued to expand, swiftly enveloping the entire Qinjiao Mountain. This tribulation was extraordinary. A flicker of concern crossed the brows of the three ancestors. Yet Zhou Qingchen remained undeterred, gazing intently at the swirling tempest of calamity above. At last, the calamity clouds completed their brewing and unleashed a torrent of terrifying lightning. Crimson divine thunder cascaded down like a blood-red ocean, a spectacle of monumental proportions that shook the heavens. Clad in the starry celestial garment, Zhou Qingchen radiated boundless divine light as the crimson lightning detonated around him. Yet his aura showed no signs of waning. Rather, it surged ever higher. After a considerable duration, the tempest receded, marking the end of the first layer of tribulation. The essence of the thunderclouds had grown even more formidable. Soon, the second wave of tribulation descended. Yellow lightning cascaded relentlessly, all of which was repelled by the starry celestial garment. Eventually, the yellow lightning, ablaze with golden brilliance, pierced through the entire expanse. Subsequently, azure, blue, and purple divine thunders fell in succession, transforming the world into a sea of lightning, as five-colored radiance pierced the heavens. The starry celestial garment withstood the onslaught of the five-fold tribulation. Countless onlookers, witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle, felt their hearts swell with excitement. The image of such a cataclysmic storm being effortlessly deflected was profoundly moving. The last two layers of tribulation were the most fearsome. May this young man endure, silently prayed the seven ancestors. At this moment, the azure sky was engulfed in lightning, rendering Zhou Qingchen's figure invisible. Regrettably, Tuoba Yuan's fourth-grade premium flying cloud vessel was also rendered inoperative amidst the relentless tribulation. The final two tribulations were the infant transformation tribulation. These two trials targeted the nascent soul directly, demanding reliance on one's own fortitude to survive. Zhou Qingchen turned his focus inward, witnessing the mysterious starlight coalescing around his nascent soul. Come forth, I shall traverse this tribulation. The heavens and earth await my exploration. The calamity clouds transformed entirely, morphing into an immense sphere of light, as the infant transformation tribulation finally descended. Yet this layer of tribulation was no longer mere lightning. An endless wind and fire surged forth from the calamity clouds, enveloping Zhou Qingchen's nascent soul as if it were an inextricable curse. The wind and fire tribulation relentlessly assailed Zhou Qingchen's nascent soul, serving as both trial and baptism for many cultivators, to shed the mundane and rise anew. At last, the wind and fire tribulation gradually dissipated. Zhou Qingchen's nascent soul, though less resplendent than before, now emanated a more solidified essence. Only one final tribulation remained. Chapter 74. A moment of transformation. Zhou Qingchen's expression turned serious, This final tribulation instilled within him an unsettling sense of impending crisis, a sensation absent in the preceding 6 tribulations. Suddenly, the ominous clouds of calamity resonated with the sounds of various weapons, blades, swords, spears, halberds. An array of terrifying instruments of destruction materialized, each infused with the power to annihilate all. The cataclysm of 10,000 weapons. The 3 ancestors' pupils contracted sharply, their hearts trembling. The myriad forms of the infant transformation tribulation were diverse, yet it was this particular calamity that had emerged. It seemed destined to obliterate even the nascent soul. Cultivation itself was an act of defiance against the heavens. Those who are exceptionally gifted often invoke the envy of the divine. The talents blessed by heaven are deemed geniuses. And among geniuses, those of extraordinary caliber may be crowned as prodigies. Clearly, Zhou Qingchen's swift progression to this juncture had already transgressed celestial rules, resulting in the descent of such a formidable calamity. The words of the 3 ancestors echoed. She, adept in the art of divination, held a particular apprehension towards the whims of fate. She hoped that this young man possessed some hidden cards. At this moment, the 3 venerable ancestors were so tense they dared not blink. Zhou Qingchen raised his gaze skyward. His eyes reflected a profound transformation, suffused with an ancient and mysterious power, harmonizing with the stellar patterns etched upon his brow. Within Zhou Qingchen's gaze, beyond the calamity clouds, swirled blood-red chains, seemingly embodying a certain order of the cosmos. These chains bore no thought, functioning like a meticulous instrument, scrutinizing the myriad beings of the realms. This order's observation was rudimentary. It did not signify the will of heaven and earth, but merely represented an elemental reaction of the world. The cataclysm of 10,000 weapons was the most dreadful calamity aimed at the nascent soul. Throughout history, only those extraordinary cultivators who transcended the mundane had ever provoked such a trial. Among those rare prodigies who survived this tribulation, without exception, they had long since transcended the earthly realm. For many, this calamity was insurmountable, yet for Zhou Qingchen, it was not so. As thought surged, the cataclysm of 10,000 weapons descended. Countless blades of cold light struck Zhou Qingchen's nascent soul, causing ripples to emanate from it, alarming the 3 ancestors. With a single thought, Zhou Qingchen activated the crimson mark in the center of his forehead, unleashing ancient and wondrous powers to shield his nascent soul. The onslaught of weapons was not endless. After an indeterminate duration, the tribulation clouds began to thin, and the cataclysm started to dissipate. At that moment, Zhou Qingchen abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide open. In an instant, it was as though the cosmos was being reborn, chaos giving way to order. A dazzling radiance erupted from his pupils, more radiant than the light of the tribulation itself. With a resounding roar, the beam of light surged against the current, piercing through the inky blackness of the calamity clouds, shattering the remnants of the cataclysm into countless bolts of lightning, dispersing them throughout the heavens and earth. The immensely thick whirlpool of calamity clouds suddenly vanished, and in a heartbeat, the skies cleared for miles, bathed in boundless light. Above, the azure expanse unfolded into an awe-inspiring tapestry of 9-colored clouds, an unparalleled spectacle of spiritual radiance cascading down, dyeing the firmament in a kaleidoscope of hues. In that resplendent radiance, a tall figure adorned in celestial robes basked in the vast heavenly light, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. 9 swords, akin to stars, danced around him, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. This scene, witnessed by countless onlookers, marked his emergence from tribulation, a moment of transformation into divinity. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, Zhou Qingchen smiled, contemplating that he had now entered the ranks of the formidable, soaring through the winds, traversing the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Zhou Qingchen seemed to have transformed entirely. This was a true rebirth. The latent power within him, dormant for an unknown duration, had awakened completely in that instant of transcending to divinity. He struggled to articulate that sensation, as if he could hear whispers from the primordial epochs, resonating with both lamentation and praise. The very texture of his skin, his limbs, veins, and soul were imbued with that enigmatic primordial force. The most striking manifestation of this power was the starry mark between his brows and his eyes, which sparkled with newfound vitality. Before long, Zhou Qingchen reigned in his energy, and the 3 ancestors approached him. Young man, from this day forth, you shall be the 4th to attain the divinity realm within our Taihua Sect. The 5th ancestor beamed with delight, unable to contain his smile. The Taihua Sect was once again graced with such auspicious fortune among the 4 divine realms of his generation. At this juncture, with 2 sects on the brink of annihilation and the 7th ancestor poised for ascension, Zhou Qingchen's achievement in attaining divinity brought a wave of relief. With your advancement, I too can confidently take my final step. The seventh ancestor's face radiated joy, a stark contrast to his usual solemn demeanor. Zhou Qingchen's gaze sparkled with excitement. Yet his heart remained tumultuous. Elders, it is time to address the other two sects, Zhou Qingchen declared, fire glinting in his eyes. Once all matters are resolved, I shall elucidate the affairs concerning the southernly treasure land. The three ancestors exchanged glances, each perceiving the curiosity in the other's eyes. They could nearly surmise that the other two sects' divine ancestors were so eager to act against Zhou Qingchen due to the astonishing treasures he had acquired in the southernly treasure land. Nodding in agreement, they accompanied Zhou Qingchen back to the Taihua Sect. As they departed, the multitude of cultivators surrounding Qianzhou Mountain erupted into a clamor. News of Zhou Qingchen's breakthrough to the divinity realm spread like wildfire. During the days following his ascension, the Taihua Sect had initiated a grand operation. Aside from Tuoba Yuan, the other peak masters, along with numerous golden elixir elders and fully established disciples, mobilized together. Spiritual lights sliced through the sky, heading towards the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect. Upon returning to the Taihua Sect, Zhou Qingchen consulted with the ancestors before making his way back to Tai Miao Peak. Zhang Yi had already represented Tai Miao Peak in the activities, leaving only Li Qinglin and the remaining disciples behind. Zhou Qingchen summoned Li Qinglin and directly addressed him. The 9 disciples from our Tai Miao Peak participating in the Tianzhou conference will be granted an opportunity to select a 4th-tier cultivation method if they make the list. And upon advancing to Golden Elixir, they shall be directly appointed as core disciples. The others will receive a 3rd-tier Supreme Legacy, with the privilege to choose from the scripture repository within Tai Miao Peak. Li Qinglin felt a profound shock within his heart. The 36 secondary peaks surrounding the main peak of Tai Miao serve as training grounds for ordinary disciples, each housing a scripture pavilion, yet none possess a 4th-tier inheritance. In contrast, the secret pavilion atop the main peak of Tai Miao contains nearly all the scriptures and manuals, aside from the true transmission, with the highest reaching a 4th-tier excellence. The rewards of a 4th-tier technique are monumental for all, typically reserved for core disciples and highly accomplished golden elixir elders. It is essential to understand that for those of the secondary nascent soul factions, 4th-tier techniques are the very foundation of their power, closely guarded secrets. After Li Qinglin took his leave, he hurriedly set about making arrangements. Upon returning to the summit of Tai Miao, Zhou Qingchen encountered Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. The 2 disciples appeared to be in fine spirits, their faces alight with uncontainable joy upon seeing Zhou Qingchen. Clearly, with the news circulating, they were already aware of his recent breakthrough into the transformation stage. Moreover, having secured the top positions in the talented gathering, they were currently brimming with confidence. How was your experience in the Southly treasure grounds? What did you gain? Zhou Qingchen inquired with a smile. At the mention of this, their spirits surged even higher as they began to recount their various insights within the Southly treasure grounds. Lin Qi, with a hint of delight, said, I obtained a 6th-tier fire technique named Immortal Sun Incarnation. This method resonates deeply with me, allowing me to gather all my spiritual fire and refine it into a formidable manifestation. Zhou Qingchen was slightly taken aback, nodding slightly. Such fire techniques truly align with your strengths. To fully harness your fire's spiritual root and fire's spiritual vein, however, will require considerable effort. Now that the talented gathering has concluded, you should take the time to immerse yourself in your cultivation. Additionally, although this technique suits you, it is a 6th-tier spell beyond your current foundation building stage. Be wary of overreaching. Wait until you advance to the golden elixir stage before attempting to cultivate it. Lin Qi nodded obediently. And you, Ruotian? Zhou Qingchen turned his gaze towards Su Ruotian. Su Ruotian scratched his head, saying, I received an inheritance in formation techniques. Also at the 6th tier. I'm not quite sure why it was bestowed upon me. Could it be that I possess a talent for formations? Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment. The 4 true paths of alchemy, formations, tools, and talismans include formations as one of them. The 3rd true transmission, the painting pool, is also focused on formation cultivation and possesses considerable talent. However, the formation inheritance of the Taihua Sect is not particularly strong, barely reaching the 5th tier. It was unexpected that Su Ruotian had acquired a 6th-tier formation inheritance in the Southly treasure grounds. Perhaps it was the intention of that esteemed Master Zhuyun. Clearly, the opportunities bestowed upon the disciples of Taihua this time are noticeably greater than in the past. Given this, you might as well give it a try. Elder Zhang Yi previously hailed from the Taiqing Peak and has supplementary training in formations. You can consult him to see if you have any innate talent in this area. Zhou Qingchen suggested. Moreover, your cultivation has already reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Seize this time to study formations while consolidating your cultivation. And soon you will be ready for foundation building. After imparting guidance to his disciples, Zhou Qingchen sought out Jianling, who was resting atop a soft mound of grass. The small white bird sensed Zhou Qingchen's approach and immediately perked up, flapping its wings and taking flight. Absorb it, and you shall one day ascend to the supreme path. Without further ado, Zhou Qingchen directly presented the essence of the Sword Feather King's bloodline, even though this essence had been sealed by the system. The terrifying aura of the celestial demon it emanated caused the feathers of Jianling to bristle in response, deeply suppressed. What is this? Jianling inquired, feeling a power that seemed to share its origin yet eclipsed its own magnificently. It is the bloodline essence of your ancestral progenitor, the ancient celestial demon, Sword Feather King. Zhou Qingchen replied succinctly, silencing Jianling's incessant chatter. The ancient celestial demon, the mightiest of the myriad primordial divine beasts, sacred beasts, and ferocious beasts, if not thwarted in its growth, would undoubtedly become a demon immortal, ascending the path of immortality. This matter is not to be spoken of or scrutinized. Just remember, by absorbing it, your potential shall transcend this realm. Zhou Qingchen gently stated, injecting the bloodline essence into Jianling's body. As Jianling's heart surged with fervor, a heart-wrenching cry escaped its lips. The process of transformation is invariably fraught with agony. Zhou Qingchen's expression remained unchanged as he softly admonished, do not waste this bloodline essence. However, Jianling, having absorbed the essence of the Sword Feather King, could no longer hear his words. Its colossal form, hundreds of feet in length, revealed its true shape, ultimately encased within a massive blood cocoon. At that moment, a singular conviction resided in its heart, to conquer this power and make it its own. Returning in less than half a day, Zhou Qingchen had already stabilized numerous affairs concerning Tai Miao Peak. Just then, the voice of the third ancestor reached Zhou Qingchen's ears. Your seventh ancestor has once again entered seclusion, with the fifth ancestor overseeing the sect. Now, we shall divide our forces, you to Lingjian's sect, and I to Bailan's sect. As the third ancestor's words fell, Zhou Qingchen's gaze shifted dramatically. He stepped into the void, parting ways with the third ancestor as they soared in different directions. Zhou Qingchen's destination was indeed Lingjian's sect. At this moment, the once prosperous locale of Jian God Mountain, where the Lingjian sect resided, was now in utter chaos. Akin to a flock of startled chickens and barking dogs, the protective formation had long been activated, yet individuals continued to flee, including several elders at the Golden Core stage. A group of inept individuals. Witnessing this scene, Jian Wuming, the sect master clad in azure robes atop Jian God Mountain, was on the verge of exploding with rage. His entire being radiating murderous intent. He swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of lethal sword energy that annihilated those attempting to escape. In an instant, the Lingjian sect fell into a deathly silence, with countless hearts feeling an icy chill, yet stifling the flames of resentment. Atop Jian God Mountain, besides Jian Wuming, stood 9 true monarchs of the nascent soul stage. Their faces were ashen, their gazes flickering, lost in their thoughts. Has there been no news of Elder Duhong? Jian Wuming asked, regaining his composure. No response has been received, replied one of the nascent soul true monarchs. Jian Wuming's facial muscles twitched in agitation. Elder Duhong, a nascent soul elder of their Lingjian sect's soul guardian hall, was the first to discover the shattering of the soul lamp of the sect's transformation ancestor. Yet, this cowardly Duhong had only relayed the news of the ancestor's demise to Jian Wuming, disappearing without a trace from the Lingjian sect. An elder of the Yuanying realm fled ignominiously, and should this news reach his numerous disciples, it would undoubtedly shatter the hard-won momentum of the Lingjian sect. Moments later, a golden core cultivator suddenly arrived at the summit of Sword God Mountain. Trembling, he knelt and stammered that Elder Du's soul lamp had shattered. Instantly, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Who was the assailant? Inquired Jian Wuming. The golden core cultivator recalled the horrifying scenes he had witnessed while activating the soul lamp's secret technique, his body shaking uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and replied. It was the master of Taihua Peak from the Taihua Sect. Elder Du fled to Shuiyun City, where he was turned to pulp by a single strike. The sect master is nearly here. As these words fell, the atmosphere atop Sword God Mountain thickened with tension, every Yuanying true monarch wearing a grave expression, their hearts racing. Sect master, we must disperse. At that moment, one Yuanying true monarch declared. This proclamation ignited a tempest of emotions among the crowd. A total of 9 Yuanying true monarchs. Over half of them fled the summit, transforming into streaks of light as they soared away from the Lingjian sect. In that instant, the breath that countless disciples had been holding was released in a rush. In the blink of an eye, hundreds, then thousands. and eventually tens of thousands of disciples scrambled to escape the Lingjian sect, a martial lineage that had endured for millennia, now utterly bereft of its sword spirit. Yet, this time, Jian Wuming did not intervene. His hand trembled as the sword of slaughter he had clutched fell to the ground, resonating sharply. His vacant gaze drifted toward the horizon. Gradually, his eyes reflected blinding rays of light, descending from the heavens and dividing into 9 distinct directions. They were 9 flying swords, exuding an inexorable killing intent, which swiftly enveloped the entire Lingjian sect. All fleeing Yuanying true monarchs and disciples met instant demise, mercilessly torn apart, their blood painting the skies red above the Lingjian sect. Amidst the piercing sword light, a young man clad in celestial garments descended from the void, his unparalleled aura of transformation fracturing the sect's protective array in an instant. Jian Wuming's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this scene. "It's all gone," he murmured. Despondently, trembling, he retrieved the long sword that had fallen at his feet. This blade was named Killing Body. Jian Wuming gently traced the elongated sword's surface, whispering to himself, "Killing Body, today I shall slay my own body and sever my soul." On that day, the sect master of the Lingjian sect took his own life, his Yuanying obliterated by the Killing Body sword, perishing atop Sword God Mountain. Thus, the Lingjian sect, which had flourished for tens of thousands of years, faced its moment of annihilation. Chapter 76. The Sword of the Heavens. The remaining 3 Yuanying true monarchs cried out in despair as they watched Jian Wuming's life ebb away, their hearts swelling with boundless fury and resentment. They had chosen not to flee with the masses. Instead, they remained to share the fate of the Lingjian sect. Therefore, in the face of Zhou Qingchen's formidable strength, they felt no fear, but rather approached him boldly, like moths drawn to a flame. Yet, despite pouring their strength into the confrontation, they could inflict not a scratch upon Zhou Qingchen. Thus, they considered themselves men of honor. Zhou Qingchen sighed, and as power surged, 3 figures silently transformed into ash and vanished. "We are willing to submit." As the higher echelons fell, the Golden Core elders and disciples of the Spirit Sword sect relinquished their resistance. With the death of even the divine transformation ancestor, the sect master, and a host of nascent soul true monarchs, the once mighty Spirit Sword sect, despite a few valiant souls unwilling to yield, could not escape the undeniable fact that its fate was sealed. The surviving Golden Core elders took the lead in kneeling, surrendering everything of the Spirit Sword sect. Zhou Qingchen's gaze flickered. After all, the Spirit Sword sect is one of the 3 major sects, and its millennia of accumulated heritage, though not comparable to the Taihua Sect, is not to be underestimated. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the distance. It was his senior brothers and sisters, Su Xianjun and Bai Tianling, leading a multitude from the Taihua Sect. "Goodness, little junior brother, you have truly outpaced us by a considerable margin," his senior siblings remarked with deep admiration. With the arrival of numerous Taihua Sect members, the affairs of the Spirit Sword sect were completely taken over. Zhou Qingchen chose not to involve himself further, but instead made his way to the outskirts of the Sword God Mountain, gazing at the vast and ominous Valley of the Fallen Swords. This Valley of the Fallen Swords is a mysterious place closely tied to the origins of the Spirit Sword sect, a true land of desolation. The deep, shadowy valley seemed to form a realm distinct from the outside world, entirely isolated. Within the valley, sword chi rampaged fiercely, deterring even the divine transformation realm from approaching carelessly. Moreover, the deeper one ventured into the valley, the more terrifying the sword chi became, capable of effortlessly slaying typical divine transformation beings. It was said that the divine transformation ancestors of the Spirit Sword sect had never ceased their explorations of the valley. Yet aside from their first ancestor who gleaned insights from the sword record of slaughter, no one thereafter had extracted anything of value. It seemed to conceal something profound. Zhou Qingchen gazed intently, murmuring to himself. His eyes shimmered with the ethereal light of distant stars, piercing through the layers of rampaging sword chi, revealing an astonishingly bright orb of light at the deepest part of the Valley of the Fallen Swords. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned the 7th grade supreme innate treasure, the Lindu City. With a thought, he directly resided within it, wielding control over Lindu City as he advanced toward the innermost depths of the valley. With this treasure as protection, coupled with Zhou Qingchen's formidable strength, the violent sword chi could not harm him in the slightest. After a considerable time, Zhou Qingchen finally descended to the valley's deepest expanse. Here, a separate space formed, devoid of the previously rampant and fearsome sword chi. Instead, this space was remarkably tranquil, illuminated solely by the dazzling orb of light at its center, radiating brightness akin to daylight. Zhou Qingchen emerged from Lindu City, his gaze heavy as he regarded the orb. In the next moment, the orb emitted melodious sword cries, reminiscent of a child joyfully calling out. To Zhou Qingchen's astonishment, the orb transformed into an adorable, plump infant clad in icy white gauze, radiating a soft, pearly glow. Upon encountering Zhou Qingchen, the little child's eyes sparkled as if they had just laid eyes on a delectable treat. With short legs typical of a 3-year-old, they rushed towards Zhou Qingchen. A sudden chill ran down Zhou Qingchen's spine, prompting him to envelop himself in a protective force, preventing the chubby little one from getting too close. As the cherubic figure collided with the magical barrier, disappointment flickered in its eyes. "What are you?" Zhou Qingchen inquired, cautiously eyeing this unexpected and peculiar life form. "I am the sword spirit of the celestial sword," the little one replied promptly, appearing utterly harmless. Could it truly be a sword spirit? Zhou Qingchen pondered briefly before arriving at this hypothesis. While magical artifacts can possess spirits, the likelihood of a spirit's birth is exceedingly rare. Artifacts endowed with spirits may boast greater power and possess formidable autonomous combat capabilities. To increase the chances of a spirit's emergence, one must expend exceedingly rare celestial materials. Yet even then, the odds remain minimal. Therefore, the birth of a spirit relies heavily on fortune. At least, none of Zhou Qingchen's own artifacts bore spirits. However, not everyone desires their artifacts to manifest spirits. Throughout history, there have been numerous incidents of spirits devouring their masters. Some high-tier spirits have even attained transcendent realms through their own cultivation. The chubby little one before him could very well be the spirit of a magical sword. "I wish to accompany you. Will you take me with you?" The cherubic figure gazed innocently at the cold-faced Zhou Qingchen, pleading earnestly. "Come with me?" Zhou Qingchen exclaimed in surprise. He then recalled his possession of the supreme sword heart, a talent that commands respect in the sword path and attracts spirits of all kinds. "You are of uncertain origin. I cannot take you in," Zhou Qingchen stated, though inwardly, he silently summoned the system's attribute panel. Identity: sword spirit of the celestial sword. Bone age: irrelevant. The sword spirit of the celestial sword, forged 160,000 years ago by the half-step great ascendant of the southern wilderness dominant force, the heavenly sword pavilion. On the day of its birth, the demonic path descended, tainting it with the blood of countless demonic cultivators, elevating it to an 8th-tier celestial artifact, transforming it into an unparalleled ferocious sword. It was subsequently sealed, and with the fall of the heavenly sword pavilion, it became lost in the world. Indeed, it is a sword spirit, and a spirit of a legendary ferocious sword at that. Zhou Qingchen felt deceived by the seemingly benign appearance of this cherubic figure. The little one then began to elaborate on its origins. The narrative closely mirrored the information provided by the system, albeit with a wealth of additional details from the sword spirit of the celestial sword. "Due to my overwhelming ferocity, my creator personally sealed me to prevent exploitation by demonic cultivators. Later, when the heavenly sword pavilion fell, he also sealed its core legacy within the celestial sword, which subsequently fell into obscurity. However, much of my power has been sealed. Thousands of years ago, I bestowed a portion of my legacy upon 2 exceptionally gifted cultivators. These 2 ascended to the pinnacle of the void refinement stage and sought the opportunity to unite with me." At this moment, a hint of irony surfaced on the cherubic figure's pudgy face, which was otherwise innocent. "Our esteemed sky sword is indeed a transcendent artifact, not to be compared with the mundane. However, I unleashed a hint of my formidable power, which drove them into a frenzy, leading to their mutual destruction, while I found myself abandoned here." The force known as the Spirit Sword Sect above was established by comprehending a fragment of the legacy left by those 2 cultivators. As Sky Sword spoke, it cast an expectant gaze upon Zhou Qingchen, exclaiming, "I have concealed nothing from you. Choose me. By aligning with you, I shall undoubtedly partake in the finest delights, and perhaps even unravel the myriad seals binding me. Then, it shall be my turn to protect you, with a mere swing. No one shall dare to challenge you, except for those in the tribulation realm." Sky Sword was lost in its own reverie, its face flushed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 77. The 7 ancestors break through all these years. "Why have you not fled, remaining here?" Zhou Qingchen inquired, not readily acquiescing. I can hardly muster the energy. My power is bound by too many seals. My current strength barely equates to that of the void refinement stage. If I were to wander aimlessly, I might be seized by those old perverts," Sky Sword retorted with a huff. "Have you not ascended to the 8th tier of transcendent artifacts? How then could the ancestor of the Sky Sword Pavilion, who is merely at the half-step transcendent stage, manage to seal you?" Zhou Qingchen pressed, refusing to overlook any inconsistencies. "Alas, there are forces at play behind me. Such is the nature of the major powers in the cultivation world. One might appear solitary, yet is often supported by an immense network of connections," Sky Sword replied sagely. "My creator ventured to the 13 states, and enlisted a transcendent master from one of the four great sects to seal me. The four great sects immediately conjured memories for Zhou Qingchen, reminiscent of what his master had once shared regarding these colossal sections. Located in the prosperous southern region of the 13 states, they are the Qingyan Sect, Tianzhou Sect, Nantian Palace, and Lingyun Pavilion. Each of these sects boasts more than one transcendent master and may even harbor tribulation lords among their ranks. However, such figures are predominantly engrossed in their pursuit of immortality, seldom straying into the mortal realm. Zhou Qingchen recalled the descriptions provided by the Zhiyun elder regarding the 5 great demonic sanctuaries from over 100,000 years ago, leading him to speculate that the demise of the other 4 demonic sanctuaries might have involved the 4 great sects. After all, in the southern region, the hundreds of vast states revere these 4 sections. The turmoil instigated by the demonic path in the realms beyond the 13 states could not have gone unnoticed by the 4 great sects. The emergence of the Sky Sword should have propelled the Sky Sword Pavilion to greater heights. However, it was a time of misfortune, as the devouring by the demonic path led to the pavilion's rapid decline. Yet, the Sky Sword Pavilion was unwilling to let me fall into the hands of others, thus designating me as their vessel of inheritance. Suddenly, Sky Sword struck the magical barriers surrounding Zhou Qingchen, delighting in the cracks that appeared upon its surface. While Zhou Qingchen absorbed the words of Sky Sword, he remained composed, reinforcing his defenses. Once again thwarted, Sky Sword wore a look of disillusionment. "Where is your sword body?" Zhou Qingchen inquired. Here it is, here it is." The spirit of the Sword of Heaven rejoiced, and a tender hand reached out, instantly conjuring a 3-foot-long sword from thin air. The Sword of Heaven, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue, bore patterns that flowed like veins, shifting in brightness and darkness, resembling a living entity. Could this be the true form of the ferocious sword? Zhou Qingchen's gaze fixated on the Sword of Heaven, sensing an immense power, tightly sealed within. Dormant yet formidable. "You acknowledge me as your master," Zhou Qingchen declared. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences, he activated the system this time. The process of recognition unfolded smoothly, devoid of any backlash. Thankfully, although the spirit of the Sword of Heaven was that of a fierce sword, it harbored no malice toward Zhou Qingchen. Moments later, the Sword of Heaven transformed into a streak of light and flew into Zhou Qingchen's grasp. As he examined the fierce sword, Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The transcendent magical artifact, the core inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, was all contained within this very sword. At last, the spirit of the Sword of Heaven, free from the barrier of magical protection, leaped into Zhou Qingchen's embrace. Its delightful essence bore a striking resemblance to that of his mother. With sparkling eyes, the spirit clung to the hem of Zhou Qingchen's garment. Zhou Qingchen's expression darkened. However, he refrained from reprimanding the adorable spirit. After a brief moment, the spirit finally returned to the sword's body. "Let us depart," Zhou Qingchen said, withholding further remarks as he soared into the sky. With the Sword of Heaven recognizing him as its master, the sword energy throughout the Valley of the Fallen Swords seemed to lose its source, destined to dissipate completely in due time. Zhou Qingchen made his way out of the Valley of the Fallen Swords and returned to the Spirit Sword Sect. At that moment, Su Xianjun and Bai Tianling had nearly exhausted all the resources flowing through the Spirit Sword Sect, rendering it a mere shell of its former self. From today forth, the Spirit Sword Sect will no longer exist in Nanli Prefecture. Zhou Qingchen's proclamation echoed, signaling the obliteration of what was once a prominent sect in the region. Instantly, the entire Spirit Sword Sect was thrown into disarray, akin to birds scattering in panic. In a parallel fate, the Bailing sect faced its own demise, with the 3 patriarchs, Xia Chun, Zhuo Qingchen, and Jiang Mingyue, overseeing. The Bailing sect was swiftly harvested of its resources. Yet, the 3 patriarchs showed no mercy. The upper echelons of the Bailing sect were entirely eradicated. Before its fall, the sect's leader, Song Ke, sat despondently in the main hall, lamenting the disbandment of the entire Bailing sect. From the nascent soul true monarchs to the Qi refinement disciples, scarcely anyone mourned the loss of this once beloved grand sect. In a fleeting moment, Song Ke felt a sharp pang in his heart. Jian Wuming has perished. His mind went blank. How could he depart before me? He lamented softly. His voice suddenly transformed into a melodious and gentle tone, his features subtly shifting. In an instant, he appeared as though he had become a different person altogether. Few knew that this capricious leader of the Bailing sect was, in truth, a woman. Song Ke emerged from the main hall, her flowing hair cascading in the wind. On this day, the Bailing sect too became a mere relic of Nanli Prefecture's history. With that, the entirety of Nanli Prefecture fell under the dominion of the Taihua Sect, and the fortunes of the region began to converge towards the Taihua Sect, like a tempestuous storm gathering strength. A month hence, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the Taihua Sect, shaking the very heavens and earth. The crisp sound of breaking shackles resonated, causing the skies to darken and the world to tremble. On this day, the seventh patriarch, Hao Cheng, finally unraveled the mysteries of the primordial spirit and ascended to the realm of void refinement. Billowing thunderclouds gathered above the Taihua Sect, instilling fear in the hearts of countless disciples and elders, their bodies trembling in awe. The third and fifth patriarchs hastily enveloped the Taihua Sect in protective energy, while simultaneously activating the sect's grand protective formation. Within the small void realm, the seventh patriarch's gaze shone with an unsettling brightness as he transcended the fabric of reality, positioning himself beneath the impending thunder tribulation, diverting it away from the sect. As the torrential bolts of heavenly thunder descended, his figure ebbed and flowed within the tempest, ultimately weathering the tribulation and stabilizing his cultivation at the early stage of void refinement. Having existed for a staggering 16,517 years, the Taihua Sect finally bore its first void refinement Taoist in this era, elevating itself to the status of a premier celestial sect on the southern wasteland. In a brief span, the major sects across the 5 states of the southern wasteland stirred in waves, sending their congratulations, some even hinting at a willingness to submit. Chapter 78. The proclamation of Taihua Sect. Within the grand hall of the sect, 3 venerable ancestors, the 7 peak masters, 10 esteemed elders, and numerous core disciples convened. The 7th patriarch, now exuding a profound and fearsome aura from his breakthrough to void refinement, elicited uncontainable joy among the assembly. Since all have gathered, let us commence, the 7th patriarch declared, casting a glance around the room before addressing Zhou Qingchen with a smile. Zhou Qingchen's expression turned serious as he recognized the significance of their recent expedition to the Southernly Treasure Land, which had undergone considerable upheaval. The Southernly Treasure Land shall no longer be accessible. This pronouncement left many present in disbelief. The Southernly Treasure Land had enriched their sect's foundation over millennia, and its closure would likely have a substantial impact on the Taihua Sect. Yet, they remained silent, patiently awaiting Zhou Qingchen's elucidation. I shall elucidate the events that transpired within the Southernly Treasure Land, Zhou Qingchen began, directing his gaze towards the assembly as he recounted his experiences and encounters after entering the treasure realm. He omitted the details of his transaction with the Zhiyan elder, merely outlining the fortuitous opportunities he had encountered therein. The Southernly Treasure Land was a spatial treasure belonging to a venerable being of the Integration Realm, inherited from the once mighty Xiantian Feng clan that reigned over the southern wasteland over 100,000 years ago. The relic of a venerable being, demonic path specters, and integration techniques. As he spoke, a tempest surged within the hearts of the audience, leaving them in a state of astonishment, the 7th patriarch no less affected. Indeed, a relic of a venerable being, he exclaimed with a deep sigh, soon followed by exultation. The techniques of a venerable being in the integration realm. What an extraordinary opportunity. Zhou Qingchen smiled. This technique is known as the Xian Yuan transformation technique, a 6th-tier cultivation method. He produced a tome of remarkable significance, emanating a gentle luminescence that ignited the fervor in the hearts of all present. Just as the 7th patriarch had recently ascended to void refinement, Zhou Qingchen unveiled an even more formidable method from the integration realm. Thus, the Taihua Sect acquired the foundation and strength for a momentous leap forward. The existence of the Xian Yuan transformation technique undoubtedly elevates the potential of the Taihua Sect. After all, the foundation of any force must rest upon a certain legacy. It is only now that the Taihua Sect has begun to resemble an esteemed celestial gate. In the future, it is not inconceivable that, through this inheritance of the fusion realm, it could give rise to sovereigns of the fusion realm and ascend to become a dominant power in the southern region. Naturally, all of this requires an extensive passage of time. It cannot be achieved overnight. Everyone is acutely aware of their respective positions, and while they are filled with anticipation for the future, they remain humble and grounded. Indeed, our Taihua Sect has been graced by heaven's blessings, exclaimed the 3 elders with fervor. Zhou Qingchen smiled warmly and mysteriously revealed, there is even more to this. We have also acquired a high-grade 6th-tier spirit vein. This 6th-tier spirit vein was previously a reward obtained from the system, which Zhou Qingchen had been unable to present until now. With the auspicious reputation of the Southernly Treasure Land, he could finally introduce it to the sect with due honor. The crowd fell momentarily speechless. Spirit veins gather the essence of heaven and earth, and those esteemed celestial gates supported by the presence of the void refining realm are invariably founded upon 6th-tier spirit veins. Following the calamity of the demonic path, the spirit veins of the southern wilderness have been nearly depleted by half, even regressing to the 5th tier, unable to ascend for a prolonged period. This has led to the deterioration of the 5 states, rendering them incapable of supporting the destiny required for the birth of the void refining realm. If the Taihua Sect were to possess a high-grade 6th-tier spirit vein, the emergence of practitioners of the void refining realm in the future would become a possibility. For instance, if the 7th ancestor had the support of a 6th-tier spirit vein, he might have already achieved the void refining state. Moreover, not only in the southern wilderness but also in the surrounding provinces, 6th-tier spirit veins are exceedingly rare, with esteemed celestial gates being even scarcer. Initially, the 7th ancestor intended to venture into those prosperous provinces to seek a breakthrough, but fortuitously encountered Zhou Qingchen's innate true intent along the way. Now is an opportune moment, ancestor. We can begin to channel the spirit vein beneath the Taihua Sect. Within 10 years, the spirit vein will be firmly established, potentially influencing the entirety of Southernly Province, Zhou Qingchen stated with earnest resolve. Throughout the discussion, the atmosphere was charged, and a sheen of perspiration glistened on everyone's brows, their blood coursing through their veins with fervor. Furthermore, the Grand Elder of the Xianyin sect could arrive at any moment, so vigilance is paramount. With that, Zhou Qingchen had conveyed all that was necessary. Subsequently, the Xian Yuan transformation technique was replicated into several copies and distributed among the various peaks, while the original manuscript remained with Zhou Qingchen. Have you, the true disciples, found any gains within the Southernly treasure land? With the most crucial matters addressed, the elders turned their attention towards the true disciples. Returning to the ancestor, our journey has been fruitful. The other 3 brothers may require some time to assimilate, but Dao Yu, Hua Qi, and I shall surely attain the nascent soul realm within a year, Takuba Tian declared. In addition, we have obtained several 5th-tier spell inheritances, he added. The elders nodded slightly in approval. Indeed, once you ascend to the nascent soul realm, the strength of the Taihua Sect's upper echelons will be substantially fortified, making it far simpler to dominate the various forces throughout Southernly Province. In the present day, 2 more sects have met their demise, their immense scale concealing numerous illiquid resources. Upon assuming control, the Taihua Sect found itself in dire need of personnel. Subsequently, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian each made a copy of the legacies they had acquired and submitted them to the sect. Among these treasures, the most exhilarating was undoubtedly the 6th-tier formation legacy obtained by Su Ruotian. The 5th ancestor, proficient in the art of formations, had long been hindered by the weakness of the existing legacies, thus reaching a bottleneck in his mastery. Consequently, upon receiving this formation legacy, he was almost compelled to retreat into seclusion to comprehend its depths immediately. Across the desolate expanse of the wasteland, a young man ambled forward on foot. His gaze was vacant, his expression devoid of emotion, and with each step, he covered a distance of 100 zhang. After an indeterminate period of wandering, a flicker of emotion finally surfaced in his eyes. Suddenly, he erupted into a boisterous laugh, his face flushing with exhilaration. The master is dead. He is truly dead. This fiend has finally met his end. The young man spoke to himself in a frenzy for a while, before gradually regaining a semblance of normalcy. Deep within his soul sea, a chilling and ghastly primordial spirit observed this scene with indifference. Go to Hangzhou. Utilize the teleportation formation there to reach Zhenzhou, and seek out the Ghost Cave ruins. There, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power. You will surpass the spectral spirit true monarch 100-fold, provided you remain obedient. The eerie primordial spirit intoned coldly, its aura causing the young man to tremble. Excitement and fear flickered in his eyes as he humbly responded, "Rest assured, esteemed one. I am about to depart from Nanli Prefecture. With the concealed spatial formation you have provided, I shall swiftly reach Hangzhou." The cold primordial spirit uttered a non-committal sound and ceased further conversation. After a brief respite, the young man transformed into a streak of light and departed from the desolate southern lands. Chapter 79. Spiritual Veins Above the Taihua Sect. Zhou Qingchen and 3 venerable ancestors emerged together, the peak masters congregating, their auras surging and the heavens trembling. You shall descend to stabilize your respective peaks. We are preparing to embed the spiritual vein deep underground, declared the 3 ancestors. Zhou Qingchen retrieved the 6th-tier premium spiritual vein from the system space. In an instant, a spectrum of 9 colors illuminated the entire sky, and a dense spirit energy surged upwards as ethereal dragons of spiritual power spiraled above, invigorating the very heavens and earth. Is this truly a 6th-tier premium spiritual vein? The crowd was astounded. The 7th ancestor, utilizing his magical powers, took hold of this exquisitely refined vein and, at once, felt his own power at the void refinement stage boil within him. Let us return, Zhou Qingchen said, with 3 venerable ancestors present. Securing the spiritual vein was more than sufficient. They needed to return to stabilize each peak. Otherwise, should the Earth's veins shift, it could lead to numerous unforeseen disturbances. The peak masters nodded in agreement and returned to their respective peaks. Before long, all the peak masters of the 7 main peaks unleashed their cultivation, stabilizing the entirety of the Taihua Sect's 7 peaks. No one is to move. The voices of the 7 resonated throughout. As all members of the Taihua Sect gazed eagerly at the figures of the 3 venerable ancestors above. "Let us begin," the 7th ancestor commanded. In perfect unison, the 3 unleashed their formidable magical powers, cleaving the ground open with fissures thousands of zhang deep. In an instant, the 7 5-tier spirit veins originally present beneath the Taihua Sect emanated a radiant glow. The 5th patriarch and the 3rd patriarch, their expressions grave, stabilized the 7 5-tier spirit veins. Subsequently, the 7th patriarch directly drove a 6-tier spirit vein deep into the ground. Boom! In a flash, the earth trembled violently, and the 6th-tier spirit vein extended endlessly, resembling a colossal dragon that traversed the entire Taihua Sect. The remaining 7 5-tier spirit veins encircled the 6th-tier vein like 7 stars, dispersing around it. Within mere hours, the 6th-tier spirit vein had stretched for tens of thousands of miles, surpassing the confines of the Taihua Sect. Once fully stabilized, this vein spanned over 100,000 miles, as if the very heavens and earth had found their anchor, exuberantly manifesting various extraordinary phenomena. Purple chi surged from the east for 10,000 miles, exotic beasts harmonized, bestowing blessings, and a celestial rainbow bridged the azure firmament. The 3rd patriarch's eyes widened in astonishment, swiftly giving way to profound joy. The fortunes of Nanli were converging here. The 3rd patriarch remarked, well versed in the art of divination. She was particularly sensitive to such forces of fortune. The moment the 6th-tier spirit vein stabilized, she sensed the subtle shifts in the unseen. This transformation was not swift, yet its trend was unmistakable. As time progressed, the Taihua Sect would undoubtedly evolve into the absolute core of the entire Nanli prefecture. The fortunes converged, unifying the world. I intend to upgrade the original spirit-gathering formation of the Taihua Sect. Otherwise, the leakage of spiritual energy is becoming quite severe. The 5th patriarch stated solemnly once the 6th-tier upper-grade spirit vein was firmly established. The 3rd patriarch and the 7th patriarch hesitated, questioning, can you manage this alone? After all, the 6th-tier spirit vein differs from the 5th-tier, being more concentrated, yet also more volatile, making it challenging for an ordinary formation to function. The 5th patriarch responded, one is insufficient. We shall summon several more, for stagnation is not an option. Now that I have acquired a 6th-tier formation inheritance, my expertise in formations will surely enter a phase of growth. Even if I cannot yet arrange a 6th-tier formation, a few 5-tier formations will suffice for the time being. As my mastery of formations deepens, I will be able to establish even more sophisticated spirit-gathering formations at the Taihua Sect, transforming it into a genuine paradise thanks to the 6th-tier spirit vein. At this moment, the turbulence caused by the shifting earth gradually subsided, allowing the peak masters to withdraw their powers. By the way, 5th patriarch, my disciple possesses considerable talent in the realm of formations. Might I ask if you could impart some guidance during your leisure? Zhou Qingchen approached the 5th patriarch and inquired. The 5th patriarch nodded in response, certainly. If this child can receive such an inheritance in formations, their aptitude will undoubtedly be commendable. This 6th-tier formation inheritance was acquired by Su Ruotian in the blessed land of Nanli, significantly enriching the previously modest formation prowess of the Taihua Sect. Naturally, the 5th patriarch would not refuse Zhou Qingchen's request. Zhou Qingchen smiled and nodded. Observing below, the Taihua Sect had undergone tremendous changes in a remarkably short time. From the disciples to the elders, everyone sensed the alterations in the world around them. The concentration of spiritual energy had nearly multiplied tenfold, and this was merely the beginning. Within a decade, as the 6th-tier spirit vein fully integrated with the land of Nanli, this feedback effect would magnify several times over. By that time, the entire realm of Nanli province will have become increasingly stable, capable of supporting the emergence of more formidable cultivators. Ultimately, the 3 venerable ancestors returned to the Void Realm, while the other peak masters busied themselves with stabilizing their respective peaks. Zhou Qingchen also made his way back to Tai Miao Peak. Observing his 2 disciples diligently engaged in their cultivation, he noted that Jianling was cocooned in a great chrysalis, its aura growing ever stronger. Zhou Qingchen ascended to the summit of Yunhai. The sword spirit of the celestial realm emerged once more, a childlike entity that, despite its longevity, retained an innocent heart. Flitting about amidst the clouds and occasionally alighting upon Zhou Qingchen, he cast it aside, choosing to ignore its antics. Finally, with some leisure at his disposal, Zhou Qingchen focused his mind, no longer suppressing his power. His eyes transformed into an endless abyss of stars, and the celestial markings upon his forehead shimmered with an extraordinary divine light. Concurrently, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation. An ethereal aura intermingled with an overwhelming dominance, emanating an ancient and primal strength that lingered in the atmosphere. Current host attribute panel is as follows. Name, Zhou Qingchen. Talent, Tao Spirit Root. Supreme Immortal Sword Heart, Heavenly Heart Anomaly Fire, Blood of the Star Emperor, Destiny of the Great Tao Emperor Star. Cultivation level, early stage of spirit transformation. Technique, Emperor's Chaotic Sutra. Arts, Tai Miao Aurora Sword, Ta by Golden Light Slash, Xian Light Unification, Daytime Celestial Star, Annihilation of Celestial Stars, Extreme Starfall. Heavenly Star Descent, Starry Celestial Garment. Weapons, Xian Ji Star Sword, 9 Heavens Ring, Celestial Sword, Subduing, Immortal 9 Stars. Task Points, 260,000. Upon gazing at the updated attribute panel, Zhou Qingchen fell into a contemplative silence. The blood of the Star Emperor and the Great Tao Emperor Star. This was the power detected by the system at the moment he broke through to the spirit transformation stage, originating from a mysterious force that had long lain dormant within the depths of his being. With the metamorphosis of his cultivation, this power had fully awakened from chaos. Zhou Qingchen could distinctly sense that this blood of the Star Emperor seemed to elevate the very essence of his life. Furthermore, the Emperor Star Seal. Once the celestial markings on his forehead fully formed, they gave rise to the Emperor Star Seal, imbued with an unfathomably terrifying power. Zhou Qingchen retrieved a seemingly ordinary pouch, which his master had left him. It had remained inert until now, but suddenly, it emitted a peculiar resonance. The surface of the pouch gradually revealed a seal, strikingly similar to the Emperor Star Seal upon Zhou Qingchen's forehead, as if guided by an unseen force. A thread of power separated from the Emperor Star Seal and descended upon the pouch. In an instant, a wisp of azure smoke drifted up from within the pouch, slowly transforming into an ethereal silhouette. Master? Zhou Qingchen could not help but murmur aloud. As the figure grew increasingly distinct, it finally manifested as an elderly man clad in Tao robes, exuding an aura of Taoist rhythm. He sat cross-legged amidst the soft light, gazing at Zhou Qingchen with a hint of a comforting smile. Master. Realizing what was unfolding, Zhou Qingchen widened his eyes slightly. A wave of nostalgia surged within him, though he understood that the figure before him was merely a phantasm left by his master. Disciple, today as we meet here, it is time to sever your final attachment. Our bond as master and apprentice is too shallow, and it seems I shall not witness the day of your ascendance to the pinnacle of the world. The elder sighed softly, speaking with a tone of melancholy. Zhou Qingchen remained silent, his heart engulfed in profound sorrow. Your presence here confirms that your celestial imperial blood has stabilized completely. I, as your master, embody the will of a transcendent being. Yet I am merely the first guide on your path to enlightenment. You are an entity awaited by the primordial celestial realm, yet you are also uniquely yourself, an unparalleled individual. My teachings at Taihua may illuminate your path, but ultimately, the journey must be traversed by you alone. Others may offer guidance, yet they cannot alter your destined course. My disciple, we part ways here. In the years to come, let your cultivation never cease. As his words faded, the elder's figure dissolved into ephemeral wisps. Master. Zhou Qingchen's eyes reddened, silent tears cascading down his cheeks, his heart heavy with an overwhelming sense of loss. It echoed the moment atop Tai Miao Peak, where amidst the clouds, this venerable elder had also bid farewell, merging into the essence of the Tao. It is said that the path of the great Tao is devoid of sentiment. Once embarked upon, there is no turning back, only the relentless march forward. The journey of cultivation inevitably presents trials that are difficult to reconcile, and the heart of a cultivator is forged through such tribulations. Suddenly, the brocade pouch erupted with boundless divine light, and the scenery around Zhou Qingchen began to transform dramatically. When the tumult subsided, he found himself standing amidst a vast starry expanse, surrounded by a myriad of celestial bodies, the galaxies swirling around him. This realm resembled the primordial universe, where ancient stars emanated an intense and ferocious aura, harboring unfathomable and formidable power. Among these celestial bodies, a silver imperial star reigned at the center. Where's this place? Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Zhou Qingchen surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, recalling the words of his master. What power does the celestial imperial blood hold? Why does he possess the destiny of the great Tao's imperial star? What is the primordial celestial realm? One enigma after another unfolded before Zhou Qingchen, leading towards a path of transcendence beyond the mortal realm. In the next moment, the entire primordial universe erupted in fervor. The ancient stars radiated endless fiery celestial light, and the central imperial star illuminated the dense darkness enveloping this primordial cosmos. Amidst the celestial congregation, an ancient nine-tiered star tower emerged, standing unwaveringly at the heart of the primordial universe, eternal and indestructible. The star tower. Zhou Qingchen's heart quaked, and for reasons unknown. The name of this towering structure resonated in his mind, as his consciousness instantaneously sank into the star tower. This enigmatic tower seemed to forge a connection with him. In an infinitely distant void, the birth of the imperial star stirred the realms of the universe, the star tower exhibiting signs of activity. An ethereal, lofty voice whispered, "Is it too late? That one has long since returned to the 33 heavens, yet the imperial star has only just been born." Another voice reverberated as if piercing through the fabric of time and space, resonating with explosive intensity. "Tread carefully. The existence of the Tao realm is beyond our comprehension. Now that the imperial star has been born, we must prepare ourselves without delay. This may be the final descent of the imperial star." Zhou Qingchen's mind fell into a tranquil silence, surrounded by an array of mystical inscriptions that continuously merged into the imperial star seal upon his forehead, rendering his aura profoundly enigmatic. The phrase "Great Tao Imperial Star" echoed incessantly in his ears, plunging him into a state of extraordinary enlightenment. Under the relentless onslaught of these inscriptions, his cultivation of the Imperial Chun Mixed Element Sutra seemed to undergo a transformative metamorphosis. Could there exist a technique more formidable than the Imperial Sutra? Zhou Qingchen opened his eyes and murmured softly, his heart laden with uncertainties. Was the Stellar Tao Sutra the accompanying method of the Imperial Star? As he sensed a more primordial force within him, he pondered deeply. There was a subtle distinction. The Stellar Tao Sutra appeared to have fused with the Imperial Chun Mixed Element Sutra, attaining a level of ultimate refinement. Zhou Qingchen contemplated the profoundly esoteric inscriptions, yet gleaned little from them. He understood that the contents of the Stellar Tao Sutra were still far beyond his current comprehension, far removed from the capabilities of his present state in the transformation realm. Upon examining his attribute panel, he discovered that the cultivation method had indeed transformed from the Imperial Chun Mixed Element Sutra to the Stellar Tao Sutra. Following the myriad changes triggered by the opening of the pouch, Zhou Qingchen became increasingly aware of the connection between his body and the primordial realm of the Imperial Star. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, he recalled the intelligent service of his system. "System, do you have any records pertaining to the Great Tao Imperial Star?" The system's electronic voice responded, bringing Zhou Qingchen a sense of delight. Returning to the host, "The Great Tao Imperial Star pertains to the most fundamental secrets of the boundless cosmos. Currently, the host's cultivation is too low. The Imperial Star fate has just stabilized, and such profound truths cannot be inquired about. Thus, the system can only provide you with some superficial information. All else must await the host's future understanding." Zhou Qingchen did not aspire to know everything. At the very least, he wished to gain a preliminary understanding of this entity. The heavens are vast, the universe immense, with countless worlds of various sizes known as the lower realms. Above this lies the boundless celestial path of the 33 heavens. However, before the heavens and universe were delineated, and before the celestial path was established, several primordial powers were born within the endless cosmic sea, one of which is the Great Tao Imperial Star. It was not until later, when chaos was dispersed and the heavens were clarified, that the power of the Great Tao Imperial Star spread throughout the universe. Thus stars hung high, realms were birthed, and the residual power further created one of the 33 heavens of the celestial path, the primordial star realm. The Great Tao Imperial Star is one of the origins of the universe, having already merged into all things, yet it evolved into the aspect of fate long ago, beginning its descent into this vast cosmic sea. And your body, host, is the 9th incarnation of the Imperial Star fate. Listening to the system's explanation, Zhou Qingchen's heart trembled, and an endless storm surged within his mind. The primordial force of the universe has descended into this body, marking him as the 9th existence to possess the Imperial Star fate. Zhou Qingchen found it hard to believe that the Great Tao Imperial Star was entwined with such astonishing secrets. The host need not worry. This Great Tao Imperial Star is not a reincarnation, nor is it imbued with any consciousness or intent. Its power is exceedingly ancient, and the manifestation of its fate is supreme. None of the previous individuals possessing stellar destinies could withstand this force, ultimately transforming one after another. It is essential to understand that the host is not the reincarnation of anyone. Rather, you have merely been chosen by the Imperial Star to bear its favor. Perhaps, dear host, you may become the first to fully master this primordial power. You are not the Great Tao Imperial Star. Yet the Great Tao Imperial Star is indeed a part of you. Zhou Qingchen remained in a daze for a considerable time, his thoughts gradually returning. Perhaps this is the path that my master spoke of as belonging to me. One day, I shall uncover the reasons behind the birth of the great Tao imperial star. Chapter 81. A storm approaches as time flowed. The endless starry sky surrounding Zhou Qingchen seemed to tear apart like a canvas, and he found himself back in the external world. Upon inspecting the pouch, he noticed it had completely lost its previous ethereal charm. There was something within. Zhou Qingchen discovered a minuscule spatial array within the pouch, and with a flicker of his consciousness, he retrieved the item inside. It was a wooden token, its material unknown, yet harder than many metals and stones. Curiously, the surface of the token bore no inscription whatsoever. After much contemplation, Zhou Qingchen dripped a drop of blood onto it. In an instant, the surface of the token shimmered with faint light, revealing a character that resembled the word yuan. After some time, without discovering any further peculiarities about the token, Zhou Qingchen concluded that it merely served as a means of identity verification. However, the character it bore undoubtedly signified something extraordinary. His master had mentioned being the first guide on his path. Thus, for what purpose was this token meant? Where might it lead? Could it be connected to the years his master spent wandering? Zhou Qingchen placed the token back into the pouch and gazed pensively at it. After a while, he dispelled the last remnants of parting sorrow from his heart, his gaze becoming clearer and more resolute. A year later, Zhou Qingchen awakened from his cultivation. His aura concealed yet profound. He had reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Rising to his feet, he felt the cultivation within him and could not help but smile. With the explosive power of the Star Emperor's blood and the synergy of the Star Tao scripture, his cultivation progress had accelerated once more. Over the past year, his disciples had also made significant breakthroughs. Su Ruotian successfully established his foundation, while Lin Shi advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, prompting the system to reward him with a fifth-tier spiritual item. After much contemplation, Zhou Qingchen exchanged for a top-tier marrow cleansing liquid. When he tested it on himself, he found no signs of the legendary adverse effects. He realized that his body had already reached peak aptitude, rendering such items ineffective for him. Consequently, Zhou Qingchen bestowed this precious marrow cleansing liquid upon his two disciples, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian, whose cultivation was still nascent and whose bodies had ample room for improvement. The effects of the marrow cleansing liquid proved to be immensely beneficial for them. A single drop at a time would suffice for their prolonged use. As the days passed, the three most formidable true inheritors of the Taihua Sect ascended to the nascent soul realm, and the sect's reputation echoed throughout the 5 states of the southern wilderness. The emergence of a figure at the void refinement stage attracted congratulations from the higher sects of neighboring states, including many venerable ancestors of various sections one day. An immense surge of demonic energy erupted from Tai Miao Peak, the terrifying aura of the fiend swiftly enveloping the entire area. Zhou Qingchen, immersed in his cultivation, opened his eyes, and with a gentle wave of his dark robes, quelled the spreading malevolence. It seemed that Jianling had succeeded. Zhou Qingchen mused as he directed his gaze toward the colossal cocoon, sensing Jianling's aura growing ever more formidable. Suddenly, with a cataclysmic burst, the cocoon shattered, and a 1,000-foot-tall white-feathered demon bird soared into the sky, rising with grace. Its feathers, sharp and glistening like blades, cleaved through the very fabric of space as it ascended. At this moment, Jianling appeared more magnificent than ever, its form radiating the essence of divine weaponry, the tips of its feathers imbued with a faint crimson hue. Its beak had become even more razor-sharp, and its talons glimmered with a cold light, capable of rending anything apart. The ancient celestial demon, the Feathered King, let out a resounding cry. Jianling's immense form hovered above the Taihua Sect, its fierce eyes surveying the world below, exuding an overwhelming presence. It had directly broken through to the late stage of the god transformation realm, and with the bloodline of the ancient celestial demon. Although it still had a distance to cover compared to unparalleled talents, it was classified within the system as having reached the pinnacle of prodigy status. Zhou Qingchen silently assessed this development. Annihilating the perfected god transformation realm was certainly within reach. Jianling's transformation garnered the attention of the entire Taihua Sect. After flaunting its newfound prowess for some time, it eventually shrank in size, reverting to its form as a small white bird, returning to the peak of Tai Miao. At this moment, the little white bird had sprouted a single blood-red feather atop its head, subtly shimmering with golden light, adding an air of nobility to its appearance. Jianling perched beside Zhou Qingchen and respectfully spoke, expressing gratitude for its master's support. Zhou Qingchen smiled in return, stating that the stronger Jianling became, the better it was for them both. According to what Jianling had said, the esteemed elder should be arriving soon. At this juncture, Jianling's mindset had calmed considerably, and its fear of the elder had lessened, having gained profound insights into Zhou Qingchen's mysterious and formidable nature during this time. far removed from the southern wilderness. In a realm shrouded in darkness, lay a renowned ruin known as the Ghost Cavern Ruins, situated near the 13 states within the expansive region of Zhenzhou. This was the site of the fall of the esteemed heavenly ghost and the destruction of the Ghost King's cavern over 100,000 years ago. The ruins stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, with ghostly energy connecting heaven and earth, creating a realm unto itself. Within it resided countless restless souls, forming a unique semi-living entity known as corpse demons. Most corpse demons lacked intelligence, exhibiting a savage disposition as they unleashed their powers without fear of death, rendering them objects of dread for many cultivators. A year prior, the four dominant forces of Lingzhou and Qinzhou, Xianyin Sect, Tianyin Sect, Huiyang Sect, and Dongli Mountain, led several prestigious immortal sects from surrounding states to the Ghost Cavern Ruins, which had taken millennia to manifest following the calamity of the Devil Path. At that time, the various major sects of the southern region were in a state of recuperation and concealment, remaining untouched for an extended period. However, the Ghost Abyss Ruins have since manifested significant activity, with numerous wraiths emerging from within, inflicting considerable losses upon the nearby factions. A year ago, the four dominant powers dispatched 4 virtual refinement masters, accompanied by dozens of high-ranking divine transformation cultivators, yet they met with disaster within the Ghost Abyss Ruins. Half of the divine transformation cultivators suffered casualties, and even the 4 virtual refinement masters sustained severe injuries. The sudden developments within the Ghost Abyss Ruins immediately drew the keen attention of many powerful factions. In the Xianyin Sect, within a spatial cave, an elderly man clad in golden robes abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, his aura erupted, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. This elderly man, of course, was the Grand Elder of the Xianyin Sect. Since returning from the Ghost Abyss Ruins, he had devoted himself to concocting demon yuan pills. Now, having emerged from his seclusion, he found his injuries fully healed and even achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the mid-stage of the virtual refinement realm. The Grand Elder beamed with delight, his scarred face quivering. "Elder, the Tianhong Venerable requests your presence. He is currently in the Grand Hall." A respectful voice echoed from outside the spatial cave. The Grand Elder's expression shifted slightly, and without delay, he departed the spatial cave, making his way to the Grand Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, the atmosphere was solemn. Occupying the throne was not the sect leader of the Xianyin Sect, but rather a figure whose visage was obscured, emanating a profound aura. Numerous individuals stood within the hall, the weakest among them being at the peak of the divine transformation realm, and several were at the virtual refinement realm. The sect leader was also present, observing the Grand Elder with an expression devoid of emotion. "The Venerable requests you to convey all you witnessed within the Ghost Abyss Ruins, leaving not a single detail unspoken." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the Grand Elder put aside his differences with the sect leader. Bowing respectfully to the figure in the throne, he recounted everything that transpired in the Ghost Abyss. After a prolonged period, his throat parched, he finally ceased speaking. The figure in the throne pondered for a moment before speaking indifferently. "It appears that powerful entities have emerged from the Ghost Abyss Ruins, capable of commanding countless wraiths. This matter is beyond your capacity to handle. You may leave now." The Grand Elder exhaled in relief as he exited the Grand Hall. "Grand Elder, you have advanced further," remarked the sect leader as he followed him out. Merely by chance," the Grand Elder replied expressionlessly, not wishing to engage in further discourse, and retreated toward the exterior of the Xianyin Sect. According to Protector Chiu, a virtual refinement cultivator has emerged from the Taihua Sect. The Grand Elder mused with interest. A newly ascended virtual refinement cultivator would pose no obstacle for him. With a faint smile, he accelerated his pace, heading towards the direction beyond Lingzhou, towards the desolate southern lands. Chapter 82. The Onslaught. A month later, in Nanli Prefecture, 4 figures stood upon a mountain peak, gazing at the Taihua Sect, which flickered into view amidst the ethereal mist miles away. "The 4 individuals before us are none other than the Grand Elder of the Xianyin Sect, Protector Chiu, and the 2 foremost disciples of the sect. It is perplexing from where the Taihua Sect has acquired a 6th-grade superior spiritual vein, rivaling even the most formidable of prestigious immortal sections." A peculiar glint flickered in the Grand Elder's eyes, and he soon furrowed his brow as if a thought had crossed his mind. What other unforeseen events have transpired in Southly Prefecture? Protector Chiu could not help but recall the scene from that day, his expression tightening as he spoke candidly. "Grand Elder, the young man who offended you possesses an extraordinary talent, being endowed with a unique attribute of heavenly spiritual roots." He paused momentarily, still grappling with unease as he continued. "That young man can contend against the transformation stage despite being at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and yet, not long ago, He has already ascended to the transformation stage. Protector Qiu's words did not exaggerate the truth, yet the content caused the Grand Elder's pupils to constrict. Heavenly spiritual roots. Already at the transformation stage, a tempest of shocks surged within the Grand Elder, followed by a wave of discomfort. That subtle unease felt akin to needles piercing his heart, leaving him breathless. A profound envy welled up within him, malicious thoughts taking root, and his gaze towards the Taihua Sect turned icy. Such talent could only lead to destruction. If he felt this way, the two foremost disciples, hailed as the elite of the Xianyin sect's younger generation, were even more profoundly affected, their complexions grim. Witnessing this scene, Protector Qiu felt a fleeting sense of regret that quickly dissipated. A prodigy that has not yet reached maturity is no different from an ant. At that moment, the two foremost disciples, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Master Ancestor. The Taihua Sect's sudden increase in strength may be linked to a recent exploration of a hidden realm by the three major sects of Southly Prefecture. It is possible that the ancestor of the Taihua Sect has ascended to the void refinement stage due to an astonishing opportunity acquired from that hidden realm. The Grand Elder's interest was piqued. If that is the case, this journey may not be in vain. However, my primary target remains the sword-feathered bird. This creature possesses a remarkably strong bloodline, containing traces of the ancient celestial demon's blood. Though faint, it is still qualified to ascend as a formidable combined demon lord. I had previously underestimated its potential. Rather than serving as an ingredient for demon elixirs, this sword-feathered bird is more suitable to become my tamed beast. Should I manage to cultivate it to maturity, I, Wei Qi He, shall undoubtedly become the fourth combined venerable of the Xianyin sect. The Grand Elder's heart surged with fervor, filled with boundless aspirations for the future. Half a day later, an urgent peal of bells suddenly resonated from the 7 peaks of the Taihua sect. All disciples, elders, and stewards became alert, directing their gazes towards the expanse beyond the sect. A thunderous roar echoed from the distant skyline, akin to rolling thunder, shaking the very heavens. Dust and debris rose from the earth. As the crowd peered closely, they discovered that within the billowing dust were thousands of demon beasts. The intense tremors caused by the stampede of these beasts cracked the ground, creating numerous fissures, a sight most terrifying. So many demon beasts. The Taihua sect was thrown into an uproar. As they witnessed this horde of demon beasts charging towards them, many felt an overwhelming incredulity. The spirit beast forest lies hundreds of thousands of miles away. How could a beast tide reach here? Many harbored doubts, naturally assuming that these monstrous beasts hail from the demon kingdom of the spirit forest in Southly Prefecture. Behold, what manner of beast is that? The disciples of Taihua sect stared wide-eyed as they beheld a dozen formidable, colossal creatures amidst the tide of beasts. It is a nascent soul demon. Numerous golden core elders voiced their concern, their expressions shifting. At that moment, on Tai Miao Peak, Zhou Qingchen opened his eyes. With a gentle push of his right palm into the void, the heavens themselves shifted. Countless stars transformed into a cascade of starlight, crashing down upon the immense tide of beasts. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, blinding white light accompanied by a terrifying shockwave ravaged through the horde. Should one take action, it ought to be with your own hand, commanding these minions to launch an assault, lest one overestimates oneself. The starry brilliance flickered in Zhou Qingchen's gaze as it fell upon a figure in the void, and he spoke. Simultaneously, he accessed the attributes panel of the system. Name, Wei Qi He. Age, 2,300 years. Talent, dual spiritual roots, a prodigy. Cultivation, mid-stage of void refinement. Technique, 6th grade upper class, Qing Yuan Ga. Inheritance, beast control technique. Weapons, Xianyao Mysterious Tower, 6th grade middle class. Qingmu Staff, 6th grade lower class. Special traits, Grand Elder of the Xianyin sect. Ha ha ha. Indeed a prodigious figure, possessing an air of arrogance. In the void, the Grand Elder's gaze met Zhou Qingchen's, a cold smirk in response. He stepped forward, and instantly, the entire realm surged, within tens of thousands of miles. A golden-robed elder hovered at the center of the universe, his aura as deep and terrifying as an abyss. It seemed as if the heavens and earth themselves revolved for him. With each gesture, storms brewed, and fortune followed. This kind of might far exceeded the spirit transformation realm, embodying the unique power of a high-level cultivator, integrating the grand momentum of the world into his very being, making him nearly insurmountable. Meanwhile, within the small void realm, the 7th ancestor's eyes glimmered sharply, his figure flickering. Upon reappearing, the 7th ancestor stood outside Taihua Sect, confronting the Grand Elder of the Xianyin sect. A wave of pressure, equally belonging to the void refinement realm, radiated forth. The 7th ancestor's aura was evidently inferior, yet he showed no sign of yielding. completely repelling the elder's presence. The path of cultivation is arduous. Why must it be so? Observing the solemn expression of the seventh ancestor, the grand elder shook his head with a sneer. He pointed with his finger, concentrating all his power into a single point, and in an instant, unleashed a terrifying spell. Upon reaching the void refinement realm, a cultivator's attacks merge with the might of heaven and earth, their killing force unparalleled. Witnessing the elder's casual release of such a formidable spell, the seventh ancestor dared not underestimate it, fully unleashing his cultivation. With a thought, he quietly activated the recently acquired combined cultivation technique, transforming qi. Endless white spiritual energy coalesced into an arrow, which the seventh ancestor shot forth with a longbow. The arrow surged forth with a terrifying might, imbued with an aura of destruction, colliding instantaneously with the elder's finger-like spell. The clash of these two distinctly opposing forces unleashed a violent explosion, shattering the very heavens above. This was the battlefield of the void refinement realm, and countless onlookers from the Taihua Sect gazed in horror at this spectacle. The void refinement Taoist astonished many, for who had ever witnessed such an entity? To their disbelief, their venerable ancestor had only recently ascended to the void refinement realm, and now a formidable being of the same realm had descended upon them from Nali Prefecture. As the seventh ancestor and the elder engaged in combat, the various peak masters and the third and fifth ancestors had already appeared, standing guard over the Taihua Sect. Indeed, there remained a marked disparity. At this level of cultivation, even a single realm of difference made ascending to battle against an opponent exceedingly arduous. During the skirmish, the seventh ancestor found his thoughts in disarray, spending most of the time on the defensive. In comparison to the elder, who had cultivated in the void refinement realm for over a millennium and had now advanced to the mid-stage, the seventh ancestor found himself at a disadvantage. Unfazed, the seventh ancestor relied on his cultivation of the Xian Yuan transformation technique, a method of integration that mitigated many of his shortcomings, preventing him from being utterly overpowered by the elder. Primal treasure cauldron, he murmured softly, and from his sleeve, a diminutive white jade cauldron emerged. As it hovered in the air, the cauldron expanded hundreds of times. A resonant hum emanated from the primal treasure cauldron, channeling the formidable might of heaven and earth as it surged toward the elder. Chapter 83. The Great Battle. The elder's heart trembled slightly as he conjured a bewitching demon tower, its nine-tiered golden structure illuminating the surroundings, colliding with the primal treasure cauldron. The force of their clash astonished the elder. His beloved bewitching demon tower could not contend with the white jade cauldron. The primal treasure cauldron quivered slightly, sending ripples of primal energy cascading outward, its grandeur causing the elder's expression to shift. What kind of artifact possesses such might? The elder, manipulating the bewitching demon tower, found himself unable to suppress the seventh ancestor. They battled fiercely in the skies for an extended period, neither able to claim victory. Suddenly, the elder's countenance darkened. No matter what, you shall not prevail today, he snorted coldly. The bewitching demon tower erupted in a brilliant golden light, and a thunderous roar echoed through the firmament. Behind the elder, monstrous beasts of overwhelming demonic energy materialized. These creatures were far superior to the previous tide of beasts, including 5 formidable entities of the god transformation realm. Nevertheless, the elder did not relent. With both hands forming seals, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed over the sky. The onlookers were bewildered, glancing upward. Amidst the dense clouds, a demonic serpent extended its head, its grotesque body stretching to an astounding length of 10,000 feet. Nearby, a massive demonic bird, its wings ablaze with flames, coldly surveyed the entirety of the Taihua Sect. 2 void refinement demon monarchs. Zhou Qingchen's heart tightened. The grand elder of the Xianyin sect, a master of beast taming, possessed unparalleled skills and harbored numerous fearsome demon beasts, including 2 formidable demon lords of the virtual refinement realm. Today, I shall reclaim the sword feather bird, and you shall not remain unscathed. In midair, the grand elder's demeanor was as frigid as ice, a cruel smile gracing his lips. His gaze deliberately fixed upon Zhou Qingchen. With 2 early-stage demon lords and a mid-stage grand elder, even the 7 ancestors felt a looming sense of mortal peril. Observing this scene, Zhou Qingchen flipped his palm, revealing an exquisite, pitch-black sword of unparalleled ferocity. Sky Sword, confront one of the demon lords. The spirit of the Sky Sword emerged, visibly exhilarated, grasping the sword that was taller than itself and charging towards the fiery demon bird. No problem. The diminutive form of the Sky Sword spirit seemed to harbor immense energy, as it unleashed countless terrifying sword energies towards the flame demon bird. What on earth? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed a small child engaging in combat with a fearsome demon lord, exchanging blows. Everyone in the Taihua Sect observed in astonishment, feeling their beliefs teetering on the brink of collapse. Is he even 3 years old? How can this be? How could a child possess the strength of the virtual refinement realm? Confounded, many fell into self-doubt, unable to discern the true identity of the Sky Sword spirit, ultimately speculating it to be a powerful elder disguised as a child. They were astonished to realize that sect leader Zhou was acquainted with such a formidable being. This was the conclusion drawn by the members of the Taihua Sect. Only a few peak leaders and ancestors understood that the small child was likely far more complex than he appeared. Jinling, deal with those demon abominations, Zhou Qingchen commanded. The third and fifth ancestors naturally would not remain idle, each summoning their artifacts to engage in a fierce battle against the demon abominations. As for the remaining nascent soul demons, the peak leaders simply activated the protective formation of the sect. The protective formation, composed of multiple fifth-tier elite arrays, was not something the nascent soul demons could breach, allowing the peak leaders and the upper echelons of the Taihua Sect to maintain their positions atop the peaks. Zhou Qingchen then turned his attention to the demon serpent. With a swift motion, he stepped upon the starlight, the celestial patterns of the starry sky manifesting on his robe. Faced with the demon lord of the virtual refinement realm, he questioned whether he could withstand the onslaught. Xian Guang Guei. He once again summoned this auxiliary spell derived from the Xian Guang star technique. Within mere moments, his aura surged more than doubled, reaching its zenith. Roar! The demon serpent's eyes glinted with malice as it lashed its massive tail towards Zhou Qingchen, enveloped in a suffocating aura that shattered the very fabric of the void. Jianin kill. Zhou Qingchen's expression grew solemn as he cradled the Qinxian Huabei, his fingers deftly plucking the strings. The clear, resonant notes echoed forth, creating a translucent and indistinct ripple that met the demon serpent's tail. The scales at the tail's tip were torn asunder by the rippling sound, leaving a deep crimson gash. Yet the onslaught continued unabated towards Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen's gaze sharpened, his fingers gliding deftly between the strings of the zither. The urgent and piercing notes unleashed an endless wave of lethal intent, shattering the relentless momentum of the demonic serpent's tail, plunging both man and beast into a fierce battle. The serpent, exuding a menacing aura, bore scales akin to divine iron, its body forged as if from molten steel, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Zhou Qingchen moved with agility, weaving through the air while plucking the strings, each note etching deep crimson lines upon the serpent's hide. The air thickened with a mist of blood, awakening the serpent's primal ferocity, its demonic energy swirling violently, its blood viscous and heavy, causing its form to swell ominously. The serpent's scales bristled, its golden eyes fixated on Zhou Qingchen as it opened its fearsome maw, exhaling a foul miasma that disrupted the very essence of the soul. With a sudden retreat, Zhou Qingchen's starry heavenly garb shimmered with countless stars, repelling the oppressive malevolence. He sat cross-legged in the void, his fingers dancing like phantoms. The resonance of the zither creating chaotic waves that resembled madness. The sharp notes not only contained formidable arcane power, but also influenced the very soul of the serpent, inducing it to writhe in agony. With a roar, the serpent unleashed a torrent of black light, causing Zhou Qingchen's pupils to contract. The starry heavenly garb once again manifested a myriad of celestial bodies, absorbing the onslaught of darkness. However, in swift succession, the serpent's razor-sharp claws tore through the void, reaching Zhou Qingchen in an instant. Summoning the mystical celestial sword with his right hand, he struck fiercely. The explosive force propelled him backwards, a trickle of crimson seeping from his lips, even as the starry heavenly garb suffered rips. Fortunately, it mitigated most of the damage. Zhou Qingchen's mana surged, and the tattered garment began to mend itself. As the serpent lunged once more, 9 flying swords materialized around him, emitting a clear and resonant hum as they soared into the azure sky, radiating brilliant light, as if transformed into 9 primordial stars. The swords descended like falling stars, countless glimmers accompanying their lethal trajectory towards the serpent. Zhou Qingchen remained seated, playing the zither, his focus unwavering. The intertwining sword light and zither notes drew forth torrents of blood from the serpent, which teetered on the brink of severe injury. In the distance, the elder, locked in combat with the 7 ancestors, gasped for breath, his chest swelling with fury. The sight of Zhou Qingchen's calm demeanor was an unbearable affront. Unbeknownst to him, beneath his overwhelming rage lay a flicker of fear. This cannot be allowed. Such a person must not be permitted to grow. His heart raced, blood quickening. With a fierce resolve, he commanded the demonic suppression tower to hold its ground against the 7 ancestors while invoking a powerful incantation. In an instant, a crimson mark ignited within the souls of the 2 void refining demonic lords. Pain flickered in the eyes of the serpent and avian demon, yet their demonic energy surged, thickening their aura and disturbing the heavens and earth, rendering the atmosphere murky. With a howl, the serpent's eyes blazed a deep crimson, its massive form swelling with an insatiable bloodlust, dark clouds coalescing around it, transforming into a torrential flood of darkness that surged forth. Chapter 84. Boundless mortal realm. A deluge of ink-black water cascaded from the heavens, resembling an impenetrable wall of darkness that instilled a profound sense of oppression. The torrential flood was imbued with an overwhelming demonic power. Should it descend upon the world, it could easily obliterate the entire Taihua Sect. Amidst this chaos, the demon serpent roared incessantly, commanding the waters with a might that surpassed its previous strength. Zhou Qingchen's eyes gleamed brightly as azure calamity flames surged around him, erupting with ferocity to coalesce into an enormous, boundless fireball. The air ignited, and the void lamented as the calamity flames collided with the relentless torrent, instantly evaporating the endless flood into a shroud of black mist. Yet, the deluge continued to pour down relentlessly, prompting Zhou Qingchen to push the calamity flames to their utmost limit. He conjured another spell, summoning the ancient stars, which ascended majestically, their terrifying gravitational pull ensnaring the black flood. The demon serpent's furious roars echoed through the skies as it unleashed black light towards Zhou Qingchen. In response, the 9 celestial immortals returned to encircle Zhou Qingchen, their starlight forming a protective barrier around him. The situation once again reached a stalemate. Yet Zhou Qingchen understood the urgency of breaking this deadlock. For the demonic void sovereign, an unending reservoir of demonic energy was the greatest advantage. In this regard, Zhou Qingchen felt slightly inferior. The longer the confrontation dragged on, the more perilous it became for him. The Grand Elder of the Taihua Sect was formidable, and Zhou Qingchen's objective was not merely to withstand the assault, but to compel the adversary to retreat decisively. With this thought in mind, the imperial star seal on Zhou Qingchen's forehead suddenly shimmered. A vast torrent of divine consciousness erupted forth, swift as lightning, piercing directly into the demon serpent's brow where its essence resided. This consciousness transformed into pale starfire, infecting the demon serpent's essence like a malignant growth, igniting with fierce intensity. In an instant, the demon serpent writhed in agony, its control over the black flood faltering as the phantoms of the ancient stars completely ensnared it, morphing the deluge into a colossal black water star that obscured the light of the heavens. The pain of the burning essence was 1,000-fold more intense than that of the flesh. The demon serpent, renowned for its formidable physical form and demonic power, was inherently weak in terms of its essence. As the starfire scorched it, the demon serpent could no longer endure, crashing its immense body down to the earth, thrashing about in torment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qingchen directed the ancient star to strike the demon serpent. Boom! The star shattered, a violent explosion resonating, intermingled with the demon serpent's anguished howls. What? The Grand Elder cast a glance at Zhou Qingchen, momentarily taken aback by the demon serpent's wretched state. A wave of incredulity washing over him. I must act swiftly, otherwise, I may face defeat today. The Grand Elder's gaze shifted to Jianling, observing the latter's overwhelming presence amidst the multitude of demons, exuding an aura of dominance that ignited a fervor in his heart. Has its bloodline evolved? A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he silently summoned a brutal force. This power bore a striking resemblance to demonic energy, yet it was interwoven with the essence of a cultivator's magical might. Two inherently incompatible forces were forcibly amalgamated, resulting in a volatile aura brimming with instability. The mystic tome of transformation is a path acquired by the Grand Elder through fortunate circumstances. Although its rank does not rival his primary cultivation technique, the Azure Yuan art, it diverges in approach, enabling a potent surge of demonic energy cultivated in a brief period. At this moment, the Grand Elder was enveloped in an intense aura of demon energy, transcending the boundaries of both human and demon, and his power nearly doubled. With a resounding crash, the demon suppression tower was forcefully repelled by the innate treasure, the primordial cauldron. The 7th ancestor's magic faltered momentarily, prompting him to swiftly retract the primordial cauldron and position it defensively before him. In the next heartbeat, the Grand Elder transformed his hands into claws and unleashed a colossal claw mark, sending the 7th ancestor crashing to the ground. 7th ancestor, restrain him, came a sudden voice from Zhou Qingchen, relayed through the ether. The 7th ancestor felt a surge of resolve, disregarding his injuries. He channeled all his magical energy into the primordial cauldron. The primordial cauldron, in its innate form, ascended into the heavens, expanding infinitely, radiating a robust essence of creation. However, this essence was not the nurturing force of the Taihua Sect. Rather, It brimmed with formidable destructive power, empowered by the unique forces of nature. The primordial cauldron managed to once again contain the Grand Elder. Although this cauldron served primarily as an auxiliary treasure and lacked offensive strength, it adeptly restricted the movements of its adversary. Veins bulged on the Grand Elder's forehead as he unleashed his terrifying half-demon magic, but if this continued, even the primordial cauldron would soon falter. Yet for Zhou Qingchen, this fleeting moment was more than sufficient. He stepped into the void, retrieving the 9 heavens ringing zither. As a miniature version of the magnificent city of Lindou materialized in his palm, though he was not yet capable of mastering this 7th-tier ultimate treasure entirely. Like the 9 heavens ringing zither, he could wield it proficiently. From his lofty vantage point, he gazed down upon the ensnared Grand Elder, pushing his palm forward as the city descended. In an instant, the city of Lindou manifested in its grand form, an expansive metropolis extending for countless miles. Suspended in the air, the sun was eclipsed, casting the Taihua Sect into darkness, causing the Grand Elder's expression to shift dramatically. Endless worldly affairs, Zhou Qingchen murmured softly, his voice resonating with a profound echo. The city of Lindou suddenly exuded an ethereal mist, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Within the vast expanse of the city, the myriad aspects of humanity unfolded. Here, there were no cultivators, no magical powers, nor towering celestial beings. Only the masses of ordinary people, akin to grains of sand. The Grand Elder's form faded entirely, ensnared within this realm. In this boundless world of mortals, where truth and falsehood intertwined, the separation of the celestial and the mundane was irrevocable. The Grand Elder had seemingly transformed into an ordinary man, unable to sense his own cultivation, as if the 2,300 years of his experiences were nothing but a fleeting dream. Now awakened from this dream, an overwhelming sense of disconnection plunged him into profound agony and torment, even fracturing his resolve to pursue the path of cultivation. It seems you cannot endure the suffering of this worldly refinement, Zhou Qingchen observed solemnly. He gestured, and the city of Lindou once more shrank, quietly hovering above his palm. In the distance, the spirit of the sky sword struck with a single slash, severely wounding the fiery demonic bird, which plummeted to the ground alongside the demonic serpent, stirring up clouds of dust. The situation on Jianling's side was no different. The Grand Elder Wei Qi he summoned 5 formidable demon beasts. Yet they were utterly unable to withstand Jianling, the 3rd ancestor, and the 5th ancestor. Even the mere bloodline resurgence of Jianling rendered those demon beasts powerless to retaliate. After a prolonged battle, 2 of the 5 demon beasts had perished, leaving